In a shattered void, Yalua unfortunately descends into the world of Dragon Ball. What kind of ripples will the various modified martial arts techniques create in this realm? Is a Dragon Ball world truly powerful or weak? Can Yalua transcend the Dragon Ball world and behold different vistas? Chapter 1. Just ascended, you begin the feast. Beneath Mount Hua, a young child gazes in astonishment at the mountain peak. Mother, there's a hole in the sky. I want to fill it. A middle-aged woman, with her back to the child, exudes a mix of 7 parts affection and 3 parts admonition. Don't think about filling the sky. Martial arts require solid footing and the accumulation of essence to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals like Yalua. You are still young. Discussing marriage can wait until you grow up. The child, dissatisfied, turns back. Mother, it's not filling the sky. It's mending it. Filling it up just like Nuwa. You child, what nonsense are you speaking? Focus on your horse stance and dig a hole in the ground first. Yalua chuckles softly. His surrounding aura erupts, soaring into the air and piercing into the ascension passage. As the passage closes, the gaping hole in the sky silently vanishes. No one knows of the wondrous sight that appeared atop Mount Hua. Thus, the world loses yet another legendary figure. The young child rubs his eyes and lets out a piercing scream. The hole is gone. I haven't filled it yet. It disappeared. Overseer A. Ding. Overseer B. Ding, what does that even mean? Not dinging. Overseer A. Shall we go out? Overseer B. Too many losers, too busy to care. Let him fend for himself. Overseer A. All right, off we go. Within the pitch-black ascension passage, directionless, Yalua searches above and below. The aura surrounds him, his gaze sharp as lightning, ever vigilant of his surroundings. This is the ascension passage. What a pity, in a low martial world, my cultivation is insufficient to perceive the way. Just as Yalua intends to delve deeper, the space around him erupts like a stone thrown into a lake, the atmosphere suddenly boiling with turbulence. Yalua's pupils widen, a fierce battle intent radiating from him. A time-space storm? My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. With that declaration, his aura thickens further, his robes billowing with sound. Silver light flashes as spatial ripples splash towards Yalua. Come on, poof. Blood spurts forth. Not a single part of Yalua remains unscathed. How brutal! Yalua loses consciousness, oblivious to the world. Blood cascades like an avalanche. Guruyu, guruyu, guru. In the Dragon Ball world, the year 737 of the Age of Earth. In a remote village in the southern part of Earth. Inside a villager's home, Yalua weakly opens his eyes, his lips trembling as he utters a barely audible sound. Water! A panicked feminine voice erupts. Grandpa, he's awake. The feast is ruined, whoa. The sound of her crying gradually fades, and Yalua helplessly closes his eyes. Just ascended, and now you lament the feast. I'm not even dead. Why are you so sorrowful? As thoughts stir within him, Yalua hesitates for a moment, sensing something amiss. What is this in my head? Yalua's breath fluctuates violently, and within less than a second, he weakens. His injuries are too severe, his breath insufficient. Could it be that after ascension, one must regrow their brain? Or is it a soul snatching? Anxiously, Yalua focuses intently. Upon this investigation, he finds that his own aura cannot sense even a trace. His vitality is in decline, weakened to the point of being lesser than an ordinary person. Fortunately, his mental strength remains. Although sluggish, it is far beyond what an ordinary person can compare. What is happening? Is there no manual for ascension? Or did I fail to ascend? Worrying, Yalua, fatigued, falls into slumber. He wishes to quickly comprehend his condition and explore his surroundings, yet his injuries are too grave to endure. Water! I still haven't had a drink. Yalua awakens once more, surrounded by a crowd. He really woke up. A villager sighs. I told you, he certainly wouldn't be able to partake in the feast. Yalua is utterly exasperated. After all, he is a terrestrial immortal. How can this crowd wish for his demise? Is attending a feast truly more important than befriending a terrestrial immortal? Even emperors seek his presence. What is wrong with these people? Yalua's eyes dart around, his cracked lips parting to emit a hoarse voice. Where is this? No. How did you wake up? Yalua looked bewildered. Even with his eyes open, he was still unwilling to accept reality. As a peak martial artist, he could recover as long as he had a breath left. The abundant vitality in this place would facilitate his recovery even further. It was akin to consuming a nourishing tonic, rapidly replenishing his strength. After this sleep, he felt significantly better. Once he regained his composure and began cultivating, his recovery speed would surely accelerate. In just a few days, he could restore a significant portion of his strength. In this world, the vitality was extraordinarily rich, akin to a drunken man submerged in a vat of wine. I've already dug the pit. You still say that. I've bought plenty of vegetables. We've boiled the water. I've restrained the pig. Alas, what a pity. Ever since technological advancement, our village hasn't enjoyed a feast in ages. Yelua's gaze flickered, his thoughts swirling. Technology. How ancient it seemed. No, how futuristic a term it was. That was still before his time travel. Water. Oh right, water. Quickly fetch some. Look at my mind. Someone who just regained consciousness typically craves water. An elderly man lamented, tapping his head in self-reproach. Everyone, since we can't feast, let's disperse. We can't just stab him, can we? The village chief is right. What a pity. All right, everyone disperse, disperse. A lively crowd began to leave. It was then that Yelua noticed that everyone's attire was entirely dissimilar from that of the world he had traversed. Rather, it resembled the world before his journey. Indeed, with technology emerging, the developments must be remarkable. The vitality in this world was so abundant that merely inhaling it would allow one to absorb a copious amount. It seemed I have successfully ascended. Yet, I remain unaware of the true state of this world. Come, drink some water. A familiar voice emerged. The little girl who had previously sobbed inconsolably now approached Yelua shyly, holding out water. She carefully assisted him in drinking. Once a bowl of water was consumed, Yelua felt his condition improve somewhat. Thank you, I feel much better, but where is this place? Here, this is a small island south of Nandu. The old man hesitated, eyeing Yelua warily while occasionally glancing at his granddaughter. She had never fed her grandfather water before. Nandu? An unfamiliar term. Yelua felt an overwhelming joy within. Such a grand name suggests this world is vast indeed. It seems I can advance further from this point. Old man. Yelua felt quite awkward. With a natural lifespan of 3 cycles of 60 years, he had reached the realm of land immortals, surpassing a lifespan of 5 cycles. His age exceeded 180 years. The old man before him was barely in a position to be his grandson. What is it? Yelua had initially intended to inquire about the basic situation of this world. However, the words changed as they reached his lips. Given my injuries, I fear I may need to impose for a few days. Everything was unknown. These people appeared simple and honest, yet their true allegiances were uncertain. It was prudent not to reveal too much for now. There would be ample time to explore later. The immediate priority was to regain his strength, as he was currently too weak to even contend with an average person. A knife? What knife? You need a few days. Oh, you really are something. You seem delicate, yet you're no good person. The moment we met, you demanded a few days. Het tut. Your injuries were undoubtedly caused by some young lady who tossed you from plane. I didn't expect you to be so unruly, thinking of such matters while still recovering. The little girl interjected before the old man, leaving Yelua feeling embarrassed. The old man's expression shifted dramatically, occasionally revealing a hint of murderous intent. Yelua felt a chill in his heart, striving to concentrate his strength to prevent the old man from making a move. At present, he could not discern the old man's true capabilities. If he were a hidden master, Yelua would indeed have accomplished the remarkable feat of ascending and attending a feast. He explained in a deep voice, "Little girl, you misinterpret my words. I meant to say that my injuries are severe and I wish to recuperate on your esteemed land. Once I recover, I shall take my leave. We are on an island, surrounded by the sea. The nearest town is 60 kilometers away. I've examined your entire body. You are not hiding any miraculous capsules. How do you plan to leave? Fly? Swim? You still need our help." The little girl muttered. Unbeknownst to her, Yelua and the old man's expressions grew increasingly somber, especially the old man's, whose gaze bore a deadly intensity directed at Yelua. It seemed he harbored intentions of consuming Yelua's flesh and blood. Yelua felt similarly. Searching his body? A woman. Throughout his 180 years, he had maintained his virtue. He never expected to find himself ensnared after his ascension. Subsequently, he grasped another piece of information. Chapter 2. The Chi Cultivation Technique Struggles in Training. The Universal Capsule. What on earth is that? To avoid exposing himself, Yi Luo refrained from probing further. Such a well-known entity in this remote village must be quite famous in this world. With a bit of effort, he could recover his strength and gather some information. There was no need to burden himself with unnecessary worries and ponderings. "Hey kid," a curious little girl gazed intently at Yi Luo. Grinning, Yi Luo replied, "I am Yi Luo." It felt rather odd for a girl of merely 10 years to refer to herself as a kid. Could it be that the old man was eyeing his own seeds? Yi Luo, why not call yourself Rainfall, or Snowfall, or Hail? Nanny, stop talking nonsense. Yi Luo shot a surprised glance at the old man. Have you lost your mind? The old man seemed to harbor an unspoken fury, as though he were eager to consume his own flesh. Yi Luo could certainly sense it. The old man, while ostensibly scolding the girl named Nanny, was, in fact, venting his ire towards him. Little did he know that in the old man's eyes, Yi Luo appeared akin to a yellow-haired specter, extending his sinister claws towards his granddaughter. Such a well-behaved granddaughter would never willingly associate with someone like Yi Luo. It was clear that Yi Luo had lured her into his web. The line between interest and entrapment was perilously thin. The old man was vigilant, determined to protect his granddaughter from falling prey to deception. Reflecting on his own tumultuous past, the old man's youthful fervor reignited within him. It was in a similar manner that he had once deceived Nanny's grandmother, ultimately winning her heart. His own son had similarly ensnared Nanny's mother. His granddaughter could not be deceived. Damn it, yellow-haired specters were the most detestable, particularly those who entangled themselves with his granddaughter. Despite Yi Luo's complete lack of power, even falling short of an ordinary person, he chose not to dwell on it. Who knows if it was merely the old man's midlife crisis manifesting as emotional instability. Nanny pouted, what? I'm just curious. Bad grandpa, she muttered, tilting her head to gaze out the window, her mouth seemingly capable of hanging a soy sauce bottle. Yi Luo couldn't help but chuckle silently. May I take a moment to rest? I'm not feeling particularly well. Yes, Nanny, stop fooling around. We should head back. The old man replied. Nanny, exasperated yet amused, fixed a lingering stare at her grandfather. Grandpa, have you lost your mind? This is our home. Where are we going? Yi Luo shrugged his shoulders. All right then. In this world, the elements of humor were quite pronounced. Considering the lengthy period without a meal, the danger appeared minimal. However, he reminded himself not to let down his guard. After dismissing the disgruntled Nanny and the awkward old man, Yi Luo closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. Have I forgotten something important? Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe and his body could not withstand it, leading him to succumb to sleep once more. In the depths of his slumber, a chaotic, intertwining energy roamed throughout his body, silently permeating his cells. He trembled slightly, his body quivering with a subtle agitation. All of this was beyond Yi Luo's comprehension. The following day, just before the dawn of the second watch, Yi Luo furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, painfully tossing aside the covers. I told you, I haven't eaten, he muttered. Before his ascension, Yi Luo had reached the realm of Qi, commonly referred to as an earthly immortal. He required only a meager sustenance each week. Upon arriving in this world, not only had he sustained grave injuries, but he also needed to recuperate. In such a rich environment of primordial energy, it was entirely reasonable that he should rely on food to replenish his strength. I must find something to eat, he resolved, rising and glancing at his attire. Oddly, it resembled clothing from his past life on Earth. Could it be that this world was a realm of science and martial arts? Who had changed his garments? There was no time for deep contemplation, as his stomach rebelled, prompting Yi Luo to venture forth. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with unknown birds flitting about. The air was refreshingly crisp, and the primordial energy of the world was vibrantly alive. Yi Luo frowned as he selected a direction and stumbled onward. Initially, he intended to scavenge for food within the house, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Cultivating ties with his family could prove detrimental, especially considering Nana's grandfather seemed to harbor deep-seated prejudices against him. In a martial arts world, Yi Luo had previously been indifferent to such matters. With formidable power, one could act freely. However, post-ascension, his diminished strength necessitated extreme caution. Soon, at the sandy edge of a small island, the fish in the ocean faced calamity. How peculiar, Yi Luo thought, furrowing his brow once more. At his feet, several small fish, each weighing around 4 pounds, flopped about incessantly. Strange indeed. Everything emanated an air of oddity. These fish contained a faint primordial energy, likely not inferior to that possessed by second-rate masters in their world, yet their strength was pitifully weak. Even in his injured state, Yi Luo could easily capture them. Alas, his stomach was empty. He suppressed his distracting thoughts. After encountering so many peculiarities, the bizarre became commonplace. The paramount concern was still appeasing his hunger. He set about lighting a fire and skewering the fish, executing the task seamlessly. As he roasted and feasted, he felt a surge of energy, sensing his injuries mending rapidly. Even an ordinary person recovering from illness could perceive such improvement. As an earthly immortal in the realm of Qi, Yi Luo's spiritual strength had not diminished despite his weakened power. He was merely lethargic. Furthermore, The sensations of satiety and the delightful tingling of his body's restoration were unmistakable. With each bite of fish, he could discern the change. After consuming 7 or 8 fish, Yi Luo finally felt a wave of comfort wash over him, releasing a long-held breath. Sitting cross-legged upon the sandy shore, he faced the sea. The next step was to restore his strength. The martial arts world into which Yi Luo had been reborn was one he knew intimately. Utilizing his foresight, he had gathered numerous martial arts manuals in advance. As his strength grew and his realm ascended, Yi Luo employed the techniques he possessed to forge a unique martial art of his own. In that distant realm, martial arts flourished with a multitude of techniques, encompassing the cultivation of internal energy, the practice of external skills, and a select few adept in esoteric disciplines focusing on mental fortitude. The triad of essence, energy, and spirit presents a paradox. While external skills are relatively easy to initiate, they prove exceedingly challenging to master. Conversely, the cultivation of mental prowess is the most arduous yet remarkably enigmatic. Nevertheless, Qigong stands out as an accessible practice, yielding considerable strength, as innate masters can already manipulate energy to strike from a distance, making it highly suitable for the masses. Practicing Qigong primarily involves developing an awareness of energy, following the prescribed techniques to circulate qi and blood through the microcosmic orbit. This process reinforces the 12 primary meridians, stimulates vital points, and directs energy to the lower dantian, where pure internal power is coalesced. Ultimately, one harnesses this inner strength to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, transforming it into true qi and fortifying the extraordinary meridians. Upon reaching the innate stage, Yi Luo utilized various divine skills in conjunction with a myriad of playful banter encountered in cyberspace prior to his traversal. T'habit devising a unique Qigong technique. Although the name of this technique may seem commonplace, akin to pedestrian fare, its true nature is extraordinarily remarkable. This innovation enabled him to ascend to the realm of potent qi, eventually transcending it, shattering the void, and soaring into this new world. Unlike conventional divine texts, which primarily draw from the body's blood to refine and extract internal power, culminating in the formation of true qi, Yi Luo's Qigong method is fundamentally based on true qi itself. It divides into 3 parts. One portion fortifies the physical body, another invigorates the body's meridians and acupoints, while the most substantial fraction enters the Naiwan Palace to hone the mysterious soul. The scriptures of martial arts, apart from the 12 primary meridians and the extraordinary 8 vessels, can only enhance select meridians and acupoints, thereby expanding the circulation routes of true qi. Common techniques often fail to even strengthen the extraordinary 8 vessels. However, Yi Luo's Qigong method possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the majority of his meridians and successfully unlock 720 acupoints, which is truly extraordinary. With the complete loss of potent qi, it became imperative for him to diligently practice, lest he remain at a disadvantage. For the average practitioner, cultivating strength necessitates the refinement of the physical body and the stimulation of blood flow to generate internal power. This process requires a considerable intake of meat over time to gradually accumulate internal energy through sensory awareness. Like grains of sand accumulating to form a tower, traversing the microcosmic orbit transforms into internal power, settling in the lower dantian, thus establishing the foundation of martial arts. Possessing mental fortitude, Yi Luo found the vital energy of this realm to be exceptionally abundant. By simply absorbing the ambient energy, he could effortlessly rejuvenate himself. Although his physical condition was dire, it was significantly improved compared to his initial forays into cultivation. There was no necessity for specific movements to manipulate blood. Yi Luo's mental prowess could effortlessly direct blood flow in accordance with the pathway of his Qigong technique. Suddenly, Yi Luo's eyes flew open, his pupils wide with incredulity. His profound mastery enabled him to generate internal power with ease, just as he prepared to circulate this internal energy and continue absorbing the essence of blood. That very energy inexplicably vanished into his body without a trace. Perplexed, he persevered in his cultivation. As time flowed like the shifting stars, Yi Luo remained seated on the sandy shore for over half an hour. With a heavy heart, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Was his inability to cultivate due to the severity of his injuries? With Yi Luo's level of mastery, he should have been able to harness the ambient energy of several small fish containing vital essence within this half hour. Without reverting to innate abilities, one can still amplify their internal strength, absorbing the vital energy of the air to restore the prowess of a second-rate master. In a more favorable state, achieving first-rate or even innate levels is not beyond reach. However, the results have been rather disappointing. To describe them as such is to embellish one's own shortcomings. Not a trace of internal power has been accumulated, rendering the situation no different from the outset. The process of generating energy is effortless, yet before it can flourish, the body swiftly depletes any gains. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he thought it best to refrain from pushing his limits, perhaps due to the significant damage his body had sustained and its incomplete recovery. Resolutely, Yi Luo decided to focus on nurturing his body before contemplating further ambitions. With a bitter smile, he murmured to himself, "It seems I must linger here a bit longer." Just as he was about to rise, a wary, aged voice interrupted him. Chapter 3. The Elder's Warning. Where is my internal power? What are you doing here? The speaker was none other than Nanny's grandfather. Yi Luo stood up, turning earnestly to meet the elder's gaze. He vowed to be utterly sincere. What did that grim expression signify? With a polite gesture, he replied, "Elder, I am in the midst of training." "Training? Notify someone to come and fetch you." The elder approached slowly. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Yi Luo's eyes as he narrowed them slightly. "Kid, I understand you. However, keep your distance from my granddaughter." Yi Luo appeared bewildered. "You understand me? What do you truly comprehend? I've lived for 180 years. How could I not understand myself?" The elder clasped his hands behind his back, glancing at the ashes beside Yi Luo, revealing a complex tapestry of nostalgia, anger, and satisfaction. "Kid, the tricks you are attempting are but remnants of my own past endeavors. I warn you once more, do not set your sights on my granddaughter, or you shall not leave this island." Yi Luo watched the elder, a figure of wisdom, gazing out at the sea, his eyes filled with deep perplexity. This tone, this demeanor, could it be that this elder is indeed a formidable master, having transcended to comprehend the mortal realm? He knew that some individuals revel in their descent into the mundane under the pretense of experiencing humanity, understanding myriad emotions, and deciphering the great principles. In truth, they merely sought a respite, indulging in pretense among the common folk. He had once shared such inclinations, only to realize that mingling with ordinary people, watching them quarrel over trivial matters, was utterly futile. Instead of wasting time, he ought to have immersed himself in literature and sought insights from other masters whose comprehension of martial arts and profound truths far surpassed the mundane. He had never heard of anyone who transcended the mortal coil to marry, procreate, and even become the leader of a village. I do not care which faction you belong to or the reasons for your conflicts, but do not let them encroach upon this island of mine, Yi Luo thought, a chill running through him at the mention of power and contention. Could it be that this old man stands atop the pinnacle of mastery, even in this realm? Little did he know, the very next words from the elder shattered Yi Luo's worldview. "I have connections in both the police station and the Universal Capsule Group. You cannot provoke me." The police station, was it the same one from his previous life? Unbelievable. If it were, he certainly would not withstand the might of their weaponry. Not even the blessings of the Gatling Bodhisattva could save him from the violent onslaught of their formidable weaponry. Moreover, there lurked even more dreadful weapons, such as the 6 pure depleted uranium bombs. Yet, something felt amiss. Friends, who could comprehend that a mere child of over 60 years would dare to threaten him, insisting on taking him to the police station? With a slight bow, he replied, "Old man, you are overthinking this. I inadvertently arrived on your island." Yi Luo, oblivious to the true nature of this world, resolved to bide his time. This place was vastly different from the martial world he knew before ascension. In that realm, he was intimately familiar and could act recklessly without consequence. Here, however, a careless move could lead to death. After toiling for 180 years in cultivation, he had no desire to perish. As for feasts, he could find plenty elsewhere. Moreover, he could not even partake in his own banquet. One cannot be too hasty. Regardless of how you arrived on our island, you must depart today. A pang of bitterness filled Yi Luo's heart. Depart today? He was unable to leave. His cultivation had yet to recover. This place was peculiar, and he was not lacking in strength. Every ounce of refined energy was absorbed by his corporeal form, leaving him with nothing. Were it not for the knowledge that this was indeed his own body, he might have suspected he was carrying an old man with him. The tides of fortune change every 30 years. Fortunately, his body was gradually healing. Yi Luo was not overly anxious as his body recovered. He could refine his inner strength and transform his true energy, easily reaching the peak of the Chi realm once more. Even if he regained his former pinnacle of cultivation, he would still find it impossible to traverse the vast ocean. This was not merely a challenge for him, but rather a torment. "Old man, my body has yet to recover. Might I?" Before Luo could finish, the elder interrupted him brusquely. "No, you must leave today. No, you must leave this very moment." Luo wore a bewildered expression. Where could he go in this boundless sea? He could not even step onto the back of a whale. The old man's demeanor and tone made it clear he was not directing him to another villager's home. How heartless! He had just ascended. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice rang out. "Grandfather, where is that boy who cannot partake in the feast?" The old man's expression shifted dramatically. This was bad. His granddaughter had come looking for him. This boy was a calamity. The elder shot Luo a fierce glare, while Luo looked on innocently. "Esteemed elder, it seems I have done nothing wrong." The old man's hostility towards me seems to intensify. Why is he staring? He leaned in closer, and I instinctively took half a step back. The origins and abilities of this old man remain an enigma, so it is prudent to exercise caution. If I cannot overpower him, I must at least make my stance clear. The old man's expression froze, his eyes blazing with intensity. "You think that retreating half a step is a joke?" My breath caught in my throat. His words resonated, almost as if they were meant to be sung aloud. I offer an awkward smile. "Forgive me, elder, your sudden approach startled me." Young man, heed my warning once more. Refrain from speaking recklessly. Do not draw too close to my granddaughter, and above all, do not expose my secrets." My gaze hardened as uncertainty swirled within me. Expose? Is this old man truly a master? Can he discern my origins? This world is unkind to ascenders. Is that why I was compelled to leave the island? In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through my mind. Before my ascension, I had speculated about the unknown world. Indifference, eager recruitment, forced labor in mines, or even being killed were all possibilities. I had never yearned for the so-called higher realm. Had the original world not been so limited, my cultivation restricted, I might not have ascended at all. "Yes, esteemed elder," I replied earnestly. A satisfied smile finally graced his features, yet my worries deepened. I cannot linger here. I must devise a means to leave, to find a secluded place to restore my strength, and perhaps even advance further. In the lower realm, I had long since mastered the techniques of the Chi stage. If not, I would never have been able to shatter the void and ascend in broad daylight. Throughout history, figures of the Chi stage have emerged, yet it was I who ascended. There must be a reason for this. Lost in thought, Nanny approached, her voice ringing out and attracting a throng of villagers. They all flocked around her. I scrutinized the villagers, attempting to discern any differences among them, but to no avail. Their manner of walking and the surrounding environment appeared unchanged in my eyes. I could not perceive any depths or nuances. "Grandfather, you were by the sea and didn't even inform me. You worry me so," Nanny chided, before the old man could respond with a smile. She turned her gaze toward me. "And you too. You're gravely injured. How can you run about?" "Grandfather, did you bring him to the seaside?" Both the old man and I rolled our eyes in unison. "Let me tell you, Nanny, since we are alive, we cannot kill and then feast. I wish to partake in the feast as well, but we must not take lives." The old man nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I felt increasingly uncomfortable. Is it truly acceptable to utter such predatory words in my presence? "Come now, let us return, folks. You all should head back," I urged, steeling myself to follow along. He is now frail, and it seems more appropriate for him to stay at Nanny's house for a few more days. The old man did not say much, feigning a semblance of normalcy. Luo pondered silently, yet dared not express his thoughts. Time passed, and 3 days later, in the early morning, Luo continued to sit cross-legged by the seaside, his gaze sharp and focused on the distant horizon. My body has fully recovered. I can resume my cultivation. The day of departure is drawing near. This world is saturated with vital energy. Even ordinary creatures are imbued with substantial essence. The villagers around me appear no different from the common folk before my ascension, lacking any extraordinary power. Luo assumed that the entire village was comprised of masters concealing their true abilities from him, a stranger, and he paid little heed. There would be days, even months, when he would not cultivate, let alone these stronger beings from the upper realm. Over the past 3 days, apart from eating, he has diligently practiced his breathing techniques to refine his inner strength. Generating inner strength is not particularly challenging. However, his physical form continually craves nourishment, which he struggles to control. Truly, this is the upper realm, In my previous world, such injuries would have meant a slow death. Here, recovery comes with ease. Just a few days ago, my body was weak and beyond my control. Now, with my injuries wholly healed, aside from some peculiarities in my mind and the absence of vital energy, I find myself at my peak, wielding absolute mastery over my being. It is time to resume my cultivation. Yi Luo felt a surge of confidence. Even in the lower realm, he had made rapid progress. There is no reason he should falter in this world rich in vital energy. It is merely a loss of some essence. My realm remains intact. Closing his eyes, he directed his mental energy along the pathways of his breathing technique, invigorating his blood. His vitality surged, and a thin mist rose above his head. Here it comes, the first trace of inner strength. With such a high level of cultivation, even amidst a flurry of distractions, Yi Luo felt no apprehension. He concentrated most of his mental energy intently on the inner strength. Whoosh! The inner strength manifested, swirling briefly before vanishing within him. Yi Luo's eyes flew open. Where's my inner strength? No, where's my inner power gone? My physical form did not absorb it. Where did it disappear to? Chapter 4, Departure. The golden finger arrives, albeit late. Yi Luo felt a surge of urgency. He had clearly generated inner strength, yet inexplicably vanished. His body bore no injuries, and he had even returned to the pinnacle of normalcy, surpassing the vigor of a 180-year-old. Yet, what has become of the inner strength he produced? Unyielding, Yi Luo resolved to start anew, continuing to channel his technique. Whoosh! Once more. Whoosh! Come forth. Sigh. Perhaps it will not return. Half an hour passed. Yi Luo generated inner strength, yet all silently dissipated within him. His legs exerted power, propelling him upright. Yi Luo stood in confusion, his thoughts tangled and unclear. His eyes devoid of focus, he slowly walked towards the sea, gazing at the undulating shadows reflected in the shimmering water. I was taken aback to find that despite the loss of my vital energy, I remained in a youthful state. My muscles were well-defined, my skeletal structure robust and vigorous, and my blood coursed with vitality. In the realm of martial arts, my physique would rival that of a master at the pinnacle of vital energy cultivation. However, lacking various mystical techniques, I was merely a brute. Muttering to myself, I felt a shiver run through me. Indeed, I had once reached the apex of vital energy cultivation, touching upon realms beyond it. After a grievous injury sustained during my ascent, my vitality had waned, leaving me an ordinary person. Yet, having recuperated, my physical form had remarkably achieved such a level of prowess, not inferior to that of a peak cultivator. What mattered most was the vitality of my body, which resembled that of a 20-year-old. Do you comprehend the significance of a 20-year-old cultivator? Exhaling, I expelled the stagnant energy like an arrow into the vast ocean. My eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. My physique was indeed formidable. Although I had yet to engage in combat, I was certain that my corporeal form, as an ordinary person, was exceptionally powerful. Could it be that in this world, one could not cultivate vital energy, but only strengthen the body? As this thought arose, it was swiftly extinguished. It was impossible. I could still circulate my blood and extract inner energy. The air was rich with vital essence. It was inconceivable that no one could cultivate here. My gaze grew resolute. Perhaps it was the nature of the techniques from the lower realms that rendered them trivial in this world. If I persevered, I would undoubtedly discover a way to break through. With my body restored to its zenith, I had at least 80 years of life remaining, ample time to seek out a method of cultivation. Even if I could not find one, I would endeavor to create my own. Evidently, this place was favorable, teeming with hidden masters whose depths I could not fathom. Alas, the leader here held no fondness for me and insisted that I depart swiftly. With my current strength, I dare not provoke anyone. I had to leave this island post-haste. At dawn, I called out to the elder. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder. I have overstayed my welcome and am preparing to take my leave. I did not shy away from addressing Nanny in my words. She sprang up, exclaiming, "No, you are still injured." I replied, "Child, do you take pleasure in deceiving yourself?" Ignoring Nanny, I fixed my determined gaze upon the elder. He smiled brightly. "Very well. If you wish to depart, how do you intend to do so?" I felt a flush of embarrassment. Even in my prime, I struggled to remain suspended in the air for long. How much more difficult would it be now? This world was peculiar. I had encountered numerous technological marvels, even televisions, radios, electric lights, and computers, all present on this little island. Yet, I had not discovered any means of transport. There were cars, and even flying devices that hovered a meter or two above the ground. He inquired, noting that small aircraft have a limited range. rendering them impractical as means of reaching distant islands. He had not observed any sizable transportation vessels for such journeys. This further corroborated the notion that the villagers of this island were indeed formidable. He clasped his hands respectfully. Senior, I intend to fell some trees on the island to construct a small boat. Yi Luo felt an urgent need to venture out and seek a method to cultivate his skills. Anything rudimentary or introductory would suffice. The villagers here were wary of him and might be aware of his ascension, thus maintaining a cautious distance. Despite the perilous nature of the sea, he recognized the necessity of departing swiftly. Remaining here would only serve to enhance his physical strength, providing him no other advantages. That is out of the question, grandfather. I cannot agree to such a notion. The ocean is fraught with danger. For him, to leave the island would spell certain doom. Yi Luo's heart sank. It appeared that formidable creatures lurked within the depths of the sea. However, the elder chuckled amiably. Indeed, my granddaughter is correct. Yi Luo's cultivation palit. Surely not. The elder seemed to reconsider, contemplating the possibility of confining him to this island for eternity. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Luo's eyes as he deftly concealed himself. Reflecting on his earlier carelessness, his meager abilities would likely be dismissed as trifling by these experts. The flicker of anger he had just displayed might have provoked them, possibly leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, we do possess some vessels on our island, which I shall offer to you. Yi Luo was taken aback, staring incredulously at the elder. What is this? I cannot comprehend your intentions. Help him? Nanny stamped her foot, her face flushing with indignation. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? How can you allow him to leave? The outside world is fraught with peril, and he is so fragile. Nanny, it is his wish. We cannot impede him. If we can assist, we must. Do you expect him to fell trees and craft a vessel for the sea? That would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. No, grandfather, wouldn't it be better to have him stay? The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly produced a capsule from his pocket, tossing it to Yi Luo. Yi Luo caught it hastily, examining it with curiosity. What is this? It resembled a capsule medication from his previous life on Earth. Could it be some sort of magical artifact? I offer you the boat. What say you? The elder's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Luo. Nanny's demeanor was increasingly erratic. Once so compliant, her repeated objections now suggested she was entangled in a quagmire. This young man must, without delay, depart. Should he utter any further objections, the elder resolved to contact the authorities to have him apprehended. Grandfather, how can you act in such a manner? Nanny shot a fierce glance at the elder before turning to Yi Luo. You should disregard my grandfather. It is safer for you to remain on our island. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. Yi Luo internally rolled his eyes, realizing she was the most unstable element in the situation. Ignoring Nanny, he turned his attention back to the elder. This, with a slight raise of his hand, he revealed a capsule nestled in his palm. How does one use this? Upon uttering these words, both the grandfather and grandson stood frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as they gazed at Yi Luo. You do know how to use the universal capsule, don't you? Yi Luo furrowed his brow, and the expressions of the two revealed all that was unspoken. This item was indeed the much-talked-about universal capsule, seemingly a commonplace object in this realm, one that everyone ought to know how to operate. How does it work? You simply throw it away. If you wish to retrieve something, just toss an empty universal capsule, and that suffices. The universal capsule is a one-time use item. Yi Luo pondered for a moment before retracting the capsule and turning to leave the room. Hey, where are you going? Nanny called out, eager to follow. The old man, quick on his feet, caught her arm. Near, let him be. He has his own thoughts, and we must not interfere. Grandfather, he is a patient. Have you ever seen a patient with a rosy complexion wandering freely in the village, who can rise early to catch fish and grill them by the seaside? Nanny's mouth fell agape. That's true, none come to mind. No, it must be that we have not treated him well. He must be hungry, hence his desire to leave. The old man held on firmly to Nanny. My dear niece, we have already offered him the best we have. You are right, perhaps others might be dissatisfied. I even provided a boat. He merely turned and walked away. Do you still not understand? Nanny stood there, utterly crestfallen. How unfortunate. A living person comes, only to leave again. The island will soon fall into gloom once more. The old man observed his granddaughter's sudden loss of spirit and felt a pang of alarm. Near, you're only 13. There is no rush to marry. If you must, seek a person of impeccable background and remarkable ability. Nanny turned around abruptly, wide-eyed, staring at her grandfather. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? When did I ever express a desire to marry? Hearing their voices, Yi Luo swiftly maneuvered through the scattered houses and arrived at the shore. Clutching the universal capsule, he tossed it toward the sea. With a resounding boom, white mist enveloped the area, and as the smoke dissipated, a small steel boat emerged upon the water. Yi Luo trembled with excitement. A spatial treasure. Indeed, it was a spatial treasure. Its peculiar appearance mattered not. It was unequivocally a spatial treasure, accessible to anyone. The coexistence of technology and cultivation was hardly problematic. He was unaware of the extent of cultivation's prowess, having pursued martial arts to such a degree. Shifting his focus to technology was as effortless as eating and drinking for him. Bending his legs slightly, he unleashed his strength. With a whoosh, sand flew as Yi Luo shot forth like an arrow to the bow of the boat. Drawing upon vague memories, he entered the cabin. After a brief exploration, he figured out how to operate it. The small boat set off, leaving the shore behind, meandering aimlessly in search of a direction. Yi Luo settled into the chair in the control room. What an intriguing world this is, where technology intertwines with martial arts or even the pursuit of immortality. This realm is likely far more perilous than I had ever imagined. Yi Luo furrowed his brow as a faint silver light emanated from his body. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the deck of the ship, curling up and cradling his head. What has happened? A question slipped through clenched teeth as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Just before losing consciousness, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind, scanning host status. Chapter 5. The Appearance of the Turtle Immortal. Unaware of the passage of time, Yi Luo awakened from his stupor. He sat up abruptly, surveying his surroundings. A wooden cabin. A window stood ajar, and in the corner lay an ancient turtle, an exceptionally old one at that. Where am I? You're awake. The turtle spoke, its voice gruff. Yi Luo, taken aback, could only muster a look of confusion. You've startled me, the turtle continued. I'm a sea turtle, not just any turtle. Yi Luo sprang to his feet, retreating to the corner and eyeing the turtle with suspicion. He clasped his hands together and, adopting a more serious tone, said, My apologies, esteemed elder. I did not mean to be disrespectful. Anxiety bubbled within him. Could this creature be a demonic beast? Regardless of its nature, it was evidently a being capable of speech. The frail exterior belied a formidable strength that was entirely unfathomable to him. It was clear that this creature possessed power far beyond his own, an entity he could never hope to defeat. Yi Luo discreetly assessed his surroundings. The wooden cabin was furnished with various items used by humans. The old turtle before him might merely be toying with him, having transformed into its true form. Perhaps it was a predator, or even a creature intent on learning human ways, constructing a dwelling, and shedding its savage instincts. How vexing it was that upon awakening, he had spoken so carelessly, potentially offending this formidable being. In this underworld, having relied on his own strength and acted on impulse, he found himself in dire straits. Trapped in a den of dragons and tigers, his chances of survival seemed grim. In his next life, he vowed to tread more cautiously. Ye luo sikit inyardli. When the old sea turtle spoke again, You are quite peculiar, young one. To awaken and be so lively, your strength is commendable. Though he maintained a facade of innocence, a hint of wariness flickered in Yi Luo's eyes. After 80 years, he had ceased pretending to be youthful. Among the villagers on the island, he had only exercised caution in secret while presenting a demeanor of respectful composure. Yet, before this ancient creature of unknown strength, he felt compelled to act endearingly and remain humble. Perhaps if he were fortunate, the elder would consume him starting from the head, thus sparing him some anguish. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder. While I may appear youthful, I am in truth over 180 years old. This physique may seem tender, but it is far from delectable, Yi Luo remarked. To his dismay, he noticed the old turtle rolling its eyes in response. A wave of dread washed over him. He had spoken amiss. Is this truly the end? In times of desperation, one encounters many individuals. Even in ancient times, under the duress of formidable mental fortitude, one could still meet numerous youthful souls. Cough, cough. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, why ponder so much? It may very well be that my life ends here today. There is no need to hastily seek ascension. With 2 more decades to live, why yearn for the unknown realms? Now, alas, I have seen nothing and have succumbed to slumber. Perhaps today will mark the beginning of an eternal sleep. Oh dear, what is this commotion? A voice resonated, the wooden boards creaked, and footsteps approached, step by step. Clearly, someone was ascending. Yi Luo did not dare to be careless. Before him lay a sea turtle demon beast. Could it be that a mother sea turtle was coming up? Would the couple indulge themselves? The sound, however, seemed rather coarse. While lost in such thoughts, a blinding light emerged from the stairs of the wooden cabin. My goodness, such a large turtle head. Oh, you rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Luo felt a flash before his eyes. An elderly figure, diminutive in stature, with a bald head, two thick white brows, three tufts of white beard, donning sunglasses, carrying a turtle shell, and wielding a wooden staff, suddenly appeared before him. How swift! Yi Luo marveled internally, feeling a sense of relief. A human form. At least it offered some semblance of safety and comfort. Swift? The old man wore a dissatisfied expression. I am quite enduring. Yi Luo fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Another old man. Where are the young people in this world? Have they all perished? Each time I lose consciousness. It is an old man who rescues me. Where are the beautiful maidens? The long legs? The ample bosoms? Once again, he clasped his hands in greeting. Are you a human or a beast, senior? Huh. Both the old man and the sea turtle gaped in astonishment. Yi Luo's heart sank once more. Non-human. A normal human could not possibly open their mouth so wide, nearly reaching 20 centimeters down. Their forms appeared almost identical. The old man before him was likely a transformed sea turtle with unfathomable strength. You little rascal, how dare you curse this immortal? Yi Luo furrowed his brow. An immortal? Could it be that an animal has attained immortality? No wonder he sensed no hostility from either of them. Their appearances were not fierce or malevolent, and they had not attacked him while he was unconscious. Yi Luo had slain numerous wrongdoers, each reeking of malice. Yet, the old man and the sea turtle exuded an aura of tranquility. Well, aside from the old man's somewhat lecherous demeanor, imbued with a strong scent of desire, they did not seem like villains, bad beasts. He offered a sheepish smile. The immortal chuckled. You have lost your way in a vast ocean, suddenly awakened. Your mind in disarray. The old man murmured. Who are you? How did you come to be unconscious at sea? And where are you headed? A classic trio of inquiries. As the leaves fall, Yi Luo's eyes subtly shift, his mind racing with thoughts. The individual before him seems oblivious to his ascension, exhibiting no overt malice. With such an understanding, he finds himself with some maneuvering space. He bows once more, stating, all right, let us descend. We shall go outside for a leisurely chat on the beach. With that, the elderly man, bearing a turtle shell and leaning on a cane, ambles down the stairs. The old sea turtle casts a glance at Yi Luo, promptly following suit. Yi Luo remains vigilant. This world is exceedingly peculiar, and he is yet to grasp its intricacies. Descending from the bed, Yi Luo follows them down the stairs at a deliberate pace. A glance at the television in the hall reveals something strange. The omnipotent adhesive and the talking turtle could easily lead one to believe he has returned to his former world. The television appears little changed since the early 21st century when he departed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Luo acquires the information he seeks. Indeed, this world harmonizes martial arts with technology, housing numerous formidable martial artists. The elderly gentleman before him, known as the god of martial arts, the Turtle Sage, has lived for 3 centuries and possesses immense strength. Furthermore, Yi Luo gains the opportunity to cultivate within this realm, much to his delight. Any location for training is a blessing. His objective is to engage with the martial arts of this world and possibly develop a practice suited to his needs. Well, you are now informed. It is time to rest. Tomorrow marks the beginning of rigorous training. With a flick of his sunglasses, the Turtle Sage reclines on a beach chair, ignoring Yi Luo. Observing this, Yi Luo silently rises and departs, wandering alone to the beach behind the house, gazing at the undulating sea. What is that thing in my mind? Yi Luo's previous unconsciousness on the ocean's surface stemmed from that very entity. Upon awakening on Nanny's Island, he sensed something amiss. Despite his injuries, he paid them little heed. He had yet to study the phenomenon at sea when it reacted violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, Yi Luo withstood the wave, allowing him to awaken. Yi Luo is uncertain. Compared to the initial encounter, the entity in his mind has diminished by 1/10. Fortunately, this reduction is sufficient. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure the impact. It resembles the substances associated with ascension pathways. Could it be that the cleansing of ascension consists of such entities? What harm, if any, does it pose to my body? Is it the reason behind my inability to cultivate? With a deep, contemplative gaze, Yi Luo sits cross-legged and begins to circulate his vital energy. His thoughts remain ensnared in the depths of his mind as he closes his eyes. Suddenly, a luminous screen manifests before him, entirely blank. Yi Luo opens his eyes wide in astonishment. What is this? Curiously, he examines the screen, noting its simplicity, devoid of any content. The radiance resembles that emitted by a projector. Yi Luo pondered for an extended period, finding nothing upon its surface, and decided to disregard it altogether. He discerned that as long as he wished for it, this luminous veil could materialize and dissipate at will. It eluded the grasp of the external world, remaining invisible. It was as though his mental prowess transformed into a mere projection. Regardless, he resolved to pursue his cultivation. As long as his strength continued to amplify, these phantoms would ultimately vanish. With unwavering determination, he propelled his vital energy through his spiritual force, circulating it according to the prescribed techniques of qi cultivation. He was still unfamiliar with the teachings of the turtle sage. Even if the sage had consented to instruct him, hastily requesting the techniques could easily lead to complications. Such is the nature of the martial world. In this realm, one might surmise, is no different. Otherwise, why would there be so few martial artists? Cultivation is not achieved overnight, a notion Yi Luo had long since embraced. As long as he remained conscious, he would meditate and practice. Upon reaching the realm of qi condensation, he had even devised his own qi cultivation technique, making every posture a form of practice. Alas, he currently possessed no strength, save for a well-developed physical form, and he was uncertain when he would regain his previous capabilities. Moreover, he acknowledged that the efficiency of meditation was significantly superior. Naturally, Yi Luo aspired for a swift recovery. He believed that the physical body must have a limit to absorbing internal energy. He refused to accept that once filled, he would be incapable of cultivating internal energy. Chapter 6. A year and a half of cultivation, yet no energy. The following day, at 3 in the morning, Yi Luo stared at the turtle sage in astonishment. What? Cultivation is not a game. Why are you not up? With a swift motion, Yi Luo flung off the covers and sprang to his feet. He wished to call out master, but the words eluded him, leaving him to respond awkwardly instead. He thought to himself that once he mastered the techniques of this world, he would not be late in changing his address. Follow me. The turtle sage instructed without further elaboration, displaying no hint of emotion as he turned and descended the stairs. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Luo's eyes. To practice martial arts without refining one's skills is to waste a lifetime. He held his own interpretation of this adage. Here, skills encompassed not only techniques, but also foundational practices. This foundational work represented one's mastery over their own muscles and bones. The more refined, the better. The ability to control the flow of blood through specific meridians marked the beginning of true skill. Only after achieving a certain level of cultivation could one experience a surplus of spiritual energy. Consequently, one could not rely on mental force to propel the circulation of blood and condense internal energy. Instead, one must focus on training specialized movements to guide blood along designated meridians and acupoints, allowing for a more enduring and vigorous flow, ultimately giving rise to vitality. Vitality differs from internal energy, representing a unique stage prior to full cultivation. It offers a slight enhancement of personal attributes, easier to manipulate than blood. It serves as a precursor to the emergence of internal energy. Once internal energy is established, one can step through the gates of cultivation and command it to traverse the meridians. Following the prescribed cultivation route, one gradually fortifies the meridians and acupoints, thereby enhancing oneself. The notion that an ordinary individual could simply acquire a tome of divine prowess and effortlessly meditate in a cross-legged position is, in all likelihood, a rare occurrence among the general populace. Even the most gifted prodigies would find it exceedingly difficult. Is the turtle sage intending to impart upon me a unique path of cultivation within this realm? Yi Luo felt a surge of excitement as he trailed behind the turtle sage. Boarding a small vessel, he departed from the solitary island, venturing towards a larger landmass. However, as the turtle sage assigned training tasks, Yi Luo was taken aback. Is this truly it? Surely, there must be some special actions to guide the process. Such brute force cannot possibly suffice. If this method holds any merit, then any laborer in this world would likely rival a martial artist, perhaps even reaching the innate realm. After all, this world is abundant in vital energy. Entering the path of cultivation and breaking through to the innate stage should be as simple as eating and drinking. While achieving the strength of the Qi realm would undoubtedly be far less arduous, requiring much less time than in a world of martial arts. What is the meaning of this? Do you not wish to cultivate? Or are you intimidated by the training tasks? Witnessing the turtle sage puffing his cheeks and glaring, Yi Luo fell silent for a moment. Raising his head, his gaze sparkled with determination. Master Turtle Sage, you may not be aware of my circumstances, but I feel. Yi Luo's words trailed off as he observed the turtle sage stride towards a massive stone, towering at 2 meters high and 2 meters thick. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Could it be that the turtle sage was abandoning the teaching? As Yi Luo pondered how to salvage the situation, he saw the turtle sage lower his shoulders and brace his hands against the colossal rock. With a grunt, Yi Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. The stone, under the old man's immense strength, began to shift slowly. The boulder must weigh no less than 10 tons. The turtle sage, relying solely on his physical prowess, was able to move the 10-ton mass, akin to a small superhuman. Yi Luo's bidet quikened. This was pure physical strength, devoid of any energy assistance. Even at the peak of his ascension, moving such a stone would have cost him dearly. The turtle sage's physical power surely surpassed Yi Luo's peak capabilities. Truly, he is a martial artist from a world rich in vital energy. I shall train. I never said I wouldn't, Yi Luo declared. The turtle sage, unruffled and brimming with pride, clapped his hands. If I didn't showcase a fraction of my abilities, you would continue to doubt me. Yi Luo felt a bit sheepish. His skepticism was not rooted in disbelief, but rather in the perceived futility of the situation. However, the circumstances had changed drastically. With the turtle sage's formidable strength, how could he not recognize his own physical capabilities? This arrangement must possess profound significance. It is merely laying the foundation. He had done so before. Starting anew, his physical prowess had increased exponentially, and he hardly felt challenged by the training. All right, let's begin with a warm-up. Run 50 kilometers within 2 hours. Off you go, young man. With that, Yi Luo shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, kicking up 2 clouds of dust. As the leaves fell unnoticed, he began to move, and a peculiar substance within his mind rippled, shedding layers like peeling silk, merging into his being. A luminous flash flickered like an unstable current, appearing and vanishing, then reappearing only to disappear again in a ceaseless cycle. Remarkably, he remained oblivious to it all. The turtle sage shook his head bemused. This lad, with a formidable physique, had yet to harness his energy. He was straying from the path. A strange smile crept across his face. Ha! You may flaunt your prowess now, but soon enough, tears will fall. With that, he grasped his staff, donned his turtle shell, and leisurely began to run, his speed surprisingly comparable to that of the young man. Time ebbed away. Seasons changed. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the young man had diligently practiced and trained on the small island, benefiting from the cultivation technique and the abundant energy of this world. He relied solely on sustenance to recuperate from his training injuries, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation, his physical combat capabilities rivaling even the energy manifestation realm. Moreover, he bore no hidden injuries, embodying a harmonious unity. Even those of the innate realm were not entirely free from concealed afflictions, as such burdens hindered their cultivation. Yet, he was completely unencumbered, save for his inability to fly. One could say he had effectively returned to the energy manifestation realm. Additionally, those in the energy manifestation realm could not hover indefinitely. They merely utilized momentum for longer distances, creating a fleeting illusion of flight. On the island, he sat alone, cross-legged upon the thick branch of a towering tree. Come forth. With a swift motion, a radiant screen materialized before him, revealing a series of inscriptions. Name, Yi Luo. Realm, unknown, awaiting designation. Speed, 7, normal person 1. Progress, 79-100. Strength, 7, normal person 1. Progress, 89-100. Stamina, 7, normal person 1. Progress, 99-100. Energy, 1, normal person 1. Progress, 0-100. Mental power, 8, normal person 1. Progress, 6-100. Overall combat power, 30. Skills, martial arts techniques, fists, feet, palms, claws, and 18 weapons. Yi Luo's expression remained unchanged. This screen had displayed these words for half a year. After months of study, he had become adept at interpreting it. His daily activities, training, eating, and other necessities would enhance his progress. Upon reaching a full 100, the numerical values would increment by 1, serving as a proficiency template. His cultivation was not solely based on intuition. Rather, he could fully grasp his training progress through this luminous screen. Notably, these values did not merely accumulate indefinitely. Excessive training or self-inflicted injuries could cause regression in these numbers. Nevertheless, the progress bar posed no hindrance. Ever since the screen's values had appeared, his cultivation had surged forward with divine assistance. In just half a year, various metrics reached a remarkable equilibrium, experiencing a leap of 2 points. By the time the light curtain appeared, he had already managed to move the colossal boulder from earlier. As Luo showcased his abilities to the turtle sage, preparing to request the coveted martial arts techniques, the sage presented him with a 10-meter-high boulder, large enough for 5 individuals to encircle it. Luo, momentarily disheartened, resumed his training, albeit now burdened by an additional 300-kilogram metallic turtle shell. The energy remained obstinately stagnant, which was vexing. What could be the cause of this? Was it due to my earthly physique? I inquired of the turtle sage, who confirmed that others could cultivate their energy. However, whenever I questioned him about my own situation, he consistently remarked that my foundation was inadequate. Yet, my body had regained its youthful vigor, even achieving the combat prowess of the chi condensation stage. How could my foundational qualities still be deemed insufficient? Must all my metrics exceed 10 to successfully cultivate energy? Luo was troubled. Yet, there was another who bore an even greater burden. The turtle sage stood alone atop the mountain, gazing down at the dense forest below. It was truly perplexing. This young man possessed a physical strength that surpassed my own, yet he could not harness chi. Without the capacity to contain chi, he could not utilize various martial arts skills, thus limiting his path in martial arts. Should I continue to train him? The sage's beard quivered as his mood darkened, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Alas, how could such an anomaly exist? The Bull Demon King and Gohan had not posed such complications, despite their significant disparity in strength. They had both cultivated chi early on. Now, I faced this considerable dilemma. Would my reputation as the god of martial arts be tarnished this time? The turtle sage's eyes sparkled with a myriad of thoughts. Yet his own martial arts training lacked a systematic approach, making it impossible to discern a suitable solution. Chapter 7. Departure, Divergent Paths of Cultivation. Why was this individual so obsessed with martial arts techniques? What are techniques, after all? Can they be consumed? Or is it that, with techniques, Luo could finally harbor chi within himself? Having lived for 3 centuries and encountered true immortals, I was well aware of the existence of such techniques. The turtle sage furrowed his brow, fixated on the figures leaping among the trees in the forest, exuding an air of helplessness. After a year and a half of practice, Luo remained unable to cultivate internal energy. He could not find a sense of calm. His physical form devoured energy without restraint, growing ever stronger. Luo felt that if he did not swiftly discover a method to cultivate internal energy, he might never be able to harness chi in this lifetime. This was a deeply interconnected issue. The stronger the body, the more voracious it became in consuming energy, thereby diminishing the likelihood of cultivating internal energy. Time could not be squandered here. The turtle sage's training methods were beneficial, yet also a constraint. Only by harmonizing the 3 aspects of spirit, essence, and energy as I had before could I progress further. There was nothing inherently wrong with solely cultivating the physical body. After enduring 3 trials alongside his companions, Luo, unwilling to concede defeat, sought the wisdom of the turtle sage. He discovered that all energy was directed towards his physical form, rendering him unable to accumulate internal power. His mental strength overshadowed by his corporeal existence. Solely focusing on the cultivation of the body revealed inherent limitations. As a former pinnacle of strength in his realm, Luo could not accept merely following a singular path. Over the past 18 months, he gained profound insights into this world, which he learned was also called Earth, reminiscent of his first life. The distinction lay in the presence of sentient beings beyond humanity, including turtle elders, dog-headed men, and tiger-headed beings. This Earth belonged to an expansive federation governed by a king. The most advanced in technology was undoubtedly the Universal Capsule, which was also the most lucrative enterprise. In martial arts, the renowned turtle sage was celebrated as a deity of combat. Yet, Luo mused that while the sage's prowess surpassed his own, it was not by a significant margin. Furthermore, the turtle sage, aside from the early period of training, spent the majority of his time engrossed in watching various alluring dances on television, losing sight of purpose and failing to impart genuine martial arts techniques. Luo worried that remaining under these circumstances would lead him astray. With a surge of determination, he leaped onto the rocky terrain, creating indentations with his feet, and ascended to stand beside the turtle sage. "You have arrived. Have you completed your training for today?" the sage inquired. Yi Luo's gaze was resolute. Master, Turtle Sage, I believe this path is merely wasting my time. I intend to travel the world. The sage, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of ancient wisdom. Indeed, the path of martial arts encompasses a myriad of experiences. Yi Luo nodded, but hesitated, scrutinizing the sage's serious demeanor, which startled him. He shook his head. Whatever the turtle sage intended was no longer of concern to him. His decision was made. He would certainly depart. Master Turtle Sage, is there truly no technique available? None. The sage replied emphatically, without hesitation. Yi Luo felt a profound sense of disappointment. Had he still not earned the sage's trust? Over the past 18 months, he had endeavored to practice various techniques, even attempting to innovate anew. Yet it proved futile. Traditional methods, and even his own creations generated internal energy. But as soon as it manifested, his physical form absorbed it entirely, leaving Yi Luo powerless to retain it. He could only watch helplessly as his efforts bore no fruit. Yi Luo remained oblivious to the root of his predicament. He pondered whether it could be related to the substance within the ascension channel in his mind. Setting aside the fact that he had no means to investigate it, the very substance had vanished from his consciousness, leaving him with no choice but to seek external solutions. He possesses unwavering confidence. As long as he can cultivate inner energy within himself, he will be able to harness and amplify it, ultimately achieving a state of chi mastery. He may even draw upon the vast cosmic energy of this world to condense an energy far surpassing mere chi. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, yet the abyss beneath him is so profound that it feels insubstantial, rendering any footing impossible. He must forge his own path. Before paving the way, he must first fill this immense chasm at his feet. Cultivation will allow him to accumulate energy within. Yet he finds himself unable to do so. Yi Luo paused, pondering the nature of chi. Could it be true chi or spiritual energy? His gaze gradually sharpened with clarity. This was the first time Master Turtle had imparted such wisdom. Previously, regardless of his inquiries, the master had only urged him to train, insisting that there were no cultivation techniques. Would training the body truly lead to the accumulation of chi? If that were the case, would not all laborers be capable of generating chi within themselves and becoming martial artists? Master Turtle turned halfway to face Yi Luo. It is not so simple. Every being is innately endowed with chi. However, this chi merely sustains life, allowing one to exist normally. The phrase "a person lives by a breath" refers to the vital breath of life. The loss of this breath signifies the departure of life energy, marking death. Chi is neither extraordinary nor unique. Every individual possesses it. Yet, it is exceptionally significant as it constitutes the essence of all life and the source of power. To transcend the ordinary, one must generate more chi than that which is innately provided. One must first extract every ounce of strength from within, and then timely replenish energy, utilizing the body to absorb energy and give birth to new chi. With the restoration of old chi and the emergence of new chi, the human body can accumulate another form of energy. Once this energy is birthed, it will not vanish. It will remain within the body, circulating and evolving. This is the fundamental basis of an individual's strength. A powerful martial artist can harness chi to absorb even more energy and utilize it effectively. Yi Luo listened intently. These theories diverge significantly from those in the martial arts realm. While the martial arts world also recognizes chi, it is fundamentally different. It is refined essence. Though they may sound similar, in reality, they are worlds apart. The chi spoken of by Master Turtle is indeed the essence of life, embodying an individual's will, spirit, and fundamental strength. In the realm of martial arts, the essence of life is singular. All power relies on the physical body supported by this essence, converting energy and spirit. Mortals possess limited capabilities, and the most accessible method for them lies in refining and accumulating energy through the absorption of external forces via their physical bodies. This is also one of the most flourishing paths of cultivation. A select few may directly cultivate spiritual power to attain formidable strength, a method Yi Luo does not possess. Such mastery requires profound knowledge and a deep comprehension of the natural order. In other words, one must attain a certain level of enlightenment regarding the cosmos to directly cultivate spiritual energy. As for energy itself in the martial arts world, no one can conjure energy from thin air. To put succinctly, the chi of this world is far more potent than the chi he encountered before his ascension to the martial arts realm. According to the words of the Turtle Sage, The essence of this world as qi is nearly omnipotent. Essentially, a single strand of qi represents a life force. This energy is likely essential even to deities. But how can this be possible? Are mortals, ordinary martial artists, and gods merely different manifestations of the same energy? The martial arts realm also distinguishes between internal qi, internal power, true qi, and formidable qi, which are not merely variations in terminology. Each strand of power possesses a fundamental disparity. Is it true that deities are merely more powerful practitioners? Yiluo cannot help but harbor doubts. He is skeptical. No matter how abundant the cotton, it cannot slice through iron. You are quite unique, the turtle sage sighed. Yiluo felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed an impending calamity. The inability to cultivate internal power may indeed be linked to the qi that the turtle sage spoke of. Each time he practiced, he nearly pushed himself to the limit. Yet, his body can autonomously absorb the qi present in the air. This should be a positive attribute, but he is incapable of rapidly acquiring energy in significant bursts. This is due to his body being fatigued to the extreme. The original life force will not automatically begin to recover under such intense pressure. This is typically not a significant issue. Everyone faces the same predicament. Without self-recovery, one would perish. However, your recovery speed, the turtle sage's expression turned peculiar, is alarmingly swift. Yiluo felt a wave of confusion. He recalled having mentioned to the turtle sage a year and a half ago that his recovery was excessively rapid, precluding the conditions necessary for the birth of a second strand of qi. This is one of the reasons why you have been unable to harbor energy within you. A thought flickered in Yiluo's mind. One of the reasons? Then there must be a second and a third. Furthermore, as your physical body grows increasingly formidable, it becomes ever more challenging to reach the limits through mere training. Coupled with your astonishing recovery speed, well, you understand. Even Yiluo, with his remarkable composure, felt on the verge of a breakdown. You understand? He thought. What do you understand? Imnosaja. On the contrary, he comprehended nothing at all. The implications of the turtle sage's words dawned upon Yiluo, and his countenance darkened. So, you mean to say that I cannot generate qi within me? Indeed, the turtle sage replied. The technique you mentioned is unfamiliar to me. Why does cultivation require a technique? Yiluo was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! The turtle sage's assertions seemed unassailable. Everyone was alike. They strained their physical bodies to automatically produce a second strand of qi, which would then accumulate continuously. It indeed seemed unnecessary to rely on such a technique. In this world, where the vital energy is abundant, their cultivation is as simple as eating or drinking, perhaps only slightly more challenging than running. Well, he mused. Running to the limit can indeed generate a second strand of qi. This thought was disheartening. If that were the case, Yiluo truly found himself at a loss. With no other recourse, he could only pose one final question, satisfying his curiosity. Chapter 8. The Potent Kamehameha and the Underestimation of Yiluo. Kame Sanin, may I glimpse the energy you speak of? Kame Sanin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acquiescence. After a year and a half of training, Yiluo still exhibited such remarkable talent. Allowing him a glimpse seemed inconsequential, despite Kame Sanin's internal skepticism regarding Yiluo's ability to discern anything substantial. After all, if one could not comprehend the nuances of cultivation, how could they perceive its essence? Nonetheless, what if he could? Very well, follow me, Kame Sanin declared, his robes fluttering dramatically. Yiluo felt a jolt within. The aura emanating from Kame Sanin was undeniably that of a martial arts deity. Was he about to fly? As he pondered this, a rush of wind swept past, and darkness enveloped his vision. Foolish child, he muttered under his breath. Kame Sanin, the old rascal, had leapt from a mountaintop, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud that sent dust billowing into the air. This was hardly the celestial demeanor one would expect from an immortal. Yiluo felt his mental energy surge forth in irritation, but quickly steadied his focus, lightening his form. In a few deft movements, he descended gracefully from the 30-jong precipice. Kame Sanin's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly lacked the art of aerial maneuvering. In comparison to Yiluo, he appeared quite disheveled. Yiluo remained silent, intently observing Kame Sanin. Before departing, he wished to gauge this so-called energy. Surely, it would provide him with invaluable insight. Come with me. Kame Sanin gestured, propelling himself forward with the force of cannonball. Yiluo's gazes sharpened. In that fleeting moment, he sensed something amiss. Kame Sanin's physical prowess could not possibly match his own. That earlier velocity would require all of Yiluo's strength to replicate. With sinews taut, He unleashed his power, shooting forth like an arrow, closely trailing Kame Sennin. Just moments prior, a unique energy had circulated within Kame Sennin, augmenting his speed. The two, one heavy set and the other swift, raced ahead with equal ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they had covered several hundred meters, the air filled with the cacophony of startled birds and swirling dust. In a mere instant, they traversed 20 li, arriving at the coastline. With a sudden halt, Kame Sennin came to a stop at the sandy shores of a small island, grains of sand swirling around him. Yiluo followed closely, abruptly pausing approximately 3 meters to Kame Sennin's left. Curiosity piqued, he observed in silence as Kame Sennin shed his shell and outer garments, revealing a frail physique. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, his focus intensified. Energy, breath quickening, Yiluo fixed his unwavering gaze upon Kame Sennin. A powerful energy surged forth from within the old master, a force he had never detected in a year and a half of training. Astonishingly, it enveloped him in an instant, surpassing even the peak of the Ganshi realm. How is this possible? Moreover, Kame Sennin's body, typically frail and depleted, with weak meridians and acupoints, should not harbor such immense energy. Why, then, was there such a vast reservoir of power concealed within him? The Dantian? No, that couldn't be it. Yiluo pondered incessantly, unable to fathom the enigma, his gaze fixed intently on Kame Sennin. How curious, truly extraordinary. As the murmurs faded, Master Rashi positioned his hands in a flower-like formation to his right, close to his body. Yiluo felt a tremor coursing through him, a colossal energy, so immense that even a mere leaf falling could evoke a shiver, surged from Master Rashi's limbs into his palms. Yiluo dared not underestimate this moment. It could be a rare opportunity to cultivate the techniques of this world. Once missed, he knew not when another chance would arise. His breath quickened, his spirit heightened, as he endeavored to uncover Master Rashi's secrets. Master Rashi's loud call captured Yiluo's attention. Turtle. No, the energy condensed further, becoming swifter. School. The energy within him boiled, hastening toward his palms. Technique. The energy spun, compressed, and was unleashed from his palms with devastating force. A dazzling radiance erupted from the flower-like formation of Master Rashi's hands. Yiluo was left speechless, his eyes fixated on the scene before him. A chasm, 10 zhang wide and 100 zhang high, loomed in his vision, the far end obscured. Master Rashi's strike had effortlessly conjured this spectacle. What was this? Yiluo's mind reeled. Such power was beyond the realm of the Qi condensation stage, perhaps even surpassing the earthly fiend stage. The earthly fiend stage, a tier he speculated to be above the Qi condensation, represented a transcendence of life itself, a refinement of the Earth's essence, purifying one's very bones and blood, ultimately reaching an extraordinary state. Such a realm should not be capable of unleashing such a terrifying assault. Boom! The towering wall of seawater, deprived of its sustaining force, collapsed, crashing upon the ocean's surface with a thunderous roar. Water cascaded down like a waterfall upon Yiluo and Master Rashi. Yiluo stood immobile like a mountain, his gaze fixed upon Master Rashi, yet his eyes held no glimmer of life. At that moment, his spirit seemed to wander beyond the heavens. As the water enveloped him, Yiluo yolte davake. No, the method by which Master Rashi wielded his energy was distinctly different from conventional martial arts. This martial path was not the same as that. Yiluo regarded Master Rashi with a profound gaze, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. He understood now. Master Rashi had not deceived him. At least, his cultivation was genuine. He had honed his body to its limits, using nourishment to give birth to his second breath. With this breath as the seed and his body as the soil, he accommodated more energy. No wonder Master Rashi bore the weight of age while carrying his turtle shell. Yiluo's gaze shifted to the turtle shell. Now, half buried in the sand, his expression inscrutable. Weighing over 100 jin, it had been discarded by Master Rashi. And combined with the recent explosive energy that stirred the sand, it was mostly submerged. In this world, the essence of life was abundant. Yet martial arts appeared to be a barren wasteland. Master Rashi had not misled him. Rather, Yiluo felt a sense of disappointment. In his eyes, the martial path of this world was profoundly primitive. Relying solely on the abundant essence of the universe, one can effortlessly absorb vast amounts with each breath. As Yiluo experienced a moment of disappointment, the wheezing voice of the turtle sage broke the silence. Well then, young one, have you grasped the essence? Instinctively, Yi Luo nodded, only to shake his head moments later as his awareness returned. In this world, rich in vitality, there was no need for the elaborate trappings characteristic of martial realms. Through relentless self-cultivation, one could naturally absorb the omnipresent and bountiful energy of the cosmos. In Yi Luo's eyes, this path of cultivation relied solely on the renewed vitality of the universe, abundant in energy. However, should calamity befall the realm in countless years to come, the diminishing energy would render cultivation exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, this method of practice could swiftly enhance one's combat prowess. With sufficient diligence, one might obliterate stars and shatter the earth within mere decades, yet would never transcend the inherent limitations of one's race. The human body is but a vessel, and the essence contained within is merely the substance within that vessel. Strength hinges on one's innate lineage and the ability to absorb sufficient vitality. In this world, no one had yet learned to harness this essence to refine themselves and attain transcendence. Such transcendence was not an overt manifestation of combat strength, but a profound expression of life's essence. This was akin to the transformation of carbon into diamond or graphene. The cultivation Yi Luo sought represented a leap from carbon to nitrogen, or even from carbon to silicon, a fundamentally different paradigm. What was I contemplating? This ought to be a nascent realm, brimming with vitality and boundless in expanse, where the beings here held no need for such complexities. Perhaps the myriad rules were incomplete. With countless parallel dimensions, temporal chaos, and the seamless interplay of yin and yang, rendering cultivation unobstructed, they naturally had no need for any particular techniques. Or perhaps the turtle sage, despite his formidable strength, was merely immortal within this world, unqualified to access the methods of cultivation, simply a powerful being among the ordinary. Yi Luo mused, dismissing the notion of storing energy within the body as beneath his regard. If energy storage could refine the physical form, he might have entertained some interest. However, this crude method held no value for him. What significance is there in obliterating a star? Can one truly extend life for 5 centuries? In the lower realms, he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm, harmonizing essence, spirit, and energy, allowing for a lifespan of 5 centuries. By comparison, this world seemed woefully weak. Yet, wait, wasn't the turtle sage said to have lived for over 300 years? This suggested that this world surely harbored extraordinary powers of which he was unaware. Yi Luo's gaze flickered, his thoughts swirling like a tempest, unraveling the threads of mystery surrounding the world. Alas, his limited experience prevented him from seeing through it all. What are you mumbling about, young one? Nothing. The confusion in Yi Luo's eyes dissipated, replaced by a faint smile. Indeed, formidable. The turtle sage smirked, his words insincere. Yi Luo's disdain did not escape his notice. He perceived it all too clearly. The boy, with audacity, sought to deceive and coax the venerable elder of 3 centuries. It was utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, Master Rashi began to don his garments at a leisurely pace. What are your thoughts? You intend to depart? Yi Luo's gaze was resolute. He wished to venture forth and explore a broader, more vibrant world. With a youthful physique and spirited vitality, he still had time on his side. Yi Luo believed that once he took the first step, he would swiftly transcend to new heights. Chapter 9. The Human City. Bulma to the rescue. Ultimately, Yi Luo set off alone, seated in a small boat, gazing at the vast and boundless sea. He lamented his own insignificance, a mere ephemeral being in the grand cosmos, a single grain in the immense ocean. Yet, he would grow stronger throughout his lifetime. My existence, my 2 lives, cannot be measured in mere moments, nor can it be compared to that fellow, Su Shi. As Yi Luo chuckled lightly, the boat surged forward with increased speed, slicing through the waves and swiftly disappearing from sight. On the sandy shores of the southern city, after 2 months, Yi Luo finally set foot upon the beach. Absurdly, a formidable being of the Qi-gathering realm had managed to lose his way at sea. How careless! Yi Luo reached into his robe and retrieved a universal capsule, tossing it towards a small boat. With a soft bong, a capsule floated upon the water's surface. With a swift motion, he propelled himself 100 meters away. In his palm, a capsule settled quietly. He tucked it away, giving it a gentle pat before departing with panache. In the woods behind the beach, a 12 or 13-year-old boy rubbed his eyes incessantly. Goodness, have I encountered a ghost? Yet, there was a shadow. The figure had indeed arrived by boat. Could he be a powerful martial artist? Wow, Mama, I've seen a living martial artist. Yi Luo sleeps tight. Pretending not to hear, he slipped away into the dense forest. Traversing mountains and rivers on foot, Yi Luo finally entered the bustling metropolis of humanity. Observing the ceaseless throngs, the vibrant displays, listening to the cacophony of voices, and inhaling the potent, transformed aromas, Yi Luo felt as though he had stepped into another realm. Were it not for the distinctive architecture and the myriad flying vehicles soaring above the city, he might have believed he had returned to the present world. This world is truly splendid, so magnificent indeed. Yi Luo, lost in reverie, wandered alone along the streets. Unbeknownst to him, he had strayed into a secluded alley. His gaze sharpened as he warily regarded the encroaching youths with hair of various hues. He dared not underestimate the situation. In this world, he could not discern the strength of others. Confidence was one thing. Being careless and sustaining injury would be folly. Lost in thought, a group of young individuals brandished various implements, approaching Yi Luo with sinister grins. "Hey there, we've been watching you for quite some time. We're here to rob you. Ha ha. Oh, eh. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo felt a dark thread of unease. Was he being overly cautious? This group of individuals appeared anything but formidable. Muscles tensed, he cast a cold smirk at the one with yellow hair, who spoke up. "You intend to rob me? Are you certain? Speak less nonsense, and quickly produce something of value." A knife shows no mercy. Observing the menacing expressions of his adversaries, Yi Luo felt profound disappointment. This place was not as splendid as he had imagined. Just as he was about to act, a flying vehicle descended above them. "Stop!" The clear voice of a young girl rang out. The vehicle slowly landed, and before the doors could open, a girl tumbled out, glaring fiercely at the group of youths. "What? Alila Jiru, aren't you still in diapers? Oh, you need your daddy to carry you, yet you dare meddle in others' affairs. Do you think you're a police officer?" The young men laughed derisively. The girl's face flushed with anger as she reached into her pocket and produced a universal capsule. With a click, a submachine gun appeared in her hands. "If you don't leave, I'll unleash a barrage, and you'll all be finished." The group of would-be robbers froze momentarily, then fled in a panic, crying for help. Yi Luo silently observed this scene without intervening. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Don't you know to run?" the girl said in her childish voice. Yi Luo studied her from the foot of the mountain. She appeared to be no more than 5 years old, yet her presence was undeniably commanding. "Huh, those fellows were feeble. They couldn't team-match me." Finding the situation amusing, Yi Luo smiled softly and offered a brief explanation. The girl shot him a fierce glare. "You boastful one." There were a group of 7 or 8, armed with knives. Yi Luo chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. "Thank you," he said before turning to leave. "Hey, why are you dressed so poorly?" the girl asked curiously. "Oh, I just emerged from a deserted island, with nothing to my name." "How pitiful," she remarked. Yi Luo maintained his gaze, poised to depart. "Would you like to come to my house?" She raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" "Uft, I'm the second daughter of a universal capsule group. Who would dare lay a hand on me?" the girl declared confidently. Yi Luo's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. He certainly recognized the universal capsule group. The capsules in his possession were produced by that very company. What kind of second daughter was she, so young yet out on her own? Moreover, this place was leagues away from the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group in the West Capital. How could she possibly be here? "Don't believe me?" The small girl, wise beyond her years, perceived his skepticism. Yi Luo was genuinely astonished. His current demeanor has led him to eliminate many trivial gestures. Most of the time, he maintains an air of tranquility. Even when expressing emotions such as laughter or anger, it is merely a facade. His genuine thoughts rarely manifest on the surface, and any outward signs are fleeting. It is indeed remarkable that this little girl can perceive his innermost feelings. "You are quite perceptive," he acknowledges. The girl immediately stands proudly with her hands on her hips. "Of course. After all, I am the genius girl Bulma." "Oh, and what brings the illustrious second miss of the Capsule Corporation, Miss Bulma, to this remote town of South City?" Bulma's expression sours, her lips pouting. "It's all because of my father, that stubborn old man. He insists that I attend school with a bunch of little brats. Oomph. This genius lady has no desire to waste time with those fools. I completed all that nonsense by the age of 1. Yi Luo begins to understand. This young girl possesses a mature intellect, unlike the typical children of ordinary families. The Capsule Corporation cannot be ruled out. Perhaps out of admiration, she instinctively raises her status as the second miss of the corporation. Even if she were to run away from home, it is certain that someone would follow her. It is inconceivable to allow her to roam freely. You are quite ambitious, he remarks. Umph. Indeed, I shall never be a servant. Yeluochakles softly. At such a tender age, she has yet to experience the harsh realities of life. What do you find amusing? Bulma glares at him with a sharp gaze. Her eyes darting, she relents, fine, fine. Since I saved you, you can accompany me to explore. Yi Luo has no intention of indulging her. Em sorry, but I have a hearty appetite, and you cannot afford to support me. What? Bulma's eyes widen in disbelief. That is not just an apology. That is an insult to me. The Capsule Corporation has yet to encounter someone we cannot support. She retorts with a tone of indignation. Ye luo displace a peculiar simile. Her assertion is rather intriguing. He concedes that he feels a twinge of interest. He is not as obstinate as she might think. Before his strength improved, he had engaged in various schemes and deceptions, reveling in mischief. At that time, as a modern man, his impulsive nature had yet to be tempered. He had even experimented with living off others a few times. Martial arts. One must be wealthy in skill. Without some capital, one cannot thrive. Back then, his modern consciousness, coupled with a frail physique and poor appetite, made it beneficial to rely on others for sustenance. Now, Yi Luo is in slightly better shape, but not by much. Resources are one thing. This young girl clearly comes from a well-off family. What household allows a 5-year-old girl to drive around freely? He surmises that food is likely no concern for her. It is essential to acquire a wealth of knowledge about this world. The remote mountains and deep forests have their charm, yet everything necessitates personal effort, which can be somewhat troublesome. Very well, I shall accompany you, and in return, I will ensure your safety. Bulma flashed a grin, revealing her teeth. Hey you, how shameless! With that slight frame of yours, I could pierce you with a single shot. Who is protecting whom remains to be seen. Yi Luo chose not to elaborate. His physical prowess far surpassed that of these armed individuals. Most firearms posed negligible threats to him. The notion of bullets traveling swiftly within 7 steps was utterly inconceivable to him. Were it not for the fact that his inner energy had yet to be restored, Yi Luo would not even need to evade. Let us continue our flight, he declared. Bulma, surprisingly trusting, turned and scrambled onto the flying vehicle, her legs flailing. Chapter 10. Journey to West City. Verification of Bulma's identity. Rascal, why aren't you helping me, miss? Bulma exclaimed, exasperated and anxious. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. With a swift motion, he unleashed his muscle power, creating a gust of wind that lifted Bulma effortlessly. Her face flushed as she struggled, her feet kicking in a frenzy. In a flash, she managed to clamber onto the flying vehicle, breathing heavily and glaring at Yi Luo. Hey, you're supposed to be my bodyguard. Why aren't you assisting me? Yi Luo's eyes twinkled with amusement. You claimed you would protect me. Yet here you're asking for my aid. Besides, a bodyguard is meant to ensure your safety, not to perform tasks for you. Idiot, Bulma retorted. Yi Luo lightly tapped his toes, and his body floated gracefully into the vehicle like a willow seed drifting in a breeze. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you I? Ah, Miss Bulma of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Haven't you witnessed such a feat before? Bulma pouted. Ultimately, she was still young, having spent most of her time buried in books. Yi Luo's display genuinely astonished her. TCH, merely a martial artist? What is there to boast about? Once I develop formidable biotechnological advancements, I shall surpass you martial artists through genetic evolution. Come on, Mississippi fool. Do not call me miss, refer to me as Bulma. Being young and yet untouched by the harsh realities of society, she did not strongly oppose the name. Yi Luo gazed out at the descending scenery, lost in contemplation. Bulma likely had never witnessed that earlier scene, yet she was aware of martial artists. In human society, martial artists must be quite renowned, known by the majority. Such a thought stirred ripples within Yi Luo's tranquil mind. There was no way to reach Master Roshi. But was there a possibility of encountering someone formidable in the human realm? Often, the depth of influence surpasses individual imagination. They may not be powerful, yet the cultural heritage within their factions is astonishing. In the realm of martial arts, Yi Luo once annihilated a family that had endured for 2 millennia. This family, obscure within the martial world, harbored 4 innate-level warriors, with the eldest among them having lived for 160 years. It is hard for outsiders to fathom. In the martial community, even those who break through to the innate level and reach its zenith seldom live to see 3 generations, let alone 180 years. The practice of martial arts depletes one's foundational essence, affecting the core of life itself. While innate energy may replenish a portion, complete restoration remains elusive. Living to the age of 140 or 150 is already beyond most people's imagination, and reaching 160 is even harder to conceive. One can only contemplate the profound heritage of such families. At times, individual strength does not necessarily surpass that of a formidable force. In terms of knowledge and heritage, the gap is substantial. Yi Luo, having integrated various divine arts to create his own cultivation technique, would not dare claim superiority over the vast hidden knowledge possessed by others. Some knowledge is passed down through exceedingly strict and secretive traditions, of which Yi Luo may not even be aware. Thousands of years of accumulation cannot be easily shaken by him, nor by the world's foremost individuals or deities. Shaking his head, he cast aside the myriad distractions in his mind. The past is not worth revisiting. One must always look forward. The pressing matter at hand is to refine his internal energy. Whether it be inner energy or vital energy, Yi Luo is not particular. In this world, where the essence of a universe is abundant, his physical body possesses the potential for formidable energy without sustaining any harm. After absorbing this energy, he believes he can perfect the realm of malevolence and subsequently create further stages. If he can draw upon this world to refine his martial path, Yi Luo would be overjoyed. Hey, where are we going? Bulma's dissatisfied voice interrupted Yi Luo. A hint of astonishment crossed Yi Luo's face. Are you asking me? Who else would it be? You are my bodyguard, after all. A bodyguard is not a secretary. Besides, aren't you supposed to be fleeing? If you don't want to escape, you can always go back. If you don't want to flee, why not wander around? I just want to eat until I'm full. And I'm not picky, she retorted playfully. Baka, Bulma exclaimed, continuing to maneuver the flying car. What kind of person am I? Shouldn't you be driving? Why is the universe's most incredibly intelligent, beautiful, kind, and adorable Bulma behind the wheel? I feel like a mere chauffeur. I'm not old. I will always be young, forever 18. Yi Luo was speechless. Bulma must be only 5 years old. Yet she speaks of being eternally 18. What is so great about being 18? At 28, one is at the pinnacle of normalcy. 18 is hardly a stage of complete development. As a martial artist, Yi Luo looked down upon youthfulness. He set aside his thoughts and focused intently on Bulma driving. In just a little over 10 minutes, Yi Luo comprehended everything and learned to operate this so-called flying car. He did not make a fuss. Driving could never compare to the comfort of being a passenger. Unnecessary as it may seem, Yi Luo still prefers to savor the moment. Hey, how formidable are you among martial artists? Bulma chattered incessantly, embodying both a talkative spirit and an inquisitive child, never pausing for a moment. Yi Luo remained inscrutable. I don't know. How can you not know? Well, indeed I don't, as I've been cultivating in deep, secluded mountains. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you refrain from making a move. No wonder you are oblivious to so much. It's understandable that you doubt my identity as Bulma. Yi Luo's expression grew peculiar as Bulma discerned his skepticism regarding her status as the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation. There was no malice in his concealment. Yet Bulma's sharp wit was undeniable. But when had he ever shown disbelief in her identity? You claim to be a pair of underpants? No. Y árbol no disvalías. Ah, martial arts training. Isn't it fascinating? Well, daily extreme training suffices. What constitutes extreme training? Bulma turned her head, gazing at Yi Luo with curiosity. Be careful. You don't believe in my abilities? In the midst of their banter, Bulma, without glancing back, manipulated the steering wheel, causing the front of the vehicle to lift. Soaring higher and gradually assuming a rocket-like posture, ascending into the sky. Forget it. If you doubt me, I shall take you back to West City and prove it. Yi Luo remained indifferent, assuming she was merely sulking. Little did he know, Bulma indeed led him straight towards West City. Yi Luo enjoyed ali susuri giorni, indulging in food and drink while absorbing knowledge. Master Rashi's teachings lacked a systematic approach to martial arts, and his understanding of external technology was even more limited. Seizing the opportunity to be accompanied by a long-term benefactor, Yi Luo certainly did not intend to squander it. Notably, Bulma, in her quest to keep Yi Luo occupied, would deliberately steer into chaotic districts whenever they paused in the city. Yi Luo did not hold back. He taught those foolish enough to seek trouble a lesson. Unfortunately, the adversaries they encountered were far too weak to pique his interest. There were a few so-called martial artists, but Yi Luo found them pitifully weak, merely stronger than ordinary folk. Their bodies had not reached their limits and had not generated any new energy. Their journey saw them wandering for half a month, until one day, a city comparable in size to the one he had lingered in for 3 days came into view. How about that? We've arrived in West City. and soon you'll be able to verify my identity. Are you excited? Nervous? Anxious? Afraid? Yi Luo paid no heed to Bulma, his gaze fixed on the distinctly different West City, a glimmer of eagerness illuminating his eyes. Throughout their travels, the martial artist had failed to arouse any interest in Yi Luo. However, the technology Bulma spoke of captured his attention immensely. He yearned to explore whether he could discover a path forward in the realm of technology. Master Rashi stated that his body cannot produce a limit. Instead, it automatically absorbs the vital energy from the air to compensate. Could technology achieve this? Is a vacuum feasible? What about high pressure? If all else fails, could one absorb a vast amount of vital energy at once, forcing a new energy to emerge? These questions elude the knowledge of martial arts. Perhaps science holds the answer. For the past half-month, whenever he had the chance, Yi Luo immersed himself in books, voraciously consuming knowledge. With his exceptional mental acuity, surpassing the norm by a remarkable margin, he absorbed information with remarkable ease. In just a short span, he mastered a considerable amount of foundational knowledge, most of which pertained to biochemistry. However, as he delved deeper, he began to encounter certain challenges. This world indeed boasted technology far superior to that of his previous life on Earth, yet remained constrained by many technological limitations, hindering significant breakthroughs. Human society, whether on one Earth or the other, has developed to a point where the interconnectivity of knowledge is profoundly intricate. Any weakness in the chain could stifle overall technological advancement. Unlike martial arts, where singular genius can create even stronger realms of practice until the world reaches its limits and strives to break free, technological breakthroughs require a collective effort from a cadre of elite scientists. Why are you like this? Chapter 11. The Peculiar Brief Family. Yi Luo turned his head to look. What do you mean? Bulma's expression faltered as she mumbled. Yi Luo's current strength was unclear to him. Come on, I'll take you to my home and show you if I can support you. Bulma piloted the flying car directly towards a large estate in the city center. The estate occupied 1/10 of the city. To Yi Luo, this was utterly astonishing. Where's this place? West City, one of the 5 most prosperous cities on Earth. An estate of such vastness, being a private residence, was indeed remarkable. Regardless of Yi Luo's thoughts, the flying car swiftly approached the estate's grand entrance. Bulma navigated with ease, indicating her familiarity with the place. Surely, she did not lie. She was indeed the second daughter of the Capsule Corporation. Why not just fly in? Bulma rolled her eyes. As they neared the entrance, she casually tossed out a capsule. Boom! The flying car vanished, leaving the two of them standing alone. Bulma clapped her hands. Come on, I shall show you my noble status. With that, she held her head high and strode toward the entrance with an air of superiority. Yi Luo looked on with a glimmer of surprise. He had inadvertently found a golden opportunity. Indeed, a little golden opportunity. He followed closely behind the petite yet confident Bulma. Beep. Miss Bulma, welcome home. Bulma turned to gaze at Yi Luo. What do you think? Seeing Bulma's smug expression, Yi Luo merely smiled faintly. Good. Very good. Excellent. A long-term ticket to prosperity, indeed. Following Bulma, he boarded the exclusive sightseeing vehicle of the estate. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Metal robots, brimming with intelligence, wandered about, accompanied by a variety of peculiar pets and an abundance of strange flora. How astonishing, isn't it? Yi Luo nodded in agreement. Turning to Bulma, he spoke slowly. I have a question. Oh, you have a question? Do share. I shall undoubtedly provide an answer. There is no problem I cannot solve. With such a vast estate, how do you manage the restroom? Yi Luo asked, speaking with a nonchalance that belied the absurdity of the inquiry. He understood the implications, akin to the need for privacy in a martial arts world. Bulma's expression faltered momentarily, and she shot him a fierce glare, choosing to ignore him completely. Yi Luo paid her no mind. What is wrong? Did I not voice my curiosity? He pondered, bemused by her reaction. Nonetheless, he remained relaxed, observing his surroundings with keen interest. This estate surpassed the opulence of a royal palace, and its owner surely savored life more than an emperor ever could. Heaven knows, Yi Luo once aspired to conquer the world, yet he found himself merely an ordinary man, lacking skills in concrete, glass, and paper production. Understanding he was in a martial arts realm, he had resorted to prophetic guidance, acquiring several tomes of divine techniques. It was a wonder how an ordinary person like him navigated through a world that devoured the unwary, seeking hidden powers amidst trials and tribulations. Reflecting on the glorious past, Yi Luo felt invigorated once more. If all went as anticipated, he would reside here for an extended period, redirecting his energies towards technology while gradually integrating martial practices. The pursuit of technological advancement was not as straightforward as martial arts, requiring various resources that were not easily attainable. While the elements needed for martial cultivation could also be elusive, they often stemmed from natural endowments. Strength could be seized if necessary. In contrast, technological devices remained unattainable without the requisite means. Back on Earth, as an ordinary person, he might have resorted to desperate measures. Yet subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, languages, history, geography, and politics proved insurmountable under duress. In summary, countless examples could be cited. Ultimately, the truth remained. Under pressure, many tasks became impossible. Had he been capable of overcoming such challenges, he would have been extraordinary on Earth, and extraordinary individuals do not traverse worlds. Fortunately, his fate turned out well. This humble individual had risen from obscurity, becoming the first terrestrial immortal in that martial arts realm. Have I strayed from the topic? He mused. Hey, are you not utterly astonished? Bulma's triumphant voice roused Luo from his reverie. He offered a gentle smile. Indeed, this truly is your abode. It appears I have secured a golden opportunity. Bulma immediately lifted her head with pride. Inda. This young lady is worth a 300-word commendation. Observing Bulma's self-satisfied demeanor, Luo chose not to dampen her spirits. On this planet, aside from the Capsule Corporation, there seems to be no other suitable place for his scientific inquiries. Furthermore, there are martial artists. While he may not be able to attract the most elite among them, the average ones would certainly suffice. With the knowledge from his past life and his current formidable mental prowess, he was confident in his ability to develop intriguing innovations. Moreover, had Bulma not mentioned her capability to concoct gene serums? As long as it leads to strength and longevity, Luo cared not for the methods employed. Lost in thought, a blonde beauty appeared, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, her smile radiant as she approached the side of the house. Oh dear, look who has returned. Bulma pouted. Mom, I must tell you, studying is simply not an option for me. I can only engage in research and scientific endeavors to get by. Oh my such ambition. The beauty, her eyes narrowing into delightful crescents, turned to Luo. Her mouth fell agape as she dashed towards the sightseeing vehicle. Oh my, Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? Luo, bewildered, thought, what? Is there something wrong with my hearing? Bulma stamped her foot and leaped from the halted vehicle. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? This could never be my boyfriend. Oh my, a childhood husband, I see, her mother teased. Luo, despite his calm disposition, was taken aback. What a peculiar parent. This was akin to a kindergarten child presenting gold jewelry to a daughter, while the mother feigned indifference. Mom, please stop with the absurdities. I'm about to get angry. Oh my, Bulma, your anger is truly adorable. He's certainly not my boyfriend. Of course not. I'm still so young, and he is far older, Bulma retorted, pouting. She merely found Luo amusing. The more she interacted with him, the more intriguing he became. To the casual observer, he appeared exceedingly gentle, yet beneath the surface, he exuded a profound indifference, as if isolated from the world. Bulma's mother passed her coffee to Bulma and leaned toward Luo. Oh my, this handsome young man is not your boyfriend? Then I shall not hold back. Handsome, shall we date? Luo thought, what on earth? Has he never encountered a woman before? You, a married woman, though you appear youthful, still. Well, she didn't look old, and was indeed somewhat attractive. But I am not a descendant of the Chow family. I have no interest in women like you, regardless of your marital status. It is not entirely impossible. Luo's current physique does not reflect his age of over 180 years. Scientifically speaking, his cellular vitality is akin to that of an 18-year-old, vigorous and robust. However, he is not inclined to engage. Luo's aspirations lie elsewhere. He has never been particularly concerned with women. Yet, should the occasion arise, he might entertain the thought. Most of the time, he prefers the pursuit of cultivation. Who can truly comprehend the exhilaration derived from the rapid enhancement of one's abilities through training? It surpasses the joy of leveling up in a video game by far. Luo, please disregard my mother. She is simply that way, Bulma insisted, tugging at Luo's hand as they headed toward the nearby room. Mother, Luo and I have matters to attend to. You may go shopping with your affluent friends. Yielding without resistance, Luo allowed himself to be led by Bulma, offering an apologetic smile to her mother. Oh dear, how unfortunate. I had hoped to accompany him on a date, Mrs. Brief exclaimed loudly. Luo felt a twinge of exasperation at the peculiar dynamics of this family, but felt a surge of excitement as well. They had not chased him away. They did not regard him as a villain. The likelihood of remaining here had increased. After all, is there anything more crucial than resolving one's inability to accumulate energy? Upon entering the room, Yi Luo was greeted by a plethora of instruments. What is this? He inquired, surveying the surroundings. This is my little laboratory, Bulma replied. As I mentioned, I intend to research genetic serums to surpass you martial artists. Now provide me with some of your blood, cells, hair, semen, and skin, etc. Bulma rambled on, while Yi Luo's thoughts became a tangled mess. What are you doing? A voice of indignation interrupted. Bulma froze and quickly ducked behind Yi Luo, peering out cautiously. Tai Si, this is my laboratory. What brings you here? She retorted. It is peaceful here, allowing me to focus on creating my work. A girl with striking yellow short hair, reminiscent of Mrs. Brief, emerged from behind the instruments. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Besides, with all these scientific devices, I can enhance my creations, Tai Si asserted confidently. Yi Luo marveled internally at the eccentricity of this family. Aside from a yet unseen Dr. Brief, all individuals he had encountered thus far were quite peculiar. The dispute between the two girls had only just begun. Chapter 12. Year 749 of the Age of AI. Disquiet. Hey, do not tamper with my equipment, Tai Si exclaimed. You little brat. You are not even fully developed. How could you possibly engage in scientific research? Unlike me, who earns a living through my own capabilities. Tai Si boasted, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Bulma scoffed in response. Sister Tai Si, no one cares about your pathetic sci-fi comics. Tai Si's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Bulma. Nonsense. Bulma, undeterred, retorted, I speak no falsehoods. Were it not for your status as the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, your comics would never see the light of day. Even so, you can only publish in second-rate comic houses, and your readership is scant at best. Watch your words, you insolent girl, lest I tear your mouth to shreds. Bulma's expression shifted, prompting her to quickly retreat behind Yi Luo. In a muffled tone, she declared, Yi Luo, you are my bodyguard, and the time has come for your services. Train a dog for 1,000 days, and use it for a moment, she corrected herself. No. Train a soldier for 1,000 days, and use him for a moment. Yi Luo gazed at Tais, a look of innocence on his face. Bulma. Do you truly believe you would dare lay a hand on me? I am the heiress, after all. Tais do not stubbornly resist. Yi Luo is a formidable master. A truly exceptional martial artist. An exceptional martial artist? Him? He has no muscle to speak of, and his physique is unimpressive. How formidable could he be? Is he as powerful as Master Roshi, the martial arts deity? Yi Luo pondered it. Master Roshi. He was well acquainted with him. Truth be told, he would surely fall short against Master Roshi at present. That Kamehameha technique was terrifying, and without any internal energy to draw upon, he would not dare to confront it. As for the gap in strength between himself and Master Roshi, Yi Luo did not share the same bleak outlook. If he could resolve the issue of absorbing internal energy, he would soon catch up to Master Roshi. Reaching the Chi realm would allow him to glide, and in the earthly fiend realm, he might even achieve temporary levitation. With his physical capabilities significantly enhanced by true energy, it was plausible that Master Roshi might not best him after all. Sister, you are being unreasonable. How could he possibly compare to Master Roshi, a martial arts deity who has lived for over 3 centuries? His strength is undoubtedly supreme. You always do this. Even the publication of a mere comic is fraught with your antics. Tais' face flushed with anger. That insufferable Bulma. You infuriate me. I merely speak the truth. Bulma, how dare you belittle me? It is as it is. Besides, the questions you struggle with, I can easily solve. Tais' expression fluctuated, and upon witnessing the turmoil in her eyes, Yi Luo sensed impending trouble. Before he could intervene, Tais' gaze turned resolute. So you underestimate me, do you? Allow me to inform you that I can create exceptional science fiction works without relying on the Brief family name, publishing in the largest comic houses worldwide. I can earn a living on my own. Sister is boasting. I shall have the robot take note of this. Though Yi Luo was indeed strong, he typically resorted to action rather than words. When it came to verbal sparring, he was no match for the two young ladies. Having found no opportunity to interject, he was about to speak up to deter Bulma when she declared, I shall leave home immediately, wandering in search of inspiration to create the finest comics. You're just bluffing. You'll return before long, Bulma shot back. Should I fail, I vow never to return. Upon finishing her words, Tai strode directly towards them. Hey, weren't you supposed to leave? What do you intend to do? Tais rolled her eyes. Am I supposed to vanish into thin air? I must exit through the front door. Silly Bulma, do you not see fit to clear the way for a future great science fiction artist in search of inspiration? Yellow was utterly speechless. Is this family truly this absurd? All because of a child's quarrel. This 5-year-old girl has run away from home alone, and now the elder sister has come as well. Is no one going to intervene? If no one does, I might just call the authorities. Feeling her clothes tighten, Yellow did not resist, allowing Bulma to pull her along, slowly turning to watch ties depart until she vanished from sight. Finally, the trembling Bulma behind her began to boast. Phew, that annoying person has finally been sent away. Yellow remarked, no, was it not you who scared her off? Why were you hiding behind me? Bulma, you were clearly afraid of her. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she retaliated angrily. Yellow, I am not afraid of her. I merely yielded to her as her elder sister. Yellow regarded Bulma with an odd expression. Yielded? You, at 5, yielding to a 15-year-old? If you were a time traveler, having trained since the womb, I might believe you. You were just an ordinary little child squabbling over trivial matters. Hey, what kind of look is that? Oh, cataracts, born with them. Cataracts? What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. Yellow waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, that is not the point. Weren't you supposed to be studying me? Oh, right. Quickly. Hurry. Yellow, what are you doing? I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Why are you outside? Yellow, clad in a white lab coat, stood in one of the empty spaces of the manor, gazing up at the cloudless sky, exuding an air of sharp intensity. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Please be quiet, Bulma pouted, remaining silent thereafter. Yellow's strength surpassed hers, and her research capabilities were no less impressive, leaving Bulma feeling somewhat insecure. Fortunately, her talents primarily lay in mechanics, and her prowess in biochemistry was already remarkably brilliant. What are you doing? Instead of focusing on your research, you come out here to sunbathe? Yellow felt a sense of unease. This was the first time in half a year. Now in the year 739 of the AEI era, he had ascended to this world 2 years ago and spent half a year in Bulma's South family estate. Throughout this time, he had devoted his entire focus to research, attempting to uncover the reasons behind his condition through scientific means and seeking solutions. His physical strength continued to improve slowly under the mastery of the light curtain. All of this, of course, was Yellow's predicament. He had never forgotten his training. The records of the light screen resemble an exceedingly perceptive mirror, illuminating the path of cultivation for Yi Luo. In his daily actions, any movement that does not yield benefits for his physique prompts an instinctive adjustment, leading to a gradual enhancement of his physical strength over time. This effect bears a striking resemblance to the ethereal steps of Lingbo, where the more one practices, the stronger their inner energy becomes, ultimately achieving a state where every action, be it walking, sitting, or lying down, contributes to cultivation, resulting in a steady escalation of power. Name, Yi Luo. Realm, unknown, to be named. Speed, 8, progress, 2-100. Strength, 8, progress, 6-100. Stamina, 8, progress, 11-100. Energy, 1, progress, 0-100. Mental power, 8, progress, 38-100. Overall combat power, 33. Skills, martial arts techniques, fists, feet, palms, claws, and 18 varieties of weapons. Ye Luo, Ahmed Immortal, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Previously, in the realm of Qi, he sensed an unsettling dissonance on Earth, as if some terrifying entity was emerging, embodying malevolence, destruction, chaos, and slaughter, saturated with negative emotions. What could it be? Is it directed at me or the entirety of the Earth? With his head bowed, Yi Luo exhibited a contemplative expression, genuinely lost in thought, rather than feigning it. Bulma, with her small eyes, fixated intently on Yi Luo. For half a year, she had endeavored to uncover Yi Luo's true inner self, yet the smiling facade he maintained seemed to envelop him like the Milky Way, rendering her unable to penetrate his depths. Today, however, she sensed a palpable fear emanating from him, not a guise, but an authentic dread. What is happening? Yi Luo shook his head, his expression grave. The research must accelerate. I need to resolve my personal issues swiftly. Bulma pouted in dissatisfaction. What's the deal? Your strength is already extraordinary. Even guns are ineffective against you. Do you intend to withstand cannon fire? It is entirely unnecessary. Yi Luo paid no heed to Bulma's grumbling. Recently, she had grown weary of her research in biotechnology and had little inclination to continue. Were it not for Yi Luo's persistent insistence, Bulma, with her fiery temperament, would have long since abandoned the endeavor. Yi Luo recognized that Bulma's true talent lay in mechanics. While she was also brilliant in biotechnology, her capacity to extrapolate was far outmatched by her mechanical prowess. Should I create a few formidable robots? Yi Luo cast a disapproving glance at Bulma. Never mind, for now it should be fine. With that, he left Bulma, who was left flustered in the wind, and retreated into the laboratory. TCH, living off someone else's hard work, I disdain you. Grumbling, Bulma followed closely behind Yi Luo into the laboratory. Chapter 13, Persuasion. Yi Luo revises his decision. Time slipped away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. It is the year 744 of the AG calendar. Yi Luo, clad in a white lab coat, adorned with a black wristband on each hand and foot, gazes intently at the vibrant green liquid resting upon the experimental table. This marks the 898th trial. Yet is it still futile? I am unable to uncover anything, remaining as ordinary as any other person. The cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus, composed of elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Yet why must my body continuously absorb energy? The moment I condense my inner strength, my body begins to draw in energy. Over these 5 years, the energy I have absorbed likely surpasses my peak capabilities at the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm. Yet even so, it remains unfulfilled. Yi Luo's gaze remains fixated on the energy liquid before him. Within it lies an energy derived from various scientific technologies, surpassing the explosive energy released by a full ton of TNT. It is a magnitude over 100 times greater than the energy liquids he has previously absorbed. This predicament is beyond his control. Just 3 months ago, he sensed an overwhelming aura of destruction, far more violent than what he experienced 5 years prior. Such occurrences have transpired before, yet they typically dissipate within a short span. This time, however, it lingered throughout the night. Yi Luo is deeply concerned about the emergence of some terrifying transformation and is eager to enhance his strength. After 5 years of stagnation, he is compelled to resort to such extreme measures. With a resolute gaze, Yi Luo reflects on the sensation of stagnation he has encountered more than once, even during times far beyond this duration. However, that was in an era of uncertainty regarding his path forward. In this present world, he is acutely aware that he possesses the potential for rapid growth, yet he remains at a loss as to how to attain it. This is the crux of his frustration. I must succeed. I will succeed without fail. Yi Luo extends his hand, firmly grasping the small glass vial containing the energy liquid. While it may appear diminutive, it is specially crafted with a capacity comparable to 900 milliliters of delightful soda. It is not that he cannot afford 500 milliliters. Rather, the 900 milliliter option offers superior value. When drinking, one must indulge fully. When seeking pleasure, one must savor it completely. When facing death, one must embrace it wholly. With the consumption of this vial, he is destined either to ascend to immortality or soar to the heavens. In any case, he is determined to take flight. The energy equivalent to a ton of TNT detonating completely is something Yi Luo dares not speculate whether his body can withstand. Suddenly, the laboratory door is violently flung open with a resounding crash. Yi Luo, I have heard about you, Bulma exclaims, her urgency palpable as she rushes in. What are you planning to do? It's time for your medication, Yi Luo replies, his demeanor steady. Bulma gasps, her voice rising in pitch. No, the sound reaches 180 decibels, causing Yi Luo to furrow his brow in discomfort. With tears welling in her eyes, Bulma understands Yi Luo all too well. Just moments ago, he displayed an unwavering resolve, a determination born from the heart. Having spent 5.5 years together, she rarely penetrates the depths of his emotions. That heart of his remains encased in an impenetrable icy shell, impervious to all. In that fleeting moment, Yi Luo revealed a resolute determination, accompanied by a hint of tranquility in the face of death. Yi Luo, I shall not allow this, he declared. Yi Luo shook his head. You cannot prevent it. His calm gaze fixed upon Bulma. The formulas, the materials, the entire production process, including the various equipment required, I'm intimately familiar with. I can replicate it at any moment. Grass, aberration. Bulma's eyes reddened, filled with desperation. Must you drink it? If you refrain, will you protect me? I will protect you, he affirmed. Bulma's eyes brightened with urgency. With what will you protect me? Robots, legions, cannons. I can even fabricate space-based weaponry and laser devices. I am certain of my capabilities. Fly. Can you help me achieve that? Bulma was momentarily stunned. Fly. How is that possible? She understood that Yi Luo's concept of flight was independent of any apparatus. For 5 years, she and Iluo had devoted considerable effort to genetic serums. Yet they had yielded no success. The inadequacy of the genetic serum was one matter. The human body could not withstand the potent forces of the serum, leading to cellular collapse. Only Iluo, with his extraordinary cells, could absorb such immense energy. However, even his cells would eventually deteriorate. They were approximately 3 to 5 times stronger than humans, yet there was a limit. Alternatively, they risked altering their very essence, transforming into unknown monstrosities. Bulma knew that Iluo would not desire such a fate. That said, even a milder, unsuccessful genetic serums were beyond his capacity. Should he consume the vial of energy in his hand, it would undoubtedly result in an explosion. Iluo, do not rush. We are not in haste. I am diligently studying biochemical knowledge, and I firmly believe that we will find a solution in the future, Bulma implored eagerly. She dared not mention those matters again. Iluo's need for a stronger body was beyond her ability to resolve. Iluo was an anomaly, capable of overpowering 10 robust men without effort. Iluo resolutely shook his head. No, I cannot wait any longer. Why can't you wait? I simply cannot. He said little more, gripping the glass vial tightly. After a year and a half with Master Roshi and 5.5 years here with Bulma, a total of 7 years had passed, and he had made no progress in martial arts. He was unwilling to continue living in such a manner. Failure was not an option. He would succeed. Iluo hardened his resolve. Of course, he was no fool. His desperation stemmed from the fact that life was the only thing worth risking. Otherwise, few would dare to fight so fiercely. Iluo was willing to gamble because of an unseen, silent barrier that seemed to be his golden finger. If all went well, that should be his advantage. In his past life, he had read numerous novels, though unclear as to why his golden finger remained silent, devoid of sound or prompt, and why it appeared so late. Iluo was firmly convinced that it must indeed be the golden finger, whose broken void would manifest a virtual screen before one's eyes, capable of detecting oneself and providing precise feedback. Such a phenomenon had never been heard of. Perhaps ascension was the catalyst for this awakening of the golden finger. If he could dispel the illusions and part the clouds, another realm would surely unfold before him. I believe we can begin by thoroughly investigating a single cell. Have we not yet fully explored a cell? Iluo countered, directing his inquiry at Bulma. That's different. Bulma stammered, at a loss for words. Her mind raced, yet she was uncertain of what she was articulating. Consider this, Iluo. Previously, did we not isolate your cells for individual study? However, a human is a cohesive whole. Perhaps studying a single cell in isolation is futile, as your body may not produce energy on its own. It could be a result of the interactions among cells. If we were to study the cells within your body collectively, might the outcome be different? Iluo's gaze was as tranquil as a still lake. Bulma, you are a scientist, not a dreamer. Bulma paused, breath caught in her throat. Indeed, how can we study the cells of a living person as a whole? Then, we could attempt to construct a larger apparatus into which you could lie directly. If you could produce more of that liquid, we could create a large vat for you to immerse yourself in. Just don't drink it. Bulma once again pleaded, presenting an alternative perspective. Iluo's eyes flickered with contemplation as his mind, too, raced, analyzing the possibilities. He had not been a stranger to such immersion. He had undertaken experiments in this manner far more than the 898 times he had consumed the liquid. Yet the results had proven inconsequential. Moreover, we can invite a few others to see if they can generate energy. After all, those to whom we administer the liquid did not produce energy either, did they? Perhaps we have erred in our research direction, or perhaps humanity truly cannot generate energy. Iluo shook his head. Bulma's earlier remarks held some merit, but her latter assertions were utterly implausible, absolutely impossible. As one who had once attained a realm of profound energy, his internal energy had always remained in motion. This world, too, had the example of the turtle sage. Though no one in the city had been found to harbor such energy within, there surely existed others who had cultivated it. Why don't we try this first? If it fails, we can resort to consuming the energy liquid, Iluo considered before ultimately agreeing. Bulma's proposition was worthy of experimentation. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to take risks. He had contemplated this path and method before, but he did not wish to squander time. Now that Bulma had proposed it, he could not possibly disregard her insights. Time is but a few days, which is of no consequence. Very well, in that case, there is yet another task to attend to. Chapter 14. The Soaking Experiment. Dr. Brief's preparations. What task? The equipment. Of course. Yellow cast a disdainful glance at Bulma, who, with a small fist raised and a tear glistening at the corner of her eye, appeared undeterred. Yellow wisely refrained from recklessly consuming the potent liquid. The sheer magnitude of energy contained within astounded her. Is that something a human can ingest? Even if Yellow suggested something absurd, she would likely wrestle with her conscience before acquiescing. At worst, she could simply ensure he received ample hydration afterward. However, consuming this substance, now that would be perilous. In this world, only her father and Yellow's intellect could keep pace with her, and in some respects, they far surpassed her. Only they made her feel a sense of kinship. Yet her father was a cantankerous old man, and his status was unyielding. Thus, only Yellow remained. She certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Was Yellow perhaps becoming obsessed with his research? For these past 5 years, he had devoted himself solely to the laboratory, the library, and martial training, with little else to occupy his time. Should I bring in 18 beautiful women for him? Bulma's mind wandered into fanciful thoughts. If there were 18 beautiful women, would Yellow be so consumed by martial pursuits? What is wrong with you? Yellow scrutinized Bulma with suspicion, his keen mental acuity sensing something amiss. No, yes. I will prepare the equipment. Bulma hastily exited the laboratory. Yellow fixed her with a questioning gaze, certain that her recent thoughts were undeniably connected to him. Without her divulging, he had no means to inquire further. Shaking his head, he sighed. Very well, this one time. If the experiment fails, I shall take a risk. Yellow remained oblivious to Bulma's inner musings. If only he knew. Ahem. For now, I must find a way to restore my martial prowess. Without energy, I feel quite unwell. Disrobe. Yellow observed Bulma, who was now brimming with excitement. Her arms crossed in anticipation. You must leave. If I depart, who will monitor the data? Haven't you heard that a patient sees no gender? Do not shy away from the truth. Disrobe. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pink sparkles. My data will be monitored. Should any issues arise, assistance will be at hand. Bulma surveyed her surroundings, making a complete turn. Yellow, here lies the largest laboratory of the Universal Capsule Corporation. I, the second daughter, Bulma, am the foremost genius. In terms of status, I am unparalleled. I am acutely aware of my surroundings. In prowess, I am supreme, aside from myself. No one can guarantee your safety should anything go awry. Bulma held her head high, reminiscent of a proud peacock, stamping her foot. Alas, refrain from excessive words. Strip away all pretenses, for I wish to meticulously examine your data and assist you in harnessing your energy. A smile graced Yi Luo's eyes. Bulma, your clandestine intentions are wasted on me. They are of no use. Depart, or I shall be compelled to ask you to leave. Bulma pouted, claiming, I'm doing this for your own good. I truly would appreciate it. Yi Luo, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, for my benefit? You merely covet my form. Ha, scoundrel. Do you presume I am unaware of the numerous instructional videos on your computer? I have no desire to expose you. You even seek inspiration from me for your fantasies. Observe as I grant you an opportunity. In my presence, your trousers grow increasingly scant, almost as if you wish to flaunt mere undergarments. Your attire becomes ever more revealing, and your undergarments ever thicker, as if I were oblivious. Very well, I shall commence my experiment. You may leave. Bulma stamped her foot in frustration. Ungrateful. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, watching Bulma's retreating figure with a calm tone. I have reprogrammed the entire laboratory. Without my consent, you, Miss Second, cannot enter. Bulma abruptly halted, spinning around with exasperation in her gaze. Yi Luo, are you questioning my character? Do you hold me in disdain? I feel utterly wounded. I command you to restore my access or grant me permission. A smirk finally crept onto Yi Luo's face. Oh. Bulma's expression flickered with shades of frustration and desperation as she adopted an earnest tone. Moreover, conducting experiments alone is perilous. Should anything untoward occur, we may be unable to assist you, and I would be left to erect a tomb in your honor. Dining would lose its joy. Yi Luo's heart raced. Goodness. Is this concern for me or merely for the meal? Why does this matter follow me everywhere? I appreciate your sentiment, but shall pose no issue. No. Yi Luo urgit. Please. Bulma pressed her lips together, her eyes glimmering with resentment as she stormed off. And do not entertain thoughts of violent dismantling. It will backfire. For this is your family estate. Bulma paused momentarily before continuing her exit. Furthermore, should you contemplate breaching the software program, I advise against using your professional computer, especially not in plain sight. Should your computer's E-drive be exposed, revealing the 7th file within the 12th folder, ominously titled Study Materials, your expression would be quite unflattering. Bulma whirled around, her hair flying as she emitted a shrill cry. Ah, Yi Luo, I shall not relent. It is either your demise or mine. Yi Luo deftly sidestepped Bulma, reaching out to grasp her braid, skillfully preventing her from shattering several glass cups. Ah, that hurts, mother. Enough of this commotion. It is time to depart. Bulma glared fiercely at Yi Luo, muttering curses under her breath as she stormed away. Yi Luo shook his head, a smile escaping his lips, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Qian, I'm here. In the sealed laboratory, under a 9-level protective barrier, he activated the experimental apparatus, infusing it with a surge of energy liquid. He initiated the body scanner, commencing data recording followed by backups, and proceeded with the cross-injection of 39 types of energy liquids based on the fluctuations observed. Qian understood. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yi Luo's eyes. Qian was the artificial intelligence program that Yi Luo had meticulously programmed and refined over the past 5 years. From a simple data analysis software, it had gradually evolved into a formidable artificial intelligence. Yi Luo's prowess in biochemical research far surpassed Bulma's, thanks in no small part to Qian contributions. Stripped of his garments, Yi Luo stood naked in the laboratory, his toes barely touching the ground as he leapt into the air. With hands poised like claws, he gracefully descended into the large glass container at the center of the lab. He pressed his palms down lightly, settling quietly in a lotus position within the glass vessel. As the dark green liquid flowed into the container, it began to envelop Yi Luo. For safety, he enhanced the energy liquid, imbuing it with even greater potency and ferocity. Various rays struck the container, which was specially crafted to absorb these energies into its depths. As time ticked away, a subtle transformation occurred in Yi Luo's calm gaze, a mix of joy, worry, and resignation. It was effective, yet the results were not as strong as he had hoped. Was it due to insufficient concentration of the energy liquid or some other reason? A tempest of doubt surged within him. He had not anticipated that Bulma would provide such an excellent direction. Energy surged externally, while internally, various energies began to manifest. His body continued to absorb, yet could not contain the burgeoning energy within. Was it truly a matter of concentration? Yi Luo dismissed the thought, casting it aside. Regardless of the cause, energy was being generated within him. Though distinct from internal force, true energy, or vital qi, he could not afford to ponder such distinctions now. First, he would nurture this energy. The small circulation of qi would follow. In order to conceive, one must enter the chamber after shedding their garments. Outside, one would never conceive. With mental fortitude, he propelled the energy to circulate rapidly through his body, following the qi cultivation method. As Yi Luo immersed himself in his practice, a gust of wind suddenly swirled through the laboratory. Whispers of wind, gentle breezes, and powerful gusts filled the air. Alert! Anomalies detected. Alert! Anomalies detected. Alert! Anomalies detected. 3 calls went unanswered, prompting the initiation of emergency protocols. The magnetic confinement field activated, increasing energy input. A tremendous pressure enveloped the laboratory, silencing the previously clattering instruments, which now stood still in their places. Boom! The beams of energy thickened, and the liquid within the glass container began to simmer gently. Yi Luo remained as steadfast as a mountain, continuing to absorb the energy. Time slipped away like grains of sand, quietly passing by. Bulma paced anxiously outside the laboratory, her heart racing. Oh dear, could it be that Yellow has perished inside? Dr. Brief, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a plume of smoke. It has been 2 days. It is inconceivable for a person to go without sustenance for such a length of time. Alas, could he be on the brink of death? Bulma exclaimed, her face etched with worry. Surely, there must be some sign of life. Father, should we not break down the door? That would be futile. I have verified that the most resilient alloy on Earth was crafted by Yellow himself, Dr. Brief replied, his daughter's anxiety mirrored in his expression. What shall we do then? Just wait idly? She lamented, stamping her foot in frustration. No, there are actions we can still take. A spark of inspiration flickered in Dr. Brief's eyes. Really, Father? Do you have a plan? Bulma asked, her face lighting up with hope. Chapter 15. Departure, Finding a Solution. Dr. Brief's demeanor turned solemn. Yes, allow me a moment, he said, reaching for the telephone, an advanced smartphone, a creation of Yellow's brilliance. Hello, is this the kitchen? Ah, Dr. Brief, what an honor to have you personally direct us. Came a voice on the line. Please prepare a large quantity of ingredients, vegetables, rice balls, and more. It must be a lavish spread, The more, the better. Dr. Brief, are we hosting some grand feast? The voice inquired. Indeed, just prepare accordingly. Procure as much food as possible, and start the preparations immediately. Understood. The voice replied before the line went dead. Father, are you gathering food to replenish Yellowaw's energy once he emerges? Bulma queried curiously. No, Dr. Brief shook his head. This is for a banquet. What? Bulma's jaw dropped in disbelief, quickly turning to anger as she leaned forward, her voice rising in exasperation. Father, what do you mean? Yellowaw's fate is uncertain, and you dare to hold a feast? Better safe than sorry, Dr. Brief replied. Yellowaw, being the most brilliant scientist, deserves a grand celebration in his honor. A deep sense of regret filled his eyes. Humanity stands to lose a genius. Father, Bulma huffed, clearly dissatisfied. Just then, the laboratory door swung open with a loud crash. Yellowaw, clad in a white lab coat and adorned with 4 black wristbands, emerged with a calm expression. Wait, what? Both Bulma and Dr. Brief's faces were a canvas of confusion. Their worries had been for naught. Bulma rushed forward. Yo, are you all right? Is it true? I can't be dreaming. You look pale. Does that mean you have no issues? Have you generated energy within? Can you emit electricity like an electric eel? Do you still spit water like gurgling? Bulma asked, her face a canvas of tension, curiosity, and excitement as she exhaled and gazed at Yiluo. Behind her, Dr. Briefs pulled out his phone. Hello, is this the kitchen? Dr. Briefs, what can I do for you? No need for supplies or cooking at the moment. What? Doctor? Briefs hung up the phone and looked at Bulma, who was nearly a head shorter than Yiluo, shaking his head. A girl of great potential cannot be kept. My fortune must be passed on to others. With hands clasped behind his back, Dr. Briefs leisurely departed, unable to suppress the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Is it really necessary for you to leave? Bulma gazed at Yiluo with tear-filled eyes. Yiluo remained tranquil, gently patting Bulma's head. In the journey of life, we will meet again, but that means we must circle the earth. Besides, is the mountain still the same mountain, and the water still the same water? Do not worry. Once your tears have dried, you shall no longer speak of sorrow. You wretched Yiluo, I shall bite you to death. Yiluo placed a finger against Bulma's fair forehead. It is time for me to take my leave. But why do you remain troubled by the lack of energy within you? Yiluo shook his head, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it is a remnant of the past. He gently pressed on Bulma's temple, and she softly leaned into his embrace. Yiluo slightly turned, his left hand forming a palm that rested around her neck. A robot, please escort the young lady back to rest. A robot with a red light whirred over her, swiftly transporting Bulma. He nodded towards the adjacent room. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for these 5 years. Not all. I ought to thank you. Without your formidable research capabilities, the Capsule Corporation would not be as powerful. Yiluo similed nonchalantly. Those matters were merely incidental. They did not consume much of my time. Constantly seeking various materials and equipment from the Capsule Corporation, even Yiluo felt a tinge of embarrassment. Utilizing some knowledge to create profitable technology, which he then offered to the corporation, was his way of repaying a debt of gratitude. With a slight nod, Yiluo exited Dr. Brief's estate. He withdrew a capsule and tossed it aside. Bong! With a light tap of his toes, he settled into the driver's seat. I'm off. The vehicle soared into the sky, gradually distancing itself from West City, heading south but veering away from the actual southern region. In the air, amidst the vast expanse, he declared, I am here. Taking control of the flying car, the destination was the dense forest nestled between West City and South City. Over the past 5 years, Yiluo had not been idle. He had gained a comprehensive understanding of the world. The reason it is deemed comprehensive is that he possesses a profound understanding of the world's geography and terrain, likely etched in his mind as a two-dimensional representation of the Earth, albeit without having physically traversed it. The foundation lies in the fact that even the Universal Capsule Corporation has a limited comprehension of martial artists. The visible martial artists are, regrettably, rather unimpressive, hardly noteworthy, and incapable of withstanding even conventional firearms. As for Master Roshi, one could assert that not even missiles would pose a threat to him. The Earth is unified under a single nation, broadly divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Within these regions lie 5 major cities, each with populations exceeding 200 million. Geographically, the land is categorized into 4 areas. The northern boundary is defined by mountains, with vast grasslands to the south and frigid lands beyond the mountain range. The capital, Central City, is situated in the heart of the northern region, which is home to 2 major cities, Central City and Northern City. The southern region primarily consists of seas and islands, basked in abundant sunlight and characterized by a temperate climate. Master Roshi resides in this area, as does Yi Luo after his ascension. The eastern region is dominated by expansive deserts, where the heat prevails and human presence is scarce, rendering it an unsuitable location for Yi Luo's self-exploration. The western region is enveloped by mountains and forests, boasting a mild climate, and it is here that the Universal Capsule Corporation, the home of Bulma, is located. It is rumored that a formidable bandit group, the Red Ribbon Army, also resides in this region, a force that the entire nation cannot contend with. Yi Luo seeks solitude for his research, and the area between the west and south is undoubtedly the most fitting. As for the Red Ribbon Army, should he encounter them, it would merely depend on whether he chooses to engage them. Yi Luo's current prowess extends beyond that of a mere martial artist. He has equipped himself with numerous devices housed within the Universal Capsule, including an array of technological weaponry. He welcomes the aid of external resources and sees no merit in living as a primitive hermit in this modern age. Martial arts cultivation must evolve with the times. As the saying goes, a gun is quick beyond 7 steps, yet swift and precise within. Oftentimes, the intimidation factor of martial artists does not surpass that of firearms. With the assistance of the Qinquan system, Yi Luo gradually begins to refine his abilities. The previous day's experiment could be deemed a success or a failure. It was successful in that Yi Luo's physique was exceptional. Name: Yi Luo. Realm: unknown, awaiting designation. Speed: 99, progress. 99, 100. Strength: 99, progress. 99, 100. Stamina: 99, progress. 99, 100. Energy: 1, progress. 0, 100. Mental power: 99, progress. 99, 100. Overall combat power: 396. Skills: martial arts techniques, fists, feet, palms, claws, and 18 types of weaponry. Such physical attributes have transcended the limits of Yi Luo's former martial prowess. Disregarding the myriad of extraordinary techniques, commonly referred to as showing off, the life and death struggle indicates that even the formidable realm of Qi does not guarantee victory over the current state of Yi Luo. Failure, indeed, is a simple matter. Yi Luo's body is devoid of energy, and this remains unchanged. His aspirations continue to be in vain, though his physical strength is considerable. Yi Luo is acutely aware of his own aging. The cells, however, appear so perfect that no outward signs of change are discernible, as if the passage of 7 years had been forgotten by time itself. Naturally, Yi Luo is unconcerned with appearances. The stark reality is that his lifespan has diminished by 7 years, with no increase in longevity. Such an outcome is one Yi Luo would vehemently reject. Cultivation, the accumulation of true energy and Qi within, and the alteration of one's lifespan are the pathways Yi Luo ardently seeks. At the commencement of the experiment, the surging energy indeed birthed vitality within Yi Luo, which did not belong to internal power or true energy, but rather resembled the Qi spoken of by the turtle sage. As this energy circulated, it began to transform into true energy, innate true energy. During this transformation, his body astonishingly abandoned external energy, ravenously devouring the true energy within him. Yi Luo, in turn, fiercely supplied it. The result was that all the surging energy liquid was completely consumed, and Yi Luo's physical attributes soared to 99, with his mental acuity remaining intact. Yet there was not a single trace of energy left within. I can sense that my cells are indeed exhibiting anomalies. Within them, substances unknown to me are gradually expanding. The inability to accumulate energy seems to be related to these entities, as the cells are consuming rather than my meridians or acupoints malfunctioning. Yi Luo's eyes began to gleam with clarity. Identifying the problem is half the battle, and Yi Luo is no longer like a headless fly, aimlessly wandering without direction. Now, he possesses a semblance of understanding regarding his next steps. In Chapter 16, the young boy, Yi Luo, faces a singular dilemma. These substances are not recorded in the martial arts realm, nor are they comprehensible to scientific inquiry. They must be the materials absorbed from the path to ascension. That singular strike, which pierced through my entire being, also allowed me to absorb numerous unknown substances. For now, I shall refrain from naming them until later. I need to first fill myself with them and observe any changes. Henceforth, I shall abandon scientific pursuits and refocus on martial arts, the cultivation of techniques alongside the martial practices of this world. Practicing martial arts in a bustling city is impractical. Furthermore, with that troublesome Bulma, frequently interrupting him, Yi Luo decided to depart. He had intended to leave anyway. Now he has found the perfect excuse. As he left, Yi Luo gazed slowly at the white clouds drifting across the sky. How beautiful they are! If not for that malevolent aura, I should not feel such urgency to study meticulously. Yet, alas, I am exhausted and the path is fraught with difficulty. In the martial arts world, although my early days were perilous and my progress slow, I was not entirely lost. Now that I have found direction, when I will achieve a breakthrough remains uncertain. In a daze, Yi Luo eventually fell asleep. There was no real danger, and he slept soundly, as content as a pig. Perhaps this is the most restful slumber I have experienced in 7 years. Awakening from my dreams, I notice the night sky is sparsely dotted with stars. How long has Qinkuan been in flight? Approximately 3,000 kilometers. Over 3,000 kilometers. We must be nearing our destination. Qinkuan, unaware, continues on its course. Ye Luo, Sident, remains uninformed of our destination. Even an artificial intelligence like Qinkuan knows not where we are headed. With only a mere 2 units of energy left in the hover vehicle, Yi Luo feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. What a predicament! Thankfully, I have awakened. Had I continued to sleep, would Qinkuan have failed to rouse me, leading to a perilous fall from the sky? Casting a glance at the ground below, I discern the treetops, faintly visible. We are hovering at an altitude of approximately 2,000 meters. Should I plummet from such a height, my current state of being would likely not survive the impact. As we descend, the vehicle gradually slows, tilting downward as it pierces through the lush forest canopy. Rested, it is time to engage in our tasks. In the stillness of the night, amidst a clearing in the forest, stands a villa sprawling over 800 square meters, encircled by a haphazard wooden fence. The timber is fresh, revealing it to be locally sourced. After a meal, Yi Luo ascends a nearby tree, inhaling the primal air that has been absent for so long. It is truly sweet. He taps a few times on the side of his wristband, adjusting the gravity to 3 times the norm, roughly double the usual strength. This provides a measure of safety within the forest, ensuring no serious mishaps occur. Fortunate indeed, for the research into magnetic confinement fields envelopes my entire being. Without it, this majestic tree and the ground below would surely suffer. Yi Luo sits cross-legged upon the tree, engaging in deep breathing. While he knows this may yield little, he refuses to relent. Every great journey begins with the circulation of one's own blood. One day, he shall emerge from his cocoon as a butterfly. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days have slipped by. On this day, a ragged child, braving the thorns, crouches outside the wooden fence. His large eyes gleam brightly, despite his emaciated frame, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the sky. Duoya, you are indeed correct. This forest harbors formidable martial artists. Keep going, Duoya. Do not forsake your dreams. If you can find a mentor, you will become a powerful warrior, and when you return to your village, you will vanquish those who have tormented you. The young boy murmurs to himself, summoning his courage. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? He calls out thrice, yet receives no reply. Hesitating momentarily, Duoya scales the fence and leaps inside. Upon glimpsing the opulent villa, he instinctively swallows hard. The individual who can construct such a lavish dwelling in the forest must possess extraordinary prowess. Duoya, press on. You can surely achieve this. Go for it. With self-encouragement, Duyo cautiously approached the gate of the villa, taking each step with deliberation. In the distance, Yi Luo sat perched in a tree, quietly observing the performance of the young boy, his gaze serene and untroubled. He was unaware of how a child could emerge in such a remote wilderness. He made no move to chase him away. If fate allowed, he could impart some teachings over time, surely far superior to the crude training methods of the turtle sage. With the assistance of technology and the nourishing solutions it provided, he believed that if he could refine his own energy, he might swiftly cultivate his qi and become a formidable martial artist. Yi Luo understood well the immense enhancement that possessing qi within one's body could bring to one's combat prowess, like the difference between heaven and earth. It all depended on whether the boy was to his liking. Strangely, after spending 5 years in modern society, mostly confined to a laboratory, returning to the wilderness made him feel a tinge of loneliness. He even contemplated sneaking back to retrieve the learning materials from Bulma's computer, perhaps rescuing a few 18-year-old girls to keep by his side, dedicating himself to their education. The arrival of this boy provided a welcome distraction from Yi Luo's solitude. Indeed, human nature tends to be restless. With such a mindset, how could one hope to cultivate properly? It seemed imperative to transcribe the various scriptures and philosophies that filled his mind, printing them out for reference. A heart devoid of romantic entanglements allows for spiritual focus. He needed to dispel the fog of confusion as swiftly as possible. Yi Luo observed Du You's every move. Outside the villa, after a prolonged silence following his knock, Du You cautiously pushed the grand door open. Upon entering, he displayed a blend of timidity and wild abandon before ultimately regaining his composure within the room. Yi Luo did not drive him away. However, the truly important laboratory was off limits to Du You. After a thorough and careful assessment, Yi Luo discerned no significant issues. This boy was bold, meticulous, polite, and his resilience spoke for itself. The mere act of traversing mountains and rivers alone, delving into dense forests, set him apart from the ordinary. Yi Luo moved with the swiftness of a startled rabbit, appearing at the villa's entrance in an instant. "Who is inside?" he bellowed, his expression darkening as he pushed the door open. Du You, who had been dozing on the couch in the living room, was jolted awake, springing up as if ignited by fire, standing rigid and staring intently at the door. With a resounding crash, Yi Luo entered, his countenance grim as he fixed his gaze on Du You, an imposing aura enveloping him like a mountain, pressing down heavily on the boy. "Who are you? And why are you in my villa?" Du You trembled, feeling the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon him, as if an insurmountable burden rested atop his head. "Senior, please spare me. My name is Du You, an orphan, and I have come here through mountains and rivers to become a martial artist. After repeated calls with no response, and being utterly exhausted and famished, I foolishly entered this place. Senior, I sincerely wish to learn. I implore you to take me as your disciple." Yi Luo regarded Du You with indifference. "Get out." Du You shuddered, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazed pleadingly at Yi Luo. As leaves fall indifferently, Yi Luo walks slowly into the room. "Senior." He enters and firmly shuts the door, disregarding Duo Yi. The latter hesitates to touch anything within the villa, for without permission, he cannot even enter. The concept of Qinkuan is not to be trifled with. To date, aside from Master Rashi, no one exists whom Qinkuan cannot subdue. Even a mere magnetic confinement field is insurmountable. Yi Luo struggles against it, and in an unexpected moment, he may not even escape. Duo Yi watches longingly until Yi Luo steps inside, disappointment etched across his brow, yet his spirit reignites. "Senior, I am just outside. Should you require anything, I am at your service." With that, Duo Yi slowly retreats outside. Having satisfied his hunger, he finds no matter of concern beyond the threshold. As he reflects on this, a flush of warmth spreads across his cheeks. Does this count as thievery? Is it this notion that causes Senior to disdain him? No. I must alter Senior's perception of me. Duo Yi resolves with determination. Inside the room, Yi Luo's lips curl into a subtle smile, revealing his emotions. There's indeed resilience to be found. It merely depends on the quantity. The martial path is arduous, and the mastery of skills even more so. Cultivation is a torment, and the quest for enlightenment is fraught with suffering. Those who cannot endure these trials will lead a life of mediocrity, and it is far better to relish earthly pleasures sooner rather than later. Reflecting on his own martial journey, Yi Luo concedes that there is little to say about his training. He knows precisely where the secrets of his arts lie and is acutely aware of their respective functions. Aside from the initial perilous years, he has not endured much psychological torment. He hopes to persevere, with someone to emulate. He too may swiftly break through to the 10th level. At that time, changes should manifest, and he hopes to cultivate inner strength. Otherwise, Chapter 17, Guiding Doye Surprising Transformatans. The earlier one begins the practice of martial arts, the better. Yi Luo, having undergone several trials, has ascended from a place of depleted energy, resulting in a significantly altered physique. Nevertheless, after 7 years, he has made no tangible progress. The passage of time has made him acutely aware of a subtle disquiet. The longer he lingers, the more detrimental it becomes to his cultivation. The energies of this world may be contained within the body, yet the martial essence is likely to be exceedingly difficult to harness. Even if it is possible, reaching the pinnacle remains a formidable challenge. In this realm, cultivating without spiritual intent through the physical form is something Yi Luo holds in low esteem. Without the capacity for transcendence, no matter how powerful one may be, they remain nothing more than an oversized enforcer. Relying on the world's instability and the chaotic nature of its rules, one may exploit opportunities for energy leakage to achieve inconsequential gains. Once stability is achieved, The notion of absorbing and containing energy merely through exertion and consumption will undoubtedly cease. Advancement necessitates the relentless breaking of biological limits and continual metamorphosis. Otherwise, a person's life, a mere 30,000 days, will ultimately dissolve into a handful of yellow earth. Alas, one can only wonder how long it will take. As the moon sets and the sun rises, Duoya has practiced under his guidance for an entire month. Yi Luo, in his pursuits, has never shied away from Duoya, yet he often finds himself seated cross-legged upon a tree. Duoya has attempted this. Let alone anything else, he cannot manage even 10 minutes of sitting cross-legged. Lacking a proper cultivation path, his vital energy becomes stagnant, a burden too great for an ordinary person to endure. It is not merely the natives of this world, devoid of martial foundations, but even those from the lower realms who practice martial arts would struggle if they do not temper their bodies and regulate their blood flow and pathways. Beginning with stillness and internal cultivation, they would falter and achieve nothing. Internal and external cultivation. For an ordinary mortal, if one could directly seek the internal, that would surpass even the description of genius. It would be beyond humanity itself. A glance at Duoya, who was laboriously attempting to mimic his stance beneath the tree, revealed a narrow stance, a low posture, a hunched back, erratic breathing, exaggerated angles, and chaotic will. The cold, crisp 24 characters fell upon Duoya's eyes like celestial music. With a stern expression, he responded, "Yes, master, I understand." Yi Luo did not correct this fellow who struck while the iron was hot. If Duoya were to follow his guidance for 3 months, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the urban martial arts community. Yi Luo's methods were far from the crude training techniques of the turtle hermit. With a swift motion, he approached Duoya, a kick, a press of the hands, and a strike. 3 short, 2 long, repeated 9 times, followed by 3 long, 2 short. Endure for half an hour. Having spoken, Yi Luo turned to leave. "Yes, master," Duoya exclaimed, elated. A diligent heart is never forsaken by heaven. This mysterious, powerful being has finally consented to teach him. Tonight, he must inquire about his elder's name and formally become his disciple. Focusing his mind, he observed his breath, his nose, his mouth, and his heart. Yes. Yi Luo turned and entered the house. Half an hour later, he emerged with a 30-milliliter glass vial in hand. Observing Duoya's trembling calves, he raised an eyebrow. His posture was improper, his breathing irregular, and his complexion flushed. He was clearly not a promising martial arts candidate. Yet, his ability to endure for half an hour demonstrated commendable willpower. In this world, such determination, given the right opportunity, could indeed lead to ascent. How high he might soar would depend on his subsequent diligence. "Cease!" Yi Luo's calm voice acted like a switch. As the command fell, Duoya trembled and collapsed to the ground. And Master Yi Luo extended the glass vial towards him. "Drink this." Gulping, Duoya swallowed hard as he gazed at the light green liquid in Yi Luo's hand. Hesitating, he finally reached out with trembling hands, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back to drink it down. Yi Luo said nothing and turned to leave. Duoya, filled with confusion, was about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up. Just moments ago, he felt an overwhelming fatigue that rendered him almost unrecognizable. Yet suddenly a surge of unknown strength coursed through him, dispelling all negativity. He believed he could strike down a bull with a single blow. Rising swiftly, he was about to continue his standing meditation. However, moderation is key. Once a day suffices. Dui's face flushed, his hands awkwardly resting at his sides. "Yes, master." Yi Luo disregarded Dui's eager anticipation and disappeared into the villa, entering the laboratory alone. It should be soon. Dui's energy flowed robustly and swiftly, even though this was merely his first training session. In this world, the path of martial cultivation appeared remarkably accessible. Extreme fatigue could awaken a second flow of energy within, thereby unlocking the gateway to qi. Unlike in the realm of martial heroes, where a mere push to one's limits could birth qi, here it seemed futile for me. I require him to grasp the fundamentals of martial arts, to ascertain whether the techniques of the martial world can indeed be practiced in this realm, and to understand the workings of inner strength. Yi Luo shook his head. "Qinquan, I am here. Has it been recorded? Is there a need for verification?" He activated the human measurement and monitoring interface. Indeed, with a swish, a transparent screen materialized before Yi Luo. A secret he had meticulously developed, blending the virtual and the real, was applied to Qinquan's external devices. Yi Luo found it impossible to observe the inner state of others solely through the might of his own physique. Even if he were to reach the level of qi, Projecting energy Tinzhong beyond his body would not suffice. If such capabilities were attainable, various factions would not place such importance on martial techniques. Techniques that could be easily spied upon would hardly warrant concealment. For instance, the Shaolin monks, who have allowed numerous mundane techniques to leak out. Yi Luo scrutinized Dewey's training video intently. At the center was an overall video of Yi Luo's own cultivation, while the upper section displayed the flow of blood within Dewey's body. Correspondingly, the lower section illustrated the changes in various organs and meridians. Dewey lacked any internal martial arts principles, merely standing in meditation. To Yi Luo, it was rather unremarkable. He needed to identify some unique aspects that could be applied to himself. In his research, he had examined both his own cells and those of ordinary individuals in this world. Aside from being significantly more robust, there was scarcely any difference. Yet, he sensed something peculiar about his own cells. Unfortunately, he could not manipulate them. His entire being was composed of cells. How could he exert control over them? Even in the realm of scientific inquiry, he found no answers. It seemed that these characteristics did not belong to typical biological traits, or perhaps they were simply latent. In terms of genetics, the entirety of human research remained rather underdeveloped. Were it otherwise, Bulma and he would have long since collaborated to create genetic serums. That would belong to an entirely different echelon, one beyond their current aspirations. Observing the flow of blood within Dewey's body closely, he indeed noted the differences. In the realm of martial arts, the atmosphere is exceptionally rarefied, even to the point of scarcity. In stark contrast, this world teems with abundant vital energy. It can be asserted that anyone from this world, even the most decrepit elder, would be considered a prodigy in the martial arts realm, an extraordinary talent, indeed. Regrettably, when these geniuses venture into the martial arts world, none can cultivate their abilities. They simply cannot acclimatize to the barren environment of that realm. Conversely, individuals from the martial arts world experience a different reality here. Due to the deficiency of vital energy, it is exceedingly challenging for humans to gather energy from within themselves and refine it into true qi. Consequently, various cultivation techniques endeavor to maximize the distance and duration of energy flow within the body, enabling the blood to release greater amounts of energy for extraction and accumulation. Humans here rely on nourishment to replenish their expended energy. However, in this world, such efforts are rendered unnecessary. A mere movement invites vital energy into the body. Yet the average person remains oblivious to this, allowing the energy to dissipate back into the atmosphere. After guiding Duoya through practice, it became evident that his movements were fundamentally exercises for cultivation, embodying a synthesis of dynamic and static practices. Even after half an hour of training, Duoya merely felt physical fatigue, yet managed to persevere, largely owing to the abundant vital energy. The energy released by his circulating blood was astonishing. The amount gathered through a complete cycle of true qi was barely comparable. Should he practice those divine techniques, the progress he could achieve would be unimaginable. Therefore, many of Duoya's movements were deemed unnecessary and could be simplified. Duoya lacked the ability to gather or transport energy through the small circulation and could not operate the greater circulation, leading to a waste of the energy released by his blood, which simply returned to nature. I could, however, adeptly integrate these practices, allowing my blood to maintain a continuous flow through the small circulation, perpetually releasing energy while simultaneously absorbing vital energy from the environment for recovery. This gentle, persistent accumulation of internal energy would far surpass the rapid, yet exhausting methods of forcing blood flow, remaining inexhaustible. Under such circumstances, my body should adequately absorb what it needs. With breath quickening and pupils narrowing, Yi Luo realized the gravity of the situation. He needed to approach this matter with caution. He decided to modify Duoya's cultivation method and observe further. Once assured, Yi Luo wasted no time. Qian Kuan, he declared, "I am here." He permitted Duoya to enter the villa's grand hall, for he had matters to discuss. Yes. Chapter 18. The body's innate qualities and the emergence of spatial forces teacher. Duoya stood respectfully behind the villa's coffee table. Yi Luo approached the sofa and sat down heavily, gesturing towards the seat beside Duoya. "Sit," he commanded. "Student dares not." Duoya replied hesitantly. Yi Luo furrowed his brow. Recognizing the urgency, Duoya hastily took a seat on the sofa, his upper body erect, his rear barely touching the edge, and his legs supporting his entire frame. Yi Luo paid no heed to Duoya's hesitations. "I initially intended to teach you the ways of cultivation," he stated, His gaze fixed calmly yet fervently upon Doya, who was breathing rapidly. Day took a deep breath, poised to rise. Norus, I realized that my method of cultivation does not suit you. In an instant, Day's expression shifted, paling in shock. Teacher, he raised his hand to halt Day. My technique is intricate, challenging to master, and demands substantial resources. Your recent half-hour of practice. Ye luo interrupted. Kiankuwen. I am here. Day's heart sank, hardly registering the sudden sound within the villa. Open it. Let him witness for himself. Indeed, with a swift motion, a luminous screen unfurled before Day, revealing 3 videos segmented into upper, middle, and lower categories. Day's eyes darted up and down, puzzled. Your circumstances are unique, Yi Luo stated, unflinching. I can attempt to modify the technique, enabling you to accumulate energy and nurture a second breath of life within you. Day's eyes ignited with fervent desire, joy and excitement illuminating his gaze as he looked at Yi Luo. Teacher, Yi Luo elaborated on the intricate relationships between the human body and qi, seamlessly integrating the teachings of Master Turtle with insights drawn from the vibrant martial artists and research of bustling cities, overwhelming Day with information. Teacher, Day exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. He was not particularly bright, but possessed a certain resilience. In every realm, there exist both geniuses and fools. Teacher, I still don't understand. Yi Luo refrained from further explanation. You need not comprehend it fully. I will simply ask you, do you wish to learn? Day, though not the sharpest, was certainly not foolish. Upon hearing Yi Luo's words, he resolutely replied, yes. Yi Luo felt a sense of satisfaction within, maintaining an expression of calm. Very well. From this day forth, you shall reside within the fenced courtyard, and I will diligently instruct you. All necessary resources will be provided. Day suddenly rose, then knelt with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Yi Luo watched Day with a tranquil gaze until he had bowed 9 times, at which point he permitted him to rise. The gratitude for imparting knowledge was something Yi Luo could uphold. Had Day not bowed, he would still have taught him, albeit with less dedication. Since he had bowed, a trifling number would warrant some effort, while 9 would inspire earnest commitment. Day even seemed inclined to continue bowing. Yi Luo would teach with genuine care, supporting him until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. He had never taken on disciples before, nor would he in the future. Day's sincerity and resilience made him an easy student to guide. Enough for today. We shall begin in earnest tomorrow morning. The dense forest rustled around them. Suddenly, Yi Luo opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance illuminating them. With a swift motion, he struck, piercing through a colossal tree that could be embraced by 3 individuals. Day slowly opened his eyes, witnessing the tree's trunk shattered by the force. With a powerful strike, a large pit was created, and I touched the gaping hole in the tree. If you diligently cultivate your skills, you too shall attain greatness, said my mentor. Yes, master. Dewey turned around and bowed respectfully. Yi Luo scrutinized the fallen leaves. Excellent. The energy within you is approximately 20 times that of an average adult's life force. At your current strength, even firearms would be powerless against you. Dewey's face lit up with excitement. Yi Luo remarked that he could sense his own burgeoning power. Killing a cow is trivial. I could easily take down Tiger. It's hardly more difficult than blowing a breath. Now, you have fully grasped your own strength and may begin the next phase of your training. Dewey was elated. Just 10 days prior, the master had told him that his power was superficial and instructed him to meditate and master his abilities. He had emphasized that without control over one's own strength, one was merely a braggart with no practical combat capability. Cultivation is about mastering one's power, not being subjugated by it. Thus, he had paused his training to focus on understanding his own strength. Now, with the Master's affirmation, he could progress to the next stage. Wouldn't that mean he would grow even stronger? Yi Luo marveled at Dewey. In this world, cultivation seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. Dewey's innate talent, in a lower realm, could never have achieved such heights in a mere 3 months. He had reached the pinnacle of a second-rate martial artist. A further step would elevate him to the first rank, granting access to the path of innate power. Innate beings can live for 300 years. This was a monumental transformation. Dewey's talent had propelled him to such a level in just 3 months. Truly remarkable. Very well. Your state of mind still lacks a touch of completeness. It seems there are unresolved matters in the mundane world. I will grant you half a month to resolve the shadows in your heart. Afterwards, immerse yourself in your training. Observing Dewey's exuberance, Yi Luo tempered his enthusiasm. Do not become complacent. While your current strength places you among the elite martial artists in a bustling city, you are still insignificant among the true martial artist community. Genuine martial artists can extend their lifespans. I know of one who is over 300 years old, still vigorous and full of vitality, with a life force no less robust than that of a youth. Only when you reach half of his capability will you hold any significant standing among martial artists. Yi Luo refrained from divulging many of the secrets of martial arts. Even he was still exploring, navigating his path alone. Some incomplete knowledge was best kept to himself, lest it distract Dewey. Dewey nodded eagerly. Yes, Master, I understand. Go now. Half a month should suffice for you to resolve your issues. Upon your return, dedicate yourself to your training. With that, Yi Luo soared into the depths of the forest. Master, you won't leave as soon as I depart, will you? I don't want to return and find you gone. A cacophony of shouts echoed through the air. As the leaves fell, a fleeting thought crossed Yi Luo's mind, almost causing him to lose his footing on a nearby branch. The sound of rustling leaves accompanied the severing of branches. With a swift motion, Yi Luo landed on a sturdy limb, casting a fierce glare back at the wild commotion. Fool, he muttered, you may return when the time is right. The expression on Dewey's face was one of mirth as he turned away, deftly maneuvering until he soon vanished from sight. Yi Luo shook his head, reflecting on how the formerly naive boy had merely put on a facade. With a quiet murmur, he pressed deeper into the thicket. Yi Luo moved with remarkable speed, the thick foliage failing to hinder his swift progression, akin to a nimble monkey darting away. Glancing around, he surveyed his surroundings. This place seemed suitable. After surveying the area, he identified the sturdiest trunk and seated himself cross-legged upon it. With a swift motion, a holographic display materialized before him. Name, Yi Luo. Realm, unknown, awaiting designation. Speed, 10 progress, 0-100. Strength, 10 progress, 0-100. Stamina, 10 progress, 0-100. Energy, 1 progress, 0-100. Mental power, 10 progress, 0-100. Comprehensive combat power, 40. Skills, martial arts techniques, fists, feet, claws, various weapons, spatial pocket, teleportation, spatial slash. A complex expression crossed Yi Luo's face, a blend of elation and trepidation. He was merely an ordinary mortal, yet he found himself possessing such extraordinary abilities. It was no wonder that he had been unable to accumulate internal energy. The fusion of his cells with the spatial rules of the passage had led him to this peculiar state. He resembled a human, yet wielded powers akin to a celestial being. Even without fully comprehending the rules, Yi Luo understood well. Time is revered, space reigns supreme, and destiny unfolds in accordance with causality. Astonishingly, he had gained mastery over space, albeit partially, an incredible feat indeed. In essence, he had become one with space. For every single cell within him harbored the power of the cosmos. Yi Luo was a being formed from the union of cells and space, existing in a world abundant with energy. Without this vitality, awakening such spatial abilities and cultivating internal power would have been an impossible endeavor. He had consumed an unimaginable amount of energy, absorbing more than he could fathom. Yi Luo surmised that even a myriad of experts in the realm of Qi would struggle to harness such a wealth of energy. Yet, he could not allow himself to feel joy. This was not purely fortuitous. The path ahead demanded vast resources, especially as he sought to venture beyond the realm of Qi. The pursuit of cultivation would prove to be an arduous task. With a flick of his wrist, a 1-meter-long portal opened above him, causing leaves and delicate branches to vanish into the ether. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on his formidable physique and spatial prowess. He felt confident in his ability to vanquish even those beyond the realm of Qi. Now, he thought to himself, as the leaves fell, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Luo's eyes. Chapter 19, Cultivation, the Crimson Satin Brigade. The first cell of cultivation. Yi Luo's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The path remained the same, yet it was distinctly different. At present, Yi Luo could hardly be described as human. Rather, he embodied a terrifying amalgamation of rules. The laws of space were merely an embodiment of Yi Luo's will. His will had yet to master this formidable weapon, and his true power had not yet been revealed. Nevertheless, Yi Luo remained indifferent. As long as he retained a human form, the rest was trivial and inconsequential. Yi Luo closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to propel his blood through specific meridians at great speed. The sound of rushing blood resonated, gradually permeating outward, causing the leaves around him to rustle. An overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Luo, silencing the chirps of birds and the cries of beasts. Internally, a robust current of energy followed the path of his cultivation technique, circulating through the small and large cycles, steadily growing stronger. It was time. The vital energy suddenly paused. The front section of the current began to ascend. With the inner power accelerating from behind, a vortex rapidly formed. As the vortex solidified, the core of his inner power was refined. Boom! A pure strand of inner force, transcending Yi Luo's comprehension, was born within him. Now was the moment. As the ordinary inner power dissipated, the core essence, guided by Yi Luo, entered his body. Into a single cell. Boom! Yi Luo's entire being trembled, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart within him. Black, foul-smelling impurities seeped from his skin. Suddenly, Yi Luo opened his eyes, shining like stars. His handsome visage revealed a trace of exhilaration. Success. After 7 years, he had finally birthed a strand of energy he could control within himself. This was not mere cultivation, nor was it akin to the martial arts of this world. It relied on the heavens, on himself, yet did not depend solely on either. His form flickered, and Yi Luo suddenly appeared 2 meters away. He had forged a unique path of cultivation, distinct from martial arts, unlike any skill, and far removed from the legendary practices of immortality and artifact refinement. At this moment, I can truly be regarded as a harmonious embodiment of spirit, energy, and essence. Instantaneous movement, seamlessly merging with space, teleportation. Yi Luo was elated with a mere thought. Countless fissures appeared around him, invisible and silent. Strong, very strong. Just as Yi Luo reveled in his triumph, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Thud! He fell from the tree to the ground, crushing branches underfoot and landing heavily. He had grown careless. Arriving in this world, Yi Luo faced his 3rd bout of unconsciousness. He was unaware of how much time had passed. Gradually, Yi Luo awakened, the stench hitting him like a wave. Ugh, I haven't bathed. I must smell awful. Wait. Yi Luo's gaze sharpened, and with lightning speed, he raised his hands. Slice! Howl! As the leaves fell, Yi Luo sprang up, his cold gaze surveying his surroundings. It was the same position as before, with 7 or 8 wolves encircling the spot where he had just fainted. Clearly, the stench was not due to lack of cleanliness. Without sighting any enemies, Yi Luo couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he examined his own disheveled state, resembling a destitute beggar. In a flash, Yi Luo vanished from his location. The wolves, still baring their teeth, suddenly collapsed, blood oozing from their mouths. He was unsure how long he had been unconscious, but it couldn't have been too long. Luckily, his physical form was robust, and despite lacking energy and consciousness, he remained formidable. Otherwise, he could have met his demise silently at the jaws of these beasts, which would have been unfortunate. With a teasing demeanor, Yi Luo swiftly leaped among the towering trees. Each landing was explosive yet silent, showcasing his perfect control over his body, without a hint of wasted energy. His newly learned technique was not yet mastered, making it easy to overexert himself, rendering it uncontrollable. Clearly, he needed to invest more time to gradually familiarize himself with it. As he pondered, Yi Luo deftly approached the villa. Suddenly, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he observed the chaotic scene surrounding the villa. What was happening? His icy gaze fixated on the 30 or so individuals gathered in front of the villa, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was no do-gooder. Known as the Land Immortal, at the pinnacle of the Qi realm, he was not to be underestimated. Thus, it was evident that he had taken many lives. In the distance, a purple-haired beauty, who had been watching the villa's predicament with gritted teeth, does anyone remember this character? Froze momentarily upon seeing Yi Luo, then smirked coldly. They were at a standstill against the villa, and yet a fool thought he could sneak in. What utter foolishness. Colonel Violet, what should we do? Do we continue our assault here? A subordinate whispered in her ear. Fool, of course we must. Do you possess his great secrets that Dr. Jero requires? That stubborn brat. We need to approach from both sides to uncover the clues. According to our investigations, you entered this forest after leaving the village. This is the only area with traces of human activity, and we've already lost half our manpower. You must have acquired that power here, one that defies bullets. Once we find it, we shall earn great accolades. At that point, you will have anything you desire. Colonel Violet coldly observed the villa, explaining to her subordinate. Do not rush. Our main force will arrive shortly. Once we thoroughly study that brat, our men will no longer fear bullets. Then, Our Red Ribbon Army shall dominate the entire world. Ha! Long live Marshal Writ. Long live the Red Ribbon Army. In that moment, praises echoed all around. Yi Luo's ears perked up. Dr. Jero, he understood. A person deeply versed in the realms of mechanics and biochemistry serves as one of the pivotal figures of the Red Ribbon Army. The malignant reputation of the Red Ribbon is significantly attributed to the equipment provided by Dr. Jero. The individual unperturbed by bullets is likely the notorious Yado. What audacity! That he could incite the Red Ribbon Army after stepping out into the world. Yi Luo harbors no anger. Such is human nature, perpetually entangled in a myriad of troubles. Unless one completely severs ties with the world, residing in a secluded, pristine place to cultivate oneself, one will invariably attract various predicaments. Yi Luo does not harbor excessive ire towards Yado. To rectify past regrets and grievances inevitably leads one into the whirlpool of conflict. It can only be said that Yado's skills are lacking. There is also the factor of Yi Luo's miscalculation. He had not anticipated that Yado, this wild child, could survive after provoking the Red Ribbon Army and even venture to his sanctuary, pleading for his tutelage. However, this is of little consequence. The lad is temporarily useful. The Red Ribbon Army would likely hesitate to eliminate him. Upon entering the villa and observing its pristine condition, Yi Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk. The universe. I am here. He replayed the events. Indeed, a luminescent screen materialized, and Yi Luo watched with keen interest. This group of impertinent fools, intent on demolishing his villa, was sorely lacking in firepower. Simply a single universe is beyond their capacity to contend with. TSK, such a meager band dares to confront me. Do they truly believe Yado has ingested something extraordinary to fear not the might of firearms? Chapter 20, Annihilation, Capturing Violet. Very well. I have yet to fully experience this world. The Red Ribbon Army appears to be an amusing diversion. Yi Luo stroked his chin, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Youthfulness is not merely a matter of the physical form. The world, vibrant and multifaceted, always stirs the human heart, resolving the troubles of unattainable cultivation and accumulating power. Yi Luo found himself contemplative. He recalled the winds that once swept across Earth before his transcendence. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. At that time, my wallet was scant, barely enough to traverse a city. Now, however, what is a wallet? Furthermore, he still needed to validate some new cultivation methods. Raising his hand, an imperceptible current danced playfully around his fingers. The universe. I am here. He retracted the magnetic field, concealing the villa. A subtle, unnoticed fluctuation restored the villa to its normal state. Outside, Colonel Violet was perplexed. What is happening so disheveled? The violet-haired beauty glared impatiently at her subordinate. The subordinate trembled slightly, pointing to the tablet in hand, which displayed a clear, robust circle enclosing a smaller one, with a solid circle at its center, intersected by a line that traversed the right side of the three circles. It was indeed the tablet developed by Yi Luo and produced by the Universal Capsule Group. Colonel Violet, behold the myriad surveillance monitors surrounding us. Outside the villa, a figure emerged. What? Colonel Violet exclaimed, snatching the tablet from the soldier's hands. I'm quite handsome. Colonel Violet, cease your infatuation. What shall we do? Baka, are you questioning me? No, not at all. The adjutant gasped, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Colonel Violet's gaze fixated on Yi Luo on the screen, her eyes swirling with intrigue. This individual can access the villa. He may be connected to that little rascal. Danye, we must capture him first and deliberate later. As for the villa, we shall wait for the reinforcements. Yes, I will immediately command the soldiers to shoot. The adjutant, eager to rectify his earlier misstep, proclaimed with bravado. Baka, capture him alive. If you fire, you will merely kill him, you fool. Moreover, do you believe our weapons can breach the villa's defenses? Are you sending our soldiers to their demise? Violet roared in fury at the adjutant, her determination solidifying within. This fool is too incompetent. Upon returning, I shall replace him. Otherwise, I might as well eliminate him now to avoid further explanations. As for casualties, discovering YDE is unafraid of gunfire makes death inconsequential. It would be unacceptable for Marshal Ryder not to promote him. The adjutant felt a chill run down his spine, the ominous threat of death enveloping him. He knelt, overwhelmed. Fool, why create such a significant crisis? Are you not informing the enemy that we covet their secrets? Colonel Violet bellowed in rage. The adjutant stood frozen in place. Setting aside the commotion they had already caused at the villa, the uproar Violet had just created was far more substantial. How could he dare to speak? You all, go quickly seize him. As the soldiers rushed out with their weapons drawn, Violet grew anxious. Hey, lower your weapons. Do not harm him. He seems quite delectable. EW. He looks like he could be entertaining. The soldiers exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. What are you staring at? Move. Violet's expression darkened, her glare fierce. The soldiers shuddered and hastily discarded their weapons, sprinting towards Yiluo. Yiluo stood within the wooden fence, fully aware of the unfolding events. Interesting. He retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. With a resounding bong, the villa vanished, leaving only a series of wooden stakes. The soldiers, who had charged forward, were once again left dumbfounded. Well, is this how it is? Colonel Violet was equally bewildered, watching the adjutant kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I cannot have seen that correctly, can I? Huh? The adjutant inwardly cursed his fate. What correctness? All I know is that I was wrong. The tablet lies in your hands, rendering me blind to the unfolding events. Am I right or wrong? What troubles you, General Violet? She gazes blankly at the screen. That villa. Our 60-man battalion launched an assault, resulting in 30 casualties. A sudden silence descends. Oh no. General Violet's expression shifts dramatically. She kicks her aide. Fool, hurry. Gather the weapons and deliver them to the soldiers. The aide, still dazed, stumbles to his feet, scrambling to collect the guns, cradling them in his arms. Are you out of your mind? How many hands do you have to collect them? Use the universal capsules. The aide shivers, his face a mask of despair. But, General Violet, the universal capsules are expensive. Violet grits her teeth in frustration. What time is it? Do you still care about a trifling sum? Use them, and we shall reimburse you. In an instant, the surrounding firearms vanish rapidly, leaving only a handful of universal capsules behind. The aide, staggering, rushes over to retrieve the capsules, casting a sycophantic glance at Violet. Yiluo yuchis incidenge. Reimbursement, such a miraculous term. A flash of movement, and a surge of energy ignites the scene. The soldiers feel a brisk wind sweep over them before collapsing, oblivious to their fate. You. General Violet tenses, standing at attention, her eyes wide with terror as she locks onto Yiluo. Aren't you supposed to take me away? What is this? You stand before me, yet remain motionless? Do I need to take action? Violet, taken aback, retreats in panic, flipping her hand, bam. A submachine gun materializes in her grip. Don't come any closer. A ghost. Yiluo rolls his eyes. Just over 30 ordinary individuals, easily dispatched, even without restored energy or spatial abilities. They would pose no challenge. Now, it is even simpler. So, no longer interested in capturing me? Tot. Yiluo channels his energy, leaping into the air. The aide behind him suffers a grim fate, riddled with bullets. Tot. Yiluo's gaze sharpens, and he unleashes his inner strength mid-air, soaring 3 meters to evade the barrage of bullets. It's too noisy. With a decisive motion, he vanishes from sight, advancing toward General Violet, poised to strike. Click, click, click. All the ammunition in Violet's weapon is expended. Yiluo halts mid-air, then descends gently. Crack. With a crisp sound, a branch snaps beneath his feet, piercing Violet's heart like a knife, causing her body to convulse violently. Let us go, we can talk as we walk. Yiluo strides forward, seemingly indifferent to whether Violet follows. Violet glances at her aide, riddled with bullet holes and bloodied, then surveys the unconscious soldiers, worry etched across her face. By some twist of fate, Violet found herself trailing behind Yiluo, slowly departing from the woods. It was utterly terrifying. She could not ascertain whether failing to comply would lead to her demise. Still youthful and unwilling to embrace death, she was internally perplexed, realizing that she did not entirely reject the strikingly handsome man before her. Yiluo walked at a measured pace, deeply attuned to the distinctly altered state within him. The energy he cultivated was not entirely akin to that which he possessed before his ascension. It bore a vital essence, yet predominantly exuded a sense of vastness, as if infused with spatial power. It resembled the legendary fusion of rules with strength. Moreover, it was not confined within his dantian, rendering his control over it rather limited. As he traversed back, an overwhelming destructive force accompanied him, albeit lacking many authentic chi techniques. Not only that, but this strand of energy only refined the singular cell of Rongsheng, disregarding the others with an air of haughtiness. With limited control, this energy augmentation significantly enhanced his speed, strength, reflexes, and destructive capacity, but when compared to the essence of chi, it paled considerably. He sighed inwardly, realizing that there were no better alternatives at present. If he did not conceal himself within the cells, absorbing this energy through his physical form was inevitable. The chi cultivation technique operated on a triad of simultaneous practices. With energy present, the enhancement of his physical strength would accelerate. The speed at which his body absorbed this power would also increase, leading Yi Luo into a vicious cycle, ultimately resulting in a lack of energy. However, with energy at his disposal, Yi Luo would eventually devise a solution. The issue lay solely with control, and it was only a matter of time before he resolved it, certainly better than having nothing at all. Lost in thought, Yi Luo had already traversed approximately 3 kilometers. His pace, seemingly slow yet urgent, was influenced by the peculiar environment of the dense forest. Even Violet, with her military physique, struggled to keep up. By the time Yi Luo concluded his musings, he had distanced himself from Violet by over a kilometer. You are one of the Red Sand Brigade, aren't you? Speak then. What brings you to this godforsaken forest? Chapter 21. The Entanglement of Violet. Yi Luo made a resolute decision. Violet's expression darkened. This was indeed their territory. The villagers of the nearby hamlets were obligated to pay tribute to them. When had it come to the point where she had to justify her patrols of her own domain to outsiders? Yi Luo's formidable strength compelled her to bow her head. We actually discovered an individual unafraid of bullets, which is why we came to investigate, hoping to invite such remarkable figures to join our Red Satin Brigade. Violet spoke with a noticeable lack of conviction. She had witnessed Yi Luo's recent display of power. Eliminating 30 soldiers in a mere breath was no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Is that individual named Yida? Yi Luo continued to stroll. He was acutely aware of Violet's intentions. The reason for her inquiry was merely a pretext to extract information from her. He was well aware of the true nature of the Red Sam Brigade. This invitation was likely akin to a gun held to one's throat, possessing formidable strength. One remains unperturbed by these ordinary weapons. However, others may not share the same fortitude. Ah, you are aware. Yi Luo turned, casting a fleeting glance at Violet, who trembled slightly and lowered her head, cursing herself for her foolishness. I must say, your acting leaves much to be desired. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your discourse in the thicket? Violet, momentarily taken aback, opened her mouth slightly in astonishment. Huh? You heard that? And yet you still inquire? Are you jesting with me? If you possess the courage, confront me in bed. Should you seize me, it would merely be a jest, devoid of any real challenge. Besides, had you intended to kill me, do you truly think you could still be standing? Violet's breath quickened. Well, to be honest, you could render me incapable of standing. Yi Luo halted, almost wishing to slap Violet. What do you mean? Do you disdain an old man of 180 years? My physique, at present, is in peak condition, not to mention a mere 18-year-old lad. Even a robust 28-year-old would pale in comparison to me. Are you attempting to provoke me? Violet stood awkwardly at a loss for words. Do you realize how perilous your actions are? Violet glanced around, finding no one. Ha. Well, you're quite strong. Yi Luo felt as though 1,000 crows had taken flight above his head. Is this villainous woman truly so forthright? May I inquire if you is your martial arts mentor? Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, then composed himself. Martial artists are hardly a secret. This woman before him could be considered one of the higher echelons of significant power. It should not be too challenging for her to be acquainted with some remarkable martial artists. Not to mention, as the god of martial arts, Master Rashi. These individuals should be well known. Understanding that formidable martial artists can withstand bullets is hardly astonishing. Yet, the question remains, why such concern for you? And what purpose does Dr. Glow have in capturing these formidable martial artists? Let me ask you, do you think you could eliminate the Red Ribbon Army? Yi Luo inquired. Are you intending to confront the Red Ribbon Army? Yi Luo remarked, that is quite ambitious. A woman of such intelligence may not bode well. If you could indeed vanquish the Red Ribbon Army, I would gladly guide you. Yi Luo considered her proposition, intrigued by this captivating woman. Do you harbor a grievance against the Red Ribbon Army? Are you an undercover agent for the National Defense Force? Certainly not, Violet replied, her pride lifting her chin. Upon meeting Yi Luo's starry gaze, she quivered slightly, a flush of crimson gracing her cheeks as she lowered her head. I simply find you remarkably strong, and I wish to accompany you. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo turned away, concealing the astonishment that adorned her visage upon encountering Yi Luo Lan. To speak candidly, Yi Luo was indeed taken aback. This individual was a general of the Crimson Satin Legion, assuredly not a mere infatuated fool. It was certain that her rise to prominence was not attained through frivolous means. Yi Luo Lan exuded an aura of purity and innocence, undeniably a fledgling in the realm. Yet was there a peculiar technique in existence that Yi Luo was oblivious to? Such a notion had not crossed her ears before. Resolving to disregard this woman, she proceeded ahead. If I disclose the location of the Crimson Satin Legion stronghold, would you permit me to accompany you? Yi Luo, without turning her head, allowed a hint of peculiarity to seep into her voice. Are you not a general of the Crimson Satin Legion? Indeed. That is why I am well acquainted with that area and can assist you in vanquishing the Crimson Satin Legion. An unbeatable rationale. One that left Yi Luo devoid of any retort. Why? Simply because you are formidable, and I find you appealing. Yi Luo kui kinit harpes. Wait, hold on. This woman was indeed relentless. As expected, a woman lost in love was not to be trifled with. What foolish faction would elevate a love-stricken individual to such heights of power? In the novels of my past life, there seemed to be many instances. Yet, those predominantly featured male antagonists ardently pursuing the female lead, with no mention of women being infatuated with men. At this moment, Yi Luo questioned whether she had ascended to a bizarre and fantastical realm, one akin to those depicted in the tales of others. What was the difference between this and those who claimed tigers were adorable and sought to stroke their backs? Yi Luo, the proverbial tiger, found herself unable to unleash her fury. How peculiar. As she journeyed onward, Yi Luo felt as though she were enduring the tortures of the 18 layers of hell. Initially reserved, Yi Luo Lan grew increasingly liberated, reassured by the knowledge that she posed no threat to her. She spoke all manner of outrageous words and even produced an aircraft, insisting on personally escorting Yi Luo to the headquarters of the Crimson Satin Legion. Exasperated, Yi Luo pointed a finger and obliterated the aircraft. She intended to startle Yi Luo Lan, yet to her astonishment, the girl became more animated and clung to her. Eventually, she wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Luo, nearly hanging from her. Her reasoning was that, as Yi Luo's captive, she could not keep pace and thus had no choice but to cling to her. Yi Luo, despite several attempts to detach herself, found it futile and resigned herself to the situation. You are so strong, your skills must be impressive. Be quiet. Do you have a woman? Do you think I am beautiful? Be quiet. I can forego any titles. My skills are quite formidable as well. Would you care to test them? Be quiet. Yi Luo Lan paid no heed, growing increasingly exhilarated. In the future, I could bear you children. Yi Luo could no longer endure it. With a swift motion, she propelled herself and Yi Luo Lan 100 paces in an instant. Wow, that was fast. I love speed. Yi Luo replied, this is called length. Yes, I like both length and girth. The leaves fall silently, and one chooses to remain taciturn. This is no general. Rather, it is a brazen woman. Hold on. Muscles ripple as she swiftly sheds the legs that threaten to encircle her waist. Do not overstep. Why is it that you do not rise to the occasion? Is it possible that you are incapable? Perceiving the peculiar glint in her eyes, the calm composure of Yi Luo finally falters. With a surge of strength, he sent her flying. Alas, she rubs her backside, her brow furrowed into a deep frown. Hissing in a breath, she speaks in fragmented phrases. It matters not if you are incapable. Your striking handsomeness and impressive physique surely bring comfort even in the outside world. Yi Luo is incensed. Such beauty, yet she possesses the wiles of a seasoned temptress. It is fortunate her aura is untainted. From whence has she gleaned such wolfish words? The internet is a bane. For the first time, Yi Luo regrets the invention of smartphones and ultra-thin laptops. These individuals spend their days engaged in trivial pursuits. You may leave. I shall not take your life. That will not do. I am determined to accompany you. Yi Luo, after much internal struggle, ultimately spares her life. In his 180 years, many have clung to him, seeking martial training. Yet this is the first time a woman has pursued him with the intent of bearing his children. The disparity between the martial world and this technologically advanced, information-rich realm is indeed vast. Yi Luo strides purposefully toward the headquarters of the Scarlet Satin Brigade, with the world in the palm of his hand. There are few secrets that escape his notice. The Scarlet Satin Brigade, confident in their might, has never concealed their presence and has gained infamy worldwide. Yi Luo is well aware of their direction. Resolutely determined, he vows to annihilate the Scarlet Satin Brigade, hoping to rid himself of that loquacious woman swiftly. Bloodshed, merciless bloodshed, can drive many women away. This woman, adept at driving, surely cannot bear the sight of blood. Before long, Violet urgently calls out to Yi Luo. Hey, you there. Chapter 22. All are werewolves. Yi Luo pays her no heed, about to wade through the small river before him. Advancing further leads to the brigade's stronghold. You must not go there. His steps halt by the riverbank, and Yi Luo turns back to regard Violet with calm eyes. What a gaze it is, serene yet laced with mockery and indifference. I intend to obliterate the headquarters of the Scarlet Satin Brigade. Why should I not venture forth? Observing Violet evade his gaze, Yi Luo leaps into action. She opens her mouth to speak, letting out a sigh. I will assist you, but her words are abruptly cut off as she recalls Yi Luo's earlier display of power at the airport. Does he truly require her assistance? A look of astonishment flickers in her eyes. Yi Luo is even more formidable than that wild man. Ah, be careful. Having just crossed the river, Violet murmured softly, while Yi Luo's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that this lovely girl had genuinely developed feelings for him? This was unacceptable. As he reached the riverbank, Yi Luo darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, soaring through the air. In an instant, he covered 500 meters. Violet stood there, utterly stunned. Was this truly a human being? Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a universal capsule. I must investigate. Perhaps I could obliterate the entire organization. Even if that fails, such a robust physique would ensure my safety. The doubt in her eyes transformed into resolve as Violet mounted her flying motorcycle. With a hum and a whoosh, the distance between the two only widened. In the distance, at the headquarters of the Scarlet Ribbon Legion, the guard stationed at the gate stood idly, lazily lounging. This was the stronghold of the Scarlet Ribbon Legion. Who in their right mind would come here to stir trouble? The duty of standing guard was merely a facade for the superiors. Do you sense a sinister aura? Inquired a guard with yellow hair, addressing his red-haired counterpart. Huh, you can feel an aura? Stop joking. I'm serious. You went into the city last night, didn't you? Your legs are trembling. Don't be ridiculous, help me up. Support my waist. Please, with your meager physique, I have no interest. Hey, you perverse freak. Ha, you wouldn't understand the pleasures between men. What fun can women provide? Get lost. The yellow-haired guard wore a look of disdain. Before he could utter another word, his expression turned grave. What sound is that? What sound? You can't possibly be losing your grip on your weapon, can you? Stop babbling. We're still small. What do you mean small? Gah. The two stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down their faces. They soon realized who stood before them, the menacing Yi Luo, silently appearing. Kid, where did you spring from? Do you know where this is? Scram quickly or else. Kid, are you human or ghost? It's broad daylight. It can't be a ghost. And there's a shadow. You're scaring me to death. The yellow-haired and red-haired guards spoke in unison. Yi Luo regarded the two, exuding an aura of violence, and swiftly eliminated them. Such trash should be dealt with promptly, not left for future troubles. What is happening? Question a lookout, not far away. The wind picked up as Yi Luo soared past the lookout, striding deeper into the stronghold, leaving behind 7 lifeless bodies. Murder was Yi Luo's expertise. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm sounded, echoing across the area in an instant. A throng of fully armed soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. Open fire. The Scarlet Ribbon Legion was no benevolent force. Alarm. Intruder. Without uttering a word, the group brandished their firearms and opened fire. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, and dust swirled into the air. The soldiers wore solemn expressions, remaining utterly focused, undeterred by the bullets that rained upon their adversaries. In the command room, the one-eyed, diminutive Marshal Ritt, with a cigar dangling from his lips, grimaced, his features contorted. What is happening outside? Bring up the surveillance, he commanded. The tall, dark-skinned adjutant, Black, bowed slightly. The large screen before Marshal Ritt illuminated with images from the outermost combat zone. Inhale, exhale. What's the situation? Marshal, someone has infiltrated our Red Ribbon Legion's camp. With a loud clap, Ritt smacked his hands on the table, leaning forward, his large head looming. What are you all doing? Just idling about. Black, hunched over, replied, Marshal, this ISNT my fault. And Violet? Ritt inquired. Marshal, Violet has gone to the village where Yato is located to investigate Dr. Jero's request. Ritt scoffed. Is there no other general in addition to the 4 divisions at headquarters? I shall send someone immediately. Inhale, exhale. No need. Let me see how capable these little rascals are without orders. What about the other enemies? Black was drenched in sweat, reporting to the Marshal for the moment. We have yet to discover any. What? Ritt glared fiercely at Black. You mean to tell me you found nothing? Are you jesting with me? Black, in a panic, fell to his knees, trembling and bowing his head. Marshal, no, I swear we truly haven't found anything. Ritt's gaze was sharp, radiating an aura of brutality. A military base breached by a single individual? Are you lacking in intelligence? Or do you think me a fool? This is far worse than jesting. Ah, no, Marsal. Black stammered, clearly flustered. Despite Ritt's seemingly benign demeanor, those who drew closer soon realized his ruthless nature. Black understood he had incurred the Marshal's wrath. Just as he was about to speak, Rit interjected him. What is that small black dot over there? Zoom in. Relieved, Black hurriedly magnified the image. It's General Violet. Silence, you fool. Do you think I cannot see without your commentary? Black promptly ceased speaking, his face a portrait of terror. Inhale, exhale. It appears this person is the force behind Yado, and General Violet's intervention has failed. What? Black, with a stiffened neck, turned his head to survey the center of the battlefield. Look at your pitiful demeanor. It's only one person. Can they truly cause such upheaval? Prepare the missiles. The sound of Rit's command echoed ominously. Black's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the marshal. Inhale, exhale. This place is not secure. I must swiftly relocate to the safe house before issuing the missile launch command. The aide to General Brack gazed in admiration. Indeed, General Rit was a ruthless individual, unmatched by most. His cruelty was unparalleled. Let us commence. We must eliminate him at once. Should we not capture him alive? Dr. Gallo has specifically requested this. Damn it. Am I not the marshal here? Is he a marshal? If he survives a missile strike, he might serve some purpose. I have just received some critical intelligence. General Rit spoke briefly and then fell silent. You are in charge here. The aide, Brack, stiffened, his face darkening further. Rest assured, the defenses of the main fortress are formidable. He will undoubtedly fail to breach them. Rit rose, standing atop the table, and gently patted the aide's shoulder before leaping down, his eyes gleaming with a mix of envy and malice. So high is it? An opportunity to eliminate you. If that individual proves to be a mere ornamental facade, he will still face severe consequences for ordering a missile strike on a military encampment. General Rit departed in haste. Outside the barracks, the sound of gunfire echoed, with soldiers laughing and staring at the dust. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling everyone into vigilance. As if a switch had been flipped, the first scream triggered a cascade of terror, with cries echoing like a line of dominoes falling. Soldiers fell one by one. The soldiers adorned in red ribbons dared not fire upon their comrades. Unable to locate the enemy, they fled in panic, scattering in all directions. The merciless Reaper, Yeluo, surveyed the battlefield with a tranquil gaze. Escape? None shall evade. Half of my disciples have fallen into the hands of these people. They shall not survive unscathed. Like a flash of lightning, Yeluo darted across the battlefield, swiftly eliminating the innocent soldiers. The cacophony of screams filled the air. Violet was approaching the military camp when her vehicle detected unusual fluctuations. Panic washed over her. This is dire. Missiles, as expected from General Rit. That handsome, strong physique shall not endure. With a heavy heart, Violet slightly adjusted the vehicle's steering. Boom! In a flash, she sped away from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, retreating in the direction from which she had come. Yeluo's body bristled with unease, sensing an imminent danger that afforded him no chance to flee. So ruthless? He raised an eyebrow, glancing around to see the tallest building slowly closing its gates in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his energy, tripling his speed in an instant. With a whoosh, the soldiers who had been fleeing suddenly realized that the silent specter of death was no longer pursuing them, their expressions shifting to one of relief. Then the ground trembled. Misid, someone has launched missiles. The astute soldiers trembled, their faces paling as they screamed in terror. One soldier wept bitterly, lamenting his fate. Werewolves, they're all werewolves, even more ruthless than the ruthless. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Artificial Humans. Striking at the heart of darkness, Yeluo surged into the tallest edifice with fervor. Swiftly, he dispatched 2 soldiers, hastily secured the door, and plunged deeper into the structure. The current malevolent forces were audacious beyond belief. Tanks and aircraft were cast aside. Missiles were deployed at the onset. What a true wolf among men. Yeluo Muset, his demeanor remarkably composed. There was no doubt he could not withstand a missile strike. However, ensconced within a sturdy building, the situation transformed entirely. The initial explosion and shockwave could be endured, and he harbored no fear of subsequent impacts or searing heat. Unless the news of his presence had reached the upper echelons of the Red Satin Brigade, prompting an early evacuation, this structure was likely capable of withstanding missile assaults. After all, who would be foolish enough to launch missiles at their own stronghold, especially while still within it? Yeluo felt no trepidation regarding the building's resilience. In this world, the improbable often unfolded. Concealing himself here, he might emerge unscathed. Venturing outside posed the risk of being tracked by missiles. Hiding within was the swiftest means of avoiding injury. There was no way to outrun them. E. Ah. Perish. Even a lisping tongue can become elite. Advancing forward, Yi Luo struck decisively. The stuttering soldier crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Around him, 8 soldiers trembled. Ficatet on Yi Luo. Pray tell, do you suffer from Parkinson's? He quipped. To his surprise, the Red Satin Brigade seemed rather benevolent towards their own, allowing the frail and infirm to thrive within their headquarters. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from outside, followed by a thunderous explosion. The entire structure quaked, debris cascading down like rain. Ye luo simirkit. Indeed, formidable strength accompanied keen intellect. Had he not sought refuge here, he might not have been able to endure. Steady yourself. You are not invincible yet. He reminded himself, surveying his surroundings. Fire your weapons. Do not presume we lack the courage to shoot. A figure resembling a captain hastily admonished his comrades. What? Yi Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. Were these vile adversaries truly so spineless? Or perhaps they recognized the wisdom and prudence. Just as the violet flower, so too did these soldiers exhibit similar traits. Captain, if he lowers his weapon, we will follow suit. Otherwise, we feel unsafe. A squad member angrily tossed aside his firearm and approached with determination. Look here, are you blind? Where does he possess a gun? He gestured, incredulous. What gun should he lower? Do you fancy yourself a charming Colonel Violet, still lacking a sense of security? Do you think this formidable presence is General Blue, with a penchant for men? Yi Luo shivered slightly. The individual clad in a crimson satin ribbon appeared to possess a rather peculiar mindset. The squad leader, in a fit of brutality, seized a firearm from a subordinate and commanded the remaining team members to lower their weapons. The sound of clattering echoed throughout the Grand Hall. Esteemed warrior, I shall personally escort you to our martial ret. With a sudden flicker, Yi Luo appeared before the squad leader. A finger pointed directly at the leader's forehead, unleashing an internal force that pierced through his skull. Oddly enough, he had not ordered the surrender of arms with a promise of mercy. The squad leader felt the world spin around him, his heart filled with resentment towards this old rogue who showed no leniency to captives. Witnessing the scene, some soldiers turned to flee while others crouched to retrieve their weapons. Yi Luo paid them no heed and ascended the grand staircase step by step. Observing this, the soldiers refrained from attacking Yi Luo and fled in disarray. Suddenly, a new contingent of soldiers emerged on the staircase, firing indiscriminately without a second glance. In that instant, the panicked soldiers cried out in desperation. Yi Luo transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly dispatching the soldiers on the staircase. I had mentioned that there was no need for further bloodshed. You have all caused me to suffer from inner demons, and for that, you shall perish. Yi Luo stated calmly as he cut through the soldiers with unstoppable momentum, advancing to the 3rd floor. Before him stood a towering figure, stroking its chin in wonder. Could this be the work of Dr. Gallo? Such a crude automaton has been unleashed? I am an android, not a robot, the figure retorted. Interesting, it possesses self-awareness. Yi Luo mused, drawing closer to the automaton's side and throwing a punch. Bang! The impact resounded. Your strength is woefully inadequate. You will be taken captive. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Luo's eyes. Though he had not exerted his full strength, it was not an easy feat to withstand such a blow. Steel would crumble before him like mere paper. Yet this automaton, forged from an unknown material, managed to withstand a strike. With a swift retreat, he regarded the figure that stood there, its bulbous eyes wide, as if it were a simpleton. Pray tell, are you an android or a human? What material are you composed of to be so resilient? Yi Luo inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. This material was extraordinary. In the past, the strongest metal he had encountered was celestial iron, but in this realm, he had witnessed various superalloys that paled in comparison to this substance. With a thunderous boom, the towering figure's eyes glimmered with a red hue as it took a step forward. Surrender. Ye luos pilefu demeanor vanisit. Replaced by a grave focus on the imposing figure before him. This could be troublesome. Contemplating the prospect of capturing this entity for further examination, he shifted his position, maneuvering to the left side of the android and prepared to strike once more. Boom! I have stated that resistance is futile, a stubborn defiance against fate. The sinews and bones shuddered as they broke free from the robotic grasp. Yi Luo, shifting positions repeatedly, struck and kicked, yet could not prevail against the machine before him. You shall face the consequences. Yi Luo's reckless actions provoked the hulking figure, who rose in fury, glaring menacingly at him. Yi Luo shrugged, extending his right hand palm outward, reaching into his bosom. With a resonant bong, an imposing technological marvel, nearly 2 square meters in area and standing 1 meter tall, materialized between the two. Qian Kuan. I am here. Network severed. Affirmative. As Qian Kuan spoke, the magnetic field around them shifted. The giant emitted a crackling sound, his eyes flickering ominously. What is happening? Yi Luo advanced cautiously. The era has changed. Under the constraints of the magnetic field, no signals can penetrate. You are entirely mechanical. It is impossible for you to retain any semblance of human consciousness. A mocking tone escaped his lips as Yi Luo delivered a punch that sent the giant reeling. The speed has slowed, defenses diminished, and strength reduced. With his pupils constricting, Yi Luo curiously observed the giant as he slowly rose. Something is amiss. He tossed a universal capsule, bong. With keen eyes, Yi Luo unleashed a spatial slash. The once formidable giant, which had previously eluded him, shattered into pieces in an instant, dismembered completely. In the truest sense of the word. Oddly enough, how could this era not vanquish such a foe? Sheepishly rubbing his nose, he activated his ability, manipulating spatial constraints to make 6 fragments of steel vanish into thin air. Yi Luo gazed innocently at the remaining limbs. Alas, 1 cubic meter of space is insufficient. After saying this, he produced an empty spatial capsule and tossed it forth. After the smoke cleared, he stepped forward, bending to retrieve 2 universal capsules. Sighing, he mused about the unnecessary complications of restoring his energy. Shaking his head, Yi Luo glanced at the large hole that had once been the staircase entrance and leapt through it. But something feels amiss. Chapter 24. The demise of the Crimson Ribbon headquarters. Marshal Reuter has fled. Entering the 4th level, Yi Luo beheld the vast hall and a solitary tall figure cloaked in darkness. He surveyed his surroundings, meticulously searching for any lurking threats. How infuriating. Delighted. Are we? Yi Luo grinned broadly, revealing his white teeth. If memory serves, you must be that. Yi Luo frowned, straining to recall. Oh no, my memory is failing me. Lieutenant Colonel Krot, is that correct? Initially disheartened, Yi Luo then beamed at the tall figure. Blake, oh, Patala Palace. But wait, what stature do you possess to bear such a name? You. Blake seethed with frustration. Upon seeing Yi Luo, he trembled incessantly, akin to someone afflicted by Parkinson's. And the words he uttered held no intimidation whatsoever. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo approached Brack step by step. Speak up, where has that fellow rat gone? Yi Luo surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any hidden chambers. Red is not here. If that is the case, everything makes sense. It is only in his absence that one would dare to unleash an assault on his own stronghold. Who else would be so reckless? Such an approach is hardly foolproof. At the very least, one would expect to commence with a barrage from tanks and artillery before proceeding. Yi Luo's gaze fixed upon the tall, dark figure, a glimmer of murderous intent sparking within his eyes. This black-clad man was no innocent. If Rhett were the legendary overlord, then this Brack was merely a sharp instrument wielded by him, a practical executor of his will. Alas, such characters typically possess a tenacious spirit, with strength still intact. One might torture him to extract the whereabouts of Rhett through the heart of the devil technique. At this moment, bang, the dark figure collapsed to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. My lord, I surrender, I surrender. I will confess everything. Huh? You make me appear foolish, Yi Luo replied, his expression impassive. Where has Yeo gone? I do not know. I swear I do not know. Yi Luo narrowed his eyes, the atmosphere growing tense. The dark figure repeatedly bowed his head in submission. My lord, I truly do not know. After capturing that boy, no. After capturing Yeo, Dr. Glow was set to leave, and General Rhett had dispatched someone to escort him away. Did you not send anyone to follow? What? The dark figure suddenly looked up, disbelief etched across his face. As if to ask, how do you know? Yi Luo crouched slightly, unperturbed by the possibility of surprise attack. He was unarmed, but if necessary, he could produce a universal capsule that would swiftly end this old scoundrel's life. Where did Rhett go? I do not know. Yi Luo's anger surged within him. Had this man truly mistaken him for a fool? Just moments ago, Rhett had been present, terrified by Yi Luo's imposing presence, ordering missile launches before fleeing in panic. Yi Luo's expression remained blank as he reached out, delivering a light yet decisive strike. The dark figure's eyes bulged, unable to close in death. I have surrendered. Why must you kill me? This is dishonorable. You know nothing. What value does your surrender hold? Yi Luo's voice dripped with disdain. Furthermore, you claim he fled after witnessing my might and ordering a missile strike. Do you truly believe me to be such a fool? Let's not forget that as a marshal, with so many soldiers present, Yelluo posit momentarily. While those soldiers are all doomed to perish under the missiles. Regardless, one would expect to employ a strategy of attrition to test the limits of my strength before making a retreat. To flee outright. Do you take me for simpleton? Or is it that your marshal is merely a coward? And now that I have arrived, how could your marshal dare to escape? Yi Luo, with an expressionless countenance, rose to his feet, unless he sensed the imminent arrival of a missile, in which case all his focus would be on evasion. It was inconceivable for that scoundrel, Ritter, to escape beneath his very nose. He had not witnessed any aircraft taking off, although indeed, many planes had ascended, all intent on assaulting him, none making their escape. Yi Luo pondered with uncertainty, shaking his head. Alas, poor the Yi. A profound headache plagued him, particularly vexing. Where is he to seek the Yi? The world was vast, and he had no desire to explore it. He could only consult Violet. Ah, the villains of this world possess little resolve. Yi Luo murmured as he leaped down the stairs. Ah, you're alive. Upon seeing Violet's jubilant expression, Yi Luo resembled a creature that had stumbled where it ought not. Why did you not flee? Why should I escape? Yi Luo was rendered speechless. Is there no law? As a captive, should you not attempt to escape? I had intended to ensure your remains were intact. Upon witnessing the missile, I contemplated finding something to give you a proper burial. Yi Luo? Thank you. You have quite the kind heart. Violet beamed with a radiant smile. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. It is merely my duty. Yi Luo waved his hand in resignation. Ritter has fled. Ah, undoubtedly. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would make his escape. Yi Luo retorted. Why did you not mention this sooner? You did not inquire. Violet replied innocently, her wide eyes gazing back at him. Yi Luo, unable to maintain his gaze, acknowledged his oversight. You see, this is not my fault. Is this not the headquarters of your Red Ribbon Legion? How could he escape? The Red Ribbon Legion has changed its headquarters 5 times. This is merely the most recent, having lasted 6 years. Violet remarked nonchalantly. Yi Luo was taken aback. Is that so? The villains of this world truly lack fortitude. Enough with the idle musings. Where could he have possibly fled? I do not know. Each time he escapes, a new leadership emerges, and I am the last to rise. Violet continued. But rest assured, my ascent was not through dubious means. I am quite virtuous. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice dwindling. What does that have to do with me? Yi Luo retorted. Do you think he might go to the 4 major camps? Impossible. The headquarters cannot be breached. He would have to be quite mad to seek the obvious 4 major camps. Yi Luo mused. This woman is rather astute. With hands in pockets, Yi Luo wandered through the ruins. Where are you headed? Just taking a stroll. As the leaves fall, do you wish to accompany me? For now. It is certain that finding someone in this wilderness is a daunting task, and whether the other party can survive remains an enigma. Violet is captivating, her words melodious, and having her by my side could serve as a pleasant distraction. Since my retreat for breakthroughs, I have been tirelessly occupied, hardly allowing myself a moment to reflect. Yet, there is little to contemplate. My realm is established, and the thread of inner strength within me can be effortlessly controlled. However, due to the nature of the Qi refinement technique, my physical form has grown stronger, yet the absorption of energy has become more challenging, making the emergence of another thread of inner strength a formidable task. Were I to advance with vigor, I would not find myself wandering aimlessly. It is not that my power is stagnant, rather I find myself confined to a single space, which is quite uncomfortable. Thus I venture out, seeking alternative paths and perhaps encountering fortuitous opportunities. Men, unlike women, require purpose even in their wanderings. The matter of the wild beasts is quite commendable, as aiding the populace could also accumulate merit for oneself. Indeed, while I harbor skepticism towards such notions, it is prudent to maintain a facade. Let's find a place to rest, I suggested. Yellow's breath caught, astonished, as he turned to gaze at Violet. Chapter 25. The Enigmatic Tower, Guardian of the Sacred Kalen. Is this person unwell? Who speaks of such things in broad daylight? He mused. Be a little more discreet. I'm not denying you. What? What is it? Nothing. Let us proceed. Wait, did you agree? He heard the surprise in Violet's voice. Yellow quickened his pace, feeling overwhelmed. I cannot afford to provoke her. Has she turned 30? She hardly seems so. Violet's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, how delicate. Yellow frowned, raising his head. What nonsense are you uttering? That stick. Hey, you rascal. Well, it is true, Yellow retorted, speechless. Let us see. To Yellow's astonishment, the tower loomed majestically into the sky, a sight he had somehow overlooked until now. Approaching its vicinity, he finally beheld its grandeur. It was simply unfathomable. Why is it that the tower is not visible until one is near? How would I know? Yellow replied, maintaining a facade of calm while his heart raced with excitement. He was aware of certain truths. The turtle sage had once mentioned that this world is inhabited by deities. Over the course of 7.5 years in human society, he had never heard of any divine beings. Now, standing before this mystical, towering spire, Yellow felt an inkling that he might soon encounter a true deity. His reverence for such beings was minimal. They were merely stronger entities. As long as they were not grotesque, there was generally no significant issue. The atmosphere surrounding him was serene and harmonious, devoid of any malevolent presence. It was simply peculiar. Generally, celestial beings reside in realms of bliss and fortune. The concentration of vital energy in this place is no different from others. It is equally abundant, though rather ordinarily so. After wandering with Violet for over a year, the two have grown quite familiar. The crux of the matter lies in Yiluo, who tends to seek the youthful and inexperienced. Their sincere exchanges, day in and day out, naturally fostered a bond that is far from weak. How wondrous! It mirrors your situation. How could it be the same? Yiluo stone eudit e kasperitan. Do you doubt my capabilities? Please don't. I am quite fatigued and in pain. Who's to blame for your lack of diligence in cultivation? Yet you spend your days reclining and sitting idly. Why must I bear the burden of movement? Yi Luo shook his head, casually strolling towards the distant tower with hands clasped behind his back. You simply do not comprehend. What do you mean? It is clearly you who wishes to shirk responsibility, accusing me of laziness. Huh, yet your prowess pales in comparison to mine. That is merely because you have been at it longer. I have only just begun. I relish hearing such words. With a light step, Yi Luo leaped forward, covering over 100 zhang in an instant. Violet's eyes sparkled with envy. When shall I attain such grace? With her legs slightly bent, she propelled herself forward. Bang! The earth erupted, mud and grass flying as she shot forth like a cannonball. Quickly catching up to Yi Luo, one was light and agile, the other sturdy and formidable. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a mountain and arrived by a small riverbank. There are people. Where? Violet scanned the surroundings, her large eyes filled with confusion. How did she not notice? Approximately 20 kilometers from us. Violet's pretty face darkened. Yi Luo, truly, that individual's strength rivals yours and stand among the pinnacle of human martial artists. Is that so? Curiosity sparkled in Violet's eyes. Indeed, you may engage him in combat. Violet stamped her foot. Yi Luo, what nonsense are you spouting? I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Ah, living is acceptable. As for becoming a ghost, you might as well seek a dead spirit. Bah! To be honest, sparring with you lacks a certain thrill. Battling that behemoth could indeed enhance my prowess. After a year of companionship, Violet was not overly familiar with Yi Luo, but she was perceptive enough to read his subtle cues. What do you mean by that? Yi Luo gazed up at the towering structure, its peak obscured from view. I sense that my destiny lies here. I shall likely linger for a while. Violet's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Luo. Are we not going to rescue the wild ones? Yi Luo regarded her as if she were a fool. It has been over a year. After pursuing for so long, if no incident has arisen, then none will. If trouble does arise, returning now would only yield corpses. What is the rush? A slow search is preferable. Dewey, let me express my gratitude to you. Because of your presence, the seasons have turned cold. Your role as a teacher is quite questionable, Yi Luo remarked with a serious expression. You are mistaken. Yao requires experience. If he possesses intelligence, he shall naturally evade perilous situations. If he does not, then it is simply his fate. As a teacher, I have no regrets. The world is vast, and if someone captures him and takes him into the mountains, where shall I search for him? I am but a human, not a deity. Indeed, your perspective is quite reasonable, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Yi Luo mused lightly, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. If something feels off, it indeed is. If you felt it was right, then my fabrication would be too seamless. At that time, I could only exclaim, Tai Ku La. Enough of this matter for now. Let us proceed to investigate. Perhaps we could even enjoy a meal along the way. What? The two crossed the river, venturing into the forest. Moreover, what if we do not go to the city? Wouldn't it be easier to locate the Yao there? A vivid image of a little girl flickered in Yi Luo's mind. The city, having been away for so many years, that little girl must have gone mad with worry. You are quite foolish. Do you believe there's any news about your red satin in the city? What about the higher echelons of the nation? Your strength is formidable. Please, they have transitioned from terrorists to an underground force. The two are entirely distinct. To combat terrorists, One merely requires coordinates, but to dismantle a black market, one must understand its intricate pathways. The nation, like us, has been unable to locate martial root from the red satin. Ah, you make a valid point. Their casual banter continued, yet their pace remained swift. In 7 or 8 minutes, they had traversed nearly 30 kilometers. Were you not saying someone was here? Surely you are not mistaken in misreading the signs? I appreciate your concern, Violet replied with a proud grin. Huh, no need for thanks. We are allies, she added. But just as her pride swelled, her smile froze in place. Alas, there truly is someone here, and they are cooking over a fire. Yiluo paid little heed to the boisterous girl beside her. A booming sound erupted as a large figure and a smaller one, clad in tree bark and resembling father and son, stood alert, their gaze fixed on Yiluo's approach. The larger one even grasped a spear, adopting a defensive stance, while the smaller one appeared endearing, trembling, with a quivering bottom lip on the verge of tears. Who goes there? A rough voice called out from the primitive individual. This is entirely your fault. Your lack of refinement in training has caused such a commotion during our journey, Violet remarked, unperturbed, her smile returning. Throughout their journey, she had caused quite a stir, and Yiluo found herself perpetually cleaning up after her. Did she truly believe her robust physique would allow her to traverse so easily without consequence? This cannot be held against me. You have stated that his prowess is on par with mine. Discovering my presence is only natural, is it not? Yiluo remained silent, moving through the thicket until she reached the perimeter of a cleared space. Hey beast, setting fire to the mountain shall earn you a place in prison. Violet's expression darkened as she discreetly concealed herself behind a large tree, feigning unfamiliarity. The two wild men also wore scowls. Who are you? And what brings you to the sacred grounds of Carlin? Their voices dripped with suspicion and discontent. Yiluo scrutinized the wild men. I am merely here to explore. You're not welcome here. Is this your home? You. The wild man erupted in anger. TSK, such a temperament, a true brute. You shall not insult my father. Oh, little one, what is your name? The child, arms outstretched, glared fiercely at Yiluo. Upon hearing the inquiry, he quickly clasped his hands together. I'm UPA, and this is my father, brah. We are the guardians of the sacred grounds of Carlin. Yiluo replied. So forthright? You make me feel rather embarrassed. UPA stepped back. Huh? UPA looked up, his small head tilting in confusion as he gazed at his father, before obediently retreating. Yiluo found this scene amusing, and Violet emerged as well. We merely stumbled upon that tower and found it fascinating, so we came to have a look. Violet pointed towards the distant Carlin Tower. Chapter 26, The Battle. Violet's utter defeat. Departure. Bra remained vigilant. Violet, with a frown, remarked, What is your problem? There is no need for so much dialogue. A decisive punch will suffice. Violet hesitated, pouting. She didn't wish to battle Bra. You are intruders. As Bra suddenly erupted with fury, taking an aggressive stance, he commanded, Come forth. Let me see the fruits of your training over the past year. Violet could only purse her lips, stepping forward to glare fiercely at Bra. Hey, Yiluo has stated that your strength is on par with mine. Do you wish to perish? Violet, a general of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, maintained a formidable demeanor. Yiluo did not intervene. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. It is the essence of the world. What is there to criticize? UPA, you must leave. No, I want to fight the bad guys with my father. Noticing the small child UPA's fearful expression, who was attempting to appear brave, Yiluo pointed his toes. Be careful, UPA. I was taken aback. Yiluo retreated, sitting cross-legged upon a stout tree trunk. Bra's face flushed with embarrassment. Violet let out a derisive laugh. You underestimate Yiluo far too much. Even 100 of me would not match him. Do you think it would harm your son? Bra's lips quivered. About to respond when a sharp gust of wind surged forth. Despicable scoundrel. Bang! Violet moved like a flash, evading Bra's thrusting spear and delivering a powerful punch towards him. Bra hastily raised his arm to defend, stumbling backward, leaving behind 8 deep and shallow footprints in the earth. The laughter, oh how it echoes. For it is indeed a challenge to nurture both petty individuals and women. You label me a petty person, and I cannot dispute such a characterization. The Violet, unashamed, offers a subtle smile. Father, oh woe is me. UPA, why do you linger here instead of seeking refuge? Bra, his neck veins bulging, trembles as he fixates upon the situation with a grave expression. He retrieves the spear that has fallen into the mud, directing its point towards the Violet. Father, I hurry away. Bra's voice is laced with urgency, tinged with reproach, yet predominantly concern. The Violet chuckles softly. Yi Luo observes this scene, wishing fervently to intervene. One must remember, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. The Violet refrains from exploiting her advantage, for she knows hardship awaits. In terms of combat, women inevitably face significant disadvantages. Moreover, this Violet, although growing adept in certain skills, possesses little martial prowess compared to the guardian of the sacred land dwelling within the primordial forest. Contemplating this, Yi Luo neither interrupts nor offers a warning. A little hardship may serve her well. One learns through experience, and the lessons of life are often imprinted after a single encounter. He remains on the periphery, confident that he will not encounter grave peril. Oh, shall we continue? Look at you trembling. Yi Luo muses, while the Violet, oblivious, playfully gazes at Bra. Bra's countenance is grave, his eyes darting. Yi Luo imperceptible notes. This robust man displays wisdom, refraining from reckless bravado. Instead, he seems intent on leveraging the surrounding environment to extricate himself. Observing Bra's subtly shifting toes, moving in a coordinated direction, Yi Luo follows his gaze. Unfortunately, he is unfamiliar with this terrain and unaware of what lies ahead. His heart quickens slightly. Damn it, you have provoked my ire. Bra bellows, thrusting his spear towards the Violet. If you have the skill, do so unarmed. The Violet giggles, gracefully evading Bra's long spear with a deft somersault. UPA seizes the opportunity to flee, heading directly towards the very path Bra had intended to escape. Yi Luo's thoughts stir, then extinguish. Should he pursue, Bra would undoubtedly abandon the Violet and follow him instead. Such an opponent does not pique Yi Luo's interest. Yet that direction normally. One would expect them to flee in opposite directions, yet both head toward the same route, which piques his curiosity. There are intriguing elements awaiting discovery in that direction. Yi Luo reflects. As for more formidable foes, he has detected none. In fact, he senses no powerful creatures nearby, suggesting there are no formidable adversaries. Yi Luo's thoughts race as the battlefield shifts with each move. Bra raises his spear, aiming its shaft directly at the Violet. Do you believe I am unable to leverage the air? Yi Luo wishes he could leap forth and grant the Violet a resounding triumph. This is a contest, a battle, where the opponents regard each other as enemies, fighting for their very lives. Your incessant prattling is not only bothersome, but also indicative of your overconfidence. Indeed, as Violet shifted direction in the air, she had yet to revel in her moment when Bra's spear quivered, slicing through the air, continuing its assault towards her. Such audacity. Yi Luo shut his eyes. He could not bear to watch. During such moments, you merely gasped and sighed, yet now you fill the air with trivialities. This is the release of one's true nature. With a resounding smack, Violet was sent hurtling backward, staggering until she collided with a grand tree, finally coming to a halt. Bra turned, spear in hand, its tip menacingly directed at Violet. She glared, gritting her teeth in fury. How dare you injure me? Yi Luo, too, ground his teeth in frustration. Here they were on the peak of Mount Hua, fighting for their lives, and yet there was so much unnecessary chatter. Boom! Violet's rage erupted, her body launching forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at Bra. Bra widened his stance, channeling all his strength, the spear vibrating with a resonant hum. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear towards Violet. The two exchanged blows, dodging left and right. Dust swirled around them, leaves cascading from the trees under the force of the winds. Flocks of birds, sensing the lethal atmosphere, took flight in a panic, scattering in all directions. Yi Luo reopened his eyes, observing the scene with calm detachment. Violet fought with nothing but a surge of anger, her attacks becoming desperate as her strength waned. The intensity of their clash was undeniable, yet Yi Luo discerned Violet's decline, the signs of impending defeat becoming evident. He sighed inwardly, still lacking in experience. Power alone is insufficient. In this world, no formidable martial artists have yet been discovered. All rely solely on brute strength and internal energy, engaging in direct confrontations. Were they to face even a second-rate martial artist from a true martial arts realm, neither would last even 30 exchanges. Not to mention the myriad of underhanded tactics, poisons, and conspiracies that are commonplace. In such a battlefield, the dust, fallen leaves, and trees are all natural weapons against the enemy, yet neither has made use of them. At most, they exchanged 50 blows. Though Violet and Bra engaged in a display of martial prowess, most of their exchanges were mere physical confrontations, relying on raw strength, energy, and willpower. The bout was far from spectacular. In comparison to Yi Luo, a martial arts master, it resembled nothing more than a child's brawl. What a mystery this Kalinta is. As a guardian, their strength is so meager, unless there are hidden powers lurking in the shadows. This world of martial arts seems a desolate wasteland. Reaching such a preposterous conclusion nearly caused Yi Luo's mind to falter. With such abundant energy and ease of cultivation, how could the martial artists of this world be so inept? Thoughts raced, and the battle did not slow. After 45 exchanges, Violet's expression darkened, and amidst her panic, a slip in her defense became apparent. Bolas seized the opportunity, wielding his spear to sweep through the ranks, once again forcing Violet into the air. As Violet ascended, she twisted her body, executing a curious somersault, and supported herself with her hands, standing inverted on the ground, her feet alternating kicks towards Bola. With a cold grunt, Bola relaxed his grip and raised his palm to receive the blows. Bang! Thud! Bola staggered back, his heels sinking into the muddy earth. As he retreated once more, he daringly lifted his leg, hurling a handful of dirt towards Violet. Yi Luo shook his head again. If Violet had remained composed, she might have had room for maneuver. However, as she spoke, her feet grew weary from exertion, and her kicks towards Bola lacked strength. Indeed, Violet found her legs unable to withdraw and could only exert force with her palms, preparing to somersault into the sky. A glimmer flashed in Bola's eyes as he lowered his shoulders and dropped his elbows, his arm muscles swelling prominently. With a yell, he firmly grasped Violet's legs and forcefully twisted his body backward. Violet, having exhausted her strength, could not withstand Bola's powerful pull. Just as she reached the apex, she was sent hurtling sideways towards him with a whoosh, on the verge of crashing into a tree. The sound of air being torn apart echoed. Chapter 27. The Rescuer. The Immortal on the Kalinta. Bola's pupils contracted as he released his grip on Violet's hands. He instinctively dropped to the ground, pushing off with all his strength, skimming along the surface and retreating swiftly. Just as his strength waned, he exerted himself to rise, keeping a wary eye on Yi Luo while stealing glances at Violet. His expression grave. Freed from her constraints, Violet clawed and pulled at the tree, circling it before landing below. Violet and Yi Luo formed a triangular formation, aimed squarely at Bola. Despicable. Violet landed, her face flushed, gathering her strength to charge at Bola. You have already lost. Why do you not stand down? Yi Luo's voice floated lightly through the air. Violet hesitated momentarily, taking a few small steps before finally stabilizing herself. I have not yet. Your stubbornness is futile. It was not I who struck you, yet that last blow cost you a third of your combat power. Violet pouted, her eyes reddening, glaring fiercely at Bola. Bola remained as steadfast as a mountain, still on guard against the two. Suddenly, Yi Luo descended from the tree trunk, appearing ethereal, yet surpassing the limits of human sight. Bola narrowed his eyes, wary of Yi Luo, his muscles taut and ready. Yi Luo cast a glance. Do not be so hostile. Your muscles are beyond your control. How long can you resist? Bola felt a shiver run down his spine, involuntarily bracing himself. Who are you? We are merely travelers. Violet suddenly clasped her forehead in astonishment. Nonsense. We're searching for a man named Yi. What do you mean by wandering aimlessly? Violet's eyes darted back and forth. Oh, yes, we're looking for someone named Yi. He was taken by the Red Satin Band, and we have received no news of him. Have you heard of him? A flicker of confusion crossed Bola's eyes. The Red Satin Band? Indeed, that is the foremost reactionary force in the world, exceedingly malevolent, engaging in the abduction of individuals for inhumane experiments. Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter of the Carlin Sanctuary. What is the story behind that tower? Bora's expression turned grave. You do not harbor ulterior motives, do you? Yi Luo rolled her eyes elegantly. Are you out of your mind? When you seek out women, is it merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, without prior inquiries? We know nothing about this object. What plans could we possibly formulate against it? Silence. Bora glared at Yi Luo with fury. Yi Luo observed keenly. This individual possesses a certain pride regarding that peculiar tower, as if it were sacred and untouchable. There are indeed those who pursue women on a whim, displaying a perverse nature. A chilling wind swept through, piercing Yi Luo's very core with a biting cold. Is this a jest? It is quite amusing that this serious fellow would say such a thing. If you don't mind, perhaps you can enlighten me about what lies atop the tower. Yi Luo's gaze remained calm as he regarded Bora. I am quite curious. When Yi Luo and I were at a distance, we could not see the Carlin Tower, yet upon approaching, it became visible, standing alone. Its dimensions suggest it is not the handiwork of humankind. Yi Luo was genuinely intrigued. If this tower were indeed constructed by humans, it would have been widely publicized. In the outside world, he had not heard a whisper about it. One could claim ignorance, but he had spent 5 years in the Universal Capsule Group. Perhaps it was Yi Luo's clear-eyed demeanor that gradually eased Bora's suspicions. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. It is said that an immortal resides atop the Carlin Tower. Yi Luo internally scoffed at the notion, yet maintained an impassive facade. This claim holds a modicum of credibility. Of course, the concept of deities is one Yi Luo himself does not wholly subscribe to, considering he was once a deity himself. In comparison to the lifespans of the top martial artists, his own lifespan of 50 years qualifies him to be called a terrestrial immortal without any doubt. It is likely that a formidable being, at least one who once was, resides there. Yi Luo's skepticism arose not from disbelief, but from his year-long travels through the world, during which he had yet to encounter any superhuman prowess. His confidence in the martial arts of this realm was rather tenuous. Furthermore, the legends of Carlin have long since spread. It is implausible that no one outside is aware of it. Yi Luo and Zi Luo exchanged knowing glances. The tales have circulated widely, yet there is no discourse surrounding this matter. Logically, such a remarkable structure would attract throngs of visitors eager to behold it. The absence of any mention is perplexing. Yi Luo surveyed his surroundings, suppressing a chuckle. Judging by the appearance of the individual before him, he likely had lived in this dense forest for an extensive period. Given the vastness of this woodland, what could be the extent of information dissemination beyond its borders? The so-called dissemination of information, I fear, merely involves a handful of individuals carrying messages forth. Yet, how far can they truly travel? Beyond a certain distance, their credibility dwindles. And, naturally, the information cannot propagate. As for Bra, his perspective is not particularly surprising. To him, the earth likely pales in comparison to the vastness of the forest. Very well, I grasp the matter you presented. Yi Luo fixed his gaze upon Bra, a flicker of compassion illuminating his eyes. What do you mean? He inquired, a hint of irony in his tone. I ask you, if the Kalinta indeed houses immortals, what can your meager strength accomplish for them? To guard the Kalinta, preventing others from desecrating the sanctity of the immortals, Bra replied, steadfast and solemn. Yi Luo imperceptibly shook his head. The man before him was entrenched in his subjective beliefs. Words would prove futile. The immortal of Kalinta does not make an appearance. Climbing the Kalinta will grant you an audience with the immortal, Yi Luo said, narrowing his eyes slightly. He had indeed contemplated this, wishing to ascertain where that towering structure, which vanished into the clouds, ultimately led. Did it reach beyond the confines of Earth? As for the art of disappearance, he too could master it, albeit through technological means. However, constructing such a lofty and slender tower was beyond his current capabilities, as it demanded materials of an exceedingly high standard, which his present technological reserves could not satisfy. You do not permit climbing? Yi Luo's eyes narrowed, feigning indifference. Bra shivered, an inexplicable sensation enveloping him, as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Of course not. Climbing the Kalinta is a freedom granted to all, he stammered. Yi Luo appeared bewildered, while Violet trembled with indignation. She stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Bra. Do you care to reflect on what you just said? Since everyone is free to ascend the tower, why do you impede those who wish to climb? What are your true intentions? After passionately rebuking Bra, Violet's eyes glinted with realization. Ah, I see. You guardians are undoubtedly those who have previously failed in your attempts to ascend, congregating beneath the Kalinta to thwart others from attempting to climb. Yi Luo's gaze remained fixed. Exudinga Pukudiahoha. He held no particular thoughts on Violet's assertion. Bra's essence seemed pure, devoid of malicious intent. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that others or the organizers harbored such sentiments. Bra trembled with rage. You speak nonsense. Would you care to revisit your own words? Moreover, consider this. Isn't your mission inherently contradictory? If that is the case, am I wrong to suggest that you are guilty of guarding the treasure while robbing it? Humph. I refuse to engage in verbal sparring with a woman, Bra retorted, turning his head away, dismissing Violet entirely. At this moment, he even forgot that he still had to contend with two opponents, completely abandoning his vigilance. Yi Luo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. The woman's tongue is indeed sharp. Such a martial artist is unable to resist. Oh, it seems you are feeling guilty. You speak nonsense. Barola's veins bulged, clearly struggling to suppress his anger. Yi Luo shook his head. The individual before him was not particularly accomplished in his training. He merely possessed slightly greater speed and brute strength. Let's go, Violet, to observe Corinta. Ah, are we not fighting anymore? All right then. Violet beamed with joy. Brola grew anxious. Chapter 28. Mischief, climbing Corinta. Stop. You are not permitted to go. Violet noticed that Yuluo did not turn around and glance back at Brola. I said, do you have some serious illness? You just mentioned anyone could climb Corinta. The weak are not allowed. Brola was resolute. As Violet walked, she rolled her eyes. What? Do you think you could defeat me and Yuluo? Brola remained silent for a moment. No, climbing the tower can be fatal. One could starve or tire to death. It may not seem exhausting, but at a certain height, one might become disoriented and fall. The high altitude differs from the ground. One can suffer from oxygen deprivation. Brola's face was filled with urgency. Hey, are you even listening to me? That is the dwelling place of the immortals. We ordinary people simply cannot ascend. Yuluo ignored him and continued to stride towards the base of Corinta, with Violet naturally following closely behind. Seeing this, Brola could only trail them at a distance, earnestly trying to persuade them. Hey, you are really annoying, you big man, always nagging. Brola's face flushed. No, it can genuinely be deadly. Trust me, you cannot just climb there. Who said we are climbing? We are merely going to take a look to broaden our horizons. If it's not feasible, then so be it. Violet pouted defiantly. Upon hearing Violet's words, Brola's eyes brightened. Not climbing? Not climbing is good. His duty was to protect the sacred site of Corinta, forbidding anyone from approaching. Yuluo and Violet left a favorable impression on him. Despite the faint aura of malevolence surrounding Violet, he did not exert himself to prevent them, but rather opted for persuasion. Isn't that right, Yuluo? Yuluo remained silent, unleashing his strength, his body shooting forth like a released arrow, yet agile as a monkey, weaving through the towering trees toward the base of Corinta. Hey, Yuluo, wait for me. A look of astonishment crossed Violet's face, and she quickly followed suit. Brola, observing this, could only leap onto a tall tree, bouncing left and right, hastily pursuing Yuluo and Violet. How high? You stay below and spar with Brola to enhance your practical combat skills. Violet instinctively acquiesced, her eyes widening as she glowered at Yuluo. What do you mean, abandoning me? While others nurture their feelings daily, you choose to depart at dawn. She continued. For girl, you ought to speak more subtly. Subtlety? Yuluo, do you think I haven't seen those websites? Yuluo disregarded Violet, directing his gaze towards Bra. Please take care of her for a while. I will ascend to investigate. Bra, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded before shaking his head, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Brother, I have a wife and have no desire for a concubine. My surname is not Wei. Ah, no, Corinta is not an option. It's just that, oh. How could you abandon your companion? Yuluo's expression darkened. Bra's words struck a chord. In a straightforward martial contest, Violet may not necessarily be his equal. Yet, in a life-and-death struggle, even 10 Bras might not match Violet's prowess. This girl is not an easy character to handle. When she turns ruthless, even Yuluo feels a twinge of fear. Throughout their journey, Violet had ensnared him numerous times, and even this venerable man of over 180 years occasionally fell for her traps. Listen, Yuluo, if you dare abandon me, I will bestow upon you 100 green hats. Yuluo subtly twitched his lips. Green hats? After nearly 9 years in this world, it is the first time I have encountered this term. I didn't expect such talk to exist here. He cast a glance at Violet, who visibly panicked, her expression shifting to one of pleading. No, please don't. You should focus on your training here. I will come down shortly. With that, Yuluo shot upwards, ascending 30 meters in an instant. How did he achieve that? He neither jumped nor climbed, Bra mused, raising his hand to shield his forehead as he gazed up at the diminishing figure of Yuluo. Wait a moment. How could he ascend the tower, jump, fly? How is he managing to reach the top? It's impossible. It could be deadly. At this juncture, Bra felt utterly helpless. He certainly could not chase after Yuluo to pull him back. Not only could he not keep up, but he also sensed he could not defeat Yuluo. Violet bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she produced a universal capsule, her expression resolute. Yuluo, I will follow you. With a thundering boom, a helicopter materialized in a clearing. The sound of branches being crushed echoed as the helicopter emitted a plume of thick smoke. Violet stood in stunned silence, quickly retreating. We must withdraw. The helicopter is about to explode. Bra, initially taken aback, observed Violet, who was of similar strength, retreating. Without a second thought, he dashed into the nearby woods. Before long, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a towering inferno. A wave of heat swept through the area. After a prolonged silence, Bra appeared, disheveled, beneath Kalinta. As he gazed at the charred base of the tower, panic surged within him as he hurriedly extinguished the flames. After a prolonged struggle, the fire was finally subdued. Bra collapsed onto the ground, his face smeared with soot. What had slipped my mind? Bra furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The woman named Violet. Alas, I have misplaced his wife. What should I do? If he falls, he won't come searching for me. Suddenly, Bra sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings. Regardless, even if he were to fall, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, and it was unlikely he would seek me out. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the devastation around him. I must relocate to this vicinity. I must remain vigilant against others who might seek to damage the Kalinta, while also awaiting the retrieval of Yez's remains. Shaking his head, Bra instinctively leaped in a particular direction. Violet stealthily emerged from behind a large tree, despondently making her way to the base of the Kalinta, gazing up at the sky. I shall wait for you. No other man can penetrate my heart and soul. Your strength is formidable. You shall surely be unharmed. Murmuring to herself, Violet departed in the opposite direction from Bra. How peculiar! This tower is astonishingly tall. Yi clutched the protruding surface of the tower with both hands. The entire structure of the Kalinta appeared seamless. After climbing for several hours, he found no trace of welding seams. Initially, he intended to study the intricate patterns, yet every 100 meters, the designs repeated, rendering further examination unnecessary, leading him to abandon the effort. He contemplated striking a piece of the metal used in the Kalinta's construction, but forced himself to endure the impulse. Concentrating on his ascent, he scaled at least 1,000 kilometers, still unable to glimpse the summit. After a moment of reflection, he produced 2 universal capsules, aiming them at the side of the tower and releasing them. Boom! Boom! 2 puffs of smoke erupted simultaneously, and 2 dark objects plummeted rapidly. Qianquan, control the aircraft and retrieve us. I cannot. Yez's expression darkened as he exerted himself, flipping his body upside down. With a powerful push of his legs, he descended like a meteor towards the earth, piercing through the clouds, gradually catching up to the plummeting metallic object. His inner energy surged, granting him greater acceleration, and he finally seized the metallic piece, which had been gaining distance due to its weight. Qianquan, control the aircraft, come to our aid. I cannot. Yisukolit. This is a true energy user. His internal force erupted, altering his trajectory as he inched closer to the Kalinta, one hand clutching the metal piece while the other grasped the tower. Qianquan, control the aircraft, come and get me. Yes. The whirring of the helicopter's blades filled the air, and the fierce gusts whipped about Yez's robes. Soon, the helicopter at the lowest altitude ascended. Remarkably, the helicopter managed to fly above the clouds, powered by jet engines. Yez's pupils widened in astonishment. Well then, it is not surprising that Yi Luo forgets. For anyone witnessing the whirling blades of a helicopter, the first thought is to harness the lift generated by the differential air currents that elevate the aircraft. Who would have anticipated that the universe would play such tricks? Universe, guide me to soar higher, Yi Luo declared with spirited enthusiasm. If there is a way to conserve energy, why should one foolishly exert oneself to climb? A brief ascent to experience the novelty suffices. He was indifferent to rules and regulations, and he remained unaware of the implications. Besides, his curiosity was piqued. At his current velocity, he had already ascended over 1,000 kilometers. What does 1,000 kilometers signify? It is the outermost layer of the atmosphere, verging on the realm of outer space. At such heights, he could not even discern terminus. This Earth is home to numerous satellites, yet even they have failed to register this peculiar Kalinta. Moreover, his capabilities could not possibly reach such an altitude in the realm of 1,000 kilometers. To say nothing of 1,000 kilometers, even the upper atmosphere, typically above 100 kilometers, would be challenging for him to endure, even with his body infused with vital energy. A thought flickered in Yi Luo's mind. Chapter 29. The 2 punishments of the cat, immortal. This place likely resembles a channel for ascension, merely a conceptual entity, not a tangible one. Strictly speaking, it exists in a realm between the material and the conceptual. Regardless of its nature, it certainly bears little relation to technology, at least not to anything Yi Luo could comprehend at present. As he continued his ascent, the helicopter faltered, and he resumed his own climb. After 2 days, he finally reached the summit of the tower. With a few leaps, Yi Luo entered the peculiar apex of the tower. Is anyone there? Meow. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Meow. A curious voice emerged, and from behind the central pillar stepped forth a large white cat-like figure, cradling a wooden staff in its left paw. Even celestial beings keep cats? Are you not a Chinese deity? Yi Luo stared at the white feline, his mind swirling with questions, and without hesitation, he spoke. I have never heard of any Chinese deity keeping a cat. You fool, you are the cat. Your entire family consists of cats. The white cat, momentarily speechless, swung its staff at Yi Luo. Yi Luo's expression turned serious as he agilely rolled aside. However, the wooden staff pursued him with the precision of a viper, following closely behind. With no other choice, Yi Luo crossed his legs, attempting to entangle the staff. Strangely, the staff coiled around his legs like a serpent, ultimately pressing against his forehead. Bang! Yi Luo fell to the ground with a resounding thud, quickly rolling over to press himself against the edge of the platform, warily observing the white cat. This creature was a master, and he was certainly not a match for it. Yet, a thrill of excitement surged within him. In a world brimming with such vitality, how could there not be skilled practitioners? Now, if a cat nurtured by a master is this formidable, how powerful could the true being, the one worthy of being called an immortal, truly be? Meow. Young one, this is the second lesson I, the immortal, bestow upon you. Yi Luo gazed at the white cat, his expression rife with confusion. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to high altitudes, his brain was starved of oxygen, leaving him somewhat befuddled. Young one, what do you mean by China? Are there other immortals on this planet besides myself? I'm aware of the turtle sage too. Wait, that's not right. The turtle sage carries a turtle. Arayu. Birshanche. Akat immortal kladi nakat suit. Correct, the cat replied, indignantly. Who said I am wearing a cat suit? Yi Luo say, bijilderment, deep in it. He observed the figure leaning on a wooden staff, noting the lack of intent to attack. He scrutinized the entity before him. Could it be that you are being covered in white fur? He exclaimed, astonished. If that were the case, Yi Luo could only express his astonishment at such a sight. Meow, nonsense. I am indeed an immortal cat. How could a cat not be an immortal? Why can't a cat attain immortality? Enough of your riddles, Yi Luo said, utterly perplexed. Is this a test from that powerful figure behind the scenes? Or perhaps this white cat, much like the foul-mouthed parrots of my previous life, enjoys toying with people? Do not jest. Can an immortal not interact with others? I have already stated, I am the cat immortal of Corinta. Yi Luo glanced around and noticed the staircase below, realization dawning upon him. You still wish to deceive me? I'm over 180 years old, you know. Young one, go take a look. There is no one below. Yi Luo's expression stiffened. Good heavens. Can this cat read minds? Moreover, you've lived for over 180 years, but that cannot be. Your vitality surpasses even that of the turtle sage in his prime. Ah, you know the turtle sage? A thought flashed through Yi Luo's mind. Could it be that these immortals possess some special connection or sense? If so, why was the cat unaware of his existence? At that moment, Yi Luo dismissed the notion of investigating the existence of other immortals, choosing instead to selectively believe that this white cat was indeed an immortal. Regardless, he was currently incapable of defeating the white cat. Those who recognize the times are the true sages, he mused, affirming that acknowledging the cat as an immortal was not unfounded. True strength allows one to act as one wishes, and Yi Luo was acutely aware of this. Put away those chaotic thoughts of yours. 300 years ago, the turtle sage climbed Corinta. Naturally, I am familiar with him. Yi Luo quelled his mental distractions, channeling his inner energy to remain vigilant against the cat immortal. The cat immortal's pupils constricted, yet it feigned ignorance of the occurrence. You, young one, no longer harbor doubts about me. The cat immortal teased, but Yi Luo paid no heed, solemnly replying, doubting serves no purpose. I cannot defeat you. Yi Luo was unpretentious. Acknowledging his inability to win was not a source of shame. The realm of terrestrial immortals was merely a title bestowed by others. From the moment of his ascension, Yi Luo had prepared himself mentally to start anew. The extraordinary powers in this world were far too feeble, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. For many years, Yi Luo has sensed that his ascension might have encountered an error, leading him to this world. This should be related to the complications arising from the spatial passage that occurred during that time. Unfortunately, his feeble strength leaves him unable to resist or contest. He can only go with the flow and diligently cultivate himself. You, my dear fellow, are quite perceptive, the mysterious cat sage remarked, scrutinizing Yi Luo with an unusual gaze. However, I find it curious that while others ascend the Corinta with reverence or a clear purpose, adhering to the established rules, you audaciously arrive by helicopter. A rare hint of embarrassment flickered across Yi Luo's face. I wasn't on it for long, just 3 rides totaling about 7 or 8 hours. Besides, I had no knowledge of such a rule. Under normal circumstances, with your current abilities, ascending the Corinta should only take a day. Yi Luo gazed skeptically at the cat sage, for he had clearly taken 2 days to arrive. That was a punishment. Yi Luo was perplexed. What do you mean? An illusion. Yi Luo's expression darkened, as he had not realized when he had fallen into such a state. Don't overthink it. You're not trapped in any illusion at present. Everything now is genuinely existent. Yi Luo felt a jolt within, and his internal energy surged with greater intensity. Do not draw upon that mysterious yet feeble energy within you. My mind-reading technique will not work on you, but your expression has betrayed you entirely. Yi Luo remained unfazed before the enigmatic cat sage. No, the mysterious cat immortal. All right, having completed your 2 punishments, tell me, what was your purpose in ascending the Corinta? Yi Luo fixed his gaze on the cat sage, reflecting deeply. It seemed he had no particular reason. He simply wished to wander and see if there were any formidable beings around. This powerful entity before him was rather peculiar, having unknowingly succumbed to an illusion. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I wish to become stronger. Upon uttering these words, the cat sage shook his head. That is not correct. Yi Luo looked innocently at the cat sage. He genuinely desired strength, wishing to touch the limits of this world and once again shatter the void. This realm differed vastly from his understanding of martial arts or the legendary world of cultivation. Thus, he lacked a strong ambition. Comfort was comfort, but the possibility of breaking life's confines was exceedingly low. Ye luo shuruk, adopting a resigned attitude. You may assume I will do whatever I wish upon my arrival. This response left the cat sage momentarily dumbfounded. Initially, he had sensed Yi Luo's confusion, but had not detected a fervent desire for ascension. This is also a flaw among martial arts practitioners, an inner tranquility that solely pursues the path. As the leaves fall, Yi Luo exhibits a disinterest in combat, devoid of fervent battle spirit. The cat sage, however, misinterprets Yi Luo's demeanor. Are you scaling Corinta without any purpose? Yi Luo gazes calmly at the cat sage. This individual, this feline, despite their strength, does not instill fear in Yi Luo. The aura they exude is pure and serene, unlike that of a malefactor. I arrive here by chance, entirely unaware of what Corinta is. What objective could I possibly have? This statement rendered the cat sage momentarily speechless. Very well. What are your intentions then? Yi Luo observes the cunning glint in the cat sage's eyes, his skin twitching slightly. What will you offer to those who ascend the tower? Yi Luo is no fool. The cat sage's previous remark resembled an inquiry akin to that of Aladdin's lamp, prompting Yi Luo to probe further. The cat sage shook his head. If you are unaware of your own desires and aims, how could I assist you? The cat sage appeared perplexed, but Yi Luo was unwilling to remain so. The cat sage's reflexes outpace his own significantly, marking them as one of the 2 beings that surpass him. Ah, the sentient being, Yi Luo sighed internally. Fachinakat. He finds himself somewhat out of his element. I wish to cultivate, yet I am unable to do so. I traverse the world in search of solutions, and I wonder if, as a sage, you possess any means to aid me. A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Luo. According to the cat sage, the turtle sage had also once practiced here. Perhaps the turtle sage, lacking in skill, had failed to grasp many things. However, the cat sage immediately shook his head. I am aware of your situation, yet I cannot assist you. Yi Luo scrutinized the cat sage with suspicion. You know my circumstances? Indeed, the cat sage affirmed. Yi Luo's expression darkened. How could the cat sage possess knowledge of him? Could it be that the turtle sage had inquired about him? It was not impossible. Never mind. I possess a treasure known as the super sacred water. Consuming it greatly enhances the strength of the user. The cat sage gestured towards a small gourd perched atop the central pillar of the tower. What are the conditions to obtain it? Yi Luo's gaze burned with intensity. Increasing his power could very well assist him in overcoming his difficulties. You must seize it from my grasp. Ye luo se contenance sorit. Was this but a jest? Fortunately, the cat sage quickly clarified. Many who ascend Corinta are drawn by the legend of the super sacred water, seeking to acquire it. As long as one climbs the tower through their own merit and reaches me, I shall grant them the opportunity. Seizing the super sacred water from my possession will allow them to consume it. Yi Luo's expression softened slightly. He had not heard of such a tale. This was, in part, his own oversight. Had he not been so pressed for time and engaged in conversation with Bra, he certainly would have learned of this. Very well, Yi Luo concluded, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle spirit. In the desolate realm of vitality, those who have ascended to the realm of Qi have invariably endured countless battles. Let's commence. The cat sage raised an eyebrow, approached the pillar, and with a flick of his staff, a small gourd perched atop it. Let the contest begin. Yi Luo's gaze sharpened. Is this all you can do? Indeed, if you are capable of seizing it. The cat sage exuded confidence. Yi Luo remained silent, fixating intently on the cat sage, who showed no reaction, even closing his eyes to emit a faint snore. Despite this, Yi Luo did not let his guard down. He was acutely aware of the cat sage's prowess. Though the sage appeared to be in slumber, his aura was harmoniously cohesive, revealing no vulnerabilities. Any movement on Yi Luo's part would prompt an instantaneous response from his opponent, making the situation exceedingly precarious. After a stalemate of half an hour, the cat sage's snores grew increasingly thunderous. Yi Luo realized that prolonging the standoff would be detrimental, given his inferior strength. With a respectful gesture, he announced, "I shall begin my attempt to seize it." The cat sage's whiskers twitched, and his snores intensified. Yi Luo's gaze turned keen, his feet firmly planted as his body shot forward. Whoosh! The cat sage effortlessly sidestepped, evading Yi Luo's advance. Yi Luo maintained his composure, twisting his waist to follow suit. One hand lunged for the cat sage, while the other sought the staff. Whoosh! The wooden staff ascended in the cat sage's grip, propelling him backward. Yi Luo, undeterred, redirected his hands toward the airborne staff. The moment the cat sage retreated, he took a significant leap, narrowly snatching the staff from Yi Luo's grasp. The small gourd atop the staff swayed gently. Yi Luo's expression remained serene. With renewed determination, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the cat sage. Given the sage's formidable strength, Yi Luo held no concern regarding the latter's ability to withstand the blow. However, to his surprise, the cat sage did not engage directly. Instead, he skillfully bent forward, causing the staff to tilt in an unexpected manner. Oddly, an invisible force seemed to envelop both the gourd and the staff tightly. The gourd continued to sway gently, remaining steadfastly in place. Yi Luo executed a powerful upward kick, generating a resounding impact in the air. The cat sage, utilizing one hand, maneuvered with grace, evading both himself and the staff laterally. In the confined space, the two engaged in a dance of evasion. Yi Luo exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he could not touch the staff, let alone the cat sage. His expression unchanging, he refrained from uttering any foolish remarks about engaging in a direct confrontation. In martial cultivation, speed, strength, reflexes, wisdom, and the depth of one's inner energy constitute a person's true prowess. Should any one aspect falter, one cannot prevail. To speak of other matters is merely an attempt to compel the opponent to compare their weaknesses against one's strength from a moral high ground. The essence remains that one simply cannot match the other. Just a fraction of a difference, a mere billionth of a point. Moreover, in the realm of martial practitioners, how many possess true virtue? The path of martial arts is inherently one of contention. In conflict, one naturally resorts to every conceivable means. I shall exert my utmost strength. Meow. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, a singular thread of inner strength coursing through his body. This thread of energy was exceedingly feeble. In the presence of a formidable opponent like the cat sage, it proved nearly useless. After all, if the turtle sage could unleash such a formidable attack, it was inconceivable that the cat sage would lack corresponding abilities. Indeed, not only did he possess them, but they were also more potent and refined. Yi Luo was not so naive. It was far more prudent to enhance his own attributes. With a sharp sound piercing the air, Yi Luo's speed surged slightly. The cat sage's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Yi Luo was taken aback. The cat sage also unleashed a surge of energy within, akin to that of the turtle sage, but far more powerful. This energy did not circulate within the cat sage, but merely augmented his being. What a peculiar cultivation method, reminiscent of the turtle sage. Could it be that this world held no legitimate path of cultivation? As Yi Luo contemplated, his movements remained swift. The two engaged in a dazzling exchange, the currents of air swirling around them. Upon closer inspection, neither the man nor the cat had truly collided. With a shift in air pressure, Yi Luo, being merely mortal, soon found himself exhausted, perspiration streaming down as he collapsed, panting heavily. After a brief respite, the cat sage chuckled softly, stroking his whiskers. "Young one, you still have a long way to go." Yi Luo's expression darkened. He retrieved a universal capsule, realizing his food supply was dwindling. Reluctantly, he thought to descend and gather provisions. A furtive glance at the cat sage revealed an uncontainable envy in his eyes. Fasting, a term that sounded grand, yet was indeed lofty. To sustain a powerful physique without sustenance, who wouldn't desire that? Alas, there remains a significant distinction between martial cultivation and celestial cultivation. The former involves siphoning the essence of the universe to replenish oneself, yet until one reaches profound depths. Mere vitality cannot sustain the corporeal form. Conversely, celestial cultivation involves consuming the essence of the cosmos to nourish oneself, inherently superior to martial practices. With a resounding thud, the white mist dissipated, revealing 6 bottles of energy liquid before Yiluo. The cat sage's nostrils quivered, his eyes sparkling with delight. Fish, fish! Just as Yiluo was lost in thought, he was startled by a blur before him. The cat sage lunged forward, pressing down firmly before him. The small gourd on the staff tantalizingly close. Yiluo suppressed the ignoble thought of a sneak attack. Competing with the cat sage for the gourd was a form of cultivation, a reflection upon oneself, not a mere contest for resources. Underhanded tactics would ultimately lead to disgrace. Cat sage, this is my remaining scant food supply. I cannot share it with you, Yiluo said with a smile, observing the cat sage. The energy liquid he had crafted was, in truth, the essence of food. A robust physique, if sustained solely through conventional nourishment, would consume the majority of his efforts in mere eating, rendering it impractical. Utilizing the scientific method, an energy liquid has been crafted, extracting the essence of various foods and encapsulating it within a diminutive tube sufficient to replenish his daily consumption for normal activities. However, due to excessive exertion, he has depleted 6 tubes within just 3 days. These 6 bottles before him are all that remain, containing the essence of marine life. It is no wonder that the cat sage is so eager. If he shares with the cat sage, he must descend to Kalinta for a fresh creation. Chapter 31. Magic beans for energy liquid. Need more beans. Yiluo stared in astonishment at the cat sage, recognizing a hint of affection in its melodic calls. He understood that cats have a penchant for fish, yet you are a sage. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? As a cat, a love for fish is comprehensible, but does even a sage require fish? Such fervor is perplexing. With a slight tremor of his lips, he ultimately sighed. Very well. I shall grant you 1 bottle. Yiluo's expression shifted. Cat sage, do not be excessive. I possess only these 6 bottles. I need 1 for myself, leaving 3 to take back. That means I can only engage in battle once more. If I give you everything, my descent will become arduous. The cat sage's eyes sparkled, clearly striving to suppress its primal instincts. You consume this to replenish energy? Of course. How else would I survive? I lack means of fasting. Fasting? What does that mean? The cat sage redirected its gaze from Yiluo's energy liquid with tremendous willpower. Well, it means sustaining life without food. The cat sage frowned, a rather peculiar term. How can one maintain life without nourishment? Yiluo's mouth fell agape. No, surely you jest. Do you, cat sage, also require sustenance? Meow, of course I need food. Yiluo found himself at a loss for words. The vast, empty circular platform did not seem conducive to food storage. Upon noticing the staircase leading downwards, a thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if there was space below for provisions, it could not possibly suffice. Given the cat sage's formidable strength, its consumption must be significant. A deeper sense of melancholy washed over him. Indeed, this cat, claiming to be a sage, is merely a more powerful entity. Young one, if you provide me with 6 bottles, I shall offer you 6 magic beans. What say you? The cat sage's voice echoed, surprising Yiluo. Magic beans? What are those? In a reversal of roles, both the human and the cat found themselves in realms of mutual ignorance. Magic beans are food intended solely for gods and immortals. Consuming a single bean allows one to sustain themselves for 10 days without food and can heal all internal injuries, as well as some external ones. Yiluo's eyes brightened at the revelation. Such a remarkable item. No wonder this being has existed for countless years. This substance bears a striking resemblance to the legendary fasting elixir. The universal capsule and the fasting elixir. This world possesses a certain charm. Such thoughts linger in my mind. Yet my countenance remains solemn and serious. Katsaje y declare. It has taken an immense toll on my energy to distill 88 varieties of marine fish into this single vial of energy liquid. These 6 bottles are crafted from a melons of different fish species, totaling over 400 varieties. I cannot exchange them with you. The cat sage, visibly agitated, implores. What must I do to secure a trade? A frown creases my brow. You see, it has required tremendous effort and years of dedicated research on my part. I cannot part with them. How about 12? This matter transcends the simple worth of the elixir. Its significance to me is unparalleled. Then 18. A pang of temptation tugs at my heart, and my mind nearly betrays me with an impulsive response. Do not pressure me, cat sage. 24. By this point, the stakes are rising, and I feel the weight of my resolve waning. Please, try to understand my position. Before I can finish, the cat sage interrupts, stating 30. Agreed. I concede without hesitation. This elixir, once consumed, will allow the Chinquin control robot to effortlessly capture as many fish as desired. As for production, it is far simpler than fishing itself. The Chinquin assembly line operates with ease, akin to printing money. With ample fish, producing 100,000 bottles in a day would pose no challenge. In the hands of the cat sage lies the mystical bean, an entity of which he has never heard. Its efficacy is such that 30 of these beans could equate to nearly 300 bottles of energy liquid. This exchange is undeniably advantageous for him. A spark of excitement ignites in the cat sage's eyes as he retrieves a bag from his waist, opening it with a flourish. He reaches in and hands me a handful of beans. Regret surges within me like a venomous tide. It is not that I doubt the usefulness of these beans. Rather, I sense a profound loss. For the cat sage, these beans are mere sustenance, and requesting more is trivial. As I take possession of them, I examine one closely. It resembles a broad bean. I toss it into my mouth and swallow without hesitation. A moment of embarrassment washes over me as I scratch my head. How foolish it seems for someone of my maturity to act in such haste. Just then, a surge of energy erupts within me, sweeping away my fatigue, replenishing my vitality, and restoring my inner strength to its zenith. Yet, the experience is not finished. The bean continues to release energy, nourishing my body. Upon further reflection, I realize that this energy can sustain me for a full 10 days under normal circumstances. In the throes of intense battle, however, it would not last as long. Nevertheless, it is far superior to mere sustenance. My eyes gleam with exuberance. What a remarkable treasure! Yet, an overwhelming wave of regret soon follows. I have truly lost out. Just moments ago, I found myself with far too little. My heart still lacked the necessary darkness. A glance at the blissful cat sage, who had just consumed an entire bottle of energy drink while cradling 5 remaining bottles, ignited a thought within me. The mystical beans held great value for me. Ahem. Cough, cough. The persistent coughing of Yi Luo finally interrupted the cat sage, who looked over in confusion. What is the matter? Do the mystical beans have no effect on you? Or are you unwell? No, cat sage, you've only given me 10 beans. I still need 20 more. Meow. A shadow darted towards me. Yi Luo's face lit up with joy as he reached out to grasp the shadow, revealing a gray cloth bag in his palm. It was indeed the cat sage's bag for the mystical beans. This energy drink truly has 88 different fish flavors. Consider it a reward. It's all yours. Yi Luo's initial delight suddenly dimmed. With a heavy heart, he accepted the mystical beans. Holding 9 beans, he was about to toss them all in when a thought struck him. He kept one bean tightly in his grasp, carefully stowing the bag away. Raising his hand, he consumed the bean resting in his palm. Ah, one cannot indulge in too many mystical beans. It could lead to a painful demise. Yi Luo had already begun to chew, the sound echoing in the quiet. Upon hearing the cat sage's words, he froze. The urge to vomit clashed with reluctance. The anxiety within him twisted like a storm. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed. If others cannot consume too many, why should I be any different? Am I not the exception? With this mindset, he gulped it down. As the bean slid down, Yi Luo's expression shifted dramatically. A torrent of immense energy surged within him, akin to a person who, having dined fully, is force-fed 10 more pounds of food. Not daring to take it lightly, Yi Luo settled into a meditative position, guiding his inner strength through his meridians, exuding a thick mist of white vapor. The cat sage, initially in a state of bliss, sensed the energy within Yi Luo and gazed at him with profound curiosity. How peculiar! The energy within him is entirely different from what I expected. Observing closely, the cat sage noted the fluidity of Yi Luo's energy, which flowed effortlessly throughout his body. The cat sage was both astonished and delighted by this revelation, deeming it worthy of reward. He opened another bottle of energy drink, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. As a celestial cat, he had no intention of nurturing fish. Ah, how delightful, utterly exhilarating. Burp. The cat sage gazed at the remaining 4 bottles with a conflicted expression. 6 bottles seemed far too few. No wonder Yi Luo was reluctant. With a sigh, he pondered, once I drink this, it will be gone. Meow, but I desire more. What should I do? The cat sage mirrored Yi Luo's previous dilemma. After a moment of resolve, he decided, it matters not. I still have 4 bottles left. If I drink one, I shall still have another. Gulp. After consuming this one, there will be another. Gulp. Having already indulged so much, what does one more matter? Gulp. The last vial, though it may seem a burden, would be better eradicated entirely. I uncork it and raise it to my lips. No, no, this final vial is invaluable. Should the leaves fall, it may prove difficult to procure again such delectable essence of hybrid sea fish energy liquid. The cat sage, suppressing his reluctance, caps it once more. Ah, indeed, I possess remarkable self-restraint. Just as the cat sage revels in his pride, a formidable aura surges skyward. He turns in astonishment towards Yi Luo. What is happening? Chapter 32, Breakthrough, the Useless Holy Water. Although the energy of the celestial beings belongs to the realm of vitality, it is of no assistance in cultivation. What could possibly be the reason? What manner of creature is Yi Luo? The cat sage hastens towards him. Boom! A tremendous pressure forces the cat sage backward, sending him careening away. Thud! He crashes heavily against the railing. Meow! This pain is unbearable. The cat sage stares in disbelief at Yi Luo, who sits cross-legged in meditation, radiating an intense golden light. How peculiar! What is transpiring? The cat sage scratches his head awkwardly. His own cultivation, derived from celestial beings, is but half-formed. Yi Luo hails from a martial world of barren vitality, employing cultivation methods that far surpass his own by unfathomable magnitudes. The cat sage finds himself utterly confounded. Well, this fellow is truly bizarre. Meow. Fortunately, the energy liquid remains intact. Otherwise, this cat would be in tears. Noting that Yi Luo seems unlikely to awaken soon, the cat sage shakes his head. With great determination, he descends to the lower level of the tower. A brief repose, after exertion, filled with satisfaction. Time flows like the sun and moon. Yi Luo feels an unparalleled comfort, as if every cell in his body undergoes a miraculous metamorphosis, evolving. He voraciously absorbs the ambient vitality, the pace quickening. While his physical form continues to absorb, the accumulation of internal energy does not lag behind. Before long, Yi Luo finally generates a second strand of internal energy. Similar to the first, it does not settle in the dantian, but travels through the meridians. Rather, it merges with a single cell, which Yi Luo cannot observe directly. He can only faintly sense the cell, under the nourishing influence of internal energy, continuously strengthening. Upon opening his eyes, a brilliant light flashes. He exhales a breath of turbid air. How strange! A mere strand of internal energy cannot possibly be contained within a single cell. The Buddhist scriptures say, a flower is a world, a leaf is a bodhi. Yet they do not speak of what a cell might be. Rising to his feet, his entire being resonates with crisp sounds. Clenching his fist and swinging bam, Yi Luo notes insatisfaction. His physical prowess surpasses the realm of the chi condensation stage. But how shall I name it? The earthly fiend realm? Such a designation does not align at all. With no sign of the cat sage, Yi Luo pays it no mind, walking alone to the railing, gazing into the distance. I surmise my cells are consuming the energy. Is it due to those mysterious substances from the ascension channel? He extends his hand, turning it over and over, examining it intently. Regrettably, he is but an ordinary mortal, unable to perceive anything unusual. The fusion of science and martial arts, or perhaps the union of the two realms of science and celestial combat, may indeed be the path forward for me. Yi Luo is indifferent to the means by which he becomes stronger. Having traversed several worlds, his thoughts diverge entirely from those of others. He harbors no narrow-minded notions of weakness or strength. Transcendence is the path he must pursue. Setting aside this contemplation, the cat immortal here can rapidly enhance my abilities, and I must not squander this opportunity. As he spoke, Yi Luo activated his seemingly futile golden finger. Name, Yi Luo. Realm, unknown, awaiting designation. Speed, 20, progress, 0-100. Strength, 20, progress, 0-100. Stamina, 20, progress, 0-100. Energy, 1, progress, 0-100. Mental strength, 20, progress, 0-100. Overall combat power, 80. Skills, martial arts techniques, fists, feet, claws, and all manner of weaponry. Spatial pocket, teleportation, spatial slash. Yiluo gazed at the panel, lost in thought. With 5-dimensional attributes reaching 80 and the remaining 4 standard attributes at 20, what is the matter with my energy? There appears to be no change. With just a hint of energy in my stamina, could this be an illusion? No, it is not an illusion, but rather the total amount of energy within me is far too meager. Yiluo chaklit bitterli. A mere 2 strands of internal energy can be obtained by anyone who exerts themselves in cultivation for a few days. It holds little significance. It is not surprising that the golden finger does not record this. However, this golden finger seems to possess limited utility. After one upgrade of the universe, I can create some devices. I merely need to establish standards, and I can fabricate technology-related golden fingers myself. Aside from requiring external devices, the current virtual interface can achieve an 80% similarity. As a practitioner of both science and celestial combat, I must devise some strategies. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Luo's eyes. Turning his gaze toward the staircase, he contemplated. The cat immortal never stated that entry was prohibited. Ahem. The pace quickens. Let me temper my enthusiasm. The cat immortal did not mention that descending the stairs was forbidden. This place is empty, nearly devoid of obstructions. It seems reasonable to seek out the cat immortal for a duel. With a sense of resolve, Yi Luo approached the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Luo harbored doubts about his ability to best the cat immortal. If there were any taboos here, and the cat immortal were to unleash their wrath, he would be powerless to resist. Provoking such a formidable being who could impede his cultivation would be exceedingly unwise. Furthermore, the celestial beings are a marvelous treasure. Yi Luo desires to procure more, hoping to further enhance his strength. Creating a commotion now, descending the stairs, and encountering unforeseen circumstances, such as witnessing inappropriate activities, would not be unexpected. Until he reached the ground floor, the cat immortal did not emerge to intervene. As Yi Luo gracefully descended into the lower chamber, he was greeted by a scene that starkly contrasted with his expectations. To the left, 2 jars stood sentinel, while one was positioned to the right. On a nearby bed, the cat sage, cradling a wooden staff, was in a deep slumber. Beneath the bed, another identical jar quietly occupied the center of the space. Unremarkable. With a soft gulp, Yi Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. What had he just discovered? The jar beneath the bed brimmed with an abundance of celestial beings. An insidious voice echoed in his mind, claiming, Mine, al mine. The temptation to seize the jar and flee was overwhelming, rivaling even the allure of the cat sage. Yet, with immense willpower, he suppressed his covetous thoughts. There was no need for such underhanded tactics. A more honorable method to acquire the celestial beings existed. In extreme circumstances, he would consider alternative, albeit more cumbersome, approaches. Establishing a rapport with a powerful ally like the cat sage could prove invaluable. Having a formidable friend would afford opportunities for mutual growth. The peril of being pursued by the cat sage for thievery was a risk he could not ignore. Were he in the cat sage's position, he would undoubtedly hunt down the thief, unless he were outmatched. Meow, you are quite impressive, the cat sage remarked, sitting up with a smile adorning his feline features. Yi Luo could not help but express his frustration. Indeed, such good fortune rarely falls from the heavens. With so many extraordinary celestial beings, the cat sage would not carelessly display them for an outsider like Yi Luo to see. It was clearly a deliberate test of his character. The thought of stealing brought a chill to his heart. This cat sage was anything but humane. I have come to seek you out, to continue my quest for the super divine water. Meow, proceed, the cat sage replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yi Luo, resolutely ignoring the celestial beings, turned to ascend the stairs, his mind racing with calculations regarding how much fish-flavored energy liquid he would need to exchange for those celestial beings. Having tasted the sweetness of such treasures, he could not possibly relinquish the prospect of acquiring them. For a cultivator, wealth, partners, and wisdom are all essential. After finally encountering a rare treasure, a mere 28 beans would hardly satisfy Yi Luo's insatiable appetite. Without making a sound, the man and the cat once again clashed atop the tower. This time, Yi Luo found the contest considerably easier. The cat sage began to sweat profusely as Yi Luo repeatedly snatched the wooden staff from his grasp. However, the cat sage's keen reflexes allowed him to reclaim the little gourd each time. Yi Luo remained unperturbed, continually adjusting his strategy. After several pauses, he finally leveraged the 2 strands of internal energy within him to seize the gourd from the cat sage. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he held the gourd aloft, listening to the gentle slosh of liquid within. Gazing at the smiling cat sage, Yi Luo momentarily froze. It had only been 4 days since he began his ascent of the tower. He pondered, something feels amiss. As the leaves fall, a glimmer of curiosity flickers in Yi Luo's gaze. The cat sage, wielding a wooden staff adorned with a small gourd, has never allowed a sound of water to escape from within. Yet upon taking it into his own hands, the gourd emits a gentle sound of water. Meow. Have you discovered something? Yi Luo inquires, perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Do taste it, the cat sage dismissively replies. With an air of skepticism, Yi Luo gently removes the wooden stopper. He tilts the gourd back, allowing its contents to flow forth. The sound of water fills the air, yet he stops midway, replacing the stopper with calm determination. 1 minute passes, then 5, and after a quarter of an hour, he remains unaffected. Opening his eyes, he gazes steadily at the cat sage. Is this so-called holy water merely an illusion? Meow. The cat sage strokes his whiskers. There was never any divine water to begin with. Yi Luo nods subtly, his gaze cast downward. Now is the cat sage's turn to be astonished. Chapter 33. The divine water is up for grabs again. You are not angry? What is there to be angry about? Yi Luo scrutinizes the cat sage earnestly. I surmise that this so-called holy water must be obtained through combat, wrested from your grasp. The tower climbing is merely the initial challenge. I employ external means while you prolong the trial of the Corinta. The notion of divine water is merely a ruse. A glimmer of enlightenment crosses the cat sage's face. In the presence of the cat sage, Yi Luo feels no trepidation. After all, the sage has lived countless years, while Yi Luo's own existence pales in comparison. Akin to a great-grandchild in the eyes of the ancient feline. You speak truthfully, but there are 2 points to consider, the cat sage continues, without withholding any secrets. The Corinta's height is fixed, and thus I cannot extend it. Therefore, you have indeed spent 2 days and nights climbing it. The so-called divine water is nothing more than ordinary water, devoid of any power-enhancing properties. However, there exists another treasure, the divine essence. Alas, it is a poison, unfit for mortal consumption. Yi Luo's interest is piqued at this revelation. You possess such a substance? He cannot deny the thrill it brings him, regardless of its consumability. This substance is undoubtedly rare and possesses unfathomable potential. Should it yield any useful discoveries, Yi Luo muses. With 5 or 6 years of research experience, he is subtly transformed in certain aspects. Having resolved to pursue the path of scientific martial arts, the curiosity to investigate peculiar anomalies is an essential trait of any researcher. No, the divine essence is intended for purging demonic energies, and mortals cannot ingest it. Yi Luo's eyes sparkle with intrigue. Mortals cannot use it. Does that not imply? Of course, I cannot consume it either. Oh, so the cat sage is also a mortal, Yi Luo remarks, realization dawning upon him. Preposterous. The cat sage erupts in indignation. Have you ever encountered a mortal who has lived for 800 years? Yi Luo contemplates the question. Indeed, he has never laid eyes on such a being. However, I have heard of it, and there is much to know. Any civilization that practices cultivation, powerful technological civilizations, and advanced martial civilizations can extend life and satisfy basic needs such as food and water with ease. I am well aware of quite a bit. Yi Luo played a subtle trick. He did not claim to have seen it himself. He merely stated that he knew of it, which does not constitute deception, does it? Having heard of it is tantamount to knowing, is it not? To extract information about the divine water, one must employ certain unique methods, for it is unlikely to be easily obtained otherwise. Meow? The cat sage stared at Yi Luo in astonishment, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief due to a lack of education. Yi Luo, intrigued, gazed unwaveringly into the cat sage's eyes. Is it true? Indeed. Where is it? Where can I find the divine water? The cat sage's expression was complex as he regarded Yi Luo. You are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. With diligent study and practice, your strength will naturally increase over time. Yi Luo remained silent, simply observing the cat sage with calm assurance. He understood this better than anyone else. The physical body, in strict terms, consumes energy at the cellular level, thereby augmenting its own strength. Ultimately, without inner power, true energy, or vital aura, one cannot achieve true might. Cultivating the physical body, in pursuit of breaking through the void once more, remains an uncertain endeavor. The issue of lifespan continues to hinder his freedom. The reason for ascension is simply that the path ahead appears bleak, leaving no choice but to pursue it. In this world, although the vital energy is abundant, there seems to be significant drawbacks. After 9 years, Yi Luo has not encountered any kindred spirits. He does not wish to squander his life here. The divine water is meant to combat demons. Does this imply that gods indeed exist? You are truly perceptive. Your speculation is correct. There are indeed gods in this world. Yi Luo remained unperturbed. What are the gods? They are merely beings of greater strength. As he gradually enhances his cultivation, he will ultimately be able to catch up. The grand and magnificent worlds of novels he traversed before have bestowed upon him a lofty perspective. This is the fundamental reason Yi Luo can rise above various divine arts and create the qi cultivation method. Is the divine water merely a type of water? No need to inquire further. I shall not divulge that information. 3 bottles of 88 varieties of mixed fish energy liquid. Yi Luo stated his conditions outright. Not going to tell me. The benefits simply aren't substantial enough. It was evident that the divine water held no value to the cat sage, perhaps even less than a single immortal being. An immortal being at least provides sustenance. Meow. The cat sage seemed to waver. It's not about the energy liquid. For bottles. Yi Luo's gaze remained fixed and unblinking. Meow. You are rather stingy. Oh, did the cat sage not say it was not about the energy liquid? Yi Luo observed the cat sage with a sly smile. Meow. I did not say that. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Only 4 bottles. No, that is far too few. What is lacking? This has always been the exchange ratio. Cat sage, do not speak falsely with your eyes wide open. The creation of energy liquid is indeed a formidable task. At times, it is prudent to introspect. Have you been frugal, or perhaps overly attached to what you possess? What I offer you is but a token of friendship, devoid of any profit. Yi Luo's outpouring leaves the cat immortal bewildered, questioning the essence of its feline existence. What have I done? I have been educated, it muses. But wait, I am an immortal. Why should a mere mortal instruct me? Ultimately, the cat immortal cannot withstand the allure of the sea fish-flavored energy liquid, unabashedly expressing its desires. Yi Luo, for bottles are woefully insufficient. Truly, they do not suffice. Nevertheless, it sighs, well, I cannot even consume the extraordinary water. I merely seek information and a glimpse into this realm. For bottles hardly seem worthwhile. So I shall not barter further. Yi Luo, employing a strategy of retreat, leaves the cat immortal in a state of perplexity. Yi Luo, this is not fair. I am bargaining with you, and you simply overturn the table. A hint of a smile dances at the corners of Yi Luo's mouth as it raises its hands in a gesture of acquiescence. Fear not, dear cat immortal. I understand. Being a deity is no simple endeavor, and I am aware of the challenges you face. The cat immortal's demeanor softens. Indeed, you cannot fathom our struggles. Yi Luo nods in agreement. Since the matter is so complicated, then let us abandon it. Meow? No. How can we not proceed? You must follow through. The cat immortal, now visibly agitated, pleads, Yi Luo, do not depart. Listen to me. Yi Luo hesitates, glancing back at the cat immortal. What is it? The flicker of uncertainty flashes in the immortal's eyes. With a determined grip, Yi Luo balances on the railing, gazing down into the abyss. I say, let be settled. Yi Luo turns and leaps from the railing, exclaiming, the air at such heights is truly invigorating. The cat immortal casts a disapproving glance at Yi Luo, nostalgia glimmering in its eyes. The extraordinary water, a treasure bequeathed by gods of yore, remains shrouded in mystery. Yi Luo's gazes serpents. How many generations back? Even deities meet their demise. A sense of disdain swells within Yi Luo, solidifying its resolve to depart from this realm. In this dismal place, it alone perceives vitality. To true practitioners, this locale bears little distinction from a desolate wasteland. Yi Luo remains silent, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts brewing within Yi Luo. The cat immortal continues. The extraordinary water is indeed toxic, a venom potent enough to neutralize demonic energy. Rescuing creatures afflicted by demonic energy can inflict tremendous harm on entities from the demon realm. It is precisely due to this potent venom that the super divine water possesses the ability to unleash the potential within its user, thereby maximizing their combat prowess. Yi Luo swiftly seized upon the inconsistency in the words of the cat sage, interrupting without hesitation. Wait a moment, if no one can consume it. How do you know that the super divine water possesses these abilities? While purging demonic energy may be plausible, how can you assert that it can awaken the user's potential? Chapter 34. The capabilities of the super divine water. Yi Luo returned to the ground. The cat sage shot Yi Luo a disdainful glance. Am I speaking, or are you? Will you listen? Yi Luo rubbed his nose, realizing that the cat sage had conveniently forgotten the previous request for his assistance, overstepping boundaries. Considering the myriad peculiar functions of the super divine water, he chose to momentarily overlook the cat sage's arrogance. Just because no one has survived after drinking the super divine water does not mean that no one has dared to try. The more who attempt it, the more fatalities ensue. That much is clear to him. Yi Luo remained speechless, marveling at the audacity of such reasoning. Please continue. For humans to consume the super divine water, they must possess the ability to withstand its toxicity. Once ingested, the water will take effect, but to fully harness its potential, one must withstand its venom entirely. This characteristic effectively precludes certain exceptionally gifted individuals from the notion of simultaneously resisting the toxin while enhancing their own strength. Consequently, it necessitates that those who partake of the super divine water must possess extraordinary vitality, mental fortitude, and willpower. The cat sage's words were devoid of ambiguity. Mental fortitude and willpower are not synonymous. A strong willpower naturally accompanies robust mental strength. Yet robust mental strength does not guarantee strong willpower. Thus, throughout history, no one has ever successfully consumed the super divine water. Those fortunate enough to stumble upon it have invariably succumbed to its toxicity. Furthermore, lacking any inherent potential means that even if one were to survive by sheer luck, they would experience no discernible change, merely enduring hardship and consuming ordinary water. The concept of potential remains elusive and enigmatic. Yi Luo felt a chill run down his spine. In terms of martial cultivation, he could articulate several principles. Yet, regarding the super divine water, an entity that defies scientific understanding, martial arts, and perhaps even celestial studies, he found himself equally baffled about whether he possessed any latent potential. So this super divine water is indeed rather peculiar. The cat sage approached Yi Luo. Therefore, you merely need to progress step by step to continually enhance your strength. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Yi Luo pondered for a moment, still intently gazing at the cat sage. I am simply curious and wish to witness it for myself. The cat sage shook his head. In truth, even knowing the location of the super divine water does not guarantee you will be able to find it. Oh, it is said that the super divine water is governed by darkness. To obtain it, one must first conquer the darkness. Yi Luo furrowed his brow. Is the darkness stronger than you? The cat sage stood with his hands clasped behind his back. No, the power of darkness is beyond comprehension. It is merely enigmatic. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow. Enigmatic, indeed, conveys everything. Do you wish to know more? That depends on whether you desire the energy liquid. Meow. The profound cat sage suddenly transformed, gazing at Yi Luo with a longing stare. Meow. Then do enlighten me. For bottles are rather insufficient, unworthy of the divine water. Yi Luo could not help but chuckle. Only 4 bottles. If you do not wish for them, I can simply remain oblivious, as they are of no use to me. The cat sage grew anxious. No, you truly cannot consume it. That would be perilous. However, you could uncover some secrets of the world. As a formidable being, possessing vast knowledge is imperative. Gazing intently at the cat sage, Yi Luo mused that this feline spoke with a certain philosophical depth. Thus, I am willing to pay the price of 4 bottles of energy liquid to acquire this information. If that is not feasible, then I shall let it be. The cat sage wore an expression of urgency. The energy liquid derived from 88 mixed fish species is exquisite. With only 1 bottle in hand, how could that suffice? The cat sage gazed at Yi Luo, his expression shifting, gradually becoming resolute. How about if I transport you directly there? What? Yi Luo scrutinized the cat sage suspiciously. Transport myself? Indeed, I can send you there directly. What do you think? Yi Luo fixed his gaze on the cat sage. Are you serious? I can only take you to the periphery where the divine water is stored, and then you must rely on yourself to seek it out. The Dark Guardians protect the divine water, and no one knows its exact location. I only know the vicinity and can transport you there directly. 5 bottles. 10 bottles. Yi Luo's expression shifted. The cat sage's proposal was entirely unexpected. If the cat sage were to send him directly, it seemed feasible after all. Very well. 10 bottles. Yi Luo agreed without hesitation. The cat sage stood there, dumbfounded, as if questioning his very existence. What? You want to negotiate? The cat sage grew frantic. Yi Luo's immediate acceptance was more suffocating than haggling. It made the cat sage appear rather foolish. Ah, then how about 5 bottles? Yi Luo regarded the cat sage as if he were a simpleton. What is wrong with this cat? 15 bottles. Farewell. Wait. Yeluo yore asimile. This mischievous cat is simply being pretentious. Let us go. I will guide you. As the cat sage proceeded toward the lower level of the tower, Yeluo suppressed his confusion and followed slowly. To his surprise, the cat sage approached 2 jars on the left. What is going on? Yeluo was utterly perplexed. The celestial beings are desired, and even more so, the divine water. I shall send you there. As the leaves fell, Yeluo gazed intently at the cat immortal as it opened the lid of the jar. What is this? Is it to send you down to the super divine water? Yeluo leaned closer to observe the vast expanse of white, a land blanketed in ice and snow. This jar can transport you to any location on Earth. The cat immortal explained. Goodness, it's a portal. Yeluo exclaimed. The cat immortal looked at him in confusion. What? Below here, what lies? The northernmost part of the Earth. Beyond the mountains, at the pole. We are currently in the western capital. Are you suggesting that if I descend through this jar, I can reach the extreme north? Indeed. But you will also need to utilize my staff to return. Simply shout upon your return, and I will use the staff to bring you back up. How about it? A round-trip ticket, you won't be at a loss. Yeluo couldn't help but chuckle. This journey must be quite distant for someone in the astral energy realm. Yet, for a wealthy individual or scientist from a technologically advanced society, it is hardly a matter of concern. It's merely that it lacks the convenience that the cat immortal provides. All right, I understand. I shall descend first. With that, Yeluo left the cat immortal bewildered. What do you mean? Wait for me. Meow. Yeluo did not respond. Instead, he took a few steps forward and leaped off the Corinta. The cat immortal rushed out, leaning over the railing, watching Yeluo plummet rapidly. Hey, aren't you going to seek the super divine water? Yeluo did not reply. The super divine water was right there. It would not run away, and there was no need to rush. He had not forgotten that the violet was still below. Rather than engage in a battle with Bra, he preferred to bring it up and train with the cat immortal. Moreover, he lacked sufficient energy liquid in his possession and needed to dive down to catch some fish from the sea. As he descended swiftly, an oddity struck Yeluo. He did not feel suffocated. Initially, he had felt nothing, but now he began to experience it more acutely. Although the air was somewhat thin, it was manageable. He was assured that he had not exited Earth's atmosphere. Curiously, could this be a different dimension where immortals reside? The descent was significantly faster than the ascent. In just 4 to 5 hours, Yeluo began to discern blurred images below. No, wait, I think I just passed through a membrane. And then immediately saw the scenery beneath. Yet, while on the Corinta, I could vaguely see the images ahead. The spatial dimensions are inconsistent. A profound sense of confusion flickered in Yeluo's eyes. The cat immortal was certainly more powerful than he, but it could not possibly construct such an immense and peculiar space. Was it possible that the cat immortal was concealing its true strength? Or perhaps it too was an inheritor? Yeluo's mind was filled with a myriad of questions, yet answers remained elusive. Never mind, if the opportunity arises, I shall investigate it myself. Having lived for over 190 years, Yeluo had acquired numerous skills, including formations, though not as formidable as those depicted in immortal novels. The perplexity intensified as he continued his descent. Below, an unusual atmospheric pressure was felt. Violet and Bra simultaneously gazed up at the sky. Father, what is happening? Bra's eyes followed the increasingly large dots in the sky, pondering something. Yupa, you must leave quickly. Father, I left last time, but this time I will not abandon you. I will face the enemy alongside you, Bra sobbed. Yupa, do not cry. You must be strong. Yes, Yupa won't cry, all right. Bra's expression darkened. All right, Yupa, you must leave. It seems someone climbing the tower has fallen. At such heights, the impact on the surroundings could be tremendous. You should find a safe place to hide while I assess the situation. With a heavy heart, Bra departed, mired in worry. If Yeluo were to die, it would be unfortunate but manageable. They could simply hold a banquet in his honor. However, if he survived, he was at a loss as to how to explain the situation without Violet around. Moreover, he was uncertain of Yeluo's temperament. Yet, having lost someone's spouse, would that individual truly let him off so easily? Bra was burdened with such thoughts, and Violet shared a similar weight. Chapter 35, Settling Violet and Entering the Far North. Is that Yeluo? It must be Yeluo. The two, in unison, estimated the landing point and hurried over. As Yeluo beheld the ground becoming increasingly distinct, his inner strength surged, propelling him into the Corinta. Bang! The tremendous force sent Yeluo flying, causing him to veer off course. He then shifted his weight, gradually descending. When he was approximately 300 meters above the ground, his inner strength erupted once more, akin to a flying goose, gliding just above the treetops before landing within the forest. Thud. Dust billowed upwards. Cough. Cough. Luo began to cough heavily. The impact had inflicted considerable harm upon him. He had been careless. Such reckless behavior could not continue. His strength was still insufficient. As he glanced at the immovable Kalinta, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Yiduo, Yiduo. Two distinct voices called out simultaneously. Violet and Bra approached, nearly in unison. Ah, there you are. Luo paid no mind to Bra's astonishment. Let us go. Where are you going? Bra queried with curiosity, observing Luo, who had descended unscathed after 3 days of climbing the tower. Had he indeed encountered a celestial being? Luo looked at Bra and nodded slightly, explaining, I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. With that, he departed, accompanied by a beaming Violet. Luo, this does not adhere to the rules. Oh, what rules have I violated? You can climb the tower, and she can climb too, but why do you bring her along in an aircraft? Luo grinned at the cat immortal, holding something that piqued its interest. He felt no apprehension about the cat immortal turning against him. Cat immortal, you're quite progressive, even aware of aircraft. Indeed, the cat sage wore an expression of arrogance, soon transforming into one of exasperation. Do not change the subject, she admonished, pointing at the curious Violet who was gazing intently at her. She did not ascend through her own prowess and cannot remain beneath Kalinta. It is unavoidable. I require the far north and cannot allow her to linger here. As the cat and the sage engaged in a negotiation, Violet remained silent, merely observing the feline with intrigue, occasionally scrutinizing Luo. She had presumed that Luo had failed, which was why she had taken her to the seaside to frantically catch fish and produce energy liquid. Little did she know, Luo had indeed succeeded in climbing Kalinta. To her astonishment, there truly was a sage atop it, and this sage was a cat. It was utterly unimaginable. She was left to ponder whether the world had gone mad, or if she herself had lost her senses. Here was a cat, a celestial cat. What would they eat up there? No way. The cat sage exclaimed in frustration. I have already stated that she does not meet the criteria. Then there's nothing to be done. I must take her away, Luo replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the cat sage, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. All right, you win, the cat sage conceded, visibly deflated. She did not even ask Luo about something as trivial as divine water. For if Luo truly cared for it, she would not have taken 10 days to return. Fine, she may stay here. I shall journey to the far north. I will accompany you, Violet panicked. Was Luo about to abandon her again? After all, she had only just managed to be with Luo. Luo fixed her gaze on Violet. Do not be foolish. My journey is for cultivation, not frivolity. But I can cultivate with you, Violet insisted. Ah, Ironikari. I am leaving you here precisely for the purpose of cultivation. What? Violet's mouth dropped open in disbelief as she stared at Luo. What can one cultivate in a space of less than 50 meters? Luo pointed to the cat sage. If you can defeat the cat sage, you may join me. Meow. Luo, I am, after all, a sage. Could you not show me some respect? Without hesitation, Luo produced a universal capsule and tossed it. Boom. Meow. The cat sage could no longer maintain her previous dignified demeanor, hastily abandoning her staff to rush towards the 11 vials of energy liquid, clutching them tightly. One of these vials will serve as your reward for teaching Violet. Meow, I the cat sage agree. No, Luo, this is not about teaching me. Violet responded with disdain. A cat teaching me? What a joke. She considered herself a martial arts expert now. Do not underestimate the cat sage. Just half a month ago, I was no match for her. Violet's jaw dropped in disbelief as she gazed at the adorable white cat, lovingly cradling the energy liquid. Are you kidding me? Luo, even if you wanted to keep me, you wouldn't resort to such lies. Luo shook her head. You will come to understand in due time. Regardless, you still have a considerable distance to traverse. The cat sage spoke truly. Only by ascending the Kalinta alone can one commence his training. Violet, taken aback, gaped at the cat sage in astonishment. It is worth noting that 3 centuries ago, the god of martial arts, the turtle sage, had once come here to learn from the cat sage, which underscores the latter's formidable prowess. Violet exhibited no signs of shock. Rather, she appeared numb. The god of martial arts, such a figure is the stuff of legends. Had she not experienced the path of martial arts, she might have dismissed it entirely. However, having trained, she could more profoundly appreciate the might of the legendary martial deity. Luo had once explicitly stated he was not the god of martial arts, nor a rival to the turtle sage. Such a person had indeed learned martial arts from this very cat. Very well, cat sage, should the opportunity arise, I can produce more fish-flavored energy liquids. For now, Please escort me to the farthest northern reaches. Meow. The cat sage meticulously stored away 11 vials of energy liquid. Follow me. As for you, the little girl who doubts me, for Yi Luo's sake, you may remain for the time being. Violet gaped once more. Little girl? That seemed quite accurate. This cat before her had lived for at least 3 centuries, to the extent that even her ancestors would lower their status in its presence. The two followed the cat sage to the next level. As they watched the cat sage open a jar, confusion washed over them. What is this for? Yi Luo pondered. The jar is so small. Must I employ the art of shrinking to enter it? The cat sage, however, was far more talkative than expected. Yi Luo grasped my staff. As the cat sage extended the tip of the staff, Yi Luo reached out to seize it. In an instant, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal eye filled his vision. What is happening? Wow, wow, wow. Yi Luo has transformed into a diminutive figure. Violet's voice echoed in astonishment. And it was then that Yi Luo grasped the unfolding events. Before he could articulate a response, the world turned upside down. He felt himself plunging into a cavernous opening, beneath which lay an abyss of unending snow. The stark contrast in visuals rendered everything a blinding white, with a biting cold wind incessantly gusting against him. Before he could react more significantly, a stern voice rang out. Fall! Yi Luo sensed himself plummeting further. Above him, for eyes fixated upon him, growing smaller by the moment. Yi Luo understood this was merely an optical illusion brought about by his descent. How extraordinary! The cat sage claims to be a deity, and it appears he speaks the truth. This transcends mere cultivation. It seems to encompass certain fundamental powers of the universe. What on earth is transpiring? This realm diverges greatly from what I had envisioned. Yi Luo's gaze grew resolute. Ultimately, it boils down to the weakness of his own abilities. Were his strength formidable enough, such confusion and distress would scarcely exist. Cultivation is imperative. I must hasten my journey to strength. If I cannot discover a suitable technique, I shall devise one myself, determined to conquer the profoundly restrictive martial arts of this world. As Yi Luo resolved himself, a shiver coursed through him. How cold it was. Chapter 36. The bitter cultivation in the frigid land, a breakthrough in the midst of hardship. In the icy expanse, Yi Luo's internal energy surged chaotically within, continuously drawing upon his own vitality to nourish himself. In the extreme north, the chill was relentless. As he uttered a few words, frost began to crystallize around him. This cannot continue. I will perish. He retrieved a celestial bean and tossed it into his mouth. The steady influx of nourishment revitalized him, returning a semblance of color to his pallid visage. In such harsh conditions, even the Qiankuan pill offered little solace. I must prepare for contingencies. Shivering, Yi Luo employed a spatial capsule to store several celestial beings, and then he dashed forward. The environment was dreadfully harsh. Although he was unaware of the location of the divine water, he believed that venturing deeper into the treacherous terrain would ultimately lead him to it. In this place, no guardians were necessary. Only those with considerable prowess could venture here. What a treacherous pit. After running for 7 or 8 minutes, Yi Luo had advanced barely a few kilometers, and his body was nearing its limits. Without sustaining injuries, the celestial beings failed to unleash their potent energy. They were little more than oversized power banks. Unable to endure any longer, Yi Luo abruptly halted. This will not do. I must find a solution. Continuing on this path would surely lead to my demise. A universal capsule manifested, and a villa appeared. Like a snow leopard, Yi Luo dashed into the villa. Moments later, he burst forth again. The technology one develop in the future must be operable under various conditions. With a fierce shout, he swiftly departed into the distance. 2 strands of internal energy circulating within him to sustain his vitality and prevent him from freezing solid. In the sky, 2 faces silently observed. Cat immortal. Is Yi Luo all right? The cat immortal looked grave. Yi Luo's strength still felt somewhat short. He was too reckless. What? Violet exclaimed anxiously. The cat immortal fixed his gaze on the tiny figure racing within the jar, realizing that the pursuit of divine water was far more complex than merely navigating through darkness. The environment of the extreme north represented the first formidable challenge. Moreover, the extreme north was not static. It was fraught with extreme conditions and numerous warriors swayed by darkness. Whether Yi Luo could withstand this was uncertain at all. Ultimately, Yi Luo's victory over the cat immortal had relied on a degree of cunning rather than sheer strength. Entering the frigid land with a less than mighty physique posed significant disadvantages. something the cat immortal had not anticipated. What now, cat immortal? You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. The cat immortal shook his head gravely. Regardless of him, it is futile to intervene. Beyond the confines of the container's projection area, I am unable to retrieve him or convey any messages. Should I shift the anchor point, he would be deprived of utilizing this location and would return directly to Kalinta. At this moment, we have no alternative but to fervently hope that Yuluo possesses sufficient strength to withstand this peril, achieve his objectives, and return unscathed. Violet paused, momentarily lost in thought, exclaiming, "Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Meow? It's our turn. Yuluo is training diligently below to become stronger. Since he has created favorable conditions for you, it is imperative not to squander them." The cat sage, leaning on his staff, ascended to the upper realm. "Oh, by the way, you are here without food, so your recovery will undoubtedly be slow. My agreement with Yuluo entails 1 vial of energy liquid and 5 celestial beans, which I shall lend to you. Do remind Yuluo to return them to me later." The cat sage stroked his beard, a playful glint appearing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he held a strong confidence in Yuluo. Violet stared in astonishment at the cat sage's retreating figure. Is this a celestial being? She pondered, glancing anxiously at the jar containing Yuluo, and followed suit. The cat sage was indeed correct. She could not afford to be a hindrance. The very person they were concerned about, Yuluo, was currently shivering from the cold. How vexing it was. In such an environment, should he practice martial arts? He could effortlessly ascend to the realm of Qi. At this moment, Yuluo's mind was far from the matter of the divine water. It was consumed with thoughts of the jade bed, rumored to be crafted from millennia-old ice from the farthest north. In comparison to this place, that object seemed utterly trivial. To exist here, mere attributes such as strength and speed could not be compared to the Qi realm. Yuluo was momentarily taken aback. To simply reside in this place? This notion settled in his mind like a sinister spirit, refusing to dissipate. If a thought began to take shape, but he shook his head vehemently. No, that would lead to doom. Yet, Yuluo, you must not act recklessly. However, what if? I believe. Then let it be. The voices in his mind reached an accord. Yuluo relinquished his internal energy, allowing it to gradually return to his cells. In a swift motion, a piercing chill enveloped him, permeating through his pores. Yuluo's body went rigid, feeling as though even his formidable mental faculties could not process anything. His soul felt as if it were frozen. No, the pills. As despair loomed, his cells began to fervently awaken, ravenously consuming the energy released by the celestial beings. There's hope. Completely immobilized by the cold, Yuluo struggled to part his lips slightly, manipulating the spatial mustard seed to directly place 5 celestial beings into his mouth. As more celestial beings entered his body, he faintly sensed a wave of joy emanating from his cells. Alas, he was unable to take any further action. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to his life, allowing him the luxury of time to refrain from hastily employing his inner strength to address the current predicament. What a calamity! He lamented the uncertainty of how long he would remain in this situation. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through his body. He was somewhat perplexed. Lacking the constraints of the Dantian, controlling his inner force proved to be quite challenging. Yet, with just a mere 2 strands of energy, he could hardly stir a ripple. This was far beyond his expectations. His cells were autonomously cultivating. The enhancement of these 2 cells accelerated at an astonishing rate, exponentially increasing by millions of times. The longer the cultivation persisted, the total amount of inner strength steadily diminished. The 2 cells were continuously enhancing at a pace that surpassed Yuluo's comprehension. What could possibly be the reason? Was it a drawback of absorbing vital energy? The inner strength, once slender, now fluctuated between various degrees of thickness. No, wait. My cells are indeed strengthening. As he mused, the cells accommodating the 2 strands of inner strength suddenly swelled and then settled into stillness. The inner force continued to swirl within the cells. All of this transpired beyond Yuluo's observation, relying solely on his sensory perception. The cells were minuscule, merely deduced through scientific analysis. It was as if he could not fathom how a single cell could harbor energy of such magnitude. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, Yuluo rose to his feet, invigorated. The biting cold surrounding him seemed to have no effect whatsoever. How strange. My cultivation is undeniably peculiar, and why did I suddenly break through? I feel, Yuluo uttered, clenching his fist and unleashing a powerful punch. Not far away, an ice mountain, formed from 3 meters of Anger Bing, erupted with a thunderous explosion. My goodness, such strength. I have completely surpassed the realm of Qi. No, no, that can't be right. Yi Luo shook his head, allowing the falling ice shards to rain upon him. The realm of Qi was merely a self-imposed designation. Perhaps I have not truly attained it, or perhaps I'm not as formidable as I envisioned. Standing still, Yi Luo silently sensed the changes within himself. Unfortunately, physical cultivation and energy cultivation were entirely distinct endeavors. In energy cultivation, one could clearly observe the increments of enhancement through a vivid comparison with oneself. In contrast, physical cultivation, without precise statistics or perceptions, rendered one incapable of gauging their own strength. It necessitated external comparisons, such as the might of a dragon versus an elephant, or the force of 1,000 pounds, or even the weight of 1,000 June. The increase in strength was somewhat quantifiable, as was the speed. Yi Luo found himself in such a predicament. To describe his awareness was perhaps more akin to adaptation and familiarity. Aside from the 2 cells housing the strands of inner strength, there were some changes in the remaining cells, but they were negligible, and Yi Luo did not perceive any significant augmentation in his prowess. On the contrary, as his inner strength thinned, it would undoubtedly impact his overall capabilities. Without a doubt, his endurance would be inferior to what it once was. It was imperative to resolve the method of cultivation swiftly, for in battles, the greatest challenge lay in the realm of the unknown. Unaware of the enemy's strength and uncertain of his own capabilities, Yi Luo found himself unable to make precise judgments. With a resolute determination, he made a few swift movements and vanished from his location. He could not ascertain the reason for his recent breakthrough or the extraordinary changes it had wrought within him. For the time being, he resolved to address other matters, such as locating the divine water and returning to continue his in-depth research. The surrounding environment held little sway over him. Finding the divine water was still a matter of ease. Having completed his breakthrough with his eyes closed, he was convinced that nothing could impede his progress. 10 minutes after Yi Luo's departure, the area was enveloped in a howling wind that echoed like a spectral wail as snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The biting wind carried the swirling snow, pressing against the jagged ice mountain, which gradually reverted to its original form. Fragments of ice lay desolately on the snow-covered ground, bearing witness to the events until the heavy snowfall obliterated everything, leaving the surface pristine and white once more. Suddenly, Chapter 37, Fierce, Consuming the Divine Water. The Invader. A deep, eerie voice reverberated in the air. After the ice mountain restored itself, the unyielding wind enveloped portions of the ice and snow, forming a colossal ice giant over 30 meters tall. Upon its emergence, the giant fixed its gaze on the direction Yi Luo had departed, emitting a prolonged, low moan. Such a phenomenon went unnoticed by Yi Luo, who remained oblivious to the sights, sounds, and sensations around him. Wandering aimlessly in this vast, icy realm, Yi Luo felt a sense of dismay. His enhanced strength had diminished the impact of the environment on him. In this frigid expanse, it was difficult to perceive the coldness, complicating his efforts to sense his surroundings. Yi Luo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a predicament. His augmented power had rendered his techniques more feeble. Who could he turn to for explanation? This predicament revealed the drawbacks of physical cultivation, a lack of diverse methods. Moreover, a significant issue loomed. To hone his physical form, he required numerous extreme environments. Once the body adapted to one such extreme condition, the benefits it offered to the practitioner would diminish infinitely. Presently, the relatively constant coldness surrounding Yi Luo made it increasingly challenging for him to rely on temperature variations to locate potential sources of the divine water. The vastness of the area left him directionless. Maintaining his composure, Yi Luo meandered about, unperturbed by the abundant food supply. For another individual, the monotonous expanse of white would have driven them to madness. Few could withstand such a dull palate. However, Yi Luo remained unconcerned. Meanwhile, within the Cartinta, Violet grew anxious. "Hey, that cat!" she exclaimed. "Meow, how rude!" The cat sage retorted, licking its paw and casting a disdainful glance at Violet. A week had passed since Yi Luo entered the icy realm, and still there was no news. Violet ground her teeth in frustration. Truly, it was the emperor who was calm while the eunuchs fretted. He remained composed. Why should you be anxious? The super divine water is a relic left behind by celestial beings from generations past, a treasure not easily acquired. Violet's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Not only are you impatient, but you also lack common sense and have a terrible temper. Were it not for Yi Luo, you would have no right to ascend to Kalinta. Among so many practitioners, you are the weakest. The cat immortal retorted loudly to Violet, feeling a twinge of insecurity. In comparison to Li Xing, Violet's cultivation speed was considerably slower, given her limited foundation and the fact that she did not ascend the Kalinta by her own merit. Acquiring the super holy water would certainly require no less than 3 months of effort. Although her abilities may seem low, they are not negligible. Under Yi Luo's tutelage, various cultivation techniques have proven to be far more effective than one could imagine, compared to the turtle immortal, who took half a year to obtain the super holy water. Her efficiency is significantly higher. Oof, do you look down upon me? Violet declared, producing a universal capsule. With your capabilities, even Yi Luo would not dare to underestimate me. The cat immortal's fur bristled, eyeing Violet warily. What? Are you jesting? Suddenly, there was a loud bang. As the smoke dissipated, a Gatling gun appeared before them. Violet swiftly leaped into the air, snatching it up, brandishing the weapon with a sinister smile directed at the cat immortal. Yi Luo once said, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, turning 3,600 times in a single breath, delivering salvation to all beings. While my weapon may not possess such formidable strength, it should suffice to deal with you. The cat immortal's expression turned grave, sensing an unusual confidence emanating from Violet. This was an expression it had never witnessed before. Typically, Violet appeared exasperated, despondent, and filled with impotent rage. It had encountered such firearms, crafted by mere mortals, and deemed them harmless. However, one could never be too cautious. Yi Luo was well known, a martial arts genius and a scientific prodigy. The energy liquid that coursed through its own veins was derived from his technological prowess. What if this firearm posed a genuine threat? Meow, let's discuss this calmly, it suggested. You scoundrel, Violet retorted, pulling the trigger. Hot, 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 hot. The machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, emitting a deafening metallic clamor, engulfing the entire Kalinta in smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Meow. The cat immortal was taken aback, darting to evade the onslaught, only to realize something was amiss. The weapon seemed to lack substantial power. Tentatively, it allowed a few bullets to strike, leaving the cat immortal speechless. Meow. You dare to confront me with this trivial earthly contraption? How presumptuous. Violet, undeterred, emptied the magazine. Oh, that feels good, she exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing maniacally. Mark my words, if you dare to provoke me again, I shall unleash a relentless barrage upon you. Violet was far from foolish. In a world where even the most formidable foes can evade the relentless fire of machine guns, how could the cat sage, stronger than her, possibly be caught? Initially, there was no intention to confront the cat sage. Rather, it was merely an outlet for the frustration that had accumulated over the past few days. How unfortunate. The cat sage cast a sorrowful gaze upon Violet. Very well. You are a woman. I shall not stoop to your level. What? Do you wish to engage in a battle of wits, belittling women? Violet feigned reaching for a universal adhesive capsule, prompting the cat sage to kneel in surrender. Violet burst into a wild, triumphant laughter. She laughed while it wept, leaving him in a state of amusement. What a predicament! What should I do now? Gazing at the ice layer that was gradually mending before him, Yi Luo fell into deep contemplation. He had searched extensively. Not only could he not find the divine water, but even some peculiar locations eluded him. Striking the ice layer haphazardly, it astonishingly flowed like liquid, slowly restoring itself. The divine water was entrusted to the darkness for safekeeping, suggesting that darkness possesses its own will. Perhaps it is a deity, or at least something with autonomy. Helpless against the frigid expanse, he needed a strategy to lure the opponent out. Perhaps it was due to his overwhelming strength that the adversary dared not reveal themselves. Observing his own meager attire, anyone who beheld him would hardly suspect Yi Luo to be weak. With this realization, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He then sprinted away with fervor. A day later, Yi Luo was breathless. 2 days passed, and he appeared haggard. By the 3rd day, he seemed nearly deranged. On the 4th day, he remained immobile, sprawled upon the ice, breath faint as a whisper. The wind, a biting gale. The snow, a flurry of white. Frost blanketed Yi Luo, his breath barely perceptible, occasionally shivering. Time stretched endlessly until the ground trembled violently beneath him. A colossal vortex formed in the snowstorm 200 meters away. An invader. Death. Yet, Yi Luo remained unmoved. A giant approached with thunderous strides, shaking the entire ice layer as if the earth itself quaked. Lowering its form, it swallowed Yi Luo whole. The storm dissipated, leaving silence in its wake. In the pitch-black void, a sinister water pool stirred, ripples expanding outward. A head sculpted from water slowly emerged from the depths. The greedy one. Death. What? How can this be? Impossible. This cannot be. The pool thrashed violently, waves radiating outward. What is impossible? A calm voice resonated. Yi Luo unexpectedly materialized in this dark realm. With a casual sweep of his gaze, he noticed a round table accompanied by 4 circular stools. Impressive, you even have company. A faint smile adorned Yi Luo's face as he approached and took a seat, facing the water-crafted head directly. Challenge or hostility? It is inconceivable. The head remained impervious to the fallen leaves, continuing its furious roar. Yi Luo patiently awaited the head's return to composure, tapping the table. The divine water, relinquish it. You must realize that your capacity for resistance is virtually non-existent. Intruder. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow. You may attempt to see if I can drain this pool of yours. Silence enveloped the space, devoid of any sound. You should not have come here. Whether I should or not, I'm already here, am I not? Yi Luo fixed his gaze upon the water's head. Here you go. As the words left his lips, a small pot appeared soundlessly on the table. Yi Luo remained entirely unaware, finding nothing peculiar. After all, being a deity, certain extraordinary methods are understandable. Is that not the essence of the cat sage? Lifting the small pot, he examined it closely. He tilted his head back and took a sip. Chapter 38. A surge in power, quantum Tao of the universe. Smack. Yi Luo licked his lips, feeling the power surging within him, his cells fervently absorbing it. Unlike the accumulation of vital energy, the power from the divine water felt akin to a baptism, a force that transformed the essence of his cells. It proved somewhat beneficial, albeit not significantly so, which struck him as odd. Yi Luo contemplated drinking the entire pot of divine water, but ultimately restrained himself. If time were to reverse, Yi Luo realized that he could not locate the darkness, pondering a question while searching for the divine water. If the darkness possessed consciousness and aimed to safeguard the divine water, it would surely prevent anyone from discovering it. At the very least, it would not allow those with the potential to ingest the divine water to find it. In this frigid expanse, only someone capable of overturning the entire extreme cold could hope to locate that entity. However, what if that entity chose to reveal itself? Yi Luo, shifting to an alternative perspective, made a judgment. How would a powerful, mysterious existence, dormant for countless years in the icy wilderness, act upon encountering a being utterly devoid of resistance? Indifference, mockery, or rescue? Excluding the last unreliable possibility, only 2 remained. The other party may either be indifferent or mocking, each bearing a 50% probability. Yi Luo opted for a grand gamble. He was neither an invincible terrestrial deity at the pinnacle of martial arts, nor a formidable existence capable of wielding power that defied the constraints of time. He had to first establish his entry into this realm. He must tread an unconventional path, swiftly acquiring his ticket to cultivation. He wagered that the darkness would manifest and mock him. Ultimately, Yi Luo's audacious gamble proved fortuitous. The entity indeed appeared, guiding him into its lair. Amidst the snow and ice, Yi Luo's condition was not one of disguise, but rather dire. He had kept the immortal being in his mouth, enduring the most trying moments without swallowing even a morsel. The embodiment of darkness transformed into a colossal figure of ice and snow, whisking him away into a pitch-black corridor. Upon entering, Yi Luo swiftly consumed a celestial being, rapidly restoring his state. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, subsequently becoming ensnared in a peculiar illusion. Although Yi Luo had some knowledge of illusions, his understanding was limited. As he found himself ensnared, he initially presumed his carelessness would lead to considerable trouble. To his surprise, the entire illusion had no hold over him whatsoever. Wealth, beauty, exquisite delicacies, power, strength, and immortality, none could sway him. He was akin to a 26-year-old who had never experienced romantic entanglements. No, he far surpassed such a state. He resembled a primitive man, devoid of desires. Unlike primitive beings who possess basic appetites and reproductive urges, Yi Luo exhibited not a trace of such inclinations. His will was as unyielding as steel, rendering him impervious to the darkness. The sole element capable of unsettling his mind was the emergence of various legendary techniques. The darkness, having expended great effort, finally discerned Yi Luo's singular vulnerability. However, Yi Luo's insatiable greed led him to contemplate the path of merging science, martial arts, and immortality. While he possessed some understanding of technology and was well-versed in martial disciplines, the concept of immortality eluded him entirely, resulting in a rather grotesque imitation reminiscent of a cat deity. Naturally, Yi Luo saw through this charade immediately. Had his resolve been weak, he might have succumbed to it. Instead, with unwavering determination, he chose to exploit this peculiar illusion. Within the expansive illusionary realm, he neglected the specialized techniques of merging science and martial arts, dedicating himself instead to the relentless study of fusion techniques day and night. This endeavor proved taxing for the darkness, which was compelled to incessantly create the technological devices Yi Luo required for his research, alongside the analysis of martial pathways and the integration of various bizarre and unheard-of immortal techniques. Ultimately, the darkness could not withstand the pressure and released Yi Luo. This marked the moment he reappeared beside the darkened pool. In truth, Yi Luo had always been by the pool. He had merely been trapped within an illusion. This development was too much for the darkness to bear. Upon Yi Luo's threat, it promptly surrendered the divine water. Indeed, the divine water was of little use, and the illusion was rather stingy. The surface of the pool rippled in concentric circles. Yi Luo glittered. "What is this? You seem displeased, are you not?" The water's surface vanished in an instant, leaving the entire pool tranquil and undisturbed. Yi Luo shook his head in dissatisfaction. There was nothing of worth here. It was time to depart. To speak candidly, the divine water did not meet Yi Luo's expectations, yet the illusion had proven remarkably beneficial. At the very least, he had gleaned some insights into the path of merging science and martial arts. Upon his return, with a little more time dedicated to organizing his findings, he might just uncover some unexpectedly fruitful results. Just as he prepared to set forth, Yi Luo's brow suddenly furrowed tightly. Remaining utterly still, he closed his eyes. The incessant sweat cascading down his body spoke volumes about his current state, which was far from the imagined ideal. The super divine water ignited the latent potential within the human body and dispelled any demonic energy. In the absence of such energy, one could only awaken their inherent abilities. How formidable was Yi Luo's potential? To put it succinctly, it was unprecedented. It was a fusion of the physical prowess of the Qi realm, the energy of the Qi realm, and mental strength. Upon ascending to this world, he integrated with a peculiar and unknown substance within the flight passage, thereby exhibiting the ability to manipulate spatial forces. After nearly 9 years of dedicated cultivation in this realm, those elements merely absorbed by his cells had not entirely vanished. Once the efficacy of the super divine water was unleashed, it instantaneously activated Yi Luo's latent abilities. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The entirety of his potential was anchored in his physical form, which had previously remained dormant. This potential transformed into cellular strength. But how was this transformation achieved? The super divine water, a divine artifact, operated beyond reason. Regardless of whether it was flesh, energy, or mental fortitude, anything contained within the body that could not be activated was promptly unleashed. However, this activation did not sit well with the cells. After all, they had painstakingly extracted numerous beneficial elements from Yi Luo's body. By releasing them, while his overall strength surged, the cells themselves remained feeble, if not weaker. They promptly began to draw back, as if a floodgate had been opened. There was no need for any techniques or methodologies. They simply absorbed. Every cell in Yi Luo's body absorbed energy from within and from the external environment, consuming everything it could. He resembled a black hole, voraciously drawing in external energy to fortify his cells. Yi Luo's control over his internal energy was minimal, barely a thread, now reduced to an even purer subatomic level of energy. The speed of absorbing vital energy paled in comparison to the 60 trillion cells within his corporeal form. Nevertheless, Yi Luo persisted in his efforts to absorb energy. A strong physique was commendable, and abundant internal energy was undeniably appealing. Strength was transient, but allure was everlasting. Yi Luo was acutely aware of this choice. His internal energy was akin to a solitary droplet amidst a tempest, relentlessly drawing in nourishment to bolster itself. Yet, the corporeal form was an overwhelming ocean, too tumultuous for a single stream of energy to withstand. Gradually, his internal energy began to merge with his cells. Witnessing this, Yi Luo humbly lowered his esteemed head, allowing his internal energy to permeate the cells, ceasing his competition. He let the cells absorb energy with wild abandon. What misfortune it was that even this could not amplify his internal power. Despite his grievances, Yi Luo remained seated on the stone bench, patiently awaiting the outcome. With his strength continually growing, only a fool would forfeit such an opportunity. This time, without the need for precise data, Yi Luo perceived that his strength had nearly increased tenfold. If this were within the realm of reason, the rise in his potential was indeed an unexpected delight. In this predicament, Yi Luo finds himself unable to take significant action, surrendering instead to the circumstances. His mental acuity remains intensely active, continuously amplifying. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Luo begins to contemplate the cultivation methods of the celestial martial arts. Quantum Tao of heaven and earth. He muses within the illusion, bestowing a name upon his newly devised cultivation technique. Perhaps I might forge two pathways within my corporeal form, endeavoring to amplify both my internal and mental energies. Chapter 39. Yi Luo's transformation. The evolution of his golden finger. The concept of heaven and earth symbolizes the physical body, martial arts, and the excavation of one's intrinsic potential, enhancing strength and facilitating the metamorphosis of the physical self. Quantum pertains to the cellular structure of the human body, refining cellular integrity, energy intensity, and transmission velocity, which correspond to martial arts, technology, and celestial wisdom. This encompasses the intricate components of cells, including nuclei, cytoplasm, and membranes, as well as the more minute entities like molecules, atoms, atomic nuclei, neutrons, protons, electrons, and quarks. This represents humanity's scientific quest inward, where mastery over the microscopic leads to greater power. Commanding a majority of molecules allows for the creation ex nihilo, granting one the ability to shape reality at will. Attaining complete control over atoms enables the genesis of all things and the crafting of life, all within the span of a thought. The realm of quarks remains far beyond Yi Luo's current imagination. All known and even imagined powers may yet be minuscule in comparison. The Tao represents mental prowess and dominion over the forces of nature. Yi Luo aspires to develop a technique of this nature, one that only he can cultivate. The efficacy of the super divine water remains uncertain. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to delve deeper into his studies does not seem overly arduous. Cells continue to voraciously absorb energy. The meridians and acupoints Yi Luo is familiar with have become entirely ineffective, leaving him to passively endure. His internal energy lies dormant within the cells, trembling in anticipation until Yi Luo mobilizes it, commencing a transformation within. Following the recent absorption, his internal energy has burgeoned from 2 to 10, sufficiently enabling him to further enhance new cells, 10 in total. He must devise a method for the cells to strengthen autonomously, generating internal energy and bolstering mental acuity, applying the same principle to the other two forces. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, even the rebirth through blood becomes trivial. Blood itself is composed of cells, and each cell encapsulates its complete information. Cells inscribe the physical body, evolving all its aspects. Internal energy serves as a conduit for power and restoration, culminating in peak vitality. When cells generate mental energy, consciousness is restored, eliminating any risk of Yi Luo's rebirth leading to rebellion or corruption. Even a single cell can regenerate into a complete Yi Luo, preserving his potential and allowing him to continue his cultivation. This is the foundation of successful cultivation. Immortality presents no significant challenge to Yi Luo. However, achieving it remains a distant goal. With 8 units of internal energy, he swiftly fortifies the cells. Yi Luo endures the discomfort of the surging vitality within him. What follows is the witnessing of a miracle. The pain intensifies. What's happening? As Yi Luo once again succumbed to unconsciousness, just before losing consciousness, he reflected deeply. While others, often cast as villains, encountered various dilemmas, he found himself devoid of any bloodshed or murderous intent. Why, he pondered. Did calamity befall him every time he felt confident? The ascension pathway had been treacherous, the restoration of his strength fraught with challenges, and now, it seemed, he was trapped in a similar predicament. In his frustration, he longed to exclaim a profound lament. How vexing, how infuriating. It was maddening indeed. The cat, immortal, lounging leisurely against the railing, observed the flustered violet. You see, Yi Luo's return without acquiring the super sacred water must have left him quite disheartened, he remarked casually. The words sparked a tremor of rage within Violet. Do you believe what you just said holds truth? The cat immortal regarded her intently. He was not one to be swayed by emotions, yet he paid particular attention to her. What shall you do when your power cannot match his? Violet trembled with indignation. Having stayed by Yi Luo's side for over 2 years, she knew all too well that the cat immortal spoke with a measure of accuracy. Defeated, she sank into a seated position. What should I do? Well, truth be told, your affection for Yi Luo may not be as profound as you think. It is merely his strength that captivates you. Regrettably, your relationship can only evolve if you can keep pace with him. It will never be about your abandoning him. Violet remained silent, fully aware of the underlying truths in their exchange. Hence, every time Yi Luo urged her to hone her skills, she persevered relentlessly, unwilling to lag behind him. At the very least, she desired to stand strong alongside him. She understood Yi Luo's capabilities. The entire Red Sand Brigade was no match for him. While their own incompetence and self-sabotage played a role, Yi Luo's prowess was undeniably formidable. Do you know why I suddenly chose to share these thoughts with you? The cat immortal inquired. Why? Violet shot him a piercing glance. Indeed, moments before, he had merely been engaged in a leisurely battle with her. Why this sudden shift in topic? The cat immortal gazed into the distance. Yi Luo has consumed the super sacred water and succeeded, becoming the first to do so. His strength will undoubtedly surge. Violet froze, a complex expression crossing her face, part relief, more so dread. The consequences of Yi Luo's potential abandonment were too daunting to contemplate. Yet, strangely, she did not feel overwhelmingly sorrowful. With her own growing power, she felt confident she could thrive wherever she went. She harbored no ill will. Yi Luo possessed an ethereal quality, a serene detachment. Their companionship felt serendipitous. Indeed, she mused, how much stronger would he become? Violet's face reflected envy. Continue on. I shall strive diligently, and I firmly believe Yi Luo is not that kind of man. No man would allow his woman to be ensconced in another's embrace. Violet, after finishing her words, tossed a magic bean into her mouth. A crisp crack echoed as she boldly launched an attack on the cat immortal. Boom! Debris flew in all directions, and a powerful aura erupted around Leaf Fall, causing numerous stones to rain down. Roar! Depart, depart! Leaf Fall opened his eyes, glancing at the encroaching darkness. A faint smile crept across his lips as his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing within the cave. 3 minutes later, Leaf Fall returned to the cave. That dead end. Direct me to an escape, he stated with an air of nonchalance. A ripple emerged, and a gentle breeze inexplicably arose within the cave. Leaf Fall cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. With that, he followed the direction of the breeze and, in a few moments, disappeared from the cave. Suddenly, he found himself alone in a world of ice and snow, gazing into the distance. There, a beam of light shone forth from the void, akin to a flashlight, forming a luminous column that illuminated the snowy expanse. That must be the opening created by the cat immortal, Leaf Fall thought, without a second thought, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. I wonder how strong I am now, he mused. As he spoke, a glowing screen appeared before him. Name, Leaf Fall. Realm, unknown, pending naming. Technique, quantum Taoism of the universe, prototype. Physical body, 10 progress, 68,100. Technology, 6 progress, 3,100. Taoism, 8 progress, 7,100. Skills, martial realm. The duck knows when the spring river water is warm. Technological realm, cell. Immortal realm, observing the universe. The changes were substantial, nearly overturning previous assessments. Upon seeing this information, a deep sense of confusion flashed in Leaf Fall's eyes. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Many of the elements presented were mere figments of his imagination. The golden finger astonishingly reflected everything entirely. Unbelievable. Could be. Chapter 40. Divine Realm Information, Departure. Could it be said that this golden finger is, in fact, Leaf Fall himself? Or perhaps it has transformed Leaf Fall into a supercomputer, an immensely powerful biological computer. It mirrors all of his knowledge and abilities, showcasing them through the window of his eyes. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Leaf Fall had never underestimated this golden finger. A tool that can entirely reflect one's learning and cultivation progress is undeniably aligned with oneself. This phenomenon, if placed in anyone's hands, would be an exceptionally powerful golden finger. Why do people struggle to advance? Is it due to insufficient effort or a lack of intelligence? Neither. It is because of an unclear understanding of oneself. This golden finger possesses that capability. Not only can it clearly reflect a person's current state, but it can also solidify it. A person may find it exceedingly difficult to strike 1,000 blows, yet if they can ascertain their progress in real time, understanding that each strike fortifies their strength to an extraordinary degree, few would falter in achieving that 1,000th blow. An individual struggling academically may be hindered by factors such as lack of intelligence or laziness. However, if they possess a clear awareness of their learning trajectory, absorbing knowledge incrementally each day and solidifying it in memory for flexible recall, it is unlikely that their academic performance would falter. This exemplifies the formidable power of genuine data feedback, simple, unrefined, yet profoundly effective. It can be said that anyone who has not cultivated the obsession with inner strength, regardless of the direction they pursue, can yield results. Yi Luo has progressed from novice to master in technology, and aside from his formidable mental fortitude, this pivotal insight has played an indispensable role. Upon returning, he intends to delve deeply into this phenomenon, for it cannot have arisen without reason. Contemplating, Yi Luo's speed inexplicably surged, bringing him closer to the light circle. Pursuing a goal with intent contrasts sharply with aimlessly searching for something. Thus, Yi Luo found himself ever nearer to the light circle. After several hours, he stood beneath it, gazing skyward. Indeed, the sky appeared markedly different, revealing a large void that could only be seen within the light circle. Cat immortal, Yi Luo shouted, his voice echoing far and wide. Uncertain if the cat immortal could hear him, he continued to call until the response faded entirely. The cat immortal, momentarily distracted in battle, was caught off guard, allowing Violet to seize the super sacred water. Huh, I've got it. The cat immortal regarded Violet with an inscrutable smile, uttering nothing as he turned to descend the stairs. Hey, how does one use this? Do you just drink it? The cat immortal did not look back. Whatever, that super sacred water is just ordinary water. Violet's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Furthermore, Yi Luo should be successful in his cultivation. He is calling for me to bring him up. Violet froze momentarily and then hurriedly followed the cat immortal. The pair, a cat and a human, ascended to the second level, arriving above the jar. Yi Luo also beheld their large faces. Could you possibly remove your faces? It's quite terrifying to look at. Meow, Yi Luo, have you consumed the super divine water? Of course, but I survived. The cat immortal appeared astonished. This occurrence had long been sensed by him. Wait a moment. I shall bring you up immediately. Strangely, Violet, usually so boisterous, fell silent and stepped aside, saying little. Yi Luo felt perplexed. Had he been unconscious for such a long duration that Violet seemed to have transformed? The staff, resembling a pillar of heaven, gradually bore down upon Yi Luo, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. Be cautious and steer clear of my staff, the cat immortal warned. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Luo bent his legs, unleashing his strength to propel himself upwards like a rocket. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, a voice unexpectedly emerged. I have departed, said Yi Luo, narrowing his eyes slightly. I shall return when time permits. Do not, came the reply. Yi Luo, incidenge, merely pursed his lips. In this frigid landscape, life was a rarity, and he had no desire to return. Through the mouth of a jar, Yi Luo gracefully flipped in the air, landing firmly on the ground. Meow, your strength has significantly increased, remarked the cat sage. However, upon hearing this, Yi Luo's expression subtly shifted. Yi Luo shook his head with a smile. While my strength has indeed augmented, I have encountered a different kind of opportunity. Oh, the cat sage narrowed her eyes slightly. What is the matter? Do you recall the purpose of my visit? Upon hearing these words, Yi Luo's heart stirred, and a look of joy spread across her face. The cat sage might have only grasped a fraction of the truth, but she understood fully. Yi Luo's journey, wandering in search of martial arts masters, was secondary. The true quest was to uncover the martial arts techniques he sought. Yi Luo often lamented that if only he could acquire such techniques, his power would soar exponentially, and his capabilities would multiply immeasurably. This was Yi Luo's steadfast belief. Is it possible that you have discovered the martial arts techniques you spoke of? The cat sage inquired with curiosity. Yi Luo shook his head. What is that? I have not found the martial arts techniques. Rather, I have created my own. What? Both the cat sage and Yi Luo stood in astonishment, gazing at Yi Luo. He smiled calmly. Cat sage, observe closely. With that, Yi Luo activated his still immature chi and quantum martial arts technique. In an instant, a series of whirlwinds swept across the summit of Kalina Tower. This wind was unlike any ordinary breeze. Common folk could hardly perceive it. It was the wind of vital energy. The cat sage stared at Yi Luo in shock. This is astonishing. Indeed, I owe much to you, he replied, and to that little girl, Bulma, who played an indispensable role. Without her, I would not have been able to create this technique so effortlessly, especially under the circumstances of my body fervently absorbing energy. What you have achieved is truly remarkable, the cat sage marveled. They trained solely through physical refinement. Yet Yi Luo had managed to absorb vital energy directly. If one were to claim that Yi Luo could not harness this energy to enhance his strength, the cat sage would find such a notion utterly implausible. Not to mention that so much vital energy had entered Yi Luo's body without dissipating. Just this alone indicated his immense power. How strong must you be now? Yi Luo retracted his technique, standing in place with a beaming smile directed at the cat sage. I am uncertain. As I have no point of comparison, he replied. I fear I cannot assist you further. Only in the divine realm can you attain true progress. Your rate of advancement is indeed extraordinary. Once again, I find myself marveling at the astonishing term uttered by the cat sage, the divine realm. Yi Luo squinted slightly, yet he had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. The concept of the divine realm aside, there were numerous aspects within the cat sage's domain that eluded his comprehension, such as the Kalinta, that peculiar barrier, the jar, the scepter, and the celestial beings. Each element transcended the boundaries of his understanding. As for the higher divine realm, he had no desire to engage with it for the time being. Even if his strength were to surpass those so-called deities of the divine realm, he would refrain from such contact. One must consume their meal bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. It is only by solidifying one's foundation that one may transcend the world and ascend once more. In the realm of martial arts, without an exceptionally sturdy foundation, how could he possibly hope to shatter the void and ascend to this vibrant world? Having completed his task, it was time for him to return. Chapter 41. The useless divine dragon, unable to fulfill any wishes. The cat sage regarded Yi Luo with a knowing gaze. His mention of the divine realm was inherently an invitation for Yi Luo to venture forth. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Luo remained utterly unmoved. The cat sage refrained from pressing the matter further and, with a shift in his demeanor, changed the subject. By the way, is Violet still with me? Yi Luo glanced at the anxious Violet standing by, pondering how she seemed transformed. His attention was drawn to the super-sacred water in her grasp. Had she not acquired the super-sacred water? Upon hearing this, the cat sage revealed a significant smile while pride surfaced on Violet's face. However, something fell amiss. Violet's strength was not particularly formidable. How could she have seized the super-sacred water from him? The cat sage's words struck Violet like a hammer, causing her smile to vanish and her complexion to pale. Did you hold back? The cat sage inquired, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Why? Your strength surpasses mine, and you have carved your own unique path. What she learns from me pales in comparison to what she would gain by being in your presence. The cat sage hesitated momentarily. She lacks your innate talent. She merely employs speed and strength mechanically. Here, she cannot learn anything further. Violet's expression darkened. Her gaze sharpened as she glared at the cat sage. She had indeed obtained the super-sacred water through her own strength. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Luo nodded in agreement. Violet was different from many others. He had only imparted a few lessons. He had never expected her to achieve great heights in the martial arts. Very well, let her continue to follow me. I must take my leave now. Wait a moment. The cat sage interjected, raising a hand to halt Yi Luo. Yi Luo regarded him with curiosity. What is it? Mew. The cat sage's furry visage flushed with a hint of shyness. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, taken aback. This is quite unexpected. The cat sage is shy. About that fish-flavored energy liquid, do you still have it? The cat spirit stood in stunned silence, gazing at the violet figure leaping down from the towering Kalinta. What on earth? Why has the sky turned so dark? The violet one, curious, looked up at the heavens before proceeding into the villa. What is the matter, Yellow? Am I dreaming? Yellow regarded Violet with a silent gaze. Is this a nightmare? Oh no, Yellow, the sky outside has suddenly darkened. Curiosity filled Yellow's eyes. The sky has suddenly darkened? His mental energy radiated outward, his expression shifting abruptly. In a flash, he vanished from the villa, soaring through the air, acutely sensing his surroundings. Far, far away, within my perceptual range, everything is engulfed in darkness. What on earth? He noted the time. It's currently 12:25 p.m. in Zhongdu. Activate all detectors. I must ascertain all information, Yellow commanded, then glanced toward a particular direction, east, beyond Zhongdu, into the desert region. A strange energy fluctuation. Just then, Yellow's expression changed dramatically. His inner energy circulated, enveloping him like a protective barrier, completely isolating his presence. Who is probing me? Is it a powerful entity, or is it directed at me? In that fleeting moment, Yellow contemplated extensively, striving to maintain his energy's circulation and conceal his aura. No matter who it was, they must not easily uncover his whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the eastern capital, amidst the desert, at a castle, Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, pointing skyward at a colossal green entity. What did you say? Listen to yourself. Perhaps you should rephrase your request. The dragon, with an indifferent gaze, responded, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that wish. Please, choose another. You are a dragon, a magnificent dragon. How can you say you cannot locate Yellow? It's impossible, utterly impossible, Bulma exclaimed, kicking the three bound figures, a trio comprising a remarkably short individual, a tall, slender beauty, and a young man in tattered martial arts attire, unconscious. Among them were the dog-headed man, a cat, and indeed Pilaf, Xiaowu, Yamucha, the dog-headed Ukshu, and Pool. Please, state your next wish promptly. What a useless dragon. Unable to find a single person. No trace of him. Nonsense. I've been with him for 5 years. 5 years. Do you understand how I've endured through these 5 years? Nearby, the free-spirited child with a tail, Sun Wukong, and the little pig, Wulong, gazed on with curiosity. Bulma, how have you fared? Was it dreadful? Sun Wukong asked, looking up at Bulma with eyes full of concern. No, it was very happy, very joyful. An unimaginable happiness, Sun Wukong. Bulma responded with great indignation. Sun Wukong and Oolong were left in fits of laughter. You're living well, huh? What nonsense is this? She exclaimed. State your wish. The eternal dragon, indifferent to the commotion below, spoke in a formulaic manner. Grant me the location of Yi Luo. Apologies, the dragon replied, its whiskers flowing, its gaze unwavering, and its mouth sealed tight. What a useless dragon. Do you dare believe I could annihilate you? Isn't it said that the eternal dragon can fulfill any wish? Yet you cannot even locate a single person. How is this considered the ability to grant any wish? Bulma, unfazed by the dragon's presence, placed her hands on her hips and vented her frustration. Even the bound Emperor Pilaf incessantly murmured to himself, having uncovered some information about the dragon and preparing to seek the Dragon Balls. He had even developed a radar for them. Who would have guessed that Bulma would storm into their lair? The Emperor Pilaf gazed sorrowfully at the ruins of his castle, now reduced to rubble scattered across the desert, his heart bleeding. At this moment, the dragon, incapable of finding a mere individual, was utterly useless, rendering his wish to reclaim his throne and dominate the earth utterly futile. He felt as though he had lost a fortune. I can fulfill any mortal's request, Bulma scoffed. I know I'm a goddess, so do not think flattery will deceive me. I demand you either reveal Yi Luo's whereabouts, or I shall send my robots to obliterate your head. I truly would be grateful if you did not offend me. Now speak, where is Yi Luo? The dragon finally lowered its head, fixing its gaze upon Bulma. You see, it is false to claim that a desperate person can achieve anything. For instance, even 9,999 individuals, when pushed to their limits, cannot develop formidable technology, except for you. Likewise, I too am limited. Your wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot locate Yi Luo. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Yamcha, awakening in the midst of the silence, slowly opened his eyes. The dragon, the eternal dragon, truly exists. He exclaimed, Oh woman, I'm going to faint. Initially, Yamcha did not observe his surroundings. But as clarity returned to his mind, he noticed the figure of Mai beside him and promptly fainted once more. Pu'er rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, Oh dear, my young master is beyond saving. Bulma, ignoring the farcical scene, fixed her gaze upon the dragon. What were you doing with your eyes closed for so long? The dragon had been attempting to investigate its location between the southern and western cities, but it found not a single clue. Bulma's eyes lit up. A lead, she exclaimed. In that case, I shall spare you. Grant me the intellect of the smartest individual on earth. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. The atmosphere turned awkward. I apologize, but that is beyond my ability. Please choose another wish. Bulma glared, her eyes ablaze. What did you just say? A flicker of disappointment crossed Pilaf's eyes. Indeed, the dragon was nothing more than a ruse. If it could not fulfill such trivial requests, how could one expect to achieve the grand ambition of becoming a king? Alas, henceforth, I shall devote myself to scientific endeavors and refrain from wasting time seeking dragons. You are already the most brilliant mind on earth. A smug expression appeared on Bulma's face, but upon recalling a certain figure, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 42. Summoning the Dragon. Leaves fall and escape. Nonsense. Do not attempt to deceive me. I know there exists someone even more astute than I. Many of the remarkable technologies for my Universal Capsule Corporation were conceived by him. The dragon shook its head. No, the laws of the universe do not lie. You are indeed the most intelligent mind on earth. Bulma's eyes twinkled with a newfound thought. In that case, hey, Bulma, you've already made 2 wishes. It's my turn now. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he climbed to his feet, expressing his dissatisfaction without regard for Bulma. Hey, big guy, I want a multitude of food, the kind that can satiate my hunger. Wait. Sun Wukong, it is my wish to make. Why are you encroaching on my opportunity? You can only make 1 wish, you know. Bulma fumed in frustration. Just as she was about to address the dragon, it spoke. Very well, your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, the dragon's radiance intensified, transforming into 7 smaller golden beams that scattered into the surroundings. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you leave? I haven't made my wish yet. Bulma seethed with rage, stamping her feet in exasperation. Oolong was also gesticulating animatedly. Oh dear, I still desire a woman. Bulma delivered a powerful punch to Oolong's head. You fool, cease your nonsense. You are driving me mad. Oolong curled up on the ground, displaying a pained expression. Sun Wukong's head darted around in search. Where's the food? Just as he finished speaking, a plethora of food materialized before him, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Wow, how delicious. Sun Wukong couldn't contain himself and dove in. Indulging heartily, Bulma, in a fit of rage, stomped her feet. This is infuriating. That useless dragon can't even manage something so simple. What good is it? Meanwhile, Pilaf, with his nose twitching, pondered thoughtfully. Food has indeed appeared. Thus, it seems the dragon possesses some utility after all, capable of granting wishes. As Pilaf continued his contemplation, Bulma's complaints echoed. Hey, Sun Wukong, could you stop eating for a moment? You can go to West City, and I will provide you with as much food as you desire. Oh dear, you are truly foolish. Such a splendid opportunity, and you squander it wishing for food. You could have wished for something that would prevent hunger altogether, yet you chose to wish for just 1 meal. Baka, you dolt. Unable to differentiate between a single hearty meal and endless sustenance, you truly are a wild child. Bulma observed the eager Sun Wukong stuffing food into his mouth. Hey, Sun Wukong, let's go find Yiluo. He is an extraordinary master. Bulma felt a twinge of uncertainty. Is Yiluo strong? Indeed, quite formidable. However, when compared to this little creature before me, Sun Wukong, it is difficult to determine who is stronger. Delicious. Truly delightful. I can eat to my heart's content. Sun Wukong mumbled with his mouth full. Yiluo, I have always heard you speak of him. Yes, you could spar with him. I would like to, but I promised Grandpa that after summoning the dragon, I would go to him for training. Bulma's expression faltered momentarily. Ah yes, I had forgotten about that. Very well, I shall go alone. Bulma said this without a hint of insecurity. During the years spent with Yiluo, she had been enlightened and had developed several remarkable inventions. With these at her disposal, her safety was assured. Her fondness for Sun Wukong was genuine. She never considered exploiting him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Bulma glanced down at the bound individuals and casually tossed out a universal capsule, revealing a helicopter before departing alone, leaving behind only a few bewildered individuals and the gluttonous Sun Wukong. With the Nimbus cloud at his side, he could fly even faster than she could. Bulma felt no concern. It was time to leave. Yiluo gazed at the night sky, transitioning to midday, lost in thought. That recent probe was exceedingly perilous. He did not yet possess a profound understanding of this world. Caution was paramount. Should I visit Master Roshi or Master Cat? Yiluo was deeply conflicted. Over the years, he had grasped the basic circumstances. He had ascended to this earth in the year 737 of the A.D. calendar, and now it was 749. He had spent 12 years in this world, uncovering much knowledge. He had even begun to explore the foundational layers of the Qianquan quantum technique. With his current abilities, he could not yet turn the tides of fate, but traversing vast distances and navigating both sky and sea was no daunting task. In 746, after parting from Master Cat, he had already mastered the ability to fly with others. In the past 3 years, his progress in mastering the technique had significantly surpassed the previous 9 years. Qianquan, gather all research equipment. We shall relocate our camp. Understood. A vibrant voice resonated. Over the past 3 years, Qianquan had matured considerably, shedding much of its rigidity. Below, the villa gradually diminished in size. Violet burst forth, soaring into the sky. What happened? Why has it suddenly turned to day? I assure you, I did not deceive you. Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. I know, I never claimed you deceived me. I emerged into a realm of darkness, and I am well aware. Oh, what is happening? Violet scratched her head in embarrassment. It is unclear, but we must leave now. Violet was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Leave? Yes. Yi Luo remained noncommittal. He was uncertain who the person behind the scenes was, what they sought in him, or if they had managed to gather relevant information about him. It is prudent to be prepared. Leaving early is wise. He did not believe that even if he departed, anyone would be able to find him in the vast sea of people unless they had implanted a tracking device, manipulating celestial phenomena, or perhaps affecting a broader range of them, indicated the profound power of the puppeteer. However, we have lived here for 3 years. Why should we leave? Is this place not satisfactory? Anxiety stirred within Violet. She vividly recalled the words of the cat immortal. She feared that Yi Luo would abandon her and leave alone. Not changing locations provided a semblance of psychological reliance. With formidable individuals lurking, she felt unprepared and must first avoid confrontation. As they spoke, Qianquan had already gathered all the villas, transforming into a streak of light that rushed toward Yi Luo. It then coiled around Yi Luo's left wrist, morphing into a silver bracelet. The entire villa, along with many of its contents, had been constructed by Yi Luo utilizing specialized nanobots. He had also harnessed his spatial abilities to integrate the universal capsule created by Dr. Brief into the entire system of nanobots. Within it were small spaces where Qianquan organized his research findings, categorizing and storing them meticulously to prevent any issues. Yi Luo wore 2 black bracelets on both his wrists and ankles. These bracelets differed from the signal enhancers he had once worn in the laboratory. They could create a magnetic field, increasing gravitational pull to simulate a high-gravity environment. The 4 gravity bracelets could provide up to 8 times the normal gravitational force. Yi Luo had activated them long ago, ensuring he was perpetually surrounded by an 8-fold gravitational environment. Chapter 43. The Celestial Seeker, the Cat Immortal's Contact. Let us go. Violet opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Yi Luo randomly selected a direction and began to fly aimlessly with Violet. Flight technique. This was one of Yi Luo's research achievements over the past 3 years. It did not rely on technological devices, but instead utilized the energy within his body, condensing vortices along specific acupoints to generate an invisible force to resist the pull of the earth. Unlike Yi Luo, Violet practiced the pure martial arts of this world. She did not employ acupoints or meridians. Instead, she was a vast vessel containing immense amounts of qi within her. By controlling the qi at her surface, she countered the Earth's gravity to achieve flight. Yi Luo named this technique Sky Dance. Compared to his own flight technique, Violet's Sky Dance had many shortcomings. Her method was primitive and rudimentary. Yi Luo's strength gradually increased as he integrated various techniques from the martial arts realm. Over the past 3 years, Yi Luo had developed numerous skills. Flight is but one of 2. The 2 soared through the sky, gliding effortlessly while gazing down upon the vast expanse of the earth. Yi Luo halted abruptly, as if frozen in midair. Violet zipped past, swiftly turning to return to Yi Luo's side. What is it, Yi Luo? Did you not hear the sound? Violet inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. No, what is happening? Yi Luo replied, a frown etching his features. It is the voice of the cat sage. But how could it possibly reach me? Lost in thought, Yi Luo asked, where are you? I am at Kalinta. The cat sage responded, perched at the opening of a jar, casting a resigned roll of the eyes at the pensive Yi Luo. The Dragon Balls have resurfaced, and demons are poised to descend upon the world. Even the one from above has taken the initiative to seek me out, inquiring whether there are any formidable beings on Earth. The cat sage, naturally, did not conceal the truth about Yi Luo, recounting everything in detail. Consequently, that being expressed a desire to meet Yi Luo, to seek assistance, but perhaps also to assess the extent of Yi Luo's prowess. The cat sage could only act as a messenger, reaching out to Yi Luo. 3 years prior, he had mentioned the matter of the celestial deity. Yi Luo remained unmoved, resolutely departing from Kalinta. Now, persuading Yi Luo to seek out the celestial deity would undoubtedly be a formidable task. The cat sage, possessing a keen intuition, sensed Yi Luo's wariness toward the celestial deity. Though the specifics eluded him, It was undeniably troublesome. Yi Luo scanned his surroundings. You still cannot hear it? Violet looked perplexed. What? Hear what? The wind? Yi Luo cast a disdainful glance at Violet. After 5 years, how have you not progressed at all? You cannot discern anything. Let's not waste time. My voice is audible only to you. Yi Luo concealed his thoughts. Cat Sage, what business do you have with me? Upon speaking, Yi Luo appeared somewhat awkward, addressing the air as if it were a familiar companion. It's a long story. Then please make it brief, Yi Luo retorted without hesitation. The Cat Sage looked as if he were in distress. Damn it, Yi Luo. I had even praised you. Hey, come to Kalinta, and I will explain in detail. This matter is of utmost importance. A great calamity is about to befall Earth. As the Cat Sage finished speaking, Yi Luo's heart jolted. The recent scene replayed vividly in his mind. Could it be an incursion from another realm? Or perhaps an alien invasion? The recent darkness that enveloped the sky was utterly shocking. Yi Luo's mind was in turmoil. Of course, you must bring along the 88 varieties of mixed fish-flavored energy liquid. Yi Luo sleeps tight. Good heavens. You are still thinking about food at a time like this. It seems the situation is not as dire as I thought. Are you not a sage? What business could possibly require my mundane assistance? This matter concerns the future of the entire Earth. Let me put it this way. It relates to the divine water. Yi Luo felt a stirring within. Divine water. Monsters. Demon realm. In an instant, Yi Luo connected several terms. Thus, as night fell, clarity emerged. If it is indeed an invasion from the demon realm, it is undoubtedly a significant issue. Understood. I shall arrive as swiftly as possible. Meow. Do not forget the fish-flavored energy liquid. Yi Luo rolled his eyes. This cat, immortal, while its celestial nature remains uncertain, certainly embodies all the traits of cat. Acknowledged, you still claim to be an immortal. Meow. Even immortals require delicacies. Yi Luo chose to ignore the cat immortal. Let us proceed to the seaside. With that, Yi Luo was already in motion, transforming into a streak of light as he sped southward. Violet, filled with conjecture, followed closely behind Yi Luo. Was it the cat immortal seeking you? Yes. It mentioned that a significant event is about to unfold in the world and requested my presence. Violet pouted discontentedly. If a momentous event is occurring, those immortals and deities could handle it themselves. Why call upon you? As Yi Luo soared through the air, he enveloped himself and Violet in a transparent protective shield formed by his internal energy. Meanwhile, within the Kalinta, the once joyful cat immortal, observing Yi Luo's trajectory toward the shore, was now utterly astonished. How could he possibly block my jar's observation? How did he achieve this? Meow? Meow. Never mind. By the look of his path, he must be off to catch fish. I shall await my meal. With that, the cat immortal closed the lid and leaned against the jar, continuously grooming its fur. On this side, Yi Luo began to elucidate the situation to Violet. So, the demon realm is invading? Yi Luo cast a peculiar glance at Violet. Why does she seem so eager? The demon realm. Even the name suggests complexity. Surely, one cannot emerge unscathed within. Why does Violet appear so intrigued by the notion of a demon realm invasion? Should I deem her naively audacious, or simply unaware of the gravity of the situation? Uncertain, we should swiftly catch some fish before heading to Kalinta to investigate further. Indeed, if we cannot prevail, we shall retreat. Yi Luo nodded slightly. An invasion from the demon realm is undoubtedly no trivial matter. It may even be linked to my acquisition of the divine water. Guilt is certainly absent. The divine water has saved me considerable effort and has afforded me the opportunity to craft the formidable quantum Tao of the universe. Should the chance arise again, I would still partake in the divine water. I have not breached any rules. If it aids in resisting the demon realm, I shall certainly lend a hand. However, if the demon realm proves formidable, I shall make my escape. My ultimate aspiration has always been to ascend to the higher realms. As for the cat immortal, it still possesses a considerable supply of celestial beings. To obtain them, Yi Luo must exert considerable effort and truly go fishing. The blend of technology and tenacity does indeed carry a certain flavor, yet the cat immortal likely does not appreciate it. In pursuit of the celestial beings, a little extra effort is inconsequential. A day later, Yi Luo accompanied Zi Luo Lan into Kalinta. Yi Luo, do you not find it peculiar? Zi Luo Lan inquired, glancing around curiously. Are you referring to the diminishment of Kalinta? Indeed, you have perceptively noted that. Yi Luo remained silent, observing the cat sage. These revelations ought to be divulged by the cat sage himself. The transformation of Kalinta as a conduit between the mortal realm and the celestial domain. is undoubtedly connected to the significant matters the cat sage had previously mentioned. Cat sage, we have arrived. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Meow first. Grant me the fish-flavored energy liquid. Yi Luo grasped Zi Luolan's hand and soared into the air. Let it be, he said dismissively. No, no, no. Meow. Your temper. The cat sage hastily intervened to halt Yi Luo. After a moment of hesitation, he proposed, how about this? Chapter 44. Exchange of Celestial Beings, the Unseen Watcher. I shall trade celestial beings for the energy liquid. Zi Luolan was taken aback. This cat was quite different from the one she remembered, adorably foolish. Yi Luo felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. Wasn't the cat sage claiming that the situation was dire? Nevertheless, he had not objected to the exchange. 6 celestial beings for 1 vial of energy liquid. Meow. Upon hearing this price, the cat sage became irate. Hey, Yi Luo, do not overreach. Your technological prowess should be superior, so why has the price escalated? Yi Luo felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It seemed that every action and word of his over the years might have been scrutinized by these celestial beings. After overcoming this crisis, he must diligently explore ways to guard against their prying eyes. It is different. Technological advancement incurs substantial costs, and I must recoup my investments. The production is accelerating, and the quality of the products is improving. Yi Luo stood his ground. That is merely a jest. I have yet to comprehend the intricacies of celestial beings. If I do not take this opportunity to extract a little more, it would be tedious to exchange a small amount each time. But I could purchase them all at once. And you may choose not to. Yi Luo remained remarkably composed. The cat sage was not pleased. Do you comprehend the value of celestial beings? Are you aware of how delectable the energy liquid crafted from 99 varieties of fish is? The cat sage gulped, his eyes sparkling with desire. 99 types, how splendid. I yearn to taste it. Zi Luolan stared at the cat sage in disdain. Hey, cat sage, you are a celestial being. Control your drool. The cat sage, unconcerned, wiped the corner of his mouth. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Yi Luo, you are aware that consuming a single celestial being allows one to forego sustenance for 10 days and even heals wounds. Certainly not something the energy liquid can accomplish. Yi Luo remained unmoved, replying in a deep tone. The new generation of energy liquid can sustain the human body for 3 days with just 1 bottle, eliminating the need for meals during that time. The crucial factor lies in its additional flavors, which far surpass the humble magic beans. The cat, immortal, upon hearing this, decided to forego any further haggling. The truth was, the magic beans held little significance for him. He merely needed to reserve a small portion for himself and the divine beings, and he could cultivate a new batch each year, ensuring a surplus. The magic beans he possessed were accumulated in this manner. Very well. How much energy liquid do you wish to exchange? 200 bottles. What? The cat immortal stared at Yi Luo in astonishment. He was well aware that merely a day prior, Yi Luo had been fishing by the sea. Now, he claimed to have 200 bottles? No, Yi Luo, you possess 200 bottles. You sell me 6 magic beans for each bottle. I've stated my price. Take it or leave it. Both violet and I can consume it. The impact of these words was immense, and the cat immortal's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he relented. I'll trade. 200 bottles, each lasting 3 days, would suffice for 600 days, allowing him ample time to cultivate new magic beans. Moreover, parting with a mere 1,200 magic beans posed little hardship. It would only cause him slight discomfort. With a gesture, 200 bottles of energy liquid appeared neatly arranged before them. Meow? Is this the latest technology? Regardless, I require 1,200 magic beans. The cat immortal hurried downstairs to retrieve a jar filled with magic beans. Violet had consumed a significant quantity previously, yet the jar showed no noticeable reduction. 124. Cat immortal, what is the important matter you mentioned? Violet suddenly inquired. Meow. Do not disturb me while I count the magic beans. This matter can wait. Yi Luo observed in exasperation. The important matter the cat immortal referred to could not possibly pertain to the energy liquid. Meow. How many have I counted? 114. Oh, do not interrupt me. With that, the cat immortal resumed his counting. A spark of inspiration lit up Yi Luo's eyes as he admired Violet. Indeed, with her presence, an additional 10 magic beans had been acquired. Violet raised an eyebrow and smiled broadly. When it came to familiarity with the cat immortal, she undoubtedly surpassed Yi Luo. 338. Cat immortal. How are the magic beans cultivated? Violet probed again. Meow. I've said not to disturb me. The cat immortal glared at Violet in irritation. She met his gaze with wide, innocent eyes. I'm simply curious. I forgot to ask last time. This story is lengthy. To be honest, I am uncertain about the origins of the magic beans, as they were entrusted to me by the previous Kalinta immortal, and I merely cultivate them annually. It is indeed troublesome to speak of. You are not a celestial being, and you do not comprehend, so please do not disturb me. Having uttered this, the cat immortal continued to lower its head, counting the celestial beings. How many were there? 308. Oh, now it is 309. The words Violet intended to express lingered on the tip of her tongue, as she cast a disdainful glare at the cat immortal. Hey, I still do not understand. Yiluo observed in silence, saying little more. He merely furrowed his brow slightly and raised his gaze to the heavens, sensing a feeling of being watched, yet finding nothing amiss. Perhaps it was always so. In the past, his limited strength rendered him incapable of sensing it, leaving him uncertain. In an unknown realm, within a grand and imposing hall, the black, obedient Bobo stood beside the divine throne. Has the deity noticed him? Indeed, it appears so. A deep, authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. How could he discern the gaze of a deity? This indicates his formidable strength. The cat immortal is astute. He has discovered a promising candidate. What? A deity? Bobo looked quizzically at the divine throne, the words half expressed, shrouded in mystery. Let us discuss this further once he ascends to the divine hall. The hall fell into silence. Yiluo remained composed, his internal energy circulating around him. His cells vibrated, and his mental power transformed into a vast net, spreading outward. Yet, despite his efforts, no changes occurred. Could it be? The exchanges among his cells intensified. Electrical signals surged, and an invisible electromagnetic wave radiated outward. The outcome, however, remained unchanged. Yiluo observed the cat immortal counting the celestial beings, his mind racing with calculations. It is evident that here, one must either be divine or demonic. Yiluo did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, appearing oblivious to any anomalies. Violet attempted to interject multiple times, and ultimately, the cat immortal counted out 1,200 celestial beings, handing them to Yiluo. With a mere wave of his hand, the 1,200 celestial beings vanished before the cat immortal's eyes. The cat immortal's pupils constricted as he regarded Yiluo with a penetrating gaze. Once again, the beings disappeared silently, akin to the release of energy fluid. Ve, cat immortal. Can we finally discuss the matter that brings you to us? Violet boldly interjected, unfazed by the cat immortal's thoughts. Yiluo's numerous capabilities had not escaped her notice. In fact, she was uncertain just how many mysterious abilities he possessed. She had long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Conversely, she was far more intrigued by the information Yiluo had shared regarding the super divine water and the demon realm. The cat immortal set aside his earlier irreverence, adopting an expression of solemnity. Chapter 45. The selfish Yiluo's reluctant agreement after refusal. Yiluo, this matter is of utmost gravity. Yiluo's expression remained tranquil. He had heard this phrase so often that it had become almost mundane. The cat immortal had long declared it, and now, it was evident he was wholly preoccupied with the pursuit of fish-flavored energy fluid. The cat immortal disregarded Yiluo's skepticism and spoke slowly. The one above has found me. Yiluo's gaze sharpened, piercing through to the cat immortal. A deity? Indeed. As he scanned his surroundings, Yiluo pondered, so the one watching us is that exalted god? Unlike the individuals from the martial arts realm, Yiluo was not awed or curious about deities. He understood well that these so-called gods were merely beings of greater strength, perhaps possessing a deeper understanding of the laws of nature, capable of exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Unveiling the veil of mystery surrounding the divine was, in essence, merely that. In a world where deities existed, what significance did it hold if they could not transcend their own realm? With inherent spatial abilities, given time, he too could reach the level of a deity, potentially standing among the elite. While these thoughts occupied his mind, Yiluo maintained a facade of normality. His lack of fear hinged on the condition that the deity would not take action against him. Should that deity choose to confront him directly, he was certain he would be unable to cope. Yiluo was not foolish enough to provoke someone who was currently beyond his reach, especially since he was not one to seek trouble. Yiluo, you are quite astute, the cat immortal marveled, secretly lamenting. His cultivation method stemmed from the divine messenger, Lord Bobo, and the prevailing cultivation techniques in the world also derived from this source. He could not fathom why Yi Luo would be wary of the divine entity. Wary, the cat immortal mused. You found me. Is there something you wish to discuss? The cat immortal was taken aback. Yi Luo appeared to be conversing with himself, yet it felt as though he was addressing someone else. He could not comprehend why he harbored such an extraordinary sensation. The demon realm is invading. The cat immortal stated with grave seriousness. Yi Luo's expression reflected his suspicions, everything aligned with his conjectures. The issue regarding the super divine water was likely connected to the suppression of the demon race. Upon this realization, Xiao Ran regained his composure, fixating on the cat immortal, patiently awaiting further elaboration. The super divine water, as an effective force against the demon realm, has caused the seal to weaken upon its usage. The barrier closest to Earth has already been breached. Speak on, Yi Luo urged. The cat immortal sighed, gradually beginning to recount the tale. Half an hour later, Yi Luo grasped the entirety of the situation. Over 300 years ago, the deity was still the previous generation's god. The current deity triumphed over rivals to ascend to the divine throne, while one of the most formidable vanquished opponents, named Carrick, played a pivotal role in the unfolding events. The crux of the matter lay with Carrick II. After his defeat, Carrick II fled back to his home planet, the Demon Star, vowing to return in 300 years. Based on the timeline, there should be a little over a decade remaining. Yi Luo's use of the super divine water had caused the spatial passage between the two planets to destabilize, and the other side was already poised for action. The Demon Star was a thriving hub of cultivation civilization. Should they launch an assault on Earth, the planet would stand utterly defenseless. Yi Luo held this conviction firmly. Setting aside his scientific prowess and technological innovations, the current armament of Earth posed no threat to him whatsoever. The most advanced weaponry would merely present a minor inconvenience to Yi Luo, nothing more. I may not be able to assist you with this matter, he stated decisively. A lingering sensation of being watched gnawed at him, though he could not discern its source. It was likely the work of the divine. To contend with the gods, particularly in the present resurgence, one must possess considerable skill. Without a touch of finesse, how could one dare? He was on the cusp of a promising future and had no intention of foolishly contributing to a cause. Preserving his life was paramount. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. This is an invitation from the celestial deity, the cat immortal implored urgently. How can you, Yi Luo, refuse such a matter that concerns all of humanity? Even if it were an invitation from the heavenly king himself, I am wholly unacquainted with the demon star. Moreover, my strength is far from formidable, the cat immortal remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Surely, Yi Luo, you do not underestimate my intellect due to my limited education? Yi Luo retorted, indeed, I may lack formal schooling, but my martial prowess speaks volumes. At present, I cannot even best the violet beside you. You cannot deceive me. Do not persist, cat immortal. I lack the capability and desire to involve myself. However, due to your consumption of the divine water, and Yi Luo's gaze fixed intently on the cat immortal, acutely aware that there were discrepancies in the narrative presented. The cat immortal had likely concealed certain truths, the very truths that might elucidate the premature emergence of the demon star. The claim that his consumption of the divine water was the catalyst seemed merely a ruse to evoke guilt, prompting him to act. Such elixirs were intended for others. If they were left accessible, it indicated no inherent danger. How could the act of partaking in it alone cause the rift between the demon star and Earth to open? And what else? Yi Luo interjected before the cat immortal could finish. Forget it. I am uninterested in further details. You would do well to seek a more capable ally. I am not that individual. Currently, you are Earth's strongest. Even if you refrain from intervening, should the demon race invade en masse, there will be no escape for you. The cat immortal hastily asserted. There may still be a glimmer of hope in sealing the passage to the demon realm. Confronting a horde of demons on Earth would be far more daunting than traversing to their domain. His words struck a chord within Yi Luo. The cat immortal was not mistaken in this regard. There was no avenue of escape for him. Where could he possibly flee? So, I'm trapped with no way out? Such is the nature of things. Once one ascended to a certain height, evasion became an impossibility. Our intention in reaching out to you was merely to prepare in advance, to quell danger in its infancy. The leaves fell, engulfed in contemplation. You must swiftly resolve to journey to the celestial realm, as time is of the essence. It was conveyed. This matter could not be delayed. Should you choose to hesitate, you shall be compelled to confront adversaries on Earth, which would result in significant devastation. This time, however, there was no immediate refusal from the leaves. It is troublesome, though I remain uncertain. Yet, please take me to the celestial realm first. We can address the issues concerning the demon clan later. The new concepts frequently uttered by the cat immortal piqued the Leave's interest. Should he successfully investigate the phenomena of this realm, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to him. The so-called barriers and deities were presumably intertwined with the laws governing existence. The Leaves were unsure if they could unearth anything of value. Let's give it a try. They mused. Anything is better than idleness. After all, they were still in the research phase, and their practices were far from perfect. The advanced technology of this world allowed for comprehensive monitoring of their physical state, which had thus far prevented any mishaps. However, technology was unable to detect inner strength. Even the energy residing within the violet was beyond its capacity to measure, only concluding that her constitution was remarkably robust. It must be said that the Leaves' assessment of their own prowess was indeed extraordinary. In the absence of detectable data, the Leaves not only blended technology with martial arts, but also integrated mental and spatial energies, forcefully amalgamating them into the astonishing technique known as the quantum Tao of the universe. Very well, I will contact the deity immediately, they declared. The cat immortal was overjoyed, unconcerned with the Leaves' intentions or plans, as long as he facilitated the connection to the deity. With the task accomplished, there was no room for discontent. To avoid unnecessary complications, direct contact with the celestial deity was prudent. Just as he was about to act, the cat immortal stiffened, his demeanor transforming into one of reverence. Chapter 46. The Celestial Hall. Bobo takes action. What is happening? Violet murmured, observing the cat immortal's sudden change. The Leaves' pupils barely flickered. If all proceeded as expected, the so-called deity was reaching out to the cat immortal. Uncertain how this was achieved, the Leaves yearned to unleash their inner strength to probe the situation, but forcibly suppressed that urge. They pondered the potential consequences of such recklessness. Should the deity choose not to manifest, any attempts at probing would still be deemed cautious. If their will descended, such actions would be considered audacious. As a being of divine stature, the deity's attitude towards them remained a mystery, yet the Leaves understood that the dignity of the powerful must not be trifled with. Sensing and probing the deity would clearly be an act of hostility, or at the very least, a discourtesy. The Leaves resolved not to act foolishly in this matter, choosing instead to await the unfolding of events in silence. Time languidly trickled away in this state of suspense. Meanwhile, Violet, blissfully unaware, regarded the stationary cat immortal as though observing a fool. Had it not been for the interference of the falling leaves, I would have long since begun to mock. Very well, Yi Luo. The messenger of the divine is descending to the mortal realm and shall arrive shortly. Please be patient. Yi Luo remained noncommittal. Having acquiesced, he was undoubtedly inclined to meet this being of divinity. Feng Guan pondered the nature of the deity, which was certainly beyond his capacity to provoke. A brief wait would be inconsequential. Violet, on the other hand, wore an expression of curiosity. How do you know when you haven't even notified anyone? The cat immortal regarded Violet as if she were a simpleton. I am an immortal, and the supreme deity is a god. Do you presume we communicate like mere mortals do over the phone? Her retort left Violet momentarily speechless. Hey, if you continue with your nonsense, I'll take you down. Violet was undeterred. You may be an immortal, but you are hardly impressive. With such meager power, how dare you claim to be one? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? You cannot even best me. Enough, let us remain silent and await the arrival. Yi Luo interjected, and Violet dared not voice any dissent, casting a fierce glare at the cat immortal instead. The cat immortal appeared exasperated. What is this to do with me? Direct your ire at Yi Luo, not me. I do not wish to provoke Violet. This woman is a tempest of violence. Suddenly, a colossal carpet descended from the heavens, hovering in the air above Kalinta's ground. Yi Luo, with his formidable mental prowess, had sensed it long before and chose to remain silent, observing it calmly. Come with me. The deity wishes to see you. Yi Luo nodded. Violet, you shall remain here. Very well, Violet acquiesced, fully aware that the being dispatched by the divine to escort Yi Luo was beyond her qualifications to accompany. With an agile leap, Yi Luo stepped onto the carpet, his expression impassive. Even his heart and mind remained unperturbed. Despite the fact that this phenomenon was entirely unexpected, he adeptly maintained his composure, ensuring that no signs of disturbance were apparent to any adversary. The two ascended swiftly into the sky. The entire carpet emitted a transparent, invisible shield. The air within the carpet was comfortable, devoid of any oppressive winds. Yi Luo found it curious. Logically, Kalinta had already surpassed Earth's atmosphere. and to ascend further would lead to the moon or even beyond. He pondered how they could possibly ascend without an end in sight. Yi Luo suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Matters that were not meant for his knowledge should remain unexamined. Fortunately, the duration of the journey was brief. Soon he spotted a small black dot above him. As they continued to soar, the dot gradually came into clear view. It was no mere black dot, but rather a colossal floating stone, adorned with lavish decorations, a true marvel of craftsmanship. Below, a slender pipe connected to a soft ladder woven from iron chains. Its shape resembled that of a top, albeit lacking the upper half that maintained its balance. In but a moment, the two arrived within the grand edifice. A vast square, pristine and immaculate, stretches out like an expanse paved with tiles. On either side, ornamental coconut trees stand tall. Further ahead lies a grand hall, flanked by several smaller doors. Though not ostentatious, the hall exudes an air of authority. The entirety of this ethereal structure is laid bare before Yi Luo's gaze, unobscured and evident. Strangely vibrant, multicolored birds flit about the trees bordering this immense floating square. As the flying carpet descends and the transparent protective shield dissipates, Yi Luo's expression shifts dramatically. The air here is exceedingly thin. For Yi Luo, even the simplest of movements becomes a challenge. Inner energy circulates swiftly, and the cells begin to resonate, quickly returning to their normal state. Bobo, with his curious, jet-black eyes, observes intently, though Yi Luo remains oblivious. Bobo's darkness is profound. Without the use of mental energy, Yi Luo cannot discern his presence. Is it wise to employ mental force in this place? Yi Luo hesitates, maintaining silence and retracting his aura to its utmost limit. He is acutely aware of his own strength. Name, Yi Luo. Realm, unknown, awaiting designation. Technique, Qianqian Quantum Dao, prototype. Physical body, 18, progress, 12, 100. Technology, 9, progress, 69, 100. Dao, 12, progress, 21, 100. Skills, martial realm. The warmth of spring waters foretells the arrival of ducks. Technological realm, cells. Immortal realm, observing the heavens and earth. Is he powerful? He cannot ascertain. It is precisely this uncertainty that makes him cautious in the presence of the unknown deity. This floating island, the god residing here, and the remarkable height above the ground all serve to unveil the inscrutable power of divinity to Yi Luo. He knows he cannot replicate such feats. The deity awaits in that grand hall, and only by overcoming this trial can one proceed to meet them. Yi Luo furrows his brow. A trial? This is a test of his strength. What if he fails? If this deity doubts his capabilities, why summon him here? What does it imply? Bobo's expression remains composed. To seek an audience with the celestial deity, one must independently traverse the Kalinta to reach the divine hall. Your circumstance is exceptional. Hence, verification is necessary. Yi Luo contemplates this notion. In that case, it is not entirely unreasonable. Very well, I shall descend alone. A twitch at Bobo's lips reveals his concern. Yi Luo suddenly notices that while the figure before him is entirely cloaked in darkness, their skin is strikingly pale, and as they speak, their teeth flash with a grin. Internally, he scoffs at the absurdity. As if I were the one begging for your favor. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear it. And yet they dare test me. I could simply refuse to participate. This is an obligatory procedure. The immortal Kalen has declared you the mightiest among humanity. The world requires your strength. Bobo's expression turns grave. The leaves fall, yet one remains non-committal. Is the falling leaf afraid? Indeed. However, to say one must bow and scrape, in this lifetime of 200 years, he has never done so. After all, when trouble arises, can one truly hold me accountable? I have not offended anyone. Very well, I concede. With a slight bow, he dismisses the matter. You are but a minor nuisance. I cannot be subdued by you. Bobo's expression darkens, his aura becoming imposing. This is not something you can dictate. With a swift punch directed at the falling leaf, the surrounding air howls. And birds take flight. The leaf's gaze sharpens, fixating on the darkened divine messenger before him. Remarkably powerful, far surpassing the cat immortal. Channeling his internal energy, he sidesteps to evade the divine messenger's assault. Should you continue in this manner, I shall no longer hold back. Even a figure made of clay possesses some dignity, let alone the falling leaf. His prowess is formidable. Concern is one thing, but refraining from action is quite another. The cat immortal, as a celestial being, possesses only so much strength. Can a deity truly overturn the heavens? At worst, he could employ some technological weaponry to obliterate this place. Endowed with spatial power, capable of instantaneous movement, the leaf is not without means to resist. Come at me. The divine messenger disregards the leaf entirely, his speed generating a series of afterimages as he lunges for another strike. The leaf's expression fluctuates. With a clenched jaw, he makes a bold decision. Chapter 47. Confrontation with Bo, the deity's astonishment. The power of space radiates outward. In the next moment, the leaf vanishes from the square, reappearing beneath the divine temple. There is little time to ponder. This deity does not appear to seek anything from him. Fleeing is the priority. If escape is possible, then this god is merely a counterfeit, posing no significant threat. Currently, the leaf's strength allows him to teleport over a distance of 1 kilometer. In that fleeting moment, he teleported twice, materializing beneath the divine temple. Glancing upward, he smirks, a test of his capabilities, yet the identity of this deity remains unconsidered, a mere commoner. Just as he is about to depart, a voice calls out, "Can we talk?" The leaf's heart quickens. Here, someone can whisper silently in his ear. Aside from a deity, he cannot fathom who else it might be. Without a moment's hesitation, the leaf flashes back to the square, standing quietly 5 meters before the black figure. Bulbul, initially in a daze, is taken aback by the leaf's sudden appearance, scrutinizing him before speaking in a hearty tone. "I am Bo, a servant of the divine." "I am the leaf," comes the unremarkable reply. The leaf is certain that the other has thoroughly investigated him. Whether they can uncover his identity as an ascendant is beyond doubt. If they truly discover it, could he still remain at ease in this place? In the grand hall, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly, one after another. Yi Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed that the approaching individual did not seem particularly formidable. Initially, he did not perceive this, but as the figure emerged, the sensation grew increasingly pronounced. It was peculiar. He could not discern the opponent's strength, likely due to the influence of the hall itself. However, as the figure stepped forward, he found the feeling to be both faint yet strikingly potent. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Luo's mind, but he refrained from delving deeper to avoid revealing his thoughts. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, standing over 2 meters tall and quite imposing. Ignoring the opponent's lack of strength, their appearance was undeniably striking. Yi Luo furrowed his brow slightly. "Greetings. I am the earth deity," he said, slightly bowing to express his respect. "Your power is quite enigmatic. I cannot ascertain your true strength," the deity rasped, gripping his staff. The deity chuckled. "I am not particularly strong myself. May we conduct a test?" Yi Luo felt a wave of discontent surge within him. "Do not misunderstand," the deity continued. "Kalik is immensely powerful. The demon star belongs to the demon realm. An invasion will not come from a single individual. Without understanding your strength, we cannot prepare for the impending invasion of the demon star." Yi Luo understood now. The deity's manner of speaking was far more agreeable. Yet, was this truly a deity? Why did it feel as though they were negotiating? "I am but an ordinary mortal," the deity remarked lightly. "If you can withstand Bo, I can teach you some new cultivation methods and provide a place for your training." Yi Luo's eyes shifted contemplatively. This proposition seems somewhat unnecessary. "Trust me, it will exceed your expectations," the deity insisted. Yi Luo's gaze sharpened. "Perhaps. Very well, I accept. Let us begin." It seemed that the deity had anticipated his response. As soon as he agreed, the deity urged them to engage in combat, as if time were of the essence. Yi Luo stood gesualdi, unfazed. The moment Bo made his move, Yi Luo felt the intensity immediately. To be frank, the strength displayed was indeed the most formidable he had encountered thus far. However, he was not intimidated. Setting aside the ineffective golden finger, his enhanced cells boasted a power level exceeding 800. This indicated he possessed 800 units of internal energy. After his modifications, the realms of innate and astral energy no longer applied to him. Moreover, the longevity crucial to cultivation was a mystery to Yi Luo. His cellular vitality was exceedingly robust, beyond the grasp of contemporary scientific methods. Current technology suggested that Yi Luo's cellular vitality could sustain him for as long as 500 years. The issue lies in the fact that 3 years ago, a test indicated a lifespan of 500 years, and now, 3 years later, the conclusion remains unchanged. To assert that it transcends time would be implausible. Thus, one can only conclude that the technological means of measuring lifespan are incapable of accurately estimating it. Cultivation is fundamental. Lifespan is paramount. while methods serve merely as guardians of the path. A longer lifespan naturally begets more methods. Even relying solely on physical constitution, he remains unperturbed by Bobo. The complication arises from the fact that, with mere corporeal strength, he currently cannot achieve flight. Grounded combat reveals that Bobo cannot contend with his sheer force, speed, and reflexes. With a fleeting glance, Bobo extends his hands and vanishes in an instant. Yi Luo maintains a calm demeanor, pivoting on his left foot and delivering a kick with his right foot toward the side. Bang! Bobo reappears, launching a punch and a palm strike, both landing at Yi Luo's foot. In essence, Yi Luo's single kick neutralizes two of Bobo's attacks. Bobo's pupils contract as he flickers and disappears once more. Yi Luo shakes his head and chuckles softly, but his expression suddenly turns serious. His body abruptly vanishes. Bang! Crack! The sound echoes continuously around them, rendering the two figures invisible. When glimpsed, it is only for an instant before they separate, soon followed by even clearer sounds. The deity stands still, a look of astonishment crossing his eyes. The martial arts of Earth have existed since ancient times, but have not been particularly strong. It was only 300 years ago, following the teachings of the cat sage to the turtle sage, that a segment of martial artists began to emerge. The deity hesitates to comment on Yi Luo's martial virtues. Yet in terms of sheer strength, Yi Luo surpasses him by a considerable margin. As the deity marvels, Yi Luo and Bobo exchange dozens of strikes. With a muffled thud, Bobo staggers into view, immediately settling into a cross-legged position. His dark visage betrays a hint of pallor, clearly having sustained significant damage. The deity cannot help but draw in a sharp breath. In truth, Bobo's martial prowess exceeds his own. However, as a divine being, he possesses divine authority. Yet, in this pure martial contest, such authority is rendered ineffective unless he relinquishes all dignity. When calculated accurately, Bobo's power greatly surpasses his own. Yi Luo's ability to decisively defeat Bobo without even breaking a sweat is a testament to his formidable strength. Yi Luo raises an eyebrow, sensing astonishment emanating from the deity. Yet, how could this be possible? Admittedly, Bobo's strength is commendable, but nothing more than that. Yi Luo has never encountered anyone with such martial cultivation. Yet, like many martial artists of this world, he relies solely on speed, strength, and agility in battle, while everything else seems of little consequence. Yi Luo perceives a rich vitality within Bobo, yet it appears to merely amplify his physical attributes rather than be utilized effectively. Without further ado, there are certain dazzling skills that Bobo has never employed. Such prowess, in his eyes, is hardly worthy of mention. Can the deity truly be astonished by such trivial matters? Is it that Bobo is merely holding back, surprised that as a mortal he possesses such strength? Or is it something else? Yi Luo, disregarding the need for concealment, incessantly contemplated in his mind, even nurturing a bold idea. Chapter 48. The Tremor of the Divine Hall and Yi Luo's Fury. To engage in battle with a deity and test the opponent's mettle. This notion burgeoned in Yi Luo's mind with increasing intensity. If Bobo is not so formidable, then challenging a deity may not be out of the question. His expression betraying his thoughts, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the deity. Fortunately, the deity appeared to be in a state of shock, oblivious to Yi Luo's impudence. Yi Luo was never one to lack courage. He had not yet encountered the deity. He remained cautious, wary of carelessness that could bring about his demise. Having sensed that the opponent was not overwhelmingly powerful, he reasoned that engaging in combat would entail no significant loss on his part. The invasion of the demon star must have caused considerable distress to the deity. Otherwise, why seek assistance from the warriors of the lower realms? Perhaps this so-called god possesses little true capability. Moreover, while the deity seemed aged and fierce, he exuded an aura of benevolence, radiating a sense of goodwill towards all. Yi Luo felt a strong conviction that even if he were to lose against the divine being, death would likely evade him, and grave injuries would be improbable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Luo could not suppress his desire. Deity, I too wish to discern the vast gulf that separates mortals from true divinity. I hope the deity might offer some guidance. Yi Luo's body bent further in a display of humility, his demeanor earnest. He yearned for a formidable adversary to engage in combat, to better comprehend his own capabilities. Were it not for the seemingly ineffectual data panel, he might have long since lost his ambition in this invincible state. He desperately required an opponent to validate his strength, to invigorate his motivation for cultivation. This world differs from the martial arts realm. In that realm, He had long known the path ahead was closed, sensing he could tear through space. In this world, however, he felt no such inclination. He understood that there remained vast potential for growth within him. His strength had yet to reach the limits of this world. Coupled with the fact that his quantum Tao could continuously evolve, Yi Luo remained unhurried. Otherwise, he would not be wandering about aimlessly, nor would he have chosen to heed the words of the cat sage, venturing into the divine hall to test his mettle. His strength had not yet reached a bottleneck, so aimless wandering could lead to peril. How unfortunate it would be to perish in the pursuit of enlightenment. The deity stared at Yi Luo in astonishment. You wish to battle me? Bobo furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with indignation. Indeed, I humbly request the deity's guidance. Yi Luo's demeanor was sincere, entirely devoid of the arrogance one might expect from a challenger. Little did he know, the celestial deity shook his head directly, deeming it unnecessary. Yi Luo's expression remained unchanged, and before he could ponder further, he heard, if you could defeat Bobo, you have already surpassed me. What? I defeat you, your subordinate? Thus I surpass you? This theory does not seem suitable for divine beings. The promise I made to you, Bobo will guide you. Do not rush to refuse. The martial arts training currently flourishing on Earth was passed down by Bobo. It should be of assistance to you. Train for a year before making any decisions. A year? Yi Luo's voice sharpened, his eyes filled with disbelief. I can still take a year to train? Why the urgency? Give him a year, and he could at least increase his internal strength by 200 units, enhancing his power by 50%. By then, no, you must first learn from Bobo, and then you will understand. Yi Luo appeared to grasp something, though he remained puzzled. Was there something more to this? He glanced at Bobo, who stood up and respectfully bowed to the celestial deity. Yes, Lord Deity. Yi Luo turned to the celestial deity. I know you are powerful, Yi Luo, but Carrick is not weak, and he has allies. You cannot afford to be careless. Yi Luo felt increasingly bewildered. He has allies? Why not? Suppressing his inner doubts, he resolved to seize the benefits first. Yes, Lord Deity, the lad understands. I will do my utmost. We shall discuss further matters once your training is complete. As the celestial deity spoke, he turned to leave, and Bobo also walked toward the center of the plaza. Suddenly, a profound disturbance erupted. Boom! The entire celestial hall trembled violently. Yi Luo hurriedly soared into the air, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. Lord Deity, this is not good. The demon star is actively attacking the spatial passage. We must resolve the situation over there swiftly. The celestial deity frowned. Yi Luo, you must quickly go to the demon star and prevent the powerful demon clan from breaching the spatial passage. Floating in the air, Yi Luo furrowed his brow deeply. He could not sense the tremors at all, nor could he detect the so-called spatial passage. Possessing spatial power, this was a first for him. The inability to perceive it meant he had no means to respond. Moreover, the implication of the celestial deity's words suggested he would confront the threat alone. Though the celestial deity had previously stated as much, Yi Luo did not possess such lofty composure. Lord Deity, are you implying that I should go to this so-called spatial passage alone? The celestial deity's expression grew serious, emanating an oppressive aura that bore down on Yi Luo with the weight of mountains and seas. Indeed, only you can thwart the demon clan's assault. Are you joking? As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's gaze deepened, fixated on the celestial being, and he spoke in a grave tone. The deity shook his head solemnly. Time was of the essence, and they must act swiftly to prevent the opening of the spatial portal. As the aggressors, they could afford 1,000 mistakes, but in defense, a single misstep could lead to Earth's irrevocable ruin. It was clear that he could not bear this burden alone. Yi Luo's eyes blazed with fury. He felt betrayed for having placed his trust in these individuals. Carrick, though not particularly powerful, had undoubtedly strengthened after 3 centuries in the demon realm. The only challenge lay in their demonic aura, referred to as the mist of Akiara, which could trigger a transformation in mortal beings on Earth. Should that occur, the entire planet would morph into a demonic realm, descending into chaos and serving as sustenance for the demon lords. One only needed to envelop oneself with energy to prevent this demonic aura from infiltrating the body. The deity lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on Yi Luo. No, I do not trust you. With those words, Yi Luo vanished in an instant. He was unconcerned about the consequences. His departure rendered the other party powerless against him. No, you cannot leave, the deity murmured, lowering his head. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Luo materialized above the celestial hall once more, gritting his teeth. Clever scheme, deity. A bittersweet smile crossed the deity's aged green-skinned face. I assure you, this is not my doing. Do you believe me? Yi Luo's eyes darkened. Whether or not the deity was responsible was irrelevant. What mattered was his need to vent his frustration. The source of this turmoil, which had ensnared him in peril, was none other than the celestial being before him. He was resigned to the fact that he might as well unleash his wrath upon him. Take me to the spatial portal. With no other choice, Yi Luo decided to comply with the deity's arrangements for the sake of his own survival. He had no understanding of the powers beyond his control and could only navigate through the chaos as best as he could. Divine strength, while perhaps not overwhelmingly potent, possessed a profound essence that was beyond Yi Luo's current comprehension. Bobo, take him. I need to retrieve a portion of the divine water, just in case the deity commanded. But, deity, it is unnecessary to venture to the tombs of past deities. It is perilous there, and you might fall. Bobo's voice was heavy with sorrow. Yi Luo observed this scene with cold detachment. Chapter 49. The Deity's Expectations. The Three Minions of Turtle Sage. The tragic performance put on by Bobo and the deity seemed insincere. Whether it appeared genuine or not was of little concern to Yi Luo, who found himself ensnared in an utterly passive predicament, undoubtedly linked to the two before him. Bobo, as the deity of Earth, it is my duty to protect this world. Even if the gods fall, that should be my fate. Bobo, should I perish, let Yi Luo take on the challenge and inherit my divine position. Bobo cast a fleeting glance at Yi Luo. A deity, as a celestial being of Earth, must embody absolute goodness, compassion, and fairness. Moreover, it is not certain that misfortune will befall you. Bobo's gaze, laden with disdain, conveyed his thoughts unambiguously. In this age, we have no other choice. The remaining inhabitants of Earth, with the exception of the turtle sage and the crane sage, have merely grazed the threshold, yet they are still far from it. They have spent 3 centuries in pursuit, and, in the short term, they cannot attain even the minimum requirements of divine cultivation. Only Yi Luo possesses sufficient combat prowess. As for his mindset, with diligent practice, he will naturally embody fairness and justice once seated upon the divine throne, considering the welfare of Earth's denizens. Very well, Bobo, take him along. The invasion of the demon star is no trivial matter. We must approach it with caution. I too shall prepare to depart. Yi Luo remained unfazed. To speak candidly, he felt a certain allure towards the divine position. If he were to obtain the celestial title, he might uncover something of value. Thus, whether in the realm of immortality or technology, significant advancements could be achieved. The current pace of cultivation imposed considerable pressure on Yi Luo. It remains uncertain when he might reach the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Bobo quelled his thoughts and regarded Yi Luo calmly. Follow me. With that, Bobo strode towards a small door at the side of the grand hall of the celestial temple. Yi Luo's brow furrowed slightly. He cast a deep gaze at the celestial being. Unable to breach the barrier, he could only make this plan for the time being. The second silver bracelet on his left wrist emitted a faint glow. Numerous nanobots, invisible to the naked eye, emerged, having been deceived once. He deemed it necessary to prepare contingencies. Although he understood that the chances of these measures being effective across the spatial passage were slim, inaction was not an option. I am indeed curious to experience the essence of this divine title. The celestial being maintained a serene expression. I sincerely hope for a smooth transition to you. Should I fall, I trust you will uphold justice and succeed me in this divine role, my child. A shiver ran down Yi Luo's spine. He loathed individuals who preached righteousness and morality, especially those who offered encouragement with such benevolence. Yet, he found himself unable to voice a rebuttal. The other was undeniably much older than himself, yet did not resort to condescension. I wish you triumph over your foes. A peculiar wave surged towards Yi Luo. This time, he did not resist. The moment the celestial being spoke, the entire realm trembled. Some energies, entirely beyond his perception, entwined around him. As one who ascended from the martial world, his methods were not particularly sophisticated. Were a true native of a genuine martial world to ascend to this prosperous realm and encounter authentic deities, they would undoubtedly assume this world to be the realm of immortals. This transcendent means of manipulating the heavens, and the earth is indeed a formidable force. It is best to let it unfold naturally, thereby avoiding ridicule. With a squint of the eyes and a swift movement, he appeared behind Bobo. Furthermore, your mastery over Qi is remarkable, to the extent that you can even transcend spatial limitations. This is something I have never encountered before. However, given the chaotic nature of the time-space passage, it would be wise to exercise restraint in wielding such power. A flicker of thought crossed Yi Luo's mind. At times, he genuinely suspected that the deity had sensed his rising strength and was conspiring against him. Yet, there were moments when the deity displayed profound trust in him, which moved him deeply. Yi Luo was engulfed in contradiction, not daring to look back. Rest assured, while your methods may be inscrutable, my own capabilities are not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Yi Luo stepped through the door that Bobo had opened. For martial artists, the path of steady exploration is commendable, yet there are numerous occasions that demand bold advancement. This principle holds true in combat as well. Even if faced with a den of dragons and tigers, Yi Luo resolved to venture forth today. The deity observed Yi Luo's retreating figure and murmured, "Is that so? I hope you succeed. The fate of Earth during this life and death crisis rests upon your shoulders." Kalik, on the demon star, could potentially elevate his strength by at least 3 levels. Coupled with the demonic race, the intensity of hatred could expedite his training. I currently have no insight into his true power. You must be capable of easily defeating Bobo, which indicates that your strength and abilities are formidable. I hope that your words prove true. With a creak, Bobo entered the small dwelling and closed the door. The deity shook his head, his gaze resolute. No matter what, that great demon must not ascend to become the deity of Earth. We cannot allow our world to transform into a realm of darkness. Having uttered these words, the deity vanished in a flash, appearing at the entrance of the celestial hall. With another flicker, he disappeared within the grand chamber, leaving the entire celestial hall empty. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the space. Meanwhile, on a large island in the southern part of the southern capital, 3 little ones were swimming fervently in a vast lake. The turtle sage reclined on a beach chair by the water's edge, sporting sunglasses and humming to himself. In the small lake, they splashed about, evading tiny sharks and feeling their hearts race. Little class 3, let's go. Swimming preparation, I'm ready. The shark is chasing me, awoo. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and the sky darkened ominously. The turtle sage toppled to the ground. This presence is troubling. He hastily removed his crooked sunglasses. Demonic energy, could it be? The turtle sage trembled as haunting memories relentlessly assaulted his present body. Could that fiend have returned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I cannot descend, who could? He scratched his head, contemplating, wait, I can go down now. But who would dare unleash that great demon? Moreover, after being sealed for 3 centuries, how could the great demon not only remain unweakened, but instead grow in power? This defies logic. Help! Help! Oh, Master Turtle, save me. The high-pitched, urgent voice interrupted Master Rashi. He glanced over, his eyes nearly bulging. You vile creature, reveal your true form, and witness my wrath. He shouted, raising his palm, which began to gather a dazzling light. With a swift motion, a beam shot forth, instantly piercing the shark. Nanny, who was desperately trying to hold her ground against the monstrous jaws, felt the pressure dissipate. With a sudden surge of strength, she broke free from the now defenseless shark and swam at an accelerated speed, surpassing the other 2 smaller creatures, quickly reaching the shore and clambering out. Thud! Exhausted, she collapsed on the lakeside, gasping for breath, her eyes still reflecting terror, unable to utter a word. The other 2 quickly scrambled ashore, clustering protectively around Nanny. Nanny, are you all right? Wow, that woman is incredibly strong. Her speed rivals that of the beasts unleashed by Bulma. Listening to her 2 senior brothers' teasing remarks, Nanny's lips quivered, tears streaming down her face as she began to sob silently. In that fleeting moment, had it not been for Master Rashi's quick response, she would have already met her end in the jaws of the shark. Master Rashi's face darkened. Wow, Grandpa, you're so powerful. Was that a softened version of the Kamehameha? Thud! Master Rashi collapsed to the ground, only to immediately scramble back up, clutching his wooden staff, flailing about. You rascal Goku. What are you talking about? How could I be soft? I have always been quite firm. Thank you very much. Son Wukong looked perplexed. Firm? But that, Walong, wasn't he particularly thick? A large question mark appeared in Wukong's small mind as he gestured animatedly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you swim 50 laps around the lake. No, 500. Chapter 50. The Misunderstanding of Master Rashi, the Power of Time. Master Rashi bellowed with feigned ferocity. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face paled, and he waved his hands repeatedly. What did I say wrong? Master Rashi is just a turtle. His shell and head are merely harder. Wukong mumbled. Master Rashi's beard bristled with indignation. He could only pretend not to hear and continued to approach them. Nearby, the bald little monk Krillin looked on with disdain, casting a sly glance at Master Rashi. Likewise, a hint of subtle contempt flickered in his eyes as he glanced at his lower half. Quite impressive indeed. Master Rashi's lips twitched. He too possessed the ability to read minds. That little rascal Krillin, being so mischievous, was secretly mocking me. With your puny stature, even the fiercest of gales would only be a minor breeze. Gazing at the three little ones, Master Rashi's beard twitched with annoyance. Blast it! A young prince, a minor whirlwind, and a mindless fool. It's a disaster. This group of trainees threatens to tarnish the reputation. Cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in their minds. The turtle sage crouched down and said, "Step aside, let me take a look." With a grave expression, he continued, "Let it be known, despite his roguish demeanor, the turtle sage harbored no erratic thoughts concerning his disciples. Of course, this might also be attributed to the fact that Nanny is too small and frail." He proceeded to conduct a thorough examination, albeit merely glancing left and right. There seemed to be no significant issues. Nothing serious. Just eat a couple of meals and you'll be fine. What could the turtle sage truly understand? He was not a healer. It was merely that warriors, buoyed by their robust vitality, recovered swiftly. As long as one remained alive and intact, a bit of reckless display would naturally lead to recovery. Though Nanny's training had been short, under his guidance, she had made some progress. These minor injuries were inconsequential, merely a scare. Such experiences were simply part of the journey. "Let us return," the turtle sage declared as he rose. "Ah, Grandpa, aren't we continuing our training?" Son Wukong inquired, tilting his head. Despite feeling fatigued, the allure of martial arts and the enhancement of strength compelled him to pursue further training. The environment was harsh, yet it was the discipline that made it arduous. In truth, if he felt exhausted, a hearty meal and a brief rest would rejuvenate him. Compared to the hardships on Mount Baozi, this place at least provided a large brawny figure to prepare meals, making life rather comfortable. Coupled with the significant improvements in strength, Sun Wukong was naturally reluctant to retreat for rest. Krillin, standing nearby, wore a similar expression of determination to train, though a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he clenched his jaw in frustration. He was but an ordinary person, and the arduous training felt excessively punishing. His aspirations were simple: to master his skills and return to defeat the group of seniors who had bullied him at the temple. Yet he found himself exhausted each day, akin to a lifeless dog. "Ugh, pant, I'm done for," Nanny exclaimed, lying on the grass, utterly spent yet still managing to bounce back. One must admit, martial artists possess remarkable resilience. Tough as nails. The turtle sage glanced at the trio. "Indeed, the matter is grave. You must rest well, then engage in even more rigorous training. The world is changing dramatically. You are the seeds of the future, and the weight of saving the world rests upon your shoulders." His aura was profound, reminiscent of a grandmaster or a deity of martial arts. However, the three little ones reacted differently. All they heard from the turtle sage was the promise of training. Supercharged. "What?" Nanny wailed, her tone sorrowful and desolate. "Ah," Krillin lamented, filled with helplessness and pain. "Ah," Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Three cries echoed, with four pairs of resentful eyes cast upon Sun Wukong, as if questioning his sanity. The cultivation of super doubling elicits an involuntary sound of excitement. Is it acceptable? Well, having narrowly escaped death, let's take a few steps back. This remark was naturally directed at Nanny. Nanny sprang up with a start. Alas, she rubbed her waist, her face contorted in pain. The recent surge in power had been too intense, straining her back, compounded by her exhaustion. Another sudden tremor would only exacerbate her injuries. "Let us move. The situation is dire." The turtle hermit spoke with gravitas, leaping 10 meters in a single bound. The three young ones hastily scrambled after him, while poor Nanny lagged far behind. "Yuluo, where are you? Once I master my training, I shall seek you out." Her thoughts grew more resolute, and miraculously, her speed increased by a fraction. Yuluo followed closely behind Bobo, entering a room filled with clocks. He gazed around in astonishment. Here, an intense and peculiar energy permeated the air, yet he could not grasp its essence. Channeling his inner strength felt akin to casting a stone into the ocean. This was a place where time could be reversed. A chill ran down Yi Luo's spine. Time is revered, space is sovereign, causality remains, and fate reigns supreme. The weight of 16 profound characters pressed upon his heart. Considering their shared understanding, proficiency, and responses in battle, space was the weakest of the four grand principles. He was uncertain of his correctness, yet the power of time was undeniably alluring. Can the divine truly touch the realm of time? Bobo shook his head. Not at all. This domain belongs exclusively to the celestial gods, who too cannot access it. Yi Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If the celestial gods could indeed control time, it would be a profound miscalculation on his part. In the square, the celestial gods' words were but modest expressions. Yet, a sense of despondency lingered. According to Bobo and the celestial gods' attitude, the tomb of the gods was exceedingly perilous, even for the celestial gods. He had a significant chance to attain the status of a celestial god. If the celestial gods could master time, would he not then command both time and space? How many in this world could rival him? This place can transport you into the spatial passage. Should you attempt to venture alone, you must navigate the dimensional space. And even then, you may not succeed. Yi Luo had no objections. Unable to perceive it, he would surely tire himself out in vain trying to find the so-called spatial passage. With time in disarray, transporting him directly would not pose a challenge. Adjust your state, and when you're fully prepared, let me know. I will set the clock in motion. Bobo's demeanor remained calm and unflustered. He ventured alone to the demon star for a noble cause, for the sake of Earth. Bobo had no reason to utter any derisive remarks. Currently, it was indeed only he who could shoulder the burden of Earth, assuming there were no other hidden powers. Thus, Yi Luo contemplated. There is no need for adjustment. My state is already at its peak. Yi Luo nonchalantly remarked it. Aside from engaging in combat with Bobo, Yi Luo hardly expended any energy, rendering the notion of consumption irrelevant. As for his spatial abilities, he wielded them at will without significant expenditure. If there were any depletion, it would be merely physical stamina. Should he deplete his internal energy, he might need to meditate for restoration. His unique power characteristics are markedly different from his chi and cannot be replenished through rest or sustenance. The operation of the quantum Tao of the universe is an absolute necessity. Upon stepping into the unknown realm of the demonic star, Yi Luo dared not be reckless. Bobo gazed at Yi Luo in astonishment. No expenditure? Are you certain? I'm not familiar with the circumstances of the demonic star. Certainly, just transport me directly. Yi Luo replied succinctly. If escape is impossible, it is better to resolve matters swiftly. Throughout his cultivation journey, Yi Luo had faced numerous perilous situations. In that case, your strength is indeed formidable, and you should encounter minimal danger. I wish you success. Yi Luo clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Compared to bowing, this felt more comfortable. He owed no deference to Bobo. Bobo nodded slightly and approached a nearby wall. The sound of gears turning echoed in the quiet chamber. A mysterious energy materialized, enveloping Yi Luo with increasing intensity. Once I have completed the preparations, I will sense the space and begin sealing the spatial passage to bring you back. Remember, do not stray too far from the spatial channel. Yi Luo nodded slightly. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 51. Entering the demonic star, Character 2. Bobo stared into the air, taking a deep breath. Let us go. The future of Earth rests in your hands. May the gods grant you their recognition. After reciting his thoughts, Bobo settled into a meditative position. Meanwhile, Yi Luo felt a powerful energy enveloping him, plunging him into a state of disorientation, unable to discern direction. What is this? A time tunnel? How extraordinary. It is entirely different from the ascension passages. Yi Luo's eyes remained fixed on the myriad clocks materializing around him, attempting to grasp the essence of time itself. Regrettably, despite his myriad techniques, he found himself at a loss in this scenario. It was not just he. Even legendary cultivators might find themselves powerless in the face of such phenomena. Mastery over space, while challenging, is not uncommon. However, the power of time eludes even the mightiest of celestial beings, let alone an ordinary mortal like Yi Luo. Before long, his surroundings shifted. Yi Luo emerged within a vibrant passage, predominantly dark in hue, with flashes of other colors intermittently illuminating the space. Umans. Oh ho, have we opened a spatial channel? Ha! It's indeed humans. Let us go, brothers. We are on the brink of success. A cacophony of raucous roars filled the air, imbued with fervent excitement. Yi Luo surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. The formidable beings from the demon star had traversed the spatial passage. Their arrival had unveiled a ludicrous spectacle. These creatures, suffused with malevolent energy, still bore the unmistakable essence of chi. The crux of the matter was that the spatial passage had not been breached. These entities had not even made an attempt to do so. What could possibly facilitate such a passage? Mia Lhotz. His previously taut heartstrings now relaxed. With a sudden movement, he broke free from the constraints of a spatial passage. In that instant, Yi Luo perceived more clearly. The denizens of the demon realm were indeed powerful, yet they were utterly insufficient to pose a threat to him. This was the demon star that had instilled such dread in the Celestials. As Yi Luo spoke, a horde of demons bared their teeth in anger. How audacious! Were they belittling him? They yearned to rend him apart. Was this jester a manifestation of the fallen state of the human realm? Nonsense. The human realm was inherently weak. It was merely our sustenance. Had it not been for the demon star's return every 5,000 years, the realm known as Earth would have long since become our feeding ground. A motley crew of blue-skinned beings, varying in height and girth, unleashed a formidable aura, brazenly exposing themselves in the air. A smirk curled at the corners of Yi Luo's mouth. He could assert that these beings were truly emblematic of the demon race, utterly devoid of intellect. Victory in battle does not solely hinge on raw strength. This mindless cohort, from the outset, had flaunted their formidable prowess. A thoroughly foolish display. There was bound to be a hapless soul among them. Eliminating him would pave the way for their entry into Earth. A diminutive figure, resembling a celestial, spoke ominously. Upon hearing this, the demon warriors erupted in fervent cheers. Ha! Ha! Oh! Oh! Yi Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. These beings were indeed arrogant and reckless. Despite discerning their true nature, Yi Luo refrained from acting hastily. Should they possess any hidden trump cards unknown to him, he could suffer significant repercussions. Furthermore, what if these were merely the vanguard forces? Caution was prudent. Feeling the spatial passage behind him, Yi Luo found some solace. These beings had not entered the passage, indicating they were still unable to do so. Thus, he retained a semblance of an escape route. Yi Luo was unaware of the intricate stakes or implications at play. He merely understood that vanquishing these foes should not pose a significant challenge. Jagger, go entertain him. Do not eliminate him outright, commanded King Carrick II, stepping forth. My liege, we believe we can toy with him. We can certainly employ the mist of Akira to transform this individual into a herald of the demon race. Thus, the warriors of the demon star shall find their tasks considerably easier. A towering figure knelt before Carrick II, humbly speaking, completely disregarding Yi Luo. Yi Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Carrick II, could he be the son of Carrick? This indeed suggests that this place is not a gathering ground for the formidable beings of the demon star. It is no wonder these individuals are so feeble. The superlative powers of that faction would be close to the air. It appears I cannot afford to hold back. I must swiftly subdue these beings. With over 3,000 demons surrounding me, no matter how quickly I act, it is impossible to eliminate them all. Despite their inferiority in strength, their numbers present a formidable challenge. My wide-ranging offensive capabilities are still sorely lacking. In a world with such low concentrations of vitality, how can one hope to flourish without maximizing energy efficiency? A broad attack would merely squander the energy within. Indeed, Licky, your suggestion is quite astute. You truly deserve your status as one of the 3 elite warriors of the demon star. The towering demon bowed his head. Thank you, King. Ye luos gazes sherpenit. Something felt amiss. It seemed he had overlooked crucial information. The diminutive figure before him was addressed as Carrick II, and they referred to him as the king. Could it be that this is the kingdom of the demon realm, or perhaps a new rising power? Or is it that Carrick has already met his demise? While pondering this, Carrick II had already commanded Jagger to take action. Yi Luo furrowed his brow slightly. With 3,000 opponents, I lack the confidence to resolve this situation. It seems I must first feign weakness. With a fierce shout, Yi Luo soared into the air, his countenance flushed. Cursed demons, you shall all perish. Though his voice was loud, it lacked the requisite might, giving off an impression of bluster without substance. The remaining demons, indeed, paid little heed, erupting into laughter. Hey, Zegya, take it easy, don't kill him outright. I wish to have some fun with him. Licky, who had just offered Carrick II advice, said slyly. Yi Luo's heart seethed with hatred. That Licky, he would relish in his demise. With a resounding crash, the two clashed fists, and Yi Luo, overwhelmed, turned pale as he plummeted like a comet into the dark, purplish soil of the demon realm. Oh, worthless, came the derisive laughter. This is the strength of the human realm? Jagger shook his head mockingly. Kid, I haven't even unleashed a tenth of my power, and you can't withstand it? The taunts incited a wave of laughter. Yi Luo shook his head. These individuals were indeed arrogant. But that was fine. Their hubris would make it all the easier to vanquish them. Boom! Yi Luo erupted from the ground, his aura surging violently, his eyes aflame with crimson fury. Even in death, I shall never permit you to enter the spatial passageway and breach the realm of humanity. Upon uttering these words, Yi Luo was met with a chorus of derision. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You, a mere weakling, think you can stop us? How will you do it? Destroy the spatial passage? Even our king Carrick II cannot traverse the passage. Our power cannot reach there. What do you intend to use, your words? Ha ha! The cacophony of mocking laughter persisted. The diminutive figure shut his eyes, a look of enjoyment upon his face, revealing two sharp fangs. Yi Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk as he subtly scanned his surroundings. The previous fall was not an arbitrary act. The next act was about to unfold. Chapter 52, Strike and Slaughter the Demon Clan. With a furious huff, Yi Luo realized that mere words were futile. It was time to demonstrate true prowess. His internal energy surged, replicating the explosive force of an eruption. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Jage. This strike is intriguing. It resembles a burst to the small universe. However, his teasing tone shifted to one of foreboding. You still have a long way to go. Boom! As fists clashed, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Several weaker demons teetered under the force of the blast. Yi Luo once again propelled himself like a cannonball, this time intentionally targeting a throng of demons. With a resounding explosion, the ground fractured, revealing a web-like pattern of cracks. At the epicenter of the chaos, 7 or 8 demons were obliterated, reduced to a sanguine mist, while a ring of 17 or 18 others lay grievously wounded, wailing in agony. The remaining demons merely observed with indifference. Just moments ago, they had mocked Yi Luo. Now, witnessing their kin's injuries, they remained callously uninvolved, some even sporting smirks of derision. Amidst the swirling dust and the cries of the wounded, Carrick II's expression darkened. What a disgrace, he muttered, perturbed by his subordinate's failure to withstand the impact wrought by Yi Luo's descent. None considered that Yi Luo had actively sought to slay the demons. Engaging with a warrior of Jade's caliber, it was inconceivable that he would emerge unscathed, unless he were Carrick II himself. Gradually, as the dust settled, Yi Luo's labored coughs echoed in the air. Soon, he lay battered and bloodied at the bottom of a crater resembling a spider's web. Damn it, he muttered, straining to grip the ground in a futile attempt to vent his fury, ultimately resigning to despair. With blood at the corners of his mouth, he cast a cold, indifferent gaze at the lofty figure of Jagger soaring above. Oh dear, Jagger, did I not warn you against playing recklessly? Now we are all deprived of our amusement. I get shrugged casually. Liqui Shansu, this is not my fault. This fellow is simply too feeble. With but a gentle nudge, he's been reduced to this pitiful state. Do not harbor animosity towards Jagger. Our strength is on par with his. Can you prevail against us? You might as well submit to the demon clan and achieve glorious evolution, Shansu remarked nervously. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Luo's eyes. These demons were truly foolish. Though they appeared disheveled, their aura remained unabated. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that their essence had not diminished. As for the blood, the majority was blue, while not a single drop of the red blood unique to humanity was in sight. This indicated that he had sustained no injuries. It was all merely an act. Did these fools think everyone's blood was blue? He smirked derisively, masking his teeth-gritting anger. You are deluded. Even if I were to perish, I shall prevent you from exploiting me to conquer Earth. Yi Luo bellowed. As if channeling every ounce of his strength for a transcendental surge, his aura growing increasingly violent. My lord, permit me to engage him, Carrick II observed coldly, his eyes gleaming with madness. Go forth, Liqui. Our time to assault Earth and fulfill my father's wishes is nigh, Carrick II declared, causing Yi Luo's breath to falter momentarily. What did this fellow mean by his father's wishes? Had he misheard, or was there a disparity between the language of this world and that of Earth? All right, my lord, I assure you I won't kill him, Liqui replied, launching himself into the air to confront Yi Luo. Yi Luo narrowed his eyes, slightly tilting his body. The area where he had just attacked had seen a decrease in the concentration of demons. It was time for a change, to unleash a more formidable assault. If successful, it would be splendid. If not, he could retreat to the time-space passage. He could also draw out Carrick from behind, or perhaps other powerful beings from the Demon Star. As long as the opponent was not excessively formidable, 2 or 3 times stronger than Carrick, he could still easily overcome them. If indeed that were the case, then Carrick II would be the strongest on the Demon Star. In that instance, he would not hold back and would wreak havoc upon this planet. Slaying demons should not be considered a massacre. It would be an act that accrues merit. With such thoughts, Yi Luo's aura surged even more ferociously. To this group of demons, it seemed as though Yi Luo was making a desperate gamble, an act of a mere clown. "Hey kid, I shall treat you with utmost tenderness." Ah, Birish. Yi Luo did not afford his adversary another moment to taunt him, launching a frenzied assault. Bang! Crack! Boom! Whoosh! Rustle! A dull sound intermittently reverberated through the air as Yi Luo and Li Qi engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, numbering between 50 and 60. A formidable pressure built up within Yi Luo's body. Haha, not bad, not bad. You young man possess great potential. You would fit perfectly within our demon clan. Am I mistaken? I'm not as ferocious as Jage. The young man was encouraged to vent his frustrations, for he would soon become a member of our illustrious demon race, aiding us in our conquest of Earth. The two continued to clash, with Li Qi even managing to mock Yi Luo amidst the skirmish. On the surface, Li Qi appeared to be in complete control, his strength far surpassing that of Yi Luo. The other members of the demon clan watched with rapt attention, unable to discern the details, yet relishing the auditory spectacle. With a crack and a thunderous boom, Yi Luo let out a muffled groan, his eyes widening as his body uncontrollably crashed toward the epicenter of the gathering demons. Young man, your strength is pitifully inadequate. Just moments ago, Li Qi had praised Yi Luo, but now he derided him for his lack of power. Indeed, the demon clan exhibited a complete lack of reason and rationality. Yet, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Yi Luo's mouth as he contemplated his next move. He had amassed a considerable surge of force within him, targeting the most densely populated area of the demon clan. With a decisive strike, he aimed to catch them off guard, potentially annihilating 1,000 demons in one blow. If he acted swiftly enough, he might even take down 1,500 before they could react. The remaining demons would pose little threat thereafter. Did they truly believe that the spatial slash, born from his mastery of space powers, was merely a jest? With a whoosh, a more intense explosion erupted as Yi Luo crashed to the ground, sending a vast cloud of dust into the air. Just before impact, he unleashed all the accumulated pressure within him, even adjusting his stance to exert a fraction of his power. This strike obliterated over 100 demons, blood splattering as a crimson mist filled the dust-laden air. Yi Luo landed gracefully, akin to a swift leopard, and darted into the throng of demons, unleashing a whirlwind of slaughter. The cries of the fallen echoed through the skies, blue blood seeping into the earth beneath. With each punch, palm strike, claw, and jab, he ruthlessly claimed the lives of the demons. They were weak, exceedingly weak. Yi Luo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his speed remained unyielding. "What? Impossible!" roared the furious Character 2. Jage, Li Qi, Shansu, all three of you. Attack him together. Yes. The trio dared not hesitate, charging toward Yi Luo amid his rampant killing spree. That wretched fool dares to deceive me. This insolence shall not go unpunished. I will reduce you to a lifeless dog. With a coordinated effort, the three unleashed their fury upon Yi Luo. All demon soldiers, retreat. The order was unnecessary, for the lesser demons had already begun to scatter at the sight of Yi Luo's relentless slaughter. They were merely minor demons. They could not withstand a single blow from Yi Luo. If they could not, what made them think they stood a chance? The chaos had long since dispersed. Alas, how could the leaves fall as they wished? With a sinister grin, he observed the scattering demon tribe around him. Chapter 53. Defeating the enemy, confronting Character 2. His figure flickered. With each appearance, an attack was inevitable. Each strike would claim at least 5 lives from the demon tribe. Bastards! Character 2 seethed with rage. Gasu, Masta, Bijia, Suzy, you 4 join in. Dispatch troops to summon more demon forces. Character 2 gritted his teeth. As the master of the demon star, possessing formidable strength was one aspect, but the army at his command was not insignificant. Initially, Character 2 had no intention of leading a large demon army to invade Earth. He sought to seize the divine throne of the celestial beings rather than wreak havoc on the planet. A massive demon army would cause too much destruction. Contrary to his interests, he merely needed to capture the deity, and Earth would naturally yield to his whims. Moreover, this was a long-held aspiration passed down from his father, a duty he must fulfill. Thus, he had refrained from sending a vast demon army through the spatial passage, opting instead to bring a select few elites. Elites are distinguished by their scarcity. However, this did not imply that the demon elites could contend with a full demon army. They could be exhausted and outmatched. The demon population was abundant. Losing a few could easily be compensated, and he felt no remorse. The elites, however, were different, witnessing more of his elite warriors perish. Carrick, too, radiated an uncontainable fury. You three imbeciles. You can't even handle this? Utterly worthless. He suppressed the urge to act. The opponents were merely earthlings, unworthy of his intervention. Should he engage now, facing the celestial beings, he would inherently be at a disadvantage, both in strength and morale. Carrick, too, would not permit such a situation to transpire. Bastards, absolute bastards. Kill him. Do it. Eliminate him. Yi Luo cast a sidelong glance at Carrick, too. This diminutive figure possessed some strength, yet he could not withstand even a fingertip from him. His previously anxious heart began to ease considerably. Uncertain of the depths of the demon realm's power, he found their visible strength rather ordinary. He was not intimidated by this degree of pressure. The power of space enveloped him, and in an instant he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood amidst the dense ranks of the demon army. His fingers coalesced into a fist. Internal energy coursed through him, exponentially increasing his strength and speed. With a single punch, the surrounding magnetic field became chaotic, leaving many demons struggling to regulate the turbulent energy within them. What is happening? What is happening? He now resembled a composite monster. Harnessing the rhythmic movement of his cells, he induced a significant increase in pressure within these demons. This pressure was imperceptible to mere physical or mental awareness. It bore no tangible burden, yet the energy within them felt as though it were under an immense weight, unable to flow freely. In simple terms, much like a magnetic confinement field restrains various particles yet fails to contain plastic, a multitude of demons lost their composure, plummeting to the ground with a cacophony akin to dumplings falling into water, a truly spectacular sight. Damn it, bastard, you fool. A host of demon warriors glared in fury, perplexed by the peculiar human before them, as though he wielded some arcane sorcery. He vanished in an instant, reappearing elsewhere, rendering these elite fighters utterly powerless. Logically, one might expect that even in the face of such a dire threat, these demons would rise in rebellion. Yet, instead, they appeared almost dazed, not out of dullness. For the terror etched upon their faces was unmistakable. It was evident that they were paralyzed by fear. The expression in the eyes of the second prince, Carrick, turned frigid, his aura darkening ominously. You wretched fool! He cursed vehemently. His presence intensified as he commanded, withdraw. You stand no chance against him. After issuing his command, he flickered away, leaving a trail of howling winds in his wake. As Yi Luo dispatched a portion of the demons, a fierce gust assailed him. A cold smile graced his lips. At last, have you decided to strike? Alas, he murmured, his figure dissolving into the air. Prince Carrick's eyes blazed crimson. You dare to flee. Yet, Yi Luo paid him no mind. Although he was not adept at the art of evasion, it did not mean he was incapable, especially with the innate gift of spatial power at his disposal. Boom! A formidable wave of energy surged outward, expanding rapidly. Clever indeed, but I am neither speed nor reliant on aura. To think you could restrain my movements with mere energy is a wild delusion. Yi Luo laughed heartily, continuing his relentless slaughter. Over 1,000, nearing 2,000 demons, merely an appetizer. Before long, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. The earth stained a deep crimson. You truly deserve to die. 8 demons surrounded Yi Luo menacingly. Now, where can you possibly escape? Escape? A smirk played at the corner of Yi Luo's mouth. Against these 8, they were still leagues away from any chance of success. With a swift movement, he engaged them without even utilizing his spatial powers. It was a sheer domination, devoid of any suspense. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Luo sought to refine his skills, recognizing that combat in this world differed significantly from that in martial arts tales. This confrontation, relying on raw energy and direct confrontation, was indeed exhilarating. The 7 demon warriors surged forward, directly confronting Yi Luo. You wretched rat, did you think you could escape? Keep running now. Yi Luo's smile remained unwavering, neither dodging nor avoiding the confrontation. His fists met theirs in a fierce clash, as 14 hands and 14 feet engaged in a tumultuous battle. The air crackled with the sounds of combat. Prince Carrick's expression darkened further, remaining silent. With unwavering determination, he focused intently on the battlefield. In a flash, Yi Luo sent 7 adversaries flying, standing proudly amidst the chaos. It was inconceivable. This was utterly impossible. The 7 individuals gasped, their chests heaving with disbelief. Their skirmish, where they outnumbered him, was not merely a matter of numbers. Yi Luo did not rely on his swiftness to evade them. Instead, he maintained his composure, leveraging his unparalleled strength and reflexes to dominate 3 of them amidst their encirclement. They were wholly unable to comprehend it. The once seemingly feeble Yi Luo harbored such formidable power. All of them were on high alert, their trembling muscles betraying their unease. The rings on Yi Luo's arms and legs glimmered faintly, signaling that this was no mere enhancement. To test his own prowess, he had no intention of resorting to excessive measures to overpower them. His profound martial arts foundation and absolute self-mastery allowed him to exert a force and speed that was a mere fraction less than that of the weakest among them. However, the techniques of martial arts could not be matched by these brutish demons who relied solely on raw power. Yi Luo, adept in martial arts, technology, and mystical arts, utilized only his martial prowess, and even that was restrained. He had not even tapped into the other 2 methods. Even so, he easily triumphed over the 7. Ignoring the taunts of the demons, he turned to face the proud Carrick II, the king of the demon realm. Is that so? Yi Luo scoffed, unimpressed by the display of strength. He had expected these demons to possess greater might. Suddenly, Carrick II assumed a peculiar stance. Chapter 54, Annihilation of the Elite Demon Warriors. Before Yi Luo could react, an inexplicable wave surged from the earth. He was taken aback, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. What was this? Planetary oscillation. In response to Carrick II's movements, the very planet seemed to react, offering its assistance. Yi Luo's demeanor turned grave. No matter how confident he was, he could not fathom withstanding the force of an entire planet. For luminous halos erupted with brilliant light, nullifying the gravitational pressure upon him. Furthermore, they provided a repulsive force that bore down upon Yi Luo. Just as he prepared to strike, he froze in place. How could this be? The 7 surrounding him wore cruel expressions. You kid. Huh. To dare enter the demon star alone. I must say you possess remarkable audacity. What's the matter? Does it feel as though the very heavens and earth despise you? They jeered in succession, their auras surging violently, their power enhanced tenfold at least. Yi Luo furrowed his brow. The 7 before him posed no significant threat. He could dispatch them without employing any tactics. The true challenge lay in the animosity of the entire planet towards him. A flicker of greed crossed Yi Luo's eyes, though it was overshadowed by a profound sense of foreboding. As this situation persists, one can only wonder how much power this planet will bestow upon these individuals. The heavens and earth have forsaken him, leaving him unable to absorb energy to restore himself. Yet, these demons seem to draw an unending well of strength from it. Over time, he fears he may find himself at a disadvantage, potentially facing a life-and-death crisis. A swift resolution is imperative. At the very least, these moderately formidable beings must be eradicated without delay. Casting a glance at Carrick II, he concealed the greed stirring within him. First, he must address the immediate predicament. Then capture this second prince to gain control over the planet and harness its capabilities. Each of the 3 paths before Yi Luo holds great allure. Gently tapping the second bracelet on his left wrist, invisible silver particles began to cascade towards the ground. These are Yi Luo's nanobots. Although their strength pales in comparison to the forces of the universe, they possess a measure of intelligence. Yi Luo is not a reckless youth. Despite his relatively secure position, he has begun to devise a contingency plan. Ha ha, kid, prepare to meet your end. One demon sneered, swaying his head as he fixed a menacing gaze on Yi Luo. Yi Luo wrinkled his nose in response. Currently, aside from his most potent means, he has deployed the machines most capable of analyzing this planet. Whether they succeed is of little concern to him. However, these boisterous creatures before him must be eliminated. In a flash, he dashed out of the encircling group. Channeling his inner strength, his cells pulsed in unison, sending forth an invisible wave that alleviated some of the pressure emanating from the planet. He appeared behind one demon and struck the back of its head with a powerful punch. Bang! The demon inexplicably managed to withstand the force of Yi Luo's devastating blow. Kid, I warned you, it sneered. Yi Luo vanished once more, delivering a kick to the loquacious demon. Whoosh! Yi Luo narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. These creatures' enhanced abilities should not be wielded with such familiarity. His fingers spread wide, radiating light that formed arcs of electricity. Yah! A fierce shout erupted. Upon hearing that cry, the faces of all the demons lit up with excitement, recklessly charging towards Yi Luo. Suddenly, Yi Luo sensed an overwhelming force descending upon him from the void, seeking to ensnare him. His gaze sharpened. Did they truly consider him an easy target? This planet is cursed. Enveloped by the power of space, he vanished in an instant. All the demons were momentarily stunned. It was in that instant of confusion that Yi Luo reappeared behind the demon who had just spoken. Villains often perish by their own verbosity. Before the words could fully escape, a brilliant silver light pierced through the demon's body. "Ah, it hurts," it cried out. "Damn it. With the support of my home planet, I am invincible. You cannot kill me. You wretched fiend, I shall reduce you to ashes." As the words escaped his lips, he gripped Li Fall's hands tightly. A mocking glint flashed in Li Fall's eyes, his cells trembling, disintegrating. With a thunderous roar, Li Fall stunned the demon clan, leaving them momentarily speechless. What? The moment the words were uttered, a searing pain coursed through his entire being. What is happening? Beneath the halo of the Mother Star, why do I feel this agony? The remaining demons hesitated, their gaze fixed incredulously upon the spectacle unfolding in the air. The demon under attack remained oblivious, while the others clearly perceived the truth. That demon was gradually dissolving, an irreversible process at the cellular level. All stared in wide-eyed astonishment, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Li Fall's methods were utterly bizarre, something they had never witnessed before. How could he annihilate an elite warrior bolstered by the Mother Star's halo? It seemed impossible. They stood in a daze. Second Prince Kalik felt a twitch in his eyelids. This is madness. How could this be? Damn it. I will awaken more consciousness. All of you attack him. Kalik bellowed in fury. He had not anticipated that even with such a trump card, Li Fall could still harm his elite subordinates. What an enigmatic technique. If only he could capture this fellow. A deep avarice flickered in Kalik's eyes, akin to Li Fall's but laid bare. As if to ensure Li Fall comprehended the gravity of the situation. The demon in disintegration felt like an ordinary person trapped in a quagmire, utterly powerless to struggle free. No, this is impossible. I shall not perish. Li Fall's expression remained serene. If I were you, I would silence myself and quietly embrace death. Unfortunately, under my move, you shall have no chance of reincarnation. No, this cannot be. Terror filled the demon's eyes. He was afraid of death. What he had initially perceived as a mere mouse had transformed into a prehistoric beast capable of devouring him whole. And he was utterly defenseless. No, how can I possibly die? Stop this. The demon's countenance turned frenzied, roaring loudly. He summoned his strength, attempting to inflict grave harm upon Li Fall to salvage his dire predicament. Alas, this was precisely what Li Fall had anticipated. Having resolved to conclude matters swiftly, he afforded no opportunity for recovery. In a flash, he vanished, evading the demon's assault. What others perceived as a terrifying phenomenon was Li Fall's judgment of death upon this demon, inevitable, with no chance of survival. No. This fellow could no longer sense pain, resorting only to his thunderous cries in a desperate attempt to prove that he was still unscathed, still capable of salvation. In the eyes of the remaining demon clan, disbelief filled the air. Could it truly be? They had killed him. Then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A surge of even greater power coursing into the bodies of these demon warriors, amplifying their strength twofold once again. It is essential to note that this was on top of their already heightened abilities. What is this? Haha, my strength has increased tremendously. Under the blessing of my home planet's aura, my current power likely rivals those who have cultivated for millennia. A group of demons erupted in excitement. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luo felt a growing urgency within. He cast a gloomy glance at the remaining 6 demons. If these brutes could attain such immense gains in this environment, those who had trained for a millennium must possess unfathomable strength. This cannot stand. I must conclude this swiftly and capture Carrick too. I need to hide within the spatial passage as soon as possible. With a worried glance at the rapidly opening spatial portal, Yi Luo's figure flickered and reappeared behind one of the demons. The moment Yi Luo vanished, the demons sensed something amiss, their tempers flaring as they became vigilant. I found you, little mouse. Do you think I would fall for your tricks? A demon exclaimed confidently. Unfortunately, Yi Luo's gaze remained calm and undisturbed, as if he were unaffected by anything. His mental energy condensed. The entirety of the world suppresses me? Alas, an imperceptible mental dagger pierced through the demon's flesh, obliterating its very soul. Yi Luo vanisit. The group of demons rejoiced. Chapter 55, Massacre Technological Methods. Quick and effective. He dared not continue his assault. He must be employing some despicable means. Let us quickly manifest our rage and form a circle, directly suppressing him with our combined aura. Before the words were fully spoken, their expressions drastically changed. Their breaths became turbulent. As they turned, they opened their gaping maws. A robust beam of light shot forth from their mouths. Yi Luo raised his hand, channeling his internal energy into a virtual Bagua diagram. Dimensional space. The powerful aura emitted by the demons transformed into light, all of which entered the Bagua diagram before Yi Luo. The originally pale Bagua diagram began to exhibit streaks of darkness. Seeing this, the demon's beam of light slowly diminished. With claws poised, they directed their concentrated brilliance at Yi Luo. Boy, you dare not strike at him, yet you would dare to act against me? How naive. Yi Luo lowered his gaze, his figure flickering once more. I anticipated your ambush long ago. The demon's lower body remained stationary, while its upper half twisted like rubber, releasing a radiant glow. With temperatures soaring into the thousands, it aimed to incinerate Yi Luo. Yet Yi Luo's expression remained unchanged as he vanished again, reappearing behind this demon. With a light touch, he pressed his palms against it. Devour. The demon let out a chilling scream. What is happening? The remaining 5 demons trembled all over, once again hearing that wretched scream. They had lost count of how many times they had endured it today, as if it were a harbinger of death. With each piercing cry, death lurked ominously nearby, a death that demanded lives. While a few demons hesitated, a sudden crash echoed as one of their own collapsed before Yi Luo, the dull thud resonating like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. The assembled demon warriors instinctively recoiled, their fear palpable as they gazed at Yi Luo, trembling in terror. It was evident that this group of demons was gripped by a profound dread, terrified for their lives. In such a short span of time, they had already lost 2 comrades and were on the brink of losing a third. The first had been watched as he melted away silently before their eyes. An eerie and inexplicable demise. The second met an even more brutal fate. Merely Yi Luo's proximity led to his sudden and inexplicable death, leaving them in utter confusion. The crucial aspect was Yi Luo's ability to vanish and reappear in an instant, a phenomenon they had never even heard of. As for the third, the anguish etched upon his face suggested that his suffering was even more profound than that of the first unfortunate soul. The remaining 4 elite demon warriors hesitated, unwilling to advance. Carrick, consumed with rage, bellowed orders for his warriors to attack Yi Luo. Yet, even so, the demon warriors found themselves retreating further, moving 5 steps forward only to fall back 8, distancing themselves from a threat. Yi Luo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. To flee? Alas, such a notion was futile. With a flicker, he materialized behind one of the demons. No, please, I don't want to. But before he could finish his plea, the demon, who had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope, froze in place, his body cleaved in twain from head to toe. How could this be? As the realization dawned, a torrential spray of azure blood erupted, drenching the ground below. The remaining demons erupted into chaos, akin to mice discovering a cat. They could accept the earlier strange methods, but this recent display defied comprehension. How was it that Yi Luo appeared behind one demon, yet another found himself severed? What sorcery was this? Caractouce's eyes widened in panic. The halo of his home star had yet to reach its zenith, and his strength had not surged to its full potential. Yi Luo's techniques were so bizarre that he could discern no distinction or change. How could this be? As Caractouce retreated in haste, his power continued to swell. Yi Luo cast a glance, dismissing Caractouce entirely. The spatial portal had not opened. There was no escape for him. With a sudden flash, the demon before him detonated. No, the remaining 2 elite demons could no longer withstand the onslaught and fled in disarray. It was sheer brutality. Yi Luo was anything but human. He seemed more akin to a demon than they were. Cursed be this fate. The countenance of Caractouce turned a furious shade of red. This time, he refrained from reprimanding his subordinates. Yi Luo's methods were enigmatic, instilling fear even in him, let alone the other demons. Gritting his teeth, he invoked the demon star for strength. Yi Luo offered a cold smile. You wish to soar? Do you think you're a paragon? Patience is a virtue. As he spoke, his form vanished, splitting into 2. With technological prowess, he executed a clone. A punch, radiating a silver luminescence. A palm, exuding a fierce brilliance. 2 anguished cries echoed, leaving the remaining 2 elite demon warriors with increasingly dim eyes. Ha! Yi Luo's figure became indistinct, materializing a kilometer ahead of Caractouce. It is your turn. His voice, calm yet resonant, rendered Carrick 2 pale. How is this possible? This is not how it should be. No, it cannot be. Carrick 2 shook his head vigorously, his rage surging as if the very essence of the world were a flock of birds returning to their nest, wildly flooding into his being. Damn you! Do you think I fear you? Carrick 2 bellowed. I am empowered by the halo of my home planet. Can you contend with an entire celestial body? His voice was fierce yet trembling. Yi Luo's expression remained impassive. He extended his left hand. Do you truly believe I am unaffected by this planet? What? Carrick 2 paused, then seethed with anger. Fool! Do you think you can intimidate me? You cannot absorb any of this energy. How long can you endure? Yi Luo remained non-committal. You are correct, but alas, as long as I can eliminate you. Everything else is inconsequential. Naive. Do you think I am like those imbeciles? By harnessing the halo of my home planet, I will soon create a battalion of warriors just like them. Once I slay you, I shall lead them to Earth. I will exterminate the entire planet. Is that so? Unfortunately, your planet's halo cannot constrain me within the realm of physics. The transformations in the biochemical domain are beyond your control, are they not? What? Carrick 2 stared blankly at Yi Luo. As a demon, he had little understanding of technology. His power stemmed solely from formidable dark energy. Suddenly, Yi Luo's second silver ring disassembled and vanished. Numerous silver glimmers appeared out of thin air, coalescing in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them quaked as 8 silver platforms slowly rose, forming a colossal Bawa diagram that enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. Nanobots, the true strength, not in their unique systems, but in their ability to analyze, devour, and assimilate materials into new nanobots. Yi Luo had laid the groundwork in advance, anticipating this moment, confronting an entire planet. His strength was indeed insufficient. However, what if he could construct a unique zone within the entirety of this celestial body? His inner strength is utterly incapable of reaching such heights. However, technology is a different matter. By analyzing matter, it can generate technological advancements and construct environments. A lack of formidable power is inconsequential. Technological products can regulate gravity, adapting to his circumstances. The simplest scenario is that he exists within an environment of gravity that he is entirely familiar with, while his adversaries must constantly contend with gravitational forces dozens or even hundreds of times greater. This is merely the beginning. Imagine, during combat, the gravity surrounding the enemy fluctuates incessantly, sometimes several times the normal gravity, other times hundreds of times. The enemy is still able to unleash their full potential. While the scenes created by technology may not directly enhance his strength, they can indirectly amplify his combat effectiveness. A mocking laughter emerged from Carrick 2. Chapter 56. The prolonged battle enhanced by technology. Do you truly believe these things can affect me? Yi Luo's expression remained unchanged, gazing at Carrick 2 with a derisive smile. In a flash, he vanished. Bang! Yi Luo was sent flying, forcibly halting midair. Carrick 2 clearly became exhilarated upon striking Yi Luo away. Ah! I told you, those fools are utterly incompetent. Yi Luo remained silent, disappearing once more. Carrick 2's countenance shifted. An aura of robust energy enveloped his body. Crack! What? Carrick 2's expression drastically altered. What was attacking him? He had not sensed it at all. Perhaps you have misunderstood? Yi Luo murmured softly. Technology is not as these warriors perceive it. Yi Luo vanished again. You pitiful wretch, a foul rat. If you have the courage, confront me directly. If you dare, do not hide. Carrick 2 was infuriated. He felt utterly helpless against Yi Luo's ability to vanish without a trace. Such an insidious tactic rendered even planetary suppression ineffective. As a second-generation demon, he truly lacked the capability to locate Yi Luo. Is that so? You may try to find me. If you do, I shall. As he spoke, a silvery light adhered to Carrick 2. After their initial confrontation, he realized that his current strength still fell short compared to Carrick 2 by approximately tenfold. Utilizing his martial arts skills, he could still hold his ground for a while. However, his condition would inevitably deteriorate. After all, this was the stronghold of the demon realm. If the powerful beings of the demon realm were to emerge en masse, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament. Employing spatial forces, Carrick 2 was unable to locate him, allowing Yi Luo to gradually wear him down without concern. Within the realm of technology, the oppressive force of the demon star was not particularly strong against him, and he could afford to take his time. Yi Luo was intensely envious of Carrick 2's ability to manipulate the forces of an entire planet for his own benefit, yearning to capture Carrick 2. With a gradual approach, Carrick 2's patience would inevitably wear thin. A sense of unease stirred within him, particularly as Luo appeared to be unperturbed by the oppressive influence of the demon star. Unlike other demon races that succumbed to its pressure upon arrival, this individual, evidently hailing from Earth, remained unaffected. Carrick too could neither perceive nor see Luo's form, and this growing unease intensified with the passage of time. His attacks became increasingly frequent, even targeting the silver platforms that had risen from the ground. Luo, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, found his expectations met. The demon race was composed of individuals prone to volatile emotions. By prolonging this engagement, the likelihood of Carrick too maintaining his composure dwindled. All he needed was to endure a little longer. As Carrick's agitation grew, an opportunity would present itself for Luo to seize the advantage. What did it matter if Carrick too possessed formidable strength or a powerful backing? In this era, mere prowess and influence were insufficient for survival. Intellect was paramount. Clearly, Carrick too lacked this vital quality. Luo did not hinder Carrick's assault on the pillars, for the true essence was not contained within these 8 columns. These superficial constructs were merely nanobots assimilating the planet's material. Carrick too's relentless attacks would not affect the nanobot's transformative capabilities. In fact, his strikes would only accelerate the depletion of the planet's resources, thereby diminishing his own potential for growth. Even the slightest reduction in enhancement speed would serve Luo's purposes, allowing him to exploit the situation without incurring any harm. As time drifted on, Luo consumed 2 celestial beings for restoration. Meanwhile, Carrick too's temperament became increasingly volatile. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed, and his fists clenched, he radiated intense energy fluctuations. Damn you, I will make you pay. You must perish. Luo merely scoffed at such vacuous threats, growing weary of the repetition. While Carrick too unleashed a barrage of attacks, Luo remained unfazed, utilizing spatial power to conserve his stamina and persist in this drawn-out confrontation. Despite Carrick too's formidable strength imposing considerable pressure, Luo noted a marked acceleration in the conversion of his inner energy during this clash. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly extracted advantages from Carrick too's onslaught, which permeated the entire space. Regrettably, Luo's spatial energy differed significantly from Carrick too's. He consistently positioned himself precisely between Carrick too's assaults, occasionally delivering a spatial slash aimed at the thick energy shield encasing Carrick too like a tortoiseshell. With a resounding explosion, Luo found himself unceremoniously ejected from the spatial realm. How careless of me, he murmured as he concentrated his mental energy into an ethereal spear. With fluid motion, he directed the spear towards Carrick too's head. Carrick too clutched his head, crying out in anguish. Luo's gaze was profound and enigmatic. You have a backup plan, do you think I do not? Carrick too shouted, his eyes bulging as he trembled uncontrollably. Luo cast a cold glance at Carrick too before vanishing into the air. As Luo disappeared, the once pained Carrick too suddenly straightened, his countenance twisted with hatred. Damn that fellow. Why are you so cunning? Luo, continuously shifting in an instant, remained unfazed. The technique Carrick had just employed was merely a remnant of his own, and thus, he would not be deceived. Had he approached Carrick too, he might have faced a tempestuous assault. There was no necessity to engage Carrick too directly. He preferred to bide his time. There was no rush. He could spar with Carrick too for 10 days and nights if need be. This exemplified the essence of Taoist arts and the formidable nature of cultivation. In this world, the application of mental energy was rudimentary at best. Most individuals Luo encountered lacked any mastery over mental techniques. In battle, Luo's endurance was astonishing. Such persistence would be unattainable through martial arts or technology. Martial arts merely required stamina replenishment, while technology needed only energy supply. By fulfilling these 2 criteria, Luo could continue to fight indefinitely. Utilizing a fraction of his mental energy while cycling through the remainder, he could engage in combat without sustaining injury. Moreover, he possessed divine beings, further alleviating any concerns. Just as he was about to continue, a voice suddenly resonated from the spatial passage. Thank you, Fire Dragon. Today, I will attend my sister's wedding and send you a piece of sweet candy. Chapter 57. The Powers of the Divine and Earth Secrets. Yidul, we are about to seal the spatial passage. Hurry and come in, Bo's honest voice echoed. Luo's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he transformed his form and swiftly soared through the air. The demon star was intriguing, and Carrick too was equally so. Yet, he could not afford to linger here. Without the ability to absorb energy, he could not sustain a prolonged battle. For now, He would set aside thoughts of this planet and store Caractous memories within his mind. His strength was still insufficient to subdue Caractous. As Caractous sensed the diminishing assault, he roared in fury, his rage palpable, filling the surroundings with a tempestuous energy. A powerful pressure overturned the ground beneath him. "Get out here, you coward!" Caractous seethed, his anger boiling. He was infuriated. Despite his immeasurable strength compared to Yi Luo, he found himself led by the nose. A thought that was unbearable for his pride. Countless waves of energy erupted from his hands, aimlessly released as a means to vent his fury. He could not locate Yi Luo's presence at all. Damn it! Damn it! Cursed wretch! Caractous remained oblivious to the truth. His furious assault had already caused a portion of the 8 silver pillars, which had remained unchanged, to crumble. Even if he were to notice, King Caractous would not delve deeply into his thoughts. In contrast, his own strength was continually escalating. The destruction of these pillars was to be expected. He remained oblivious. As Yi Luo retreated, the special nanobots he dispatched converged and reformed a new silver bracelet on his left wrist. Yi Luo stood before the spatial passage, turning to gaze at King Caractous, who was still wildly attacking his surroundings. Everything on this planet would remain for now. Once I am sufficiently powerful, I shall return to seek you out. With this thought, Yi Luo unhesitatingly plunged into the spatial passage. After traversing the kaleidoscopic tunnel once more, Yi Luo emerged in a small room filled with clocks. Bobo wore a grave expression as he stared at Yi Luo. "The deity has fallen," he stated. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had hoped for such a scenario. However, upon truly hearing this news, he found it hard to believe. The timing was off. It couldn't be right. He had not spent much time in the Demon Star at all. Bobo emanated a faint aura of sorrow. This was the time room, capable of manipulating time. The reason you could go to the Demon Star while they could not is that the celestial deity entered the divine tomb beneath the divine hall, suppressing the malevolence of the Demon Star. The time room interfered with the spatial passage using the power of time. Yi Luo sudendi understood. Indeed, the demon race could not traverse, yet he could, even lingering within the spatial passage. It was the influence of the power of time. What do you mean by the celestial deity entering the divine tomb to suppress the malice of the Demon Star? Bobo sighed. The Demon Star, being the second closest demon world planet to Earth, was also the most perilous. Every 5,000 years, the Demon Star intersects with Earth, manifesting from the demon realm into the human realm. During this time, the Demon Star would launch a massive assault on Earth. Originally, this event should have been delayed by over a decade. Because of you, the spatial passage has appeared ahead of schedule. Do not involve me in this matter. Yi Luo retorted. The super divine water was placed by you, the information and location were provided by Cat Immortal, and the extreme north was sent by Cat Immortal. The super divine water was a contribution from the darkness. What does this have to do with me? Bobo sighed again, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Regardless of any previous opinions about Yi Luo, his willingness to risk entering the Demon Star rendered any criticism moot. The celestial deity had only been in power on Earth for 300 years, and his divine power was not yet fully grasped. In a bid to protect Earth, he had ventured into the divine tomb beneath the divine hall, unable to withstand the animosity of the deities. Yi Luo's mouth fell open in shock. This time, he was genuinely astonished, devoid of any pretense. What did you say? Please repeat that. Observing Bobo's resolute and unwavering gaze, Yi Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Is it true? Bobo nodded affirmatively. Yi Luo gasped, bewildered by the animosity of past deities. But why is this so? Are they souls? No. Even deities must face judgment in the afterlife. Judgment? Yi Luo's mind buzzed, overwhelmed with confusion. The concept of divinity seemed increasingly perplexing. What then is the purpose of being a deity? And what are the enmity from the past death gods in the graveyard? A deity must embody selflessness, cherishing all beings without harboring malice or selfish desires. Yet, as beings themselves, how could they be devoid of negative intentions? Even from their exalted thrones, the relentless thoughts of ordinary beings could give rise to malevolence. In the past, a certain deity devised a unique method that has persisted through the ages. The suppression of malevolence? Bobo confirmed with a nod. Strictly speaking, it should be called the separation of malevolence. When a deity inherits their divine position, a portion of their divine power amalgamates with the celestial hall, extracting malevolence and accumulating it in the sacred cemetery below. This process significantly weakens the deity's strength, rendering cultivation exceedingly arduous. However, Earth shares borders with several demon realms, which occasionally invade. An ancient deity conceived a peculiar solution. Bobo's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Luo as he continued. Yi Luo furrowed his brow, contemplating, connecting the passage between the demon realm and earth to the celestial hall, utilizing the suppression of divine malevolence. Though the accumulation of demonic power is swift, the distance to earth is vast. It would take several deities to thoroughly suppress the passage. Indeed, you are quite astute, Bobo remarked. Yi Luo's expression darkened. It is evident. I needed you to articulate it. Yet, this approach carries its own perils. Yes, the most potent items for suppressing the demon realm are primarily located in the celestial cemetery. Should any issues arise elsewhere, and the deity's strength falters, they would have no choice but to venture into the cemetery to risk retrieving those items. Yi Luo seek it. No, it is more than that. Bobo was taken aback. Is there something else? Yi Luo cast a profound glance at Bobo. Mr. Bobo, you must have survived for quite some time. A flicker of intrigue passed through Bobo's eyes. Indeed, the accumulation of various divine malevolences over time can also give rise to new forms of life. Correct? Mr. Bobo? You speak rightly. Bobo maintained an impassive demeanor. Yi Luo nodded, recognizing their mutual intelligence. They spoke in veiled terms without openly revealing the truth. What consequences will arise following a deity's demise? For now, there will be no immediate repercussions, but Earth requires deities, not only for suppressing the demon realm, but also for nurturing humanity. Over time, human souls may find it impossible to traverse the Two Realms Mountain to enter the underworld. The Two Realms Mountain, as the name suggests? Yi Luo pondered, suppressing his thoughts. I believe I understand these matters. The former deity indeed possessed great wisdom, yet I cannot concur. While it is true, there are circumstances beyond our control. Unless someone can directly shake the very foundations of the celestial grave, dismantle the pool of malevolent thoughts, and unleash divine power. Yi Luo found himself at a loss for words. Bobo, however, refrained from acting unilaterally, adhering instead to the wishes of the previous deity, who sought to see him succeed. Yet, the position of a celestial being is fraught with numerous constraints. Yi Luo still needed to ponder this matter deeply. He was indifferent to the notion of succession. The crux of the issue lay in the benefits it would confer upon him. Chapter 58, The Fall of the Gods. The second generation of deities and demons. Suddenly, Yi Luo was jolted into awareness. Was it not said that the spatial passage was sealed? Could it truly be navigated without a god? Bobo regarding Yi Luo vit comme detachment. I too possess divine power. Yi Luo chastised himself for his ignorance. Bobo's origins were nearly transparent. As a being forged from the confluence of divine and demonic energies over the years, Bobo was the epitome of innate sanctity. Let's expedite this matter, so I may take my leave. Upon hearing this, Bobo appeared momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Luo's eyes as he scrutinized Bo had indeed divulged a plethora of information. Perhaps even more than the old deity was aware of, revealing many shortcomings inherent to the role of the Earth's celestial guardian. One could say his sincerity was abundant. Yet, Yi Luo held a different perspective. Bobo regained his composure, casting a glance at Yi Luo without uttering a word, before turning to manipulate the clock. Yi Luo's expression darkened. It seemed that resealing the spatial passage was an endeavor so deceptively simple. Speaking softly, Yi Luo fell silent, observing Bobo's meticulous operations. Bobo moved with grace, deftly adjusting the clock, both forwards and backwards, with utmost precision and care. Yi Luo found himself growing impatient. At last, let us proceed. Bobo lifted his eyelids, but remained silent. Yi Luo's mental acuity absorbed everything in silence. You underestimate me. I do not regard you as a deity. Such entanglements and restrictions are exasperating. Exiting the time chamber, he mused, the crisis of the demon star has been averted. It is time for me to return and diligently cultivate. On Earth, Bobo hesitated before speaking. Indeed, Yi Luo ascended into the air. The old deity wishes for you to succeed him. Will you not accept the trial? Before Yi Luo could respond, Bobo continued. Though the crisis on Earth has been temporarily quelled, in over a decade, the demon star will once again intersect with Earth. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow. Was it not said that the seal was effective? Only to last a mere decade? Bobo shook his head. Not quite. I have merely sealed the spatial passage. The 5,000-year convergence between the demon star and Earth is a matter of cosmic law. It is simply the way it is. There is nothing I can do, nor can anyone else, unless those two intervene. Yi Luo's bro furovit. Those two? Which two? More powerful deities, perhaps? All right, is it you who selects the celestial beings? Or is it someone else? Naturally, Only those who aspire to inherit the divine position may enter the celestial grave and gain the favor of the divine being. Yi Luo's gaze sharpened, and he vanished directly from the celestial hall. Bobo stood with his mouth agape, gazing vacantly at the empty celestial hall. A wave of sorrow emanating from him. Celestial being, you have violated the rules. The celestial being's expression turned grave as he stared at the bewildered figures before him, none of whom he recognized. Esteemed celestial elders, Earth faces a dire calamity. The demon star has opened a spatial passage, and I must harness the super divine water from the depths of the grave to mitigate the demonic energy's interference with the passage and reseal it. You have broken the rules. Leave, the celestial being declared resolutely. Elders, should the demon star invade Earth, given Earth's current strength, resistance is utterly impossible. For the future of Earth, I must defend you. With that, the celestial being charged forward. Alas, the celestial being's strength was no match for the malevolent spirits of these deceased celestial beings, especially considering their number far exceeded his own. Within just 3 minutes, the celestial being was already battered and breathless. Deep within the ocean trench, an unusual rice cooker, sealed with talismans, lay ensconced in the sandy seabed. Inside the rice cooker, a figure identical to the celestial being suddenly stirred with agitation. Damn it, how could this happen? What is he doing, and why has he sustained such severe injuries? My lifespan is dwindling. Is it possible that he intends to end his own life? Unthinkable. Who would kill another before themselves? That would be sheer folly. No, the foolish would not act so. Moreover, after all these years of stability, why the sudden urgency? The figure's face twisted in distress. This is intolerable. I cannot endure this. I am destined to die. A wave of panic washed over him, veins bulging from his forehead. No, I must ensure my lineage continues. Suddenly, the figure, identical to the celestial being, felt a bulge in his chest and abdomen, reminiscent of a woman in the 8th month of pregnancy. Come forth, carry my will, live on. Damn it, I cannot allow it to end like this. I still need a few more things. This being is my son. If he is born normally, without mutation, his potential will be far inferior to mine. If you wish to drag me down with you, then I shall not live either. However, do not blame me for what follows. As he spoke, the figure's expression grew strange, and a peculiar wave of energy emanated from him, swiftly traversing the rice cooker, crossing endless space and descending upon the celestial being within the celestial grave. The celestial deity found himself utterly exhausted, watching helplessly as a multitude of indistinct, towering shadows encroached upon him. Alas, he had failed to acquire the divine water, and he pondered whether Bobo possessed an alternative means to dispel the malevolent aura emanating from the opposing temporal rift and successfully seal the demonic star. Yi Luo had either ventured towards the demonic star or remained outside its reach. Could he withstand the ferocious onslaught of the malevolent race? He hoped that Earth remained unscathed. I have done my utmost, the celestial deity murmured bitterly, closing his eyes in resignation. These were the dark thoughts plaguing him. Self-destruction to obliterate this place was not an option. Such malevolence required the sealing of the remaining spatial rifts. Just as he awaited his demise, an inexplicable wave of energy surged towards him. Damn it, Bit, can you feel this too? The celestial deity clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them, a wry smile gracing his lips. Well, it seems you have emerged because of me. All this blame should rightfully fall upon my shoulders. Since you wish to leave behind a legacy, I shall grant you that wish. With Yi Luo present, I trust your progeny will not jeopardize the future safety of Earth. Murmuring to himself, the celestial deity uttered strange syllables, his aura swiftly diminishing, akin to a withered apple. His power waned, traversing an imperceptible passage, swiftly departing from the celestial graveyard. This peculiar burial ground offered no hindrance to such an occurrence. Many shadows gradually engulfed the location where the celestial deity had lingered. Bick, strive to survive, persist in your efforts. Do not heed your father's words and commit atrocities on Earth. You will not stand a chance against him. I will assist you, providing a solid foundation. It was as if the celestial deity conveyed the wisdom of a venerable elder to his descendants, before erupting in a violent explosion, his purple blood staining the earth. Upon his demise, the multitude of indistinct shadows surveyed the surroundings and gradually faded away. No one could breach the celestial graveyard. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean of earth within a rice cooker, Bick's eyes widened in fury and despair. Damn that celestial deity. You have doomed me. The words were left unspoken as his pupils dilated, losing all trace of light. A unique energy surged into the void, invigorating his lifeless body. Potent energy coalesced within his abdomen, yet his form remained gaunt, resembling that of a millennia-old corpse. Within his abdomen lay a grotesque, pulsating green egg buried in the seabed, quietly awaiting the summoning of divine beings. Chapter 59, Restlessness. Violet encounters many wilds. Yiluo materialized in Corinta. Cat Sage. Ah, Yiluo, is that you? The cat sage exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yiluo suddenly appear before him. Has the matter been resolved? Yiluo nodded. And Violet? She has descended. Descended? Yiluo questioned. Perplexed. Has Violet developed her own discernment? Nonetheless, that is a positive development. With that, Yiluo vanished without a trace. Where has he gone? The cat sage surveyed the surroundings. How infuriating. I had intended to trade for more fish-flavored energy liquid. Alas, no, that is not right. I had hoped to discover a promising talent on Earth, and had intended for you to nurture and guide them. The cat sage mumbled to itself, extracting a bottle of energy liquid. After consuming another dose, a full bottle remained. It opened the cap, and with a gulp, the leaves fell to the ground while standing atop the Corinta. Squinting, it sensed something faintly. Indeed, was it strength? The Corinta and the divine temple had manifested on Earth. I wonder if those scientists, upon discovering this, would be excited enough to approach directly. The Corinta is accessible, but entering the divine temple is not so simple. With that, it vanished. After frequently employing spatial powers, the demon star found an increasing fondness for their usage. Previously, its strength had been feeble, capable of teleporting only a few meters, tens or even hundreds of meters, far less comfortable than flying. Now, it could achieve teleportation over a distance exceeding 1,000 meters. Yiluo found himself preferring instantaneous movement. In the eastern desert, a villa materialized out of thin air. Yiluo stepped inside. Heaven and earth appear. As the words left his lips, a silver bracelet on his wrist transformed into radiant silver light, coalescing on the ground to form a square box. It analyzed all the data collected by the demon star. Indeed, a glimmer shone in Yiluo's eyes. He traversed planets, never anticipating that we resided in the human realm, while Kalik too belonged to the demon realm, alongside a divine realm and even hell. According to legends and the whispers of Bobobo, hell and the demon realm are entirely distinct. This is intriguing. The four realms have emerged. Wasn't he, it said, there were only three? A smile crept onto Yiluo's lips as the mysterious veil of the world revealed a glimpse before him. This world is becoming increasingly captivating. He must strengthen himself as much as possible, enhancing his power to explore the vast and boundless universe, to encounter various beings, and enrich his own essence. Now is the time to digest the fruits of his labor and elevate his strength. He summoned the data panel. Name, Yiluo. Realm, unknown to be named. Technique, quantum path of heaven and earth, prototype. Physical body, 32, progress. 100. Technology, 10, progress. 22, 100. Tao, 18, progress. 96, 100. Skills. Martial arts realm. The early spring river warms, foretelling the arrival of ducks. Technological realm. Cells. Immortal realm. Observing heaven and earth. Just as I had anticipated. Yiluo muttered to himself. This entity has also been studied, leading to the conclusion that one can attain a lucid understanding of their own precise metrics, thereby mastering oneself with accuracy. Beyond this, there is little of significance to add. At most, it provides subtle assistance during his research and cultivation, but not to a great extent. Nevertheless, Yiluo remains vigilant. With the enhancement of his tangible strength, he has validated the conjectures that lingered in his mind. Often, latent potentials residing within him are ignited during combat, subsequently captured and transformed into power by this golden finger of his. Thus, this golden finger proves to be remarkably potent. While Yiluo speaks of its might, his countenance betrays little joy. Should he solely pursue martial arts, cultivation, and combat, this golden finger would indeed reach its utmost efficacy, a favored boon among many. With diligent effort, one could translate their endeavors into positive outcomes, sparing them from squandering time and energy. Alas, every step Yiluo takes currently necessitates his own creation, demanding a considerable amount of his focus for research, deduction, and discovery. This consumes much of his vitality. Fortunately, his new techniques can similarly enhance the essence of his existence. Perhaps one day, he shall ascend to the status of divinity himself. A glimmer of brilliance flickers in Yiluo's eyes as he turns to enter the laboratory. This journey to the demon star is not merely a matter of observation. It has afforded him a clearer positioning of his own capabilities. He has never before encountered such intense combat. Through this experience, he can better grasp his enhancement trajectory. Next time he faces an adversary, he will be more adept at wielding his own power. More importantly, through nanobots, Qian Kuan has acquired data from another planet. This information will significantly bolster his technological prowess. Lost in his research, time slips away once more. Half a year later, the cat immortal seeks him out once again. Yet, strictly speaking, it is not the cat immortal. Following his previous direct encounter with the cat immortal, Yi Luo has naturally prepared himself. As it appears, the results are quite satisfactory. At the very least, the cat immortal can no longer approach him without his consent. However, gazing at the spirited figure standing at the doorway, a trace of helplessness crosses Yi Luo's expression. What brings you here? Violet's demeanor is intricate. If I do not come, you might forget me. What is it that you seek me for? After a moment's hesitation, Violet reveals, I have found you. Yi Luo is taken aback. Found him? I had nearly forgotten about this little fellow. Violet now informs him of the Yu's whereabouts. What? You won't let me in for a moment? With a sigh, Yi Luo concedes and ushers Violet inside. Please, elaborate. Violet, familiar with the surroundings, finds a seat before recounting the events that unfolded after Yi Luo's departure. After listening, Yi Luo narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I sought out the cat sage, who expressed uncertainty and mentioned that you had descended from the temple of the celestials. It is now unable to locate you. Thus I was sent to find you. Yi Luo seek it. Very well. After all, I was the one who nurtured this personally. It is indeed a matter of my own cultivation. Even if I feign indifference, now that I have received this information, I ought to investigate further. Moreover, the words of Violet had instilled a sense of caution within him. If the cat sage's conjecture proves accurate, it could indeed lead to significant troubles. Another troublesome matter. All he wished for was to quietly pursue his research. He rubbed his forehead. Qian Kuan. Yes. Pack up the laboratory. We are leaving. Understood. Violet's beautiful eyes sparkled. Qian Kuan seemed to have grown even more astute. Yi Luo nodded slightly. Indeed, there have been substantial advancements in technology. Congratulations. Violet's expression was complex. Yi Luo nodded. He harbored no particular feelings towards Violet. If one were to describe their relationship, friends might suffice, though it transcended mere friendship without reaching the intimacy of confidence. Qian Kuan worked swiftly, finishing the task at hand. Yi Luo cast a glance at a stone not far away, a hint of subtle amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 60. The appearance of Dr. Jero and Bobo's proposal. A small mouse should have followed Violet here. Yi Luo chose not to intervene. Some mice stir up trouble. Isn't that what makes things lively? A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Luo's eyes, and he harbored some suspicions. What is this? Violet suddenly inquired. A new tactic. He offered a perfunctory response. Violet pouted, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet Yi Luo was taken aback. Do you mean to say that you cannot infiltrate silently? Indeed, the other party must have employed some of the special codes you developed. The technological prowess contained within that small bionic robot is formidable. Aside from Ms. Bulma and Dr. Brief, I have never encountered anything like it. Yi Luo remained silent, his mind filled with conjectures. The individual lurking in the shadows must be Dr. Jero, the scientist who crafted the shoddy robots. Have you marked it? It is impossible to place a mark without alerting the other party. Since he did not take action to clear it, I refrained from doing so. Yi Luo said nothing. It matters not. Upon encountering the wild, one should be able to discern clearly. In a remote, mountainous region of the southern part of Earth, within a cave nestled in the vast mountains, Dr. Jero, with his sinister gaze, fixated on the screen before him. He had been conducting experiments when the computer failed to decode the footage transmitted by the marked special robot, prompting his awakening. As he repeatedly reviewed the video, he was filled with bewilderment. Could this be spatial transmission? Dr. Groove furrowed his brow. Yet on Earth, aside from that fellow Briff's universal capsule conglomerate, there had been no reports of any entity inventing technology related to space. He initiated a global search for scientific information, specifically targeting anything pertaining to spatial technology, extracting relevant data to compile a document. All illogical scientific speculations were to be discarded, as an analysis on the feasibility of spatial transmission was to be conducted, progressing from fundamental to advanced concepts. Understood, echoed a mechanical voice within the cavern. Yi Luo remained impassive, absorbing various technologies researched by the universal capsule conglomerate, simultaneously crafting an intelligent program for himself. This program would assist him in managing numerous trivial matters. That damned individual. You are indeed the one who dismantled the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Group. Just wait. Once I unravel the intricacies of your techniques and mass-produce super warriors and ultra androids, I will come for you. That fool, Rooter, now dares not make a move against you, nor even approach you. But I am unafraid. I will surely avenge this grudge, Doctor. Gru hissed ominously as he turned to delve deeper. On an experimental platform lay the emaciated figure of Diyu, bound at all limbs with bandages. Release a clone. That violet fellow should cease his frantic search for you. I have ample time to study you next. You are my treasure, unprecedented. A glint of greed flashed in Dr. Gru's eyes as he retrieved a colossal syringe, approaching Diyu with malevolent intent. Let those fools cultivate that Diyu slowly. The chip I implanted within him will faithfully relay your more profound cultivation methods, Dr. Gru proclaimed with satisfaction, immersing himself in his tasks. Meanwhile, returning to Yiluo, he accompanied Violet, utilizing instantaneous movement to arrive at Corinta. After surveying the unconscious Diyu, Yiluo led Violet and her party to the lower level. You say this is not Diyu? Yiluo regarded the perplexed Violet. Indeed, that individual above is a counterfeit. The internal energy circulates, forming a barrier to prevent sound from escaping. I have encountered Diyu before. It cannot be mistaken. Moreover, I destroyed Dr. Gru's laboratory and eliminated numerous guardian androids to rescue him. How could it possibly not be Diyu? Observing Violet's anxious attempts at explanation, Yiluo chose not to clarify. Well, it is not without merit. Violet's eyes brimmed with confusion. Yiluo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. A listening chip, perhaps? I must commend Gru. His technology in human modification is quite proficient. There are some feats he cannot achieve. Thanks to the listening chip he provided, let us give Gru a nod of approval. Yiluo turned to the others, noting the curious tail-bearing youth and the visibly excited woman. The cat sage remarked, "It is quite lively here," with a look of melancholy. He continued, "Yiluo, might you refrain from disappearing without a word?" Raising an eyebrow, he questioned, "What? Am I to be blamed for your inability to spy?" The cat sage, suddenly agitated, retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. When have I ever spied on you? Is that so?" "It is indeed the case," the cat sage seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I must inform you that the deity is searching for you." "The deity?" "The divine has long since fallen. How could it possibly seek itself? Perhaps it is that Bobo from the Celestial Hall who is in search of me." Bobo, unable to observe himself, should have no trouble locating his own position. If he does not approach directly, it is likely to provide an avenue for both parties to save face. Yiluo. He waved dismissively, reluctant to delve into such matters. Hey, are you the formidable Yiluo spoken of by Bulma? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, came a reply. This exchange was taking place at the abode of the cat sage, where Sun Wukong and his sister, Nanny, were present. Before Nanny could utter a word, Sun Wukong eagerly focused his attention on Yiluo. "I am not that impressive," Yiluo protested. "Yet, both the cat sage and Violet have spoken highly of you. Why do you not participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? What merit is there in a child's play tournament?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "Child's play? The battles are quite intense." Just as Yiluo was about to respond, he abruptly ceased and ascended to the upper levels. "What is it?" Sun Wukong and the cat sage exchanged puzzled glances. "A guest has arrived. Will you not come out to greet them?" The cat sage, recalling something, hurriedly followed suit, with the other three trailing closely behind. "There is no one here." Sun Wukong glanced around, leapt onto the railing, and slid down to the bottom, searching high and low. "Are you afraid?" "Indeed, you are the mightiest." Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yiluo with anticipation. "Yiluo, I know you are formidable. I have always known. Bulma has said so, the old man has said so, and both the cat sage and Violet have attested to it. Let's engage in a duel." Yiluo regarded the naive Sun Wukong. "Can you defeat Violet?" Sun Wukong shook his head without a hint of shame. "I cannot. However, I shall intensify my training to catch up with you. For now, let us spar. I wish to gauge the difference between us and tailor my training accordingly." Upon hearing this, Yiluo paid no heed to Sun Wukong's challenge. "This fellow is rather unique. Given the opportunity, I could study his cells thoroughly. It might prove beneficial for my own cultivation." Yiluo's training had long since shifted focus. Martial arts, technology, and mysticism are, at their core, the cultivation of cells. The more diverse biological samples he could collect from the universe, compiling the extraordinary characteristics of various cells, the more perfect his evolution could become. Furthermore, there would be assistance available to aid him in his endeavors. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. If it is a battle, I have a suitable venue to offer. A naive voice echoed. The expressionless Bobo appeared outside the railing of Corinta, floating in the air. Wow, you also possess something that aids flight. I have one too. Sun Wukong, bursting with enthusiasm, immediately perked up upon seeing Bobo, cupping his hands around his mouth in a trumpet shape. Nimbus Cloud, the cat sage's lips twitched, and with a swift motion, his staff descended upon the unsuspecting Sun Wukong's head. Ouch, that hurts. Cat sage, what are you doing? Sun Wukong crouched down, cradling his head, turning to the cat sage with tearful eyes. Sun Wukong, refrain from your loud outbursts. One must show respect to the divine messenger. Nanny's eyes widened, her gaze darting around in confusion, her mind pondering unspoken thoughts. Since the moment she saw Yi Luo, Nanny had been preoccupied with him. Yet she uttered not a single word. So what now? Chapter 61. Once again to the Celestial Hall, ambushed. Bobo fixed his gaze on Yi Luo, while his peripheral vision lingered on Sun Wukong, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes before he relinquished it. Sun Wukong, with a heart of innocence, remained free of distractions. Aside from his gluttonous desires, he was almost the natural selection of the divine. Yet, he stood overshadowed by the brilliance of Yi Luo. Deep within Yi Luo lay a latent darkness, but he was, in Bobo's eyes, the most suitable candidate to inherit the divine position. Moreover, he would be the most crucial individual in facing the impending threat of the demonic star crisis years hence. Sun Wukong's strength, however, was still rather feeble. He sprang to his feet. Really? Can we battle? That would be splendid. Sun Wukong's face radiated anticipation. As for respect, what is that? Can it be eaten? If not, it holds no place in Sun Wukong's vocabulary. Yi Luo, let us depart. By the way, can you fly? Can you keep up? The cat sage's whiskers twitched. This little fellow. Yi Luo smiled at Bobo. Why do you not remain in the Celestial Hall? Until now, the mortal realm has never whispered of your presence. A hint of resignation flashed in Bobo's eyes. Many matters require decisive action. The others, including the cat sage, were oblivious, instinctively believing Bobo referred to events. Only Yi Luo understood. Let us go, and we shall converse along the way. Violet pouted. Yi Luo, are you leaving again? Since their meeting, aside from formalities, they had exchanged barely more than 10 words. With Yi Luo's departure, she was uncertain when they would meet again. With a carefree smile, he replied, the earth is round. We may cross paths at any time, no need to rush. Just as Yi Luo was about to leap into the air, Nanny's soft voice resonated. Yi Luo, do you know who I am? With a serious expression, Yi Luo turned to Nanny, sincerely bowing slightly. I'm grateful to Miss Nanny for saving my life back then. Nanny's cheeks flushed, and she hastily waved her hands. No. Your abilities are so formidable that even without my grandfather and me, you would remain unscathed. Yi Luo, undeterred by Nanny's words, solemnly pledged, regardless of the circumstances, I shall never forget the helping hand extended by your entire village in the past. As long as I possess the capability, I am willing to assist you in your village 3 times. With that, he soared into the air effortlessly. Wow, you can fly. That's impressive. Yi Luo's lips twitched slightly. Such a skill requires no learning. With sufficient energy, it comes naturally. Let us proceed, Yi Luo mused, filled with speculation and a hint of anticipation. The trio ascended, disregarding Corinta and the cat entirely. Upon re-entering the Temple of the Gods, a wave of melancholy enveloped Yi Luo's heart. This world lacked the excitement of the martial arts realm. He was far too powerful. There was no need for haste. Furthermore, his usual residence in secluded areas meant he was rarely disturbed. However, the journey to the Temple of the Gods and the expedition to the Demon Star were singular experiences in his life. Although he had not ventured far from the confines of the spatial passage, the benefits were tremendous, particularly in broadening his horizons. Speak, what other wondrous abodes exist? Bobo regarded Yi Luo with a complex expression. The gods hope you will succeed to the divine position. Yi Luo glanced at Bobo. Do you believe I can pass the trials of the gods? Bobo's expression remained unchanged. The trials for inheriting the divine position are entirely different from entering the depths of the divine tomb. Yi Luo remained non-committal, assessing Sun Wukong. Let's discuss this later. There's a little fellow here who wishes to test my strength. Bobo observed Sun Wukong in silence. He lacked Yi Luo's perceptive insight and could not discern the immense vitality residing within Sun Wukong. It could be said that perhaps only Yi Luo on the entire planet could perceive it. Come forth. If you desire battle, then let it commence. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. Really? That's fantastic. With that, Sun Wukong began to leap around, performing various warm-up exercises. Although I may not be your match, I shall engage earnestly. You two must not hold back, Yi Luo replied with a hint of a smile. This little fellow possesses a formidable aura within him. Yet it seems he has not learned to harness it. Unleash your abilities, let me see. No sooner had Yi Luo spoken than Sun Wukong assumed his stance. I am ready. You must also give it your all. Sun Wukong exclaimed passionately. Yi Luo casually stood in the square. Observing Yi Luo se demeanor. Sun Wukong felt no anger. With a powerful push from his right foot, he propelled himself swiftly toward Yi Luo's face. Yi Luo merely swatted him away. Sun Wukong found himself flipping several times in midair before narrowly landing at the edge of the square. So strong, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Truly formidable. Even surpassing the venerable Jackie Chan, Yi Luo did not employ any tactics, nor did he seize the opportunity to strike. Remaining stationary with a radiant smile fixed upon Sun Wukong, Bo stood nearby, observing the seemingly inevitable confrontation with calm detachment. Once more, Sun Wukong was about to set forth when a tremendous roar reverberated, causing the entire heavenly temple to tremble slightly. Taken by surprise, Sun Wukong stumbled and fell. Such a powerful attack, such formidable strength. Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong regarded Yi Luo with a grave expression. Yi Luo wore an expression of peculiarity, as if Sun Wukong had misunderstood him. The tremor of the heavenly temple was not due to his actions. Bo hovered in the air, his demeanor serious. Lips tightly pressed together. Sun Wukong, once more. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, assuming a ready stance. Yi Luo, Bobo's voice risen thick. Sun Wukong involuntarily halted his movements, tilting his head in confusion as he gazed at Bo. The attacks from humanity. If you do not inherit the position of the celestial god, the heavenly temple will remain exposed to the eyes of humankind, inviting incessant provocations. Should the temple collapse, do you comprehend the consequences? Yi Luo ceased his actions, curiously observing Bobo. Are you unable to intervene against those individuals? Bobo shook his head. I cannot intervene. Should I do so, I would lose control. Yi Luo pondered. What about him? Yi Luo glanced at Sun Wukong. His temperament indeed surpasses yours, yet he cannot assume the role of the celestial god. Moreover, the celestial god has been designated as you. Yi Luo remained silent. Wait, I shall first address those attacking the heavenly temple. Celestial beings cannot indiscriminately descend to the mortal realm, nor can they slay humans. Yi Luo chuckled softly. Apologies, but I'm not a celestial god at present. With that, Yi Luo vanished without a trace. Where'd he go? I didn't comprehend your conversation. What do you mean? Sun Wukong shook his head, searching around in confusion. Bobo glanced at him, but offered no response. Within mere minutes, Sun Wukong, panting heavily, came to a halt. Hey, what is happening? Sweat poured down Sun Wukong's face. Bobo sat cross-legged. This realm is elevated. The air is thin. Your vigorous exertion has greatly depleted your stamina, naturally leaving you breathless. Sun Wukong's expression was one of bewilderment. Clearly, Bobo's words were beyond his understanding. No, where is Yi Luo? Wasn't he meant to battle? How did he leave without my notice? Bo shook his head. I am uncertain, but wait, he should return shortly. You will soon comprehend the reason. Bo spoke with tranquility, for he was merely a servant, indifferent to the actions or methods of others. Chapter 62. The Reappearance of the Red Satin Ribbon. The Masruda Army. How long must I wait? I am so hungry. Sun Wukong sat down heavily, rubbing his belly and lamenting with a grimace. Bobo cast a glance, but remained silent. The celestial deity had not yet ascended. He needed to await Yi Luo's return to make a decision. Should Yi Luo be unwilling, they would have to confer with Sun Wukong to ascertain his willingness to assume the position of the celestial deity. Regardless, the vacancy of the heavenly throne should not linger for too long, as it would be detrimental to the entire earth. Meanwhile, Yi Luo utilized instantaneous movement, swiftly traversing through space. After more than 6 months, Yi Luo had fully assimilated the benefits of his journey to the Demon Star, significantly enhancing his power. His teleportation range had increased considerably. Soon, he pinpointed the organization attacking the Celestial Palace. Fixating on the RR, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Luo's eyes. Just as suspected, the Red Ribbon Army lingered, refusing to fade away. After multiple teleports, Yi Luo appeared in the frigid north of the northern capital. Hovering in the sky, he surveyed the military fortress below. Laser weapons? How could these reactionary forces have developed such technology? Yi Luo had not noticed the assault on the Celestial Palace, indicating just how swift their actions were. As Yi Luo boldly hovered over the red ribbon military base, they naturally detected his presence. A throng of individuals gathered, many raising weapons. In this icy expanse, everyone was bundled in thick winter clothing, rendering their expressions indiscernible. The myriad of weapons hinted at the tension within the military base. With a cold demeanor, Yi Luo began his descent. Inside the castle, General White glared at the screen with displeasure. The image displayed Yi Luo descending from the sky. What the hell is this? In such frigid weather, he wears so little. Furthermore, is this some kind of advanced technology? How is he capable of flight? If we could capture him, perhaps we could upgrade our equipment. A glint of greed flickered in General White's eyes. He issued orders to capture him alive. With a surge of radio transmission, Yi Luo felt a surge of murderous intent. These rudimentary signals were so simple that he didn't even need to employ his powers to intercept them. Capture me alive? Indeed, a pack of filthy rats. His figure flickered as he swiftly maneuvered through the armed crowd. Impossible. General White of the Mars Ruda stood up in shock, bracing himself against the table. Slow down the footage. Upon General White's command, the previous scene was replayed, this time at a tenth of the speed. Even so, Yi Luo's form remained indistinct. Slow it down further to the limit. General White gritted his teeth, a twinge of fear rising within him. Is such speed achievable by a mere human? What exactly has he done? General White scrutinized the surveillance footage, as if responding to his thoughts. Outside the Mars Ruda, on the snowy ground, a group of soldiers suddenly collapsed. The sudden scene sent a chill down White's spine. It was General White who received this information about the individual. A voice emanated from the microphone. Damn it, why hesitate? Release him at once. White bellowed. Yi Luo, with a single punch, shattered the gates of Mars Ruda and strode confidently into the tower. This spectacle once again astounded everyone present. Mars Ruda was fortified with formidable defensive weaponry. With this intruder breaching the tower, all the defenses were rendered ineffective. Yi Luo paid no heed to the intentions of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. This scene felt eerily familiar, though not as catastrophic as the last time. Inside Mars Ruda, the warmth enveloped Yi Luo as he surveyed his surroundings. Supplies were piled high, yet there was not a soul in sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he pierced through the ceiling and ascended to the second floor. There were 4 individuals above. A mere glance sufficed for Yi Luo. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a flash of sword light. The 4 soldiers fell without uttering a word, meeting their demise in silence. He spoke not a word more and pressed onward toward the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, with a thud, an iron fist hurtled toward him. Yi Luo countered with a punch of his own, meeting the iron fist head-on. How infuriating. Yi Luo observed the staircase to the 3rd floor with a calm demeanor. A smart robot? He advanced step by step towards the adversary. You arrogant fool, he thought. Closing the distance, a palm strike aimed at the robot's chest, infused with immense energy, was unleashed. Truly audacious, he mused. The robot's detached arm emitted a mechanical whir. 8 apertures appeared on its arm, and without a word, it opened fire. The rapid gunfire echoed, yet an energy shield enveloped Yi Luo, safeguarding him. The barrage of bullets was rendered ineffective as he continued his advance toward the robot. Bastard! With a decisive palm strike, he sent the robot hurtling backward, crashing against the wall in a spectacular explosion. Yi Luo remained indifferent, pressing onward to the 3rd floor. This level was entirely distinct from the previous one. Adorned with lush greenery, the air filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a garden. His mental energy swept across the area, revealing 5 identical figures, one of whom was approaching the garden. A pang of regret struck Yi Luo. The quintuplets must possess a telepathic connection. These individuals had cultivated their inner strength, likely progressing swiftly in their abilities. Contemplating this, he unleashed his mental energy, resulting in the instant demise of all 5. They were merely ordinary individuals with a modicum of skill, not warranting the use of any specialized techniques from Yi Luo. With the surroundings devoid of interference, he proceeded toward the 4th floor. The 4th level differed entirely from the 3rd, featuring an expansive corridor. This unique architecture hinted at some depth. Alas, it was merely a rudimentary formation, poorly executed. Ignoring the sturdy figures standing opposite him, Yi Luo shook his head, expressing his thoughts aloud. He raised his head to gaze at the sturdy figure before him. Make your move. If I strike first, you shall not have the chance. To his surprise, the large man shook his head. No, you should leave quickly. I have no desire to engage in combat with you. Yi Luo paused, bewildered, scrutinizing the other. What did you say? The robust man looked up, his expression earnest yet stubborn. You must depart. Even if you pass through, it is impossible for you to locate General White. You should leave at once. Yi Luo's interest was piqued as he assessed the large man. He was about to speak when voices of frustration echoed from the corridor. Miss Ruta, 6th floor. General White roared in anger. You insolent fool. What are you saying? Android number 8. Act swiftly and eliminate him. Do not forget, there's a bomb within you. Do you wish to die? His words carried precisely to the 4th floor. Yi Luo regarded the sturdy figure. Android number 8. He mused, recognizing the name. It bore resemblance to the number 7 below and some individuals encountered at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. A designation, perhaps? Yi Luo's gaze deep in it. Chapter 63. Acquiring goods, capturing General White. Come, let us fight. Should you lose, you shall be unharmed. Android number 8 continued to shake his head. No, I dislike fighting. Now it was Yi Luo's turn to be astonished. This android was truly unique. Harnessing the power of space, he appeared before number 8 in an instant. With keen perception, Yi Luo noticed the android's rapid hand movement before it was suppressed. How swift. For a long time, no one had been able to unravel the power of space. By the time he reacted, he found himself beside the enemy. In such moments, reflexes and perception became all the more crucial. Android number 8 bore no human essence, rendering Yi Luo incapable of sensing his strength. However, as a product of Earth, he presumed it could not be overwhelmingly formidable. The fact that the opponent could surpass the sensitivity of the demon race, particularly under the enhancement of their homeworld-esque aura, was already significant. Yi Luo scrutinized android number 8. You are truly peculiar. The tall, robust figure blinked in surprise. How am I peculiar? Yi Luo chuckled it softly. Fool! Number 8, if you do not act, do you wish for your demise? The remote control for the bomb within you is in my possession. Yi Luo's kunten anstarkinet. His voice sharp. An invisible sound wave emanated outward, shattering the surrounding microphones and surveillance cameras. Now, no one can disturb us. He patted android number 8, who had not anticipated such unexpected gains from his visit. Why do you not wish to fight? The android sat down, his demeanor earnest. Fighting is not good. But what if someone bullies those you wish to protect? Yi Luo retorted, unwilling to coddle him. Number 8 paused, slowly shaking his head. I do not know. Yi Luo was left speechless. The essence of battle lies not in the act itself, but in the purpose for whom one fights. The artificial being no. 8 displayed a look of confusion. Never mind. Let us defer the explanation for now. Simply follow me. You may not wish to engage in combat. Yet I possess a splendid idea that might assist you. Number 8 shook its head in refusal. It's futile. I have a bomb within me. Yi Luo let out a scoff. Channeling the power of space, he reached into the being's interior and severed the bomb entirely. A spatial rift appeared below, facilitating its extraction. Holding it aloft, he inquired, is this what you meant? Receiving no reply, Yi Luo glanced upwards. The light in number 8's eyes gradually dimmed, and it succumbed to slumber, sparks intermittently erupting from its body. While the exterior exhibited such tumult, the condition within remained uncertain. Awkwardly scratching his head, he muttered, you're a robot. The intricate components and circuitry were nearly fused with number 8. Yi Luo had recklessly excised the bomb, akin to casually removing a kidney with a knife. How it had survived was a mystery. Very well, I shall find time later to repair you. A thought flickered in Yi Luo's mind. A deity. Could a robot not ascend to the status of a god? Activating the spatial mustard seed, he retracted no. Ate into it. Turning his gaze upwards, he noted an interstice? Intriguing. There lies a peculiar creature, brimming with electrical energy. Alas, in this world, vitality reigns supreme. A body infused with electricity lacks in comparison. Nevertheless, as an experiment, it appears sufficient. Speaking aloud, he pointed, unleashing a dazzling sword light that cleaved through the rooftop, pierced the interstice, and shattered through Mars Luda, creating a significant breach in front of General White's seat. Damn the rogue. General White, drenched in sweat, beheld the scene in horror, his composure faltering with a roar. Yi Luo twisted his wrist, directing the sword light back towards General White with a swift motion. With a thunderous boom, the entire military fortress split asunder. Snowflakes swirled through the air like willow catkins, as Yi Luo ascended into the interstice, seated in a meditative posture. General White, initially filled with trepidation, wore an expression of disbelief. What is he planning? A sound crackling with electricity echoed. General White, it seems, he intends to confront that peculiar creature, Bouillon. General White froze momentarily, then elation surged within him, only to be followed by a shift in demeanor. In a heartbeat, his expression transformed thrice. He dismissed all decorum and thought, I must flee swiftly. This individual single-handedly vanquished the entire headquarters. I must escape. Someone, prepare the helicopter. We must depart at once. General White, still maintaining an air of authority, resisted the urge to flee in haste. At that moment, Yi Luo was soaring toward the large, pink creature with a green tongue. With a flick of its ear, a wave of energy was unleashed, obliterating all stone and debris, surging directly towards General White. What? A foul stench emanated from beneath General White's desk, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Remain still, came the cold voice of Yi Luo, who then disregarded him. This individual could not escape. There were pressing inquiries that needed addressing. After a stern warning, it was unlikely he would dare flee. Yi Luo's attention shifted to the formidable creature before him, which appeared famished. He observed the grotesque beast, its saliva dripping ominously. Just as he was about to test the creature, it trembled uncontrollably, its body stiffening, panic visibly etched in its eyes. Yi Luo paused, bemused by the sight. Remarkably, despite its considerable size and layers of fat, it was fearful of the cold, a notion that would elicit laughter if spoken aloud. Channeling his inner energy, he manifested a colossal protective barrier, shielding himself from the frigid environment. However, the creature remained unruly. In a swift motion, Yi Luo launched a powerful punch toward it. The beast's eyes widened in shock, pain flickering across its visage. Impressive defense, he noted, gracefully retreating to evade a retaliatory swipe from the creature. Once more he struck, this time employing a mere fraction of his power. The tremendous force collided with the beast, which, despite its bulk, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against Yi Luo's protective shield and ricocheting around the vicinity. After shaking out his hands, Yi Luo contemplated the residual energy coursing through him. If harnessed, it could be quite advantageous. With that thought, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the creature and delivering another blow, this time imbued with a faint luminescence. The beast let out a pained cry, its form rebounding off the protective barrier. Employing a Tai Chi stance, Yi Luo dissipated the creature's momentum, attempting to assert his dominance. Will you obey? He queried, but the creature remained defiant, growling fiercely. Frustrated, Yi Luo opened the protective barrier, allowing the cold air to rush in. Will you comply? He reiterated. Yet, the creature's aggression persisted. Yi Luo pushed the beast towards the gap in the barrier. Stay here. I shall return for you, he instructed, tapping the creature's resilient head. A glint of cold determination shone in his eyes as the creature curled up, appearing quite pitiful. It was a surprising turn of events, as he had come to apprehend a dangerous foe, only to find himself entangled in an unexpected acquisition. Yi Luo's gaze followed the ascending helicopter. Disobedient, are we? In a flash, he reappeared at the helicopter's front window, suddenly recalling its ability to fly. General White maneuvered the helicopter, preparing to retreat. Yet, Yi Luo was unyielding. With a swift punch, he shattered the glass. What? Bulletproof glass? Drawing upon his inner strength, he reached out and seized General White, yanking him out forcefully. Ah! Grasping White by the throat, he hovered silently in the air. Speak. What? Who provided the laser weapon? White's eyes darted. Before he could utter a word, a powerful grip tightened around his neck. I advise you to speak plainly. White's trousers began to freeze, his face flushed. Yi Luo fixed his gaze on White, applying more pressure with his inner power. I will speak, I will speak. White's hands flailed desperately at his neck, but grasping for something proved futile. Speak. Dr. Jero. It was Dr. Jero who provided it. Where is he? White's face reddened further. I don't know. He always contacts me. Yi Luo descended with White from the air. Contact him, or you shall perish. White, filled with dread, complied, turning towards the first floor. Yet, his eyes continued to dart about. Yi Luo sensed his unease but remained silent, trailing behind White. Chapter 64. Resolution, Ascension to Divinity. Intrigues and schemes are mere trifles. Absolute power can obliterate all. Following closely, Yi Luo accompanied General White into a secret chamber on the first floor. Several soldiers of the Crimson Sash Legion trembled at the sight of the two entering. One could only wonder if they cursed under their breath, believing this place to be the epitome of safety. Who would have thought their leader was a traitor, bringing forth this harbinger of death? General White, visibly reluctant, felt embarrassed before his subordinates. How could he lead them after this? The morale was shattered. Contact Dr. Jero. Simply inform him that I have captured you. Observing the guilt-ridden expression on White's face, Yi Luo spoke coolly. However you choose to phrase, it is of no concern to me. I merely seek results. With that, Yi Luo positioned himself quietly to one side. Once granted permission, White, invigorated, began to direct Feng Xiao. Yet, the other party did not acquiesce. White's face turned awkward. Yi Luo maintained a stern demeanor, his mental energy sweeping across the entire Masruta region. After a meticulous search, a smirk crept onto Yi Luo's lips. Indeed, Doctor. Jero had arranged for robots to be present here. This fellow truly knows how to hide. Do not let me find you. Yi Luo was also intrigued. Despite the havoc he wreaked, Dr. Jero's robots were still able to relay information. That, my lord. White's expression was fraught with anxiety. Yi Luo extended a finger. White, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Yes, my lord. Grant me a day, and I shall surely contact Dr. Jero. Perhaps the signal here is disrupted. I shall promptly command a restoration." No sooner had I spoken than a radiant light flickered in my eyes, and White's pupils constricted, consciousness succumbing to darkness as an endless chill enveloped him. Yi Luo surveyed the sea of corpses, his expression devoid of emotion. He ascended skyward, crashing through the walls to the 5th level. Seizing the trembling behemoth concealed within the protective shield, he vanished without a trace. He had intended to converse with Jero, yet was taken aback by the latter's timidity. In a continuous mountain range in the western expanse of Earth, Dr. Jero wore a grim visage. "Damn it," he muttered. "That wretched individual has once again sabotaged one of my bases. Yi Luo, mark my words, I shall soon unravel the secrets that lie within you, and a stronger artificial being will come seeking you." Dr. Jero's suppressed voice echoed ominously. Unbeknownst to Yi Luo was Jero's murderous intent towards him. At that moment, he was en route to the Temple of the Gods, accompanied by the monstrous entity and the remains of the 8th artificial being, utilizing teleportation. It was a formidable challenge, and he pondered when he might effortlessly traverse the entirety of Earth with but a thought. Yi Luo mused, yet maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor. With only 300 units of inner strength, he had managed to enhance a mere 300 cells, enabling him to teleport a distance of 2 kilometers. In due time, such leaps would span hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not merely Earth, but the entire cosmos would be within his reach. The future was indeed promising, and there was no need for Yi Luo to rush. As time flowed, he returned to the Temple of the Gods with the behemoth. "Is it resolved?" Bobo inquired with tranquility. Yi Luo shook his head. Bobo, momentarily taken aback, masked his expression. He was unconcerned with Yi Luo's plans, focusing solely on the temple. Yi Luo slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, I forgot to bring back the laser weapon. That does not resolve this dilemma." Bobo remained silent. "Do you wish to continue?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with excitement, only to clutch his stomach moments later, feeling utterly famished. "I'm so hungry, so very hungry." Despite his words, he continued to inhale deeply. "You should refrain from excessive movement. The air here is quite thin. To be so lively despite such vigorous activity is a marvel." Yi Luo remarked with a sidelong glance. He then turned to Bobo. "This matter is somewhat troublesome. The mastermind remains elusive." Bobo nodded. "Have you made your decision?" "I am ready. Speak, and let us proceed." Yi Luo was intensely curious about divine power, eager to delve into its mysteries. He had witnessed energy in the presence of the ancient deity, yet he pondered why these divine beings sought to cultivate it. Nonetheless, divine power may not be the extraordinary force he imagined, capable of dramatically enhancing combat prowess. Perhaps it merely signified a status, a mastery of authority. "Follow me," Bobo said, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes as he turned to depart. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, exuding an air of disillusionment, gasping for breath. "I'm so hungry," he lamented. Yi Luo produced a celestial bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong. "Here, a celestial bean. Eat it." Observing Sun Wukong consume the bean, Yi Luo felt compelled to impart another thought. "Your martial arts remain in their nascent stage. There is much for you to learn. Although your fervor for battle is commendable, without transformation, you will not progress far in the realm of martial arts. The essence of martial cultivation lies within the heart. The power of the spirit surpasses the might of your fists and feet." With that, Yi Luo followed Bobo away from the square, which would now serve as his base. The Earth still required guardians, and Sun Wukong displayed considerable potential. This individual, it seemed, was not a native of Earth. Contemplating this, Yi Luo accompanied Bobo into the main hall. In the square, Sun Wukong hesitated, but ultimately chose not to enter. instead remaining outside in quiet contemplation. Within the grand hall of the divine temple, Yi Luo trailed behind Bobo. "Please, take your seat upon the divine throne," Yi Luo urged, as he approached the imposing chair at the center with trepidation. He understood well that occupying this seat could bestow upon him new powers. It would also entail significant responsibilities. As he turned to sit, a surge of tumultuous energy enveloped him. "What is this?" Yi Luo furrowed his brow, feeling his mental energy begin to boil, inundated by a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Negative emotions surged like relentless tides, leaving him no respite. "God!" A resounding voice echoed in his mind. "Do you believe you are worthy of divinity, of inheriting the divine position?" The inquiries reverberated within him like the tolling of a bell, awakening memories of his past. No matter how he attempted to control it, he could not stem the tide. His own power stirred restlessly around him, expanding like a balloon. Yi Luo's expression twisted in torment as memories of his past misdeeds, unworthy of a deity, flooded his consciousness, relentlessly questioning him. Simultaneously, a group of indistinct figures silently entered his mind, bombarding him with various interrogations. Bobo stood in the hall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze betraying a hint of worry and anxiety. Yi Luo grappled with a formidable inner darkness, a burden not easily dismissed. The celestial deity had purged such darkness before assuming the divine title. That very darkness had transformed into a great demon, wreaking havoc upon the lower realms and bringing untold suffering to mortals, resulting in countless casualties. How would Yi Luo choose to navigate this path? He focused his mind, recalling the myriad classics he had once read, seeking to cleanse his spirit. The waves of turmoil gradually receded, allowing him to breathe easier. Yet, the voice echoed once more. "God, are you truly worthy?" Yi Luo's expression contorted in rage. A god must protect humanity, withstand crises, and engage in battle. Ambition, too, is a facet of divinity. The divine possesses dual aspects: benevolence towards humanity and a ferocity against foes. My strength is formidable, yet I pose no threat to mortals. How can I be deemed less than divine? A resounding voice reverberates within my mind, as myriad thoughts dissipate. An enigmatic force surges into Yi Luo's being. Oblivious to the sensations, Yi Luo collapses into the chair, gasping for breath. A glimmer of joy appears on Bobo's face.